Chapter 1, A Persistent Heart is Priceless. My name is Gawi, a journalist currently spending a night in Nankang City as torrential rain pours outside. Clad in a borrowed white shirt, I was being roughly shoved out of an imposing four-story building entrance by several burly men. Just stepping across the threshold, powerful hands suddenly pushed from behind. Already off balance, I stumbled and fell straight into the puddle before the main entrance. Next time I see you, it won't be just a beating. The burly man with a top sales name tag on his chest finished speaking, pulled out my voice recorder from his pocket, and smashed it violently onto the waterlogged ground. Then, lifting his heel, he crushed the fragile metal casing of the recorder into two pieces. I didn't utter a word to stop him. With my head lowered, I silently gathered the items that had spilled out when I fell, enduring their taunts and jeers. A few pens, my phone, an empty wallet, and a half-empty box of business cards were fortunately spared from the water. But the notebook where I recorded all my reporting materials wasn't so lucky. This white dress shirt was borrowed specifically to blend into this fraudulent company, and now half of it is covered in mud and water stains. Sigh, no money for the laundromat, had to wash it myself. Compared to all this, the scrapes and broken skin on my elbows and palms don't even count. I hunched my back, gathering the items into my arms, doing my best to shield them from the rain with my body to minimize further damage. Seeing no more fun to be had, the thugs from the scam company spat out a few threats before heading back into the building to take shelter from the rain. I shook my head helplessly as the system's prompt sounded in my ear. Journalist tag, EXP plus 30, tag upgraded, journalist LV2 journalist LV3. Well, at least that's something. Having worked as a journalist for 2 years, this wasn't my first undercover investigation. Most of the time, I managed to get away unscathed and present my reports to the editor-in-chief for recognition, though more than half the content can't be published directly. Today's failure boils down to insufficient preparation. I had no idea this fraud ring had a group slogan chanting session after dinner, with several executives patrolling the aisles to root out underperforming employees who couldn't memorize the slogans. When they reached the line, "The company is my home, my superiors are my parents," I just couldn't hold it in and was promptly singled out. Looking back now, the problem wasn't me, it was that system that appeared out of nowhere last week, assigning missions without leaving any time for preparation. I packed my belongings and found a sheltered spot under the eaves to wait out the rain, then slightly focused my consciousness. Name, Gawi, equip tag, 1/1 reporter LV3, common. Tag abilities, Nightwalker, higher chance of encountering unexpected events and breaking news, truth above all, randomly obtain one classified document per week. Daily tag mission, covertly investigate a criminal organization with over 100 members and obtain evidence of their crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Debtor LV1, common, Heartbroken LV1, common, Nice Guy LV1, common, Internet Surfing Pro LV1, common, Elderly Women's Friend LV2, rare. Traits held, none. Why are my life tags so pitiful? I muttered, refreshing the display with a slight flick of thought. Tag quest completed. Trait gained, Deception, common. Obtained ordinary item lottery chance *1 use now? I looked up at the sky, the downpour never ceased. Take the gamble. Maybe I'll draw out a Batmobile and finally have a ride home. I cracked a lame joke to no audience, waved my hand, and spun the transparent wheel before me. As always, Lady Luck never favors me. Item, Super Anti-Wolf Spray. Quality, common. Type, weapon. Effect, press the nozzle toward enemies to launch irritating spray. Note, still worried about encountering bad guys when walking at night? Still concerned about the creep in front of you? Get this anti-assault spray now. Not $9.98, not $688, just $199 and it's yours to take home. Wow, what a great product. My completely drenched look really does attract creeps, I said with half-lidded eyes, feebly joking to myself. This is one of my few merits. In situations where others might succumb to despair, I can always regulate myself well, maintaining calmness and mental stability. Turning to look at that four-story building, the lights were still on, and I could faintly hear the excited voice of the host delivering a speech inside the venue. This group of fraudsters exploited public safety concerns, targeting middle-aged and elderly people to peddle self-defense underwear and health-boosting tea. When I saw today's labeled task this morning, my mind immediately went there, and I quickly sprang into action. The odd thing is that tasks refresh daily, leaving me no time to prepare, which led to the oversight of being caught by the executive, but at least the task was completed. Looking down, I saw the shattered voice recorder in the puddle. I had spent my last savings on this recorder bought online, all for its automatic cloud upload feature. Those people would never imagine that their words and crimes had already been recorded in my cloud storage, and the system consequently marked today's tagging task as complete. I'll organize it when I get home. The editor-in-chief must be off work already. Damn, I should have brought an umbrella. I looked up at the stormy night sky as the rain grew heavier. With a long sigh, I clutched my satchel to my chest and hurried toward the subway station. Sitting in the subway car, I struggled to separate the sticky pages, reading the rain-blurred contents of my recent investigation. Ever since unusual incidents started happening frequently in Nankang City 3 months ago, as a journalist, I felt it more keenly. Clad in short sleeves on a winter night, I flipped through the waterlogged notebook, with my soaked shirt neatly folded beside me. The scene looked rather odd, but fortunately there weren't many passengers on the last train to notice my unusual state. But an even more glaring anomaly in the carriage had caught everyone's attention. At the end of the carriage, a man in a black hoodie, his face hidden beneath the hood, was increasingly restless. From the moment I entered and took my seat, he had been shaking his leg non-stop, accompanied by incoherent muttering. Half a minute ago, his agitation worsened dramatically. He clutched the back of his head with both hands, buried his face in his knees, and his murmurings grew louder. If you listen closely, you could make out bizarre phrases like, "I don't want to, why me, and I don't want to go back in there. What the hell, did someone escape from the mental hospital?" I muttered under my breath. Just then, an auntie carrying a grocery basket cautiously approached and tapped the man on the shoulder, asking with concern, "Young man, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to call a doctor?" But what happened next escalated the situation from weird to horrifying. The man roared in anger, clearly displeased by the interruption. His right arm suddenly jerked upward, sending the auntie flying across the carriage, from one end to the other, before she crashed heavily onto the floor, lying motionless the instant she landed. The remaining dozen or so onlooking passengers screamed and turned to flee toward the front carriage. I was startled too and immediately decided to follow the crowd to get away. This person's combat ability was clearly beyond my skills. But just then, that annoying system voice rang in my ear again. Special mission triggered, subdue the out-of-control player and seize their game qualification. Reward, carry-on tag +1, rare trait *1, common item draw chance *3 time limit, 5 minutes Chapter 2, the subway oddball. This guy's strength and mental state are enough to qualify him as a supervillain in Gotham, and you want me to deal with him? I halted mid-step upon seeing the new mission, turning back in disbelief. Triggering a mission doesn't mean I have to accept it. I've already skipped plenty this week without facing any punishment. Last weekend, I suddenly realized my golden finger had arrived, feeling like the world was about to sing for me. I equipped the debtor label, planning to make some quick money first. The first task asked me to rack up a debt of 1 million. I thought to myself, if I can't earn money, at least I know how to owe it? Already saddled with a staggering 400,000 debt, I ran around everywhere. By the end of the first night, my debt had skyrocketed to 800,000. But as soon as midnight struck, the debt accumulating mission vanished, replaced by a new task demanding I clear every last penny of debt. Having confirmed the system's twisted sense of humor and realizing I still couldn't get any money, I turned my attention back to my main job and put on the journalist tag. After that, I completed 2 tasks and leveled the tag up to rank 3. Actually, there were no restrictions or cooldowns on changing tags, only that the daily tasks were determined by whichever tag you were wearing at midnight. After some thought, I took off the journalist tag and put on the Heartbroken 1 tag. Heartbroken LV1, normal, EXP, 20 out of 100. Tag ability, X, gain stronger empathetic abilities, capable of calming those in extreme emotional states. I took a quick step forward and crouched beside the auntie who had been knocked away, checking her condition briefly. Luckily, she was still alive, but her body was barely mobile, likely due to fractured ribs and arms. I didn't have any professional medical knowledge, so I could only offer a few comforting words before crouching low and slowly moving toward the man at the end of the car. Passengers who had fled to another car pulled out their phones to take photos, videos, and seeing me approach the man in the black hoodie, several started cheering me on as if I were heading into a fight. "Take him down, take him down. You got this, big brother who's not even wearing a coat in this freezing cold. Can you guys believe this? Finally took the subway today to experience real life, and I just happened to catch a fight breaking out. What kind of person is this?" I walked to the middle of the carriage, curled my lips, turned around with a finger to my lips, then pointed at the unconscious woman lying on the floor. Whispering for everyone to call the police, I finally managed to stabilize the situation. Although this tagging system is full of dark humor and utterly ruthless, it only assigns me tasks that are within my capabilities to complete. Since it's issued a special mission now, the system must believe I have a chance to subdue this man. What drove me to confront that black-hooded supervillain wasn't some cheap sense of justice or courage. For an investigative journalist like me who's constantly lurking around, a sense of justice is like underwear. It should stay hidden beneath your clothes and quietly do its job. Those who wear their sense of justice like a hat and parade it everywhere are often the least reliable. Honestly, what really attracts me are the mission rewards. Inventory slot +1, rare trait *1, common item draw *3. Aside from the mysterious trait, whose purpose remains unclear, even if the common item draws never yielded anything great, they're better than nothing. The most appealing part is the portable tag +1, which is a qualitative leap in enhancement. With two tags, not only can the effects of different tags complement each other, but they also allow two tasks every morning. This gives me the freedom to choose, no longer passively following tasks. Now I can take charge and be the master. The system appeared at my lowest point. My friends pooled funds and ran off, leaving me drowning in debt, my 4-year relationship shattered, and months of painstakingly gathered news materials ripped away by my boss. Even someone as adept at self-regulation as myself felt a flicker of despair. And then, this legendary encounter occurred. The label system brought me a turning point and a future. If I were to play it safe and back down now, abandoning tasks at the slightest risk, then I'd truly be doomed to a life of failure. Hey, worst case scenario, I'll take a beating. Can't be worse than when I went undercover in that mental hospital abusing patients, right? Those two orderlies really laid into me. I psych myself up in a strange way, take a deep breath, and quicken my pace before stopping about 2 meters behind the man in the black hoodie. At closer range, I study him carefully. His body is clearly unhealthy, skin stretched over bony wrists, sunken eye sockets, pale lips, and hollow cheeks. But his mental state was worse than his physical condition, his hands clutching his head as he muttered tremulously in a thick southern accent. I strained to listen, catching only fragmented whispers, things like, "No, the Holy Grail is too terrifying, there are only a few minutes left in the game, and someone, please save me." I realized he wasn't just insane, there was also intense fear coiling around him. This would make an excellent angle. Bro, what's wrong with you? Learning from the ants lesson, I avoided physical contact and called out softly from a meter away at his side. The subway was moving at high speed, making it difficult for me to maintain my balance without support. Still, I crouched slightly to converse with him, trying to lower his guard. The man in the black hoodie lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent, staring straight at me. "I mean no harm, I just want to help. If you don't need me now, I'll leave right away." I spread my hands in a gesture of complete defenselessness and added, "But at least tell me what happened. I can explain it to others so you won't be bothered by policemen or security guards later." "You don't know shit. Who gives a damn about your fucking security guard?" the man roared through a hoarse throat. Though rude and arrogant, he opened his mouth to speak. That was the foundation of communication. The system promptly displayed, "Heartbroken label, plus 5 EXP. Striking while the iron was hot, I sat directly across from him and slapped my thigh in agreement. "I don't know what you're going through, but I honestly get how you feel right now. You know what? My life's been pretty shitty too lately." Whether it was the heartbroken label's effect or my communication skills at work, the man actually calmed down a bit and started listening to my story. System notification, heartbroken tag, plus 10 experience points. Good, now I have control of the conversation. Next, I plan to casually inquire about what this game is. But just then, commotion broke out among the onlookers in the adjacent train car. The human wall was pushed aside as 2 men in metro security uniforms emerged. They looked our way and, without hesitation, started running toward us while shouting, "Police and investigators are arriving soon. Drop your weapons now and get down on the ground to surrender." I've never been blessed by the goddess of luck. In fact, I suspect that in a past life, I was a scumbag who abandoned the deity governing fortune. Otherwise, there'd be no explanation for the relentless streak of misfortune plaguing me. At age 6, my parents died in a car accident, and I became an orphan without any relatives or friends. The children in the orphanage had their own cliques, and I couldn't fit in. The only friend I kept in touch with after growing up was just one. 6 months ago, that sole orphan friend asked me to help co-sign a loan, saying it was for a big project. I agreed without much thought. 2 months ago, when creditors came knocking, I learned that guy had vanished without a trace after swindling a huge sum of money. As the guarantor, I inexplicably ended up burdened with a debt far beyond my ability to repay. This so-called friend, who seemed so sincere when we talked, turned around and betrayed me. No wonder he's an orphan. However, there was one good thing when I first entered the workforce. At the time, the newspaper was undergoing digital transformation, and my boss had great faith in me, granting me tremendous freedom in choosing topics. I didn't disappoint him either. After 3 months of intensive training, I disguised myself as a patient with dissociative identity disorder and manic episodes to infiltrate a notorious psychiatric hospital. After 2 months undercover, I gathered evidence of the nursing staff and doctors violating regulations by administering improper medication, insulting patients' dignity, and even resorting to violence, though I certainly endured my share of suffering too. But when I handed over the fruits of my 6 months of hard work to my boss without reservation, he pushed me aside and credited his hand-picked protege with being the brave journalist who fearlessly infiltrated the illegal psychiatric hospital. I, the true contributor, was endlessly suppressed and smeared instead, ultimately forced to resign voluntarily and denied even my last month's salary. I've also asked myself why this is happening, but I know there's no answer to such questions. It's just that through repeated trials, my resolve has grown stronger. But as I watched the 2 subway security guards trotting over and the bystanders who were eagerly watching the drama unfold, an inexplicable rage still surged in my chest. I had clearly managed to calm that dangerous man down. Just a little more time, and I might have completed the task to earn the system's reward. But at this critical moment, someone had to come and ruin everything. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground now," they yelled. I cursed inwardly. "Listen to what you're saying, what weapons? What you all? Couldn't you at least take a moment to observe and think before acting?" The man in the black hoodie across from me was even more frantic and furious than I was. He rose from the metal seat, his gaunt figure standing like a withered tree amidst the moving train, unnervingly steady. He pushed back his hoodie, revealing a crew cut like a convict's and eyes like a murderer's. The two security guards were visibly intimidated by his murderous aura and oppressive presence, stopping about 11 or 12 meters away. They exchanged a glance, each drawing a metallic baton that gleamed black from their waists, flicking their wrists to extend them with practiced ease. I couldn't help but wonder, do subway security guards really carry weapons like these? Nankang City subway had never been known to employ specialized security personnel before. My mind raced as the man in the black hoodie moved. Pushing off with his back foot, he charged toward the left side security guard at superhuman speed, landing a vicious uppercut to the abdomen that sent the man flying. The security guard spat out half a mouthful of blood midair, crashed onto the ground, and slid several meters before coming to a stop right in front of the onlooking crowd. Just moments ago, the female streamer who had been shouting "the situation's changed again, huh? Two villains are about to be dealt with" was now screaming piercingly as a group of passengers rushed toward the farther train cars. Another security guard, seeing his companion sent flying, channeled his fear into rage. With a furious roar, he swung his stun baton at the black-hooded man's head, electric currents crackling along its length. I thought to myself, these batons actually have electric shock capability. Most large companies' security teams don't even have equipment at this level. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing for me. I took a moment to check my mission. Special mission, subdue the out-of-control player and seize their gaming qualification, 1 minute and 45 seconds. There were still 2 minutes left on the countdown. Anyway, my goal was to subdue the target. Using someone else's strength would work just fine. But I soon realized my calculation had gone awry. The man struck on the back of the head with the baton showed no signs of losing his fighting ability. Ignoring the blood streaming down his scalp, he grabbed another security guard by the collar, twisted his body, and flung him against the opposite glass. Just then, the cheerful female announcement for the next station echoed through the subway car. Next stop, Hongshan Temple. Please prepare to disembark. As the security guard slid down, the blood-smeared, spider-web-cracked glass revealed the beautiful nightscape of Nankang City. Maintaining my composure, I muttered under my breath, "Maybe you should go pick a fight with Batman instead. I feel like that'd be more your speed." The man in the black hoodie, his fury still unspent, turned his murderous gaze toward me. "You dare call people to arrest me?" He charged at me with lightning speed, grabbing me by the collar and slamming me brutally into the metal seat. A paralyzing pain shot through my back and spine. In that moment, I truly felt death approaching. Cornered, my mind accelerated. I hastily denied. "How could I be with those two idiots? Didn't you hear what they said? He told both of us to surrender together. We're the ones on the same side." Forgetting all dignity, I slapped the nearby metal seat hard, projecting the full fury of being wronged. The man didn't release me, but his grip loosened slightly, clearly shaken by my performance. Focusing my mental energy, I opened the task list. Special mission, subdue an out-of-control player and seize their gaming qualification, 35 seconds. Only half a minute left. Time had become the crucial issue. Suddenly, I recalled the man's earlier words. There are only a few minutes left, perhaps. Quickly shifting my tone, I feigned concern and confusion as I asked, "By the way, do you still have time? Aren't you supposed to enter the game soon?" The man shuddered, as if waking from a dream, and hastily released me. Frantically, he fished around in his pocket and pulled out a ticket-like slip of paper. "Only a dozen seconds left. Damn it, the Holy Grail game. How could I have only one ticket left? It's all because of..." The man's voice was filled with despair and agony, but I had no intention of dealing with him any longer. As he looked up, I pulled out the super anti-wolf spray I'd won in tonight's raffle and aimed it straight at him. A flood of irritating chemicals engulfed his face, and he howled in agony, desperately trying to shield himself with his hands. Exactly as I had planned, with a swift pull and hook of my foot, I maneuvered the baton into my grasp, flicked the switch, and jammed it into his mouth. The crackle of electricity mixed with his screams sent another wave of gasps through the watching passengers. Confirming he was no longer a threat, as the mission timer ticked down its final 2 seconds, I lunged forward, grabbing the ticket that had slipped from his grip and clenched it tightly in my fist. Special mission completed, rewards obtained, +1 carryable tag, *1 rare trait, *3 common item draw chances. Acquired trait, courageous intervention, rare, finally completed the mission. But just then, a strange halo flashed before my eyes, and everything went dark. Only later did I realize that creepy ticket didn't care who its owner was. When the time came, it would transport its holder into the game. Lady Luck played an even bigger joke on me this time. Chapter 4 Sinister Mist beginning. What the hell? I came to my senses in the darkness, opening my eyes to find I was no longer in the subway car from moments ago. I stood up, rubbing my sore right arm from overexertion, and began surveying my surroundings. The first thing that caught my eye was a row of shelves, more precisely, a row of shelves cluttered with haphazardly placed items. One half hung with various fried snacks and cream-filled biscuits, while the other half was stuffed with large bags of pet food. Looking up, I saw identical shelves neatly lined up in rows, turning at the far end and extending all the way to 2 cash registers. Between the gaps in the shelves, a few shadowy figures could be seen, either leaning or standing, none of them seeming to be shopping. Although the lighting was somewhat dim, the signage and labels on the walls clearly indicated this was a small chain supermarket. The text surrounding me wasn't in Chinese, yet somehow I could instinctively recognize and understand it. As for the Huairong supermarket chain logo on the wall, it was completely unfamiliar to me, something I'd never heard of before. All these signs suggested this wasn't my familiar Nankang City, and very likely not even the world I knew anymore. Suddenly, the overhead light strips emitted a sizzling sound, flickered twice, and then fully illuminated, dispelling the unnerving darkness. Just then, a stout man in a pale blue uniform came panting out from a small side door. With a cheerful tone, he shouted into the supermarket, "Everyone, Manager Yamada here has just started the backup power. Everything's fine now." His tone resembled that of a child proudly telling his mother he hadn't wet the bed last night. Unfortunately, the supermarket was filled with an atmosphere of despair, and no one had the mind to respond to him. I took the opportunity to glance up and survey the supermarket's layout. Though labeled a chain store, its total area was barely 300 to 400 square meters. The shelves were haphazardly stocked, products were poorly categorized, with some agricultural goods even sold in woven sacks bearing handwritten white cardboard labels. The production dates on goods varied by over a year, making it impossible to tell how long they'd been piled there. Every detail suggested this was a small suburban supermarket far from the city center, practically a general store by now. But these were still relatively normal occurrences, an irresponsible manager and undertrained staff weren't exactly unheard of. Yet on the other side, the tightly locked glass doors, the minced flesh and bloodstains on the floor, along with the panic-stricken customers, these were straight out of a horror movie. As I was contemplating whether to approach someone for information about what had happened, a sudden sharp pain shot through my wrist. Turning over my left hand, I was startled to discover a bizarre crimson tattoo had mysteriously appeared encircling my wrist. It wraps around the wrist like a bracelet, with ominous, twisted writing resembling ancient ciphers etched between 2 lines. As the stinging pain gradually faded, I frowned in thought when a luminous screen projected from the inner side of my wrist appeared before my eyes. Player, Novice Player TC-130, Instance Name, Mist of the Heart's Deceit. Game Type, Holy Grail 5, Solo, Main Quest Triggered. 1. Survive 12 hours inside Huairong Supermarket. 2. Escape the fog. 3. Main Mission Reward, 1 return ticket, slight increase in player evolution rate, small chance to obtain random items, high probability to obtain random potions, rewards vary depending on the level of main mission completion. Following the prompts, I waved to switch the light screen and found that both the attributes and backpack options were locked. When clicked, they only displayed unlocked after completing the first game. The supermarket was still in a state of restless commotion. Seizing the moment, I compared my memories with the current situation. The black-clad lunatic I encountered on the subway must have been one of the players in this bizarre game. His ravings, combined with what I'm seeing now, have finally started making sense to me. Player, instance, Holy Grail, game. In other words, I've taken that person's place and entered this so-called instance as a player. Suddenly, something dawned on me, and I focused my consciousness. Name, Gaoi. Equip tags, 2F's Journalist LV3, Common, Heartbroken LV1, Common. Tag abilities, Nightcrawler, increased chance of encountering various unexpected incidents and breaking news, truth above all, obtain a random confidential document weekly, X, gain stronger empathy, capable of calming those in extreme emotional states. Daily tag mission, investigate underground a criminal organization with over 100 members and obtain proof of their crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Debtor LV1, Common, Good Samaritan LV1, Common, Internet Surfing Pro LV1, Common, Elderly Women's Friend LV2, Rare. Held traits, Deception, Common, Heroic Rescue, Rare. Remaining common item draw chances *3 synthesis function unlocked. It was precisely this labeling system that lured me into the game with its rewards. But now it appears that, having judged me as completing the previous special mission, my equipped trait slot capacity has increased to 2. There are still 3 lottery chances left. I'd better use them quickly. Just as I was immersed in my new gains, the brief tranquility in the supermarket was shattered. Near the checkout counter and exit, a hoarse-voiced middle-aged woman was being stopped by several people at the door, as if arguing over something. My journalist instincts instantly kicked in, and I quickly strode toward the center of the dispute. No, my daughter's still at home, I must go back. The middle-aged woman frantically tugged at her hair and shouted agitatedly. She was dressed in loose home clothes, wearing sunglasses late at night. She wasn't old, but wrinkles had already appeared on her skin. Ms. Niga, surely you saw the man who just left. The one responding to her was the store manager who had tried to take credit earlier, his name tag reading Manager Yamada. Sweat beaded on his greasy, chubby face as he rubbed his hands together and hunched forward to placate her. Besides, isn't your husband still at home? What is there to worry about? At this moment, a middle-aged office worker-looking man also stepped forward, patiently trying to console Ms. Niga. I thought he looked like a middle-aged office worker purely based on stereotypes and guesswork. Walking around a supermarket in a suit late at night, looking utterly exhausted with a tinge of world weariness and reliability, aside from an overtime working salaryman, I couldn't think of any other possibility. But his comforting attempts didn't work. Mrs. Niga grew even more agitated. No, you don't understand. My husband, if he stays with my daughter, something terrible will happen. The group exchanged puzzled glances, but still used their bodies to block her from leaving. I turned to look at the entrance. Beyond the glass walls, the supermarket was enveloped in thick white fog, visibility reduced to less than 20 centimeters. The lights, screens, checkout counters, it seemed all human technology existed only within this supermarket. Outside, everything belonged to another world. Just as the middle-aged woman grew increasingly agitated and was about to force her way out, the entire supermarket floor suddenly shook violently, while the overhead lights flickered and swayed. Amidst a chorus of startled screams, both I and several customers gathered near the door spotted eerie black shadows emerging through the white mist. They were several times the size of humans, vague and indistinct, rapidly encircling the supermarket, yet stopping at a certain distance away, hidden in the mist, their forms unclear. Damn, so this is a knockoff version of the mist, I muttered, taking a couple of steps back as the situation finally clicked in my head. At that moment, the label system in my mind chimed again. The moment I entered the instance, a special mission was triggered, to explore everything that happened at Huirong Supermarket and uncover the truth behind the disaster. Upon completion, I would receive one random rare trait, one random common label, and 2 chances at a common item draw. The time limit was 12 hours. The Fog, a classic horror film from the early 21st century, tells the story of a town enveloped in mist, where a group of shoppers are trapped in a supermarket. The fog conceals various terrifying monsters, and the people inside the supermarket become divided and turn on each other. The instance I'm facing now is quite similar, which also helped me understand the meaning of the main mission: survive for 12 hours or escape the fog. But what I encountered wasn't as complicated as in the movies. The supermarket was smaller with fewer people. Under ideal circumstances, I could complete the main mission by staying for 12 hours. Outside, unknown shadows drifted and flickered in the white mist as eerie tones seeped through the gaps, making every person in the supermarket tremble with fear. In this situation, the people in the supermarket finally gathered together, and I was able to understand the specifics of the circumstances. Unlike the complex crowd in the mist, this bright glory supermarket had only 12 people, including myself. Besides the middle-aged woman, the obese store manager Yamada, and the middle-aged office worker standing by the cash register, there was a pair of high school sweethearts in summer uniforms next to me, along with a blonde, heavily made-up Jairu. Further inside the supermarket stood a muscular man and a young girl in gas station uniform, looking utterly flustered. In the distance, an elderly woman leaning on a cane held a child's hand. The most striking figure was the old man standing at the center of the group, observing the exit, dressed in rough-spun clothes, wearing heavily worn straw sandals, with an aged double-barreled shotgun slung across his back. Everyone had loosely formed a circle around him, maintaining silence, while deliberately avoiding a smeared patch of blood near the entrance. The gruesome sight suggested someone had been dragged into the mist. This scenario seems to be set in summer, with excessively high temperatures. I'm genuinely concerned that the shredded flesh and bloodstains at the entrance might become unbearable. Fortunately, it's summer, my short sleeves don't stand out, so I haven't drawn any extra attention. I glance around and notice several people fiddling with their phones, either refreshing social media or listening to the no-signal notification tone. I'd like to check my phone too, but all I have left are the snatch ticket, notebook, and fountain pen. Picking up the ticket, there was no useful information on it, just the words, dungeon ticket, phantom mist, 5 of cups, mode, solo. The supermarket lights were dim, the backup generator struggling to maintain power, and with several fluorescent tubes having fallen during the recent minor earthquake, the interior was barely illuminated. The female student in the couple broke the heavy silence first, saying the police and military would come to rescue everyone. But apart from her boyfriend, no one responded. Clearly, the others weren't optimistic. The old hunter analyzed that since this was the countryside, the police might not prioritize rescuing us, and the extent of the fog spread remained unknown. It must be said that his reasoning is sound. There's a good reason he's become the temporary leader. The chubby store manager, annoyed to see everyone deferring to the old hunter, boasted that the supermarket was stocked with enough supplies to last a decade. But his words only dragged everyone back into an awkward silence. I wasn't in a hurry to join the discussion. Laying low wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Gathering intel was more important. The old hunter was right. Counting on outside help was unrealistic, and I didn't believe we could live safely in the supermarket either. The level I main quest is, survive for 12 hours in Huining supermarket. Completing it would grant a return ticket, but these 12 hours are bound to bring unexpected dangers. If it were easy to clear, the black hoodie player on the subway wouldn't have been so terrified. Clearly, he'd gained considerable advantages from dungeons and games. His physical abilities and reflexes, far surpassing those of ordinary people, were proof. Though I didn't understand the meaning of the Holy Grail 5, complacency was absolutely not an option. Just as I was debating when to join the discussion and seize control, the middle-aged office worker suddenly roared, "Hey!" I had noticed his ashen complexion earlier, but never expected him to act like this. Everyone else was startled too. The female clerk nearly fell over. Turns out he was cursing at that flashy girl taking selfies with her garish phone, but she didn't care at all and even mocked him. The portly shopkeeper quickly stepped in to stop the middle-aged salaryman, which only drew more derisive laughter from the girl. This heated up the supermarket atmosphere alright, but it also sparked divisions and conflicts. I rubbed my hair. It seemed I had no choice but to get involved. After adjusting my heartbroken tag, I clapped my hands and stepped into the center of the argument. Everyone, I said, could you listen to me for a moment? Since the conflict wasn't serious to begin with, both sides fell silent when someone stepped in as peacemaker. Seeing all eyes on me, I nodded in satisfaction and continued, instead of arguing, there's something far more urgent we should be focusing on. Just then, the burly man by the shelves chimed in, asking what it was. Naturally, I seized the opportunity and pointed solemnly at the fragile glass walls. We need to reinforce the supermarket's defenses, I said. Chapter 6, The Haunting Mist, Monster. Phew. After tossing the large bag of pet food he was carrying onto the pile by the door, Gaoi sighed in relief and took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Apart from the elderly woman, the child, and the female student whose boyfriend had convinced her to rest due to menstrual discomfort preventing physical activity, everyone else was participating in building the defensive fortifications. Even the spicy girl had helped carry 2 bags, though she had already started another round of selfies. The so-called fortification was actually just emptying large bags of merchandise from the supermarket shelves and reinforcing them with metal racks pushed against the glass walls. After all, it concerned everyone's safety, so the group worked with considerable diligence. Particularly noteworthy was that male student who had vowed to do his girlfriend's share of the work too. His efficiency was exceptionally high and deserved special praise. Such is the power of love, perhaps. Looking at the glowing, heartbroken tag in his profile, Gaoi couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. It's worth mentioning that the chubby shop owner named Yamada was putting on quite a show, constantly exclaiming so tired, let's do our best everyone, and phew, finished moving another batch. However, Gaoi noticed that his actual workload was even lighter than the female gas station attendants. Then again, he was just annoying by nature. Actually, while helping everyone select the goods to carry and introducing the supermarket layout, he didn't hold back at all. Seizing the chance to relax his body, Gaoi once again began studying the new synthesis option. This was a new feature of the tag system. Upon opening it, 2 small frames appeared before his eyes, allowing him to freely place 1 tag and 1 trait inside. Among the currently practical traits, that deception one, perhaps? Gaoi looked at the labels he possessed / in debt / journalist / heartbroken / good person / professional internet surfer / old lady's friend / He truly needed to play the role of a deceiver now. But which of these labels seemed best suited to deception? A journalist who can deceive? Isn't that just the same thing anyway? After pondering for a moment, Gaoi came up with an idea and filled out the synthesis list completely. Deadbeat, common, plus deception, common. A flash of golden light before my eyes, the original labels and traits vanished, replaced by a brand new display. Professional Deadbeat LV.1, Rare. EXP, 0/1000. Tag ability, Deception Game, your lies are more convincing, and your creditors will be more patient. He casually equipped it, replacing the reporter tag. After all, one of the reporter tag's abilities was higher probability of encountering various unexpected incidents and breaking news. Given his current circumstances, neither breaking nor unexpected was something Gaoi wished to encounter. Hey there, friend, you're not from around here, are you? As Gaoi was lost in thought, the burly, dark-skinned man approached, placing a large bag of pet food beside him and striking up a conversation. Oh right, I'm not from around here. Gaoi was taken by surprise, but quickly responded with a smile and followed the other person to retrieve another bag of fortress materials. I thought so, since I've never seen you before. Saying this, he extended his powerfully built right hand. I'm Fujimoto. Just call me Gaoi. After shaking hands with the man who introduced himself as Fujimoto and confirming that he showed no particular reaction to his name, Gaoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The names of the people here were clearly Japanese sounding, so Gaoi had already prepared himself for surprise reactions, planning to brush it off with "this is my nickname." Fujimoto evidently had something he wanted to say, and Gaoi was more than happy to let him speak. After all, the muscular man was second only to the hunting rifle in terms of combat strength on paper. In their current situation, building a good relationship with him was definitely not a bad idea. You wouldn't know, but ours is a small, isolated town where outsiders rarely visit. The person snatched by that wolf-like creature at the entrance was one, and now you're another. Really? I can't really tell. Gaoi effortlessly sensed the other party's urge to confide in the unsaid words lingering beneath. He simply sighed in agreement, playing along. But then again, the other party's explanation did clear up the previous confusion. What exactly were those bloodstains and flesh fragments at the entrance? As the distance closed, Gaoi had more time to observe the other party closely. At first glance, the man named Fujimoto appeared to be that kind of ruthless rogue, but upon interaction, one could tell he wasn't like that. His muscles weren't exaggerated but looked extremely solid, likely the result of long-term manual labor. Contradicting his physique were his sharp eyes and logically coherent speech. Seeing that Gaoi showed no intention to respond, he continued on his own. By the way, why are you here? What brings you to this store so late at night? Where were you planning to stay? Gaoi keenly picked up on the probing tone and subtle hostility. It seemed this Fujimoto wasn't just here to make casual friends. Carrying another bag of dog food onto his shoulder, Gaoi deliberately put on an exaggerated panting act to buy himself some thinking time. This is the crucial point for gaining the other party's trust. Lying is inevitable, the question lies in fabricating a convincing falsehood. Actually, I wasn't headed for your town. Just passing through when I saw this place and thought to refuel. From the supermarket staff configuration and fragmented conversations, Gaoi had already formed basic judgments about this dungeon's general circumstances. The female gas station attendant stood right over there. Considering she appeared at the supermarket in uniform late at night, and the obvious familiarity between her and manager Yamada, it's not hard to conclude that the gas station is adjacent to the supermarket. And as a facility resembling a highway rest stop, why would so many townspeople gather there? Given that both elderly and children visit, it's clear this Huirong supermarket must be located relatively close to the town. At the same time, there were likely entertainment facilities like KTVs and hotels built nearby, with the entire area serving as a partial commercial center. This also explains why there were student couples and glamorous women appearing in the vicinity late at night. Finally, combined with Mr. Fujimoto's wariness toward outsiders, the excuse of stopping by for gas naturally came to mind. Of course, this reason could only barely withstand one round of questioning. When Gaoi saw Fujimoto slightly open his mouth, about to press further, he hurriedly cut in with his own question. By the way, what's your relationship with that old man carrying the hunting rifle? You two seemed pretty close. Of course, Gaoi hadn't actually seen them being pretty close. On the contrary, their mutual dislike was practically written all over their faces. TCH, that stubborn old coot. We're not close at all. Always blabbering about customs and traditions, that damn geezer. Great, successfully got him into the complaining phase. If left to his own devices, letting him ask questions like where are you driving to, or what brand of your car, then Gaoi would really be at a loss. Fujimoto began rambling non-stop, complaining about how that old hunter kept spouting traditional customs and preventing him from going out to work. Gaoi didn't mind the other's grievances either. With an expression of half seriousness and half indifference honed during his school days, he surreptitiously observed the other people in the supermarket. Manager Yamada was still jumping around, boasting about his achievements and trying to impress the female gas station employee. The middle-aged office worker had set aside his suit jacket and was helping the elderly man carry a sack of rice together. The high school girl who wasn't working was squatting on the ground chatting with the little boy. At that moment, Ms. Negan near the entrance suddenly let out an extremely piercing scream. Gaoi and Fujimoto exchanged a glance, then hurriedly ran toward the entrance with the others. A few meters behind the glass doors, Ms. Negan sat slumped on the ground, her face filled with terror as she pointed toward the glass wall. Following the direction of her trembling finger, beyond the half-finished barricade, through the gaps between the metal racks and cloth sacks, several hairy segmented legs became visible behind the glass wall. They scurried rapidly, and in the final moments, several pairs of eyes gleaming with crimson light could faintly be seen. In an instant, they vanished once more. The supermarket lights flickered appropriately several times, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Had the monsters finally made their entrance? Gaoi let out a slight sigh and raised his left hand, summoning the light screen. 1. Survive for 12 hours in Huirong supermarket, countdown, 11 hours 16 minutes and 32 seconds. Less than an hour after the instance began, the brief tranquility within the supermarket was shattered once more. Chapter 7, Heart's Perilous Fog, Chaos. What is that thing? The first to arrive nearby was that middle-aged office worker, his voice now noticeably trembling as he spoke in broken fragments of doubt. Judging by its appearance, it seems to be some sort of spider. The old hunter stroked the stubble on his chin and rasped out his observation. Of course, everyone understood that a creature roughly the size of a medium-sized dog was certainly no ordinary spider. What kind of spider could possibly be this big? What kind of fog is this massive? Don't you remember what happened to that gentleman before? Have you forgotten how he died? Panic wrapped around meaningless arguments, plunging the supermarket into unbearable tension. Just then, the old woman who had never spoken suddenly let out a shrill, piercing scream, capturing everyone's attention. The mountain god. It's the mountain god's wrath, all because you people disregarded our ancestors' traditions and brought back outsiders' things. The mountain god's mighty hand has already taken away that outsider, now it's your turn. Her eyes, narrowed to slits, suddenly flew open, bringing the supermarket's uneasy atmosphere to a fever pitch. Arguments, screams, curses. Then, the discordant parting. The atmosphere, momentarily softened by collective labor, plunged back into icy rigidity. The monster's appearance shattered everyone's last remaining illusions. The uneasy crowd dispersed in silence, each lost in their own troubled thoughts. Of course, Gaoi was the exception. Cursed by the goddess of luck since childhood, he naturally never expected any so-called miracles. The notion of simply sleeping through his supermarket experience and waking up to find the main quest completed, with prizes and adventures raining upon him, such scenarios were beyond even his wildest dreams. But exactly because of this, without expectations there can be no disappointment. Gaoi took several steps back, distancing himself from the collapsing crowd, organizing the known intelligence at top speed. The origin of the fog and monsters remained a mystery, but it wasn't the crucial point. Gaoi understood perfectly well, with his ordinary-level physique, even with the shotgun and others' assistance, breaking through the monster's encirclement head-on was impossible. What truly matters now is confirming the number and types of monsters, as well as the fog's range and characteristics. When it comes down to it, knowing where the fog and monsters come from doesn't actually solve the problem. Whether it's leaking pollutants, a mad scientist's evil plan, or the wrath of the mountain god, none of these can change the current situation. Ultimately, Gaoi currently has 3 urgent priorities. 1. Gather as much information as possible to understand what happened before his arrival, how the man who died earlier mentioned by the townspeople met his end, and thereby uncover information about the monster in the mist. 2. Communicate with more people inside the supermarket, resolve conflicts, and unite as much combat strength as possible. 3. Explore the entire supermarket for usable weapons, equipment, and information to strengthen their defenses as much as possible. After jotting down the questions in his pocket notebook, Gaoi finally let out a sigh of relief. This had always been his way of dealing with problems. When faced with an overwhelming challenge, break it down into smaller, manageable pieces. Looking back into the supermarket, the sparse gathering of barely a dozen people had already fractured into several small groups, whispering amongst themselves. One could say this is inherent human nature. The moment there are more than 2 people, factions form and attacks begin. This, after all, is how politics and religion came to be. With a slight sigh, Gaoi checked the task list. 1. Survive in Huerong supermarket for 12 hours, countdown, 11 hours 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Nearly an hour had already passed. If the objective was to complete this basic task, roughly 1/12 of it was already done. But from another perspective, the inevitable upheaval was drawing ever closer. We can't delay any longer, we must execute the plan quickly. So, it seems we really should contact those people first after all. The thick white fog outside the supermarket remained impenetrable, blocking all attempts to peer beyond, making this modest supermarket resemble a tiny boat adrift in the deep sea, teetering precariously. Inside, it could roughly be divided into 3 factions now. The old hunter, the elderly woman, and the glamorous girl stayed together, currently sitting quietly in the depths of the supermarket. Though not entirely clear why, the glamorous girl was indeed part of their faction. Middle-aged woman Niga, the student couple, and that 7 or 8-year-old child formed the women and children group. They surrounded the little boy, spread out a few bath towels on the ground, and enclosed an area near the central shelves, apparently trying to lull the child to sleep. Lastly, there were the middle-aged office worker, the muscular man Fujimoto, the store manager Yamada, and the female gas station attendant. They gathered at the supermarket entrance, still engaged in a heated argument over something. As for where Gaoi should start probing for information first, it wasn't really much of a choice at all. The 2 elderly men had already clearly shown resistance to all outsiders, making it impossible for him, a genuine outsider, to be welcomed. As for the mother-child duo, the emotionally unstable woman, the love-struck student couple, and the child who had just fallen asleep, to put it bluntly, the intelligence and information they possessed weren't necessarily superior to Gaoi's. Having considered this, making a choice was no longer difficult. Slowly, Gaoi approached the final group of young adults. The 3 men and 1 woman were currently engaged in a heated argument. My car is parked not far outside. If we can make it there, we might be able to get away. The middle-aged office worker clenched his teeth, his tone resolute. The burly man Fujimoto beside them also slightly raised his head in agreement. This fog must have its limits. There's no way it could envelop the entire world. How can that be? Have you forgotten about those monsters outside? Didn't that customer earlier try to leave? The female gas station attendant was clearly flustered. She tucked the hair from her forehead to one side as she rebutted heatedly. At this moment, Gaoi noticed a round badge pinned to her chest. It bore a cartoon logo of a smirking mouth and the female clerk's name, Xiaohong. Well, her name might not actually be Xiaohong, it could have been a nickname, stage name, or something similar. But at the very least, that's what everyone else called her. One of them was the chubby store manager named Yamada, who shook his double chin and objected. Xiaohong is right. We should wait for rescue in the supermarket. There's no shortage of food or drink here, so there's no need to leave. Then what about my family? Am I supposed to just leave my wife and kids at home? The salaryman's voice rose again, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the supermarket. With that, he walked to one side, took off his suit jacket, and attempted to fashion a makeshift spear using a mop handle and kitchen utensils. Meanwhile, the burly man Fujimoto also stopped participating in the argument and quietly began preparing. The gas station employee named Xiaohong wanted to intervene but had no idea what to say, anxiously shuffling in place. Noticing Gao Yi's approach, she seemed to grab onto a lifeline, hastily trotting over to say, "Sir, could you please help persuade them too? It's really too dangerous out there." Looking at Xiaohong's pitiful expression on the verge of tears before him, Gao Yi smiled faintly and turned to the two who wanted to leave. "Hey, could you wait just a moment?" The burly man Fujimoto frowned with displeasure, speaking in an annoyed tone. "What's the matter? Are you here to stop us too?" No, not at all." Gao Yi quickly waved his hands and added, "If you're leaving, please take Ms. Naija with you. I remember she's also very concerned about her daughter at home." Helpful citizen tag, experience points plus 20. As expected, the other newly synthesized tag had just successfully gained an experience bonus. However, Gao Yi's words clearly caught everyone by surprise. Within the supermarket, a brief silence fell over the group. Chapter 8, Heart's Delusion Missed, Tag. Gao Yi had actually been pondering all along, what exactly did this label system on him represent? First of all, what is a label? In daily life, we unconsciously slap labels on everyone we encounter. Gender, occupation, personality, identity, status. We understand and perceive others through the labels attached to them. The labels bestowed upon Gao Yi by the system were precisely the most prominent traits he exhibited during that period. A journalist, a debtor burdened with significant debt, a heartbroken lover, a good person in the conventional sense, a professional internet surfer, and even a charming companion to elderly women. When these labels were materialized by the system, each bestowed Gao Yi with certain enhanced abilities. Upgrading grants access to more abilities. Most of these abilities manifest as passive skills. According to the earliest system information, new skills are unlocked at levels 1, 2, 4, 8, and so on. For example, Reporter LV3, grants Gao Yi. Nightwalker, higher chance of encountering various unexpected incidents and breaking news. Truth Above All, randomly obtains a classified document each week. The second skill, Truth Above All, hasn't been triggered yet. But ever since the emergence of the Nightwalker ability, Gao Yi has clearly noticed an increase in peculiar incidents around him. Today's inexplicable entry into this dungeon and game counts as one such occurrence. Though this system remains shrouded in mysteries, why it appeared, and why it chose him. But for Gao Yi, the top priority right now is to gain experience through actions and completing missions, thereby leveling up his tags and acquiring more abilities. Rather than hesitating and being indecisive, it's better to make the most of everything available and focus on improving oneself first. But the question is, how does one gain experience points? In the previous attempts, Gao Yi gradually started to get the hang of it. When he disguised himself as an employee and infiltrated the fraudulent company before being discovered, the journalist's experience points increased. Yet during ordinary days when writing articles or gathering materials, tasks that are clearly part of a journalist's work, this experience gain notification never appears. After some consideration, Gao Yi concluded that the key factor wasn't himself, but others. Only when others perceived Gao Yi's words and actions as fitting the label's persona would the corresponding label's experience increase. Otherwise, even if you utilize the tag's ability, it won't increase the tag's experience value. Just like earlier, when Gao Yi displayed his kind-hearted demeanor and didn't stop the actions of the others, it was clearly noticed by other people in the supermarket. As a result, the helpful citizen tag received a 20-point experience boost. And this tag was the product of a previous synthesis. After defeating the black-hooded lunatic in the subway, Gao Yi acquired a heroic intervention trait. From the very beginning, he had been contemplating which tag to combine it with. After a period of deliberation and hesitation, Gao Yi finally made his choice. Good person, common, plus, heroic intervention, rare. Helpful citizen LV1, rare. Ability tag, Zootopia, makes people subconsciously feel closeness and reliability, making it easier to gain trust and praise. According to the reporter tag's experience, the higher the level of the tag, the stronger the ability should be. What Gaoi wanted now was to upgrade it to level 2 first and see what the next skill would be. Back inside the supermarket, he was bidding farewell to the three people who were about to leave. The burly Fujimoto, the middle-aged office worker, and the distressed-looking Ms. Naga were now fully prepared to depart. Fujimoto and the office worker carried homemade weapons and shields. To be honest, they didn't look particularly reliable. As for Ms. Naga, she still wore those sunglasses of hers, making it hard to decipher her expression. The store manager Yamada had been vehemently opposing moments earlier, but seeing their unwavering resolve to leave, he had no choice but to relent. "Then, we'll be going. Don't worry, we'll definitely call for help once we're safe." Fujimoto gave a slight nod to Gaoi, then cast a complicated glance toward the old hunter deep inside the supermarket, puffing on his pipe. Yet, there was no hint of them coming out to see me off, their gaze stubbornly fixed on the cat and dog posters plastered on the wall. After exchanging brief warnings like, "If there's danger, remember to run back immediately and be very careful," the three men squeezed through the narrow aisles crowded with metal shelves and goods, disappearing into the boundless white mist without looking back. Despite having just offered such warnings, the remaining people in the supermarket swiftly closed the gap in the aisle they had left behind. Meanwhile, Gaoi crouched on the floor, peering through the gaps between the shelves and piled goods, waiting for any sign of movement outside the supermarket. More than a minute passed, yet the anticipated screams and bloodshed still hadn't arrived. But the sound of the car engine starting never came either. Inside and outside the supermarket, an eerie silence once again descended. Gaoi jotted down notes once more in his small notebook, listing out all possible conjectures in order. Are the monsters not very aggressive? Does the fog have soundproofing effects? Does entering the fog lead to unconsciousness or poisoning where you can't call for help? With a sigh, he flipped through the notebook in his hand again. The problem lies in information, there's simply too little of it. If this were a virtual game, Gaoi would have already saved and tested each scenario one by one. But this bizarre game Gaoi found himself in clearly involved mortal danger. Under no circumstances should one take such risks. This was precisely why he decided to let the three people in the supermarket leave, to let them shoulder the responsibility of scouting the path. Setting that aside, Gaoi actually had some new speculations. Just like the various video games I've played before, this eerie game I'm participating in has its own focus. Perhaps this dungeon called Heart's Evil Mist isn't testing the player's combat abilities, and this dungeon itself hides deeper secrets. Flipping my wrist, I summoned the light screen. Episode I, survived 12 hours in Huerong Supermarket, countdown 10 hours 36 minutes and 55 seconds. An hour and a half had already passed, there was no more time to waste. Gaoi turned to look inside the supermarket. The crowd, who had just been fixated on the outside, relaxed once more, returning to their scattered positions. His notebook outlined the next steps of the plan. 1. Gather as much information as possible to understand what happened before your arrival, how the man who died earlier mentioned by the townsfolk met his end, and thereby uncover details about the monster in the fog. If I want to ask about this, who should I approach? Once again, Gaoi scanned his surroundings before making his choice. Near the supermarket checkout counter, manager Yamada was telling awkward dirty jokes to the gas station employee named Xiaohong. "So, that's the difference between a cucumber and a finger, ha 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 ha." The chubby store manager burst into laughter at his own joke, his plump cheeks bouncing with mirth. Xiaohong forced an awkward chuckle beside him, yet for some reason, she neither refuted him nor walked away. But her discomfort was obvious. When Yamada wasn't looking, she occasionally turned her head to sigh quietly. "Sorry." Gaoi timed it perfectly, stepping slowly between the two as he continued. "Miss Xiaohong, I'd like to ask you some questions. Could we talk privately for a moment?" The bewildered Xiaohong seemed to grab at this lifeline, nodding hurriedly in agreement before quickly following Gaoi away. Experience points for the concerned citizen tag plus 50. To think I'd gained so much experience at once, it seems I really did act as a good Samaritan. Before leaving, Gaoi clearly noticed a flicker of murderous resentment pass through store manager Yamada's expression. Along with that, the supermarket's lighting seemed to dim slightly. Ah well, being a concerned citizen does tend to make people resentful. The current question is how much this Xiaohong actually knows. Chapter 9, The Return of Heart's Deceptive Fog. Beside the supermarket's employee break room, after confirming no one was around, Gaoi and Xiaohong came to a stop. Only now did Gaoi finally have time to properly observe his companion. Her shoulder-length black hair was pinned back with bobby pins to form neat bangs. Over her gas station uniform, she wore a black apron. Her legs, slightly bow-legged, trembled uncontrollably. It's worth mentioning that her lower body apron was quite short, completely revealing her sheer stockings of the same color. Strangely, she even wore a pair of blazing red high heels, which contrasted starkly with her overall demeanor. At this moment, Xiaohong kept her head lowered, hands folded together, her two thumbs repeatedly rubbing against each other in anxiety. "If you don't want to talk to that Yamada fellow, you can absolutely refuse." Gaoi looked at the other person's pitiful state, sighed, and couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Truth be told, compared to his own life, these strangers within the game instances were really insignificant. But with the others standing so pathetically before him, Gaui simply couldn't bring himself to walk away. This was also why he became a journalist and exactly why anyone would want to deceive him. I understand, actually, Manager Yamada hasn't done anything bad either. Little Red lowered her head even further, her voice growing increasingly faint. No, I mustn't get sidetracked. Gaui rubbed his hair and steered the conversation back on track. I'd like to understand more. Could you tell me what you were doing before the fog appeared, and what happened to the owner of that pool of blood by the entrance you mentioned earlier? Well, before the fog came, I don't really remember. I think I came here to buy something? Xiao Hong furrowed her brows, seemingly straining to recall but drawing a complete blank. Her hands rubbed together more fiercely, clearly showing extreme nervousness. That's all right. Then tell me about that pool of blood near the entrance. No longer needing to recall seemed to ease Xiao Hong's mind, but the current topic clearly unsettled her once more. A dark figure, followed by tentacles. Strange tentacles suddenly reached out from the fog, grabbed a man tightly, and dragged him away. After bidding Xiao Hong farewell, Gaui excused himself to use the restroom and pushed open the door of the staff lounge. To be honest, whether it was extreme panic or fear, Xiao Hong's account was fragmented and unclear. After asking for a long time, not much useful information was obtained. Helpless, I had no choice but to give up on further questioning. But there was one particularly strange thing. According to Mr. Fujimoto's account, the earliest victim was killed by some kind of wolf-like beast, and in the old woman's words, it was the mighty hand of the mountain god. The discrepancy in their stories didn't initially worry Gaui too much, he simply dismissed the old woman's version as exaggerated storytelling. But now, a third different version has emerged. There's a problem. Magic? A psychic attack? Gaui jotted down his speculations in the notebook, flipped through the pages again, then couldn't help but sigh once more. In these 2 hours, I haven't obtained any concrete information about the monsters or the fog, just a pile of vague guesses. Helpless, in the fog-filled supermarket, it was truly difficult to gather any information. Listening carefully, store manager Yamada outside the door resumed his conversation with Xiao Hong, faintly accompanied by a child's snoring. Gently rubbing his stiff neck twice, Gaui shook off his fatigue and began searching around the staff break room. The entire staff break room wasn't spacious, illuminated only by a flickering incandescent bulb, the sole remaining light source. A worn brown second-hand sofa paired with a wooden coffee table nearly as old as Gaui himself formed the modest resting corner. Several paper cups littered with leftover tea leaves sat uncollected on the coffee table. Beneath them lay various promotional flyers for sales events, many bearing the name of the Huirong supermarket chain. Yet it was clear this branch in such a remote location hadn't adhered to corporate mandated promotions like buy 2 get 1 free or prize draws. This was hardly surprising, though nominally part of the chain, the store was effectively independently operated, merely flying the franchise banner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed such unprofessional placement and display on the shelves. Stepping onto the coffee table, I saw the small window near the ceiling tightly shut, with nothing but endless white fog outside. Upon closer inspection, faint black shadows could be seen drifting within the fog, their origins unknown. Yet compared to when the game first began, these shadows had clearly grown much more restless. With a slight sigh, Gaui casually summoned the translucent screen. One survived for 12 hours in Huirong supermarket, countdown, 9 hours 54 minutes and 23 seconds. There was no way around it, the entire supermarket had no clocks or anything of the sort. The only way to check the time was through a few customers' phones, and Gaui didn't have one. In the end, the only way to measure the passage of time was through the countdown of the mission. He could roughly estimate the passage of time by physical sensation, but in this bizarre game, it was best not to rely too much on intuition. Stepping down from the coffee table, he turned to look at the other side. Standing there were 3 rusty metal lockers, the kind often seen in Western teen movies, their doors covered in stubborn adhesive residue from things that had been repeatedly stuck on and torn off. Slowly pulling open the slightly jammed and dented locker doors, Gaui examined each one in turn. The entire Huirong supermarket has only 3 employees, or more accurately, now just 2 remain. A female employee seems to have resigned, as her locker was mostly emptied, leaving behind only items like duty reports and inventory lists. Notably, there was also a letter placed inside the locker. Upon opening it, the letter contained accusations against another employee in the supermarket. The employee named Sho Masugi engaged in sexual harassment at work, frequently making intentional or unintentional physical contact with her. Her stockings had even gone missing from her locker. Perhaps this letter was meant for the store manager, but considering Yamada's disgraceful behavior, it's clear that the corruption starts at the top. The locker on the other side belonged to that Masugi fellow. Upon opening it, the first thing that hit was a foul stench. The cabinet was stuffed with crumpled papers and flyers, with a rotting pizza and loose pills wrapped in a shirt. The oversized work uniform was covered in stains. Unkempt, tall and sturdy, extremely poor hygiene. Gaui could easily sketch out a basic profile. Under the pizza, whose age was anyone's guess, Gaoi also found a blacked-out employee ID photo. Perhaps this Masaru wasn't too confident in his appearance. From the innermost part, where a small hole had been blocked by flyers, Gaoi also discovered 2 pairs of black stockings. It seems the resigned female employee had indeed spoken the truth. The last remaining was the locker of manager Yamada. Surprisingly, the portly manager's locker was remarkably tidy. 2 sets of uniforms hung neatly on hooks, while the drawer contained assorted registration documents and receipt records all perfectly organized. From the meticulously positioned assortment of items, Gaoi could sense a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Didn't expect that. That Yamada guy looks so shady, yet he's actually quite tidy? Muttering about how appearances can be deceiving, Gaoi carefully searched around but found absolutely nothing noteworthy. Other than reconfirming that this supermarket was located near a highway beside a small town, with delivery trucks coming every 3 days, he came up completely empty-handed. Many documents had their specific data and contents obscured by various stains. Whether this was the work of the eerie game remained unknown. After closing the cabinet door and returning most items to their original positions as much as possible, he only took a fruit knife from manager Yamada's cabinet, tucking it into his waistband. Takai sat down on the sofa, burying his head in his hands as he sank deep into thought. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The search yielded no useful information, and all anticipated weapons and equipment were nowhere to be found. Would he really have to wait in this supermarket for 12 hours, praying for Lady Luck to take pity on him? With a slight thought, Gaoi opened the label system. The task before him still remained. Special mission, explore the events at Huimart Supermarket and uncover the truth behind the disaster. 9 hours 43 minutes and 34 seconds. No, this mission exists. There must be a way for me to uncover the truth behind the disaster. The question is, where's the breakthrough point? There are still 3 chances left for the lottery. Why not use them now? Gaoi was already accustomed to his nightmarish streak of misfortune, holding no expectations for any lottery draws. Now, summoning the thought felt like a desperate remedy, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Just as he was about to spin the wheel for the prize draw, a clamor erupted from outside the door, as if some new disturbance had arisen in the supermarket. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, Xiao Hong pushed the door open panting heavily. Sir, outside the supermarket. Don't rush, take your time. What's happening outside the supermarket? Gaoi stood up, carefully storing his notebook again, speaking in a measured tone. The 3 people who left earlier, they've come back outside the supermarket. Chapter 10, Haunting Fog, Bewilderment. One survived for 12 hours in Huirong Supermarket, countdown, 9 hours 37 minutes and 25 seconds. At the entrance of the Huirong Supermarket, amidst the gap between the white fog and the glass doors, 3 figures were frantically pounding on them. As Gaoi approached, it wasn't hard to recognize them, the burly Fujimoto, the middle-aged salaryman, and Ms. Naga, the same trio who had left just over half an hour ago. It's clear that their current situation isn't exactly ideal. The businessman in the suit had his shirt torn with knife-like cuts, the bloodstains already dried. Similar wounds, though not deep, covered Fujimoto's muscles, a ghastly sight to behold. Their makeshift weapons from earlier had vanished, silently bearing witness to the struggle that must have occurred. Most tragic of all was Lady Niga, limping with support, her right shoe lost, revealing a swollen ankle. The sunglasses on his face had also disappeared, revealing the black eyes from the beating. Inside the supermarket, Xiaohong, the gas station attendant who had just run back and forth, was engaged in a heated argument with the old hunter. Why can't we let them in? Are we just supposed to watch them die outside? An unprecedented seriousness appeared on Xiaohong's face, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably from her agitated words. Can you guarantee they're still themselves? With all those terrifying monsters outside, how have they managed to survive this long? The old hunter kept his eyes shut but stood his ground. The soundproofing of the glass door was poor, through the jammed entrance blocked by metal shelves and goods. The trio's pounding and pleas for help came through clearly. Gao could see genuine agony and despair on their faces, yet the old hunter's argument held merit. The very fact of their return was shrouded in unsettling strangeness. But it's also very possible they possess vital information. No matter how you look at it, we can't leave them outside unattended. Gaoi stepped past the 2 arguing men, moved toward the glass door, and loudly called out to those outside. Mr. Fujimoto, do you remember my name? Fujimoto clearly hadn't anticipated Gaoi's move, visibly stunned for a moment before hesitantly responding. I remember it was, Gaoi? Nodding emphatically, Gaoi deliberately turned around with exaggerated gestures, spreading his hands as he addressed the crowd in the supermarket. Everybody, there's no way we can just leave them outside. Whatever questions you have, can't we ask them after they come in? Helpful Citizen Tag, experience points plus 300. Tag leveled up. Helpful Citizen LV1, Helpful Citizen LV2. New skill acquired. In truth, the only opponent in the supermarket had been the old hunter. Seeing everyone else supported letting the people in, he stopped arguing and silently went aside to smoke his pipe. The three of them, wrapped in towels, sat on the sofa. After accepting the drinks handed to them, Gao Yi and the others from the supermarket stood opposite them and listened to their story. Their story wasn't complex, in fact, it was surprisingly simple. Half an hour ago, they had prepared themselves and stepped into the white fog. After leaving the supermarket and entering the mist, before long, the trio had completely lost their bearings. They had hoped to navigate by following the beeping sound of the car key's unlocking signal, but for some reason the key remained utterly unresponsive. After advancing nervously for about 30 seconds, they still couldn't find their expected vehicle at all. Amidst the boundless white mist, they could see shadows moving all around them. Their hearts pounded with fear, and after a brief discussion, they decided to retrace their steps. But little did they know leaving was easy, yet finding their way back proved impossible. That huge supermarket, it vanished completely. We couldn't risk separating, and after wandering for who knows how long, we finally saw the glow of lights here. Ms. Niga sobbed as she recounted the ordeal. Of course, the battle Gao Yi had initially imagined never actually occurred. Their makeshift weapons had simply been lost on their own, and most of their bruises came from tripping in the mist. Ah, it's all your fault for insisting on leaving such a safe supermarket. No matter, everything's fine now. Manager Yamada shook his fleshy face, his tone dripping with smugness, as if to say, I told you so. Did you encounter any monsters? Ignoring Yamada's resentful gaze, Gao Yi unceremoniously cut off his self-satisfied speech and went straight to the point. That all three of them had returned safely completely defied Gao Yi's expectations. If there was any way to break through this game, this had to be it. But unfortunately, Gao Yi's expectations were dashed once again. Only saw blurry dark figures wandering in the fog, terrifying. I didn't dare look up at all, just followed Brother Fujimoto. Dark figures, so many dark figures. Completely uninformative replies. Predictably, when asked did you notice anything strange in the white fog, the answers were uniformly nothing particularly unusual. If there's any information to be gleaned, it's that their wounds allow us to roughly deduce the monster's attack patterns. The steel racks and goods at the entrance had already returned to their original positions, restoring the complete fortress-like state. The failure of these three individuals' attempt extinguished what little remained of the others' desire to venture outside. The supermarket once again sank into confusion and despair. Like everyone else who had dispersed, the female student from the couple suggested finding some blankets to use as makeshift mattresses, while the old hunter gathered a few men to arrange shifts for keeping watch. Gao Yi declared he wouldn't sleep tonight and thus didn't participate in the discussion. With over 9 hours left on the countdown, there was no way Gao Yi would choose to rest by sleeping under such circumstances. Time was both his ally and his looming threat. Now, Gao Yi repeatedly flipped through the notebook, scribbling and sketching on it, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Going outside the building was impossible, and there was no noteworthy information inside the building. Then perhaps the problem lies with the people? Special mission, investigate everything that happened at the Huerong supermarket and uncover the truth behind the disaster. 9 hours 33 minutes and 25 seconds. Gao Yi looked back at his earliest notes about the possible causes of the mysterious fog. Scientific angle, some kind of leak or disaster? Mystical angle, a mountain deity's curse? A conspiracy within the town? Raising his head, Gao Yi turned his gaze back inside the Huerong supermarket. The student couple and Ms. Naija were tending to the sleeping child. Store manager Yamada and the burly Fujimoto were moving the sofa from the employee break room, intending to use it as a makeshift bed. The middle-aged office worker was assigned to keep watch outside the store, while Xiaohong gathered blankets from the supermarket and laid them out together. The old hunter and the elderly woman remained seated in a corner of the supermarket. The blonde bombshell, apparently out of phone battery, idly played with her manicured nails beside them. Besides Gao Yi himself, there were 11 other people in this suburban supermarket, each appearing utterly ordinary. Could one of them be the culprit behind this fog disaster? If all other possibilities are eliminated, what remains must contain the truth. Tucking his notebook away securely, Gao Yi took a deep breath. With a slight flicker of thought, he sensed that the concerned citizen, now leveled up to 2, had acquired a new skill. Gao Yi immediately focused his mind to check. Concerned citizen LV2, rare. Experience points, 1010/2000. Tag abilities, Zootopia, makes people involuntarily feel closeness and reliability, making it easier to gain trust and praise. Big Hero 6, combat ability will be enhanced when acting bravely for justice. Seeing this skill, Gao Yi felt slightly disappointed. Boosting combat prowess wasn't what he needed right now, not to mention it would only activate under vaguely defined circumstances like acting bravely for justice. Of course, Gao Yi had experienced this kind of disappointment countless times before. One more didn't make much difference. The countdown timer for the special mission continued ticking away second by second. There are still 9.5 hours until the 12-hour mark, so we can't expect this calm to last. Before any unforeseen events occur, Gao Yi decides to take the initiative and search for a way to break the deadlock. Chapter 11, Delusions in the Fog, Conflict. To better interrogate everyone, Gao Yi changed his label again, switching back to journalist. Name, Gao Yi. Equip tags, 2Avs journalist LV3, ordinary, concerned citizen LV2, rare. Tag abilities, Night Walker, higher chance of encountering various unexpected incidents and breaking news. Truth above all, randomly obtain a confidential document each week. Zootopia, instantly evokes feelings of familiarity and reliability, making it easier to win trust and praise. Big Hero 6, combat effectiveness increases when acting heroically. Daily tag mission, covertly investigate a criminal organization with over 100 members and obtain evidence of their crimes. Completed. Unequipped tags, Deadbeat LV1, Rare, Heartbroken LV1, Common, Professional Internet Surfer LV1, Common, Elderly Women's Confidant LV2, Rare. Traits held, none. Remaining ordinary item lottery chances *3. Now, faced with a deadlock with no way out, Gao Yi even found himself hoping for an unexpected incident from the Night Stalker. After confirming the label equipment was properly secured, he took a deep breath and surveyed the crowd in the supermarket. Then, a barrage of questions began. What exactly does the company I work for do? Why are you suddenly asking this kind of question? It's just a regular sales company. Sell what? Just some small items. The middle-aged office worker on guard clearly didn't expect Gao Yi to ask such a question. After hesitating briefly, he still provided an answer. Near town? Never heard of any chemical plants or military bases around here. This place is practically deserted. Nothing like that would be here. Uncle Fujimoto raised an eyebrow, yet still answered Gao Yi's question. After expressing their gratitude separately, Gao Yi added 2 more notes beside technology-related leaks or disasters in his notebook. Among the 12 people present including Gao Yi, none had any expertise in chemistry or biology. If one had to name the most chemistry-savvy person, it would probably be those 2 high school students. Moreover, with this limitation, no usable testing equipment could be produced. If there were any dangerous chemical plants nearby the supermarket, or some secretive military base, perhaps we could consider those as potential sources. Yet in this desolate wilderness, there are indeed no such facilities. The origin and properties of this white mist remain a complete mystery. Since this is clearly no longer the world I know, I should broaden my thinking. Could magic and supernatural beings truly exist in this reality? Gao Yi whispered softly, tucked the notebook away, and turned to walk towards the elderly group. What else could it be? It was you outsiders who brought all those foreign things here, angering the mountain deity. The old woman, already looking hostile, grew visibly agitated upon hearing Gao Yi's question and repeated her earlier rhetoric. What exactly do you mean by foreign things? Gao Yi squatted opposite, feigning confusion. Everything here is from out of town. The old woman exaggeratedly raised both hands, drawing a large circle as if to encompass the entire interior of the supermarket. I see. Gao Yi didn't bother questioning why the elderly woman, who clearly despised out-of-town goods, would still shop here, nor did he point out that the clothes she wore were obviously industrial products. Oh hey handsome, don't mind Granny over there. She's been shouting the same stuff for over a decade, yet here she is obediently buying products made by outsiders. The spicy girl playing with her phone nearby waved her hand without even looking up, provoking the old woman so much that her narrowed eyes flew open as she began loudly criticizing the girl's outfit. But this only elicited another round of laughter from the fashionable young woman. When I asked the old hunter nearby, I received no useful reply. I've hunted on this mountain for decades, seen plenty of wild beasts, but strange devices or structures? Never once. Is that so? Gao Yi thanked him again and noticed that the experience for his journalist tag had increased slightly. As he turned to leave, the spicy girl behind him sneered and bid farewell to Gao Yi. Oh dear, there's no use being impatient. It's already 1 a.m. now, just go get some sleep, lil bro. He responded with a forced chuckle, but still made no progress whatsoever. Staring at his notebook, if neither the Mystic Faction nor Tech Faction hypotheses were correct, then what could the answer be? Everyone's words sounded normal, but when pieced together, they unmistakably gave Gao Yi a sense of eerie absurdity. There must be some problem here, something he hadn't uncovered yet. No, perhaps he had already noticed it but overlooked it. Glancing at the last few people he hadn't spoken with yet, Gao Yi approached the student couple and the sleeping child. The child was now asleep on the sofa, with Mrs. Naga smiling affectionately beside him, gently patting his back. When I first saw this middle-aged woman, she had been wearing sunglasses the whole time. After going out into the mist, she seemed to have lost them somewhere, as she returned without wearing them, and the exposed part of her face was covered in dark bruises, clearly old injuries. Upon closer observation, Ms. Naja wore long sleeves and pants even in the summer heat, likely to conceal the wounds on her body. Ms. Naja, does your husband ever resort to violence with you? The truth wasn't hard to discern. The injuries on her body clearly indicated prolonged, recurring abuse. Domestic violence, that was the inevitable conclusion. Although I don't fully understand the specific setting of this world, domestic violence is a universal issue that transcends borders and eras. But to Gao Yi's surprise, Ms. Niga showed an astonished expression, tilting her head slightly. Violence? No, not at all. Hearing this response, Gao Yi also furrowed his brows as confusion welled up in his heart. He hadn't ruled out the possibility of her hiding something, but what surprised him was Ms. Niga's expression and demeanor. This wasn't the look of someone concealing family shame or avoiding the truth. On the contrary, she appeared genuinely unaware, as if the so-called domestic violence had never existed. Then why wear sunglasses at night and long sleeves in midsummer, if not to cover wounds? The wound? No, Mr. Gao Yi. Ms. Nega's expression grew even more perplexed as she hesitantly spoke. Isn't it winter now? Ha! Gao Yi's furrowed brows tightened further. Ms. Nega's words seemed to have lost all logic. But what followed from the student couple beside them made it impossible for Gao Yi to remain calm. The male student shook his head in utter confusion, ruffling his hair as he asked, "Night? Wait, isn't it just past noon right now?" He exchanged glances with his girlfriend, then simultaneously turned their phone screens toward Gao Yi, adding as if to clarify, "We came here for lunch." Looking at the phone screen being extended toward him, Gao Yi felt his hair stand on end. Above the couple's wallpaper on the device, the current time was glaringly displayed. 2:32 p.m. Chapter 12, The Fog of Delusion, Collapse. Impossible. Gao Yi couldn't contain his outburst as fragments of earlier details exploded in his mind. Looking back now, when he first entered this dungeon scenario, everyone had already gathered, and the snowbound lodge pattern within the supermarket had already formed. All his understanding of this world came from others' words, not just the time and season, but also the unfolding events. Countless errors and contradictions had always existed. Gao Yi had simply chosen to overlook them. "Keep your voice down, Mr. Gao Yi, don't wake the children." Gao Yi suddenly shouted out, prompting Ms. Naya to quickly wave her hands and lean down to check the little boy's condition. He let out a light sigh and raised his hand in an okay gesture, indicating he hadn't been woken up. But at this moment, Gao Yi felt nothing but a cold sweat breaking out. Aware of the contradiction, an even greater mystery surged within him, making his voice tremble uncontrollably. Whose child is this? Who brought him? Not only Mrs. Niga, but also that student couple wore perplexed expressions, as if they didn't understand what Gao Yi was asking. "Granny, did you bring this boy with you?" Seeing no response from the others, Gao Yi turned around and called out to the old woman sitting at the deepest part of the supermarket. If memory served, when the group first gathered, it was this old woman who had been holding the child's hand. "No, earlier, I just saw him walking around alone. I thought he'd gotten lost." The old woman furrowed her brow, further creasing her already deeply wrinkled skin. "Then how did this child end up in the supermarket? Did anyone see it happen?" Gao Yi circled the supermarket, shouting his question, but all he got in return were blank stares of confusion from everyone else. Not just the time, this space was all wrong too. Gao Yi realized that his earlier assumptions and explorations had been completely off the mark. This scenario wasn't part of the familiar material world anymore. It had already edged dangerously close to the transcendental realm of the mind. None of the people here possessed complete memories, nor did they understand what had truly happened to this world. And this was precisely why Gao Yi's investigation had been stuck in place. When Gao Yi first arrived in this haunting mist, he saw the group inside the supermarket and instinctively assumed that as a player, he had joined this incident midway. Just as instinctively, he believed that the other characters within the script knew far more than he did and had a clear understanding of everything. But contrary to expectations, they knew no more about this script than Gao Yi did. The little boy nearby seemed to have heard Gao Yi's shouts as well. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly sat up from the sofa. Everyone in the supermarket was lost in thought. Xiaohong had even slumped weakly to the floor in a duck sit, clutching her head in agony. Clearly, Gao Yi's question had stirred their memories, and the conflict between recollection and reality was beginning to surface. At that very moment, the ground suddenly began to violently tremble. This tremor was far more intense than the slight shaking when the script had first begun. The ceiling light shook violently, soon breaking loose and falling, accompanied by sparking wires swinging wildly in the air. The shelves shuddered with increasing intensity first, scattered goods tumbled off, then entire steel racks lost balance, collapsing like a massive set of dominoes. Amid the chaos of screams and curses rising like waves, the light flickered and dimmed. This wasn't even the most terrifying part. Gao Yi didn't need particularly sharp observational skills to notice the damage to the supermarket's glass walls. A swarm of shadowy figures emerged from the white mist, slowly approaching the supermarket's interior. It was difficult to describe what creatures they were or whether they could even be considered living beings. They were tall, humanoid in shape, but pitch black all over, with ribbon-like strips floating around them. Even when near light sources, they appeared as utter darkness when viewed, as if they were inherently the antithesis of light, born to be unobservable by humans. Previously, for a folklore-related report, Gao Yi had crammed himself on world mythology, but this was the first time he'd encountered a monster with such an appearance. No, the current issue wasn't that. The question is, Why would such a sudden change occur? Looking back inside the supermarket, everyone else had fallen into confusion and despair, completely unaware of the monsters outside, merely dodging falling light tubes and ceiling debris by instinct. Did my words create contradictions in their fragmented memories, disrupting the balance of this space? The speculation formed instantly. Those monsters were enormous, yet beneath them sprouted masses of slimy tentacles that had already breached the crumbling barriers and invaded the supermarket interior. No, we need to calm this crowd down. With a slight concentration of thought, replace the journalist tag with deadbeat. In an instant, the deception game skill effect that enhances the persuasiveness of lies has activated. Gaoi stepped onto the side of a collapsed shelf and roared toward the interior of the supermarket. Stop recalling those memories. It's the mist affecting our minds, that's why everything feels so messed up. As Gaoi's words echoed through the supermarket, the intensity of the earthquake noticeably decreased by 2 levels. Even the tentacles that had just entered the supermarket slowed their movements slightly. Good, seems like that shout caught quite a few people's attention. The fog outside must have some mental and memory-altering effects. We're just being influenced by it, it's nothing serious. The movements of the tentacles grew increasingly sluggish, and the tremors in the ground also became less intense. Yes, everyone, calm down for a moment. Look at the faces around you, aren't they all familiar? That's enough. Don't try to recall what happened anymore. We need to find them an anchor, a foothold, to bring them back to reality. Inside the supermarket, the crowd was gradually returning to normal, following Gaoyi's instructions as they lifted their heads to glance at one another. Even the most distraught Xiao Hong had calmed down somewhat by now, sitting on the ground with her knees hugged to her chest, her body still trembling slightly. However, she didn't bother looking around at the others, instead fixing Gaoi with an unblinking stare. As the supermarket gradually quieted, Gaoi noticed the tentacles quickly retracting and the monsters outside the door slowly retreating. But unlike before, the shadowy figures had drawn much closer, and the white fog at the entrance had clearly thickened, reducing visibility even further. An inexplicable premonition rose in his heart. If this happened again, Gaoi might not get another chance to control the situation. Inside the supermarket, only the little boy remained, curiously looking around as if exhilarated by the thrilling experience moments earlier. He seemed to be the only one utterly unaware of what had just transpired. So, this kid. At this moment, Ms. Naga was holding the little boy in her arms with a pained expression. Though troubled by concerns, the instinct to protect the child clearly prevailed. Let's not dwell on this for now, okay? These fumes are affecting us. We need to stay calm. Gaoi crouched down beside them and gently touched the boy's forehead. Of course, Gaoi had entirely fabricated the part about the fog causing mental harm. If just being outside the mist in the supermarket caused such severe effects, then the 3 who wandered inside the mist for half an hour should have gone mad long ago. But at that moment, the burly man Fujimoto slowly approached, his eyes filled with clear fear and confusion. Brother Gaoi, I understand, we all understand the effects of this mist now. That's great, so what's the matter? Gaoyi's response didn't ease Fujimoto's tension. He tilted his neck uncomfortably, his gaze growing somewhat unfocused. If we all know each other, understand each other, then who are you? Chapter 13, The Haunting Mist, Deja Vu. With a slight mental focus, he invoked the tag system. The special mission below has once again revealed the countdown. 1. Survive for 12 hours in Huerong Supermarket, countdown 7 hours 22 minutes and 15 seconds. Another hour has passed since the minor breakdown that occurred earlier in the supermarket. Thanks to the skills honed from years of investigative journalism, coupled with the bonuses from the deadbeat and helpful citizen abilities, I barely managed to stabilize the others. At this moment, Gaoi was alone in the employee break room. With the sofa moved out, he was reclining on a slightly bent folding stool, fiddling with the item he had just obtained from the lottery. On that subway, after completing the act of bravery and seizing the ticket, Gaoi had gotten 3 lottery draws. Because he had been somewhat tense and hadn't held much hope for the lottery, he hadn't bothered to draw earlier. Only now that I had some free time did I remember to use up my 3 raffle chances. And just as had been the norm for Gaoi throughout his life, Lady Luck was toying with him again. The 3 prizes were as follows. A single, chocolate energy bar, capable of quickly restoring stamina, only 1 piece. The infinite lighter, capable of endless ignition, with flames that never exceed 3 centimeters in height. And the inflatable giant hammer, that can occasionally stun enemies, a meter-long inflatable hammer that's surprisingly painful to get hit with. Honestly, no idea how to use this thing. Compared to these, the super anti-pervert spray I previously drew seems like a decent item, at least it's actually usable. As for these things in my hands, Gaoi genuinely has no words to describe them. Of course, Gaoi, who had long been stuck in a perpetual state of bad luck, was already accustomed to all this and didn't feel particularly disappointed. For someone who had never won any prize where the number of participants exceeded the number of winners throughout his entire life, getting anything at all was already a blessing. Why nitpick? Chocolate energy bar, chocolate tastes great, and an energy bar is useful too. Perfect, isn't it? Endless lighter, usable indefinitely. Sure, he didn't smoke, but he could always help a friend light birthday candles. Oh wait, he had no friends. Anyway, at least I'll never need to buy a lighter in this lifetime, another expense saved. The inflatable mega hammer was even better. During festivals, while others played with toys, he'd be wielding the real deal. Consoling himself this way, Gaui kept flicking the lighter cap open and shut in idle amusement. So why was he sitting here alone? On one hand, he claimed he wouldn't threaten others, and on the other, he didn't want his sudden presence to startle the other people in the supermarket. Finding a secluded spot to stay in the supermarket was indeed the wiser choice. By now, Gaui had largely figured out the mechanics of this mind-warping mist. Simply put, due to some reason, the entire Hwaerong supermarket had been abstracted into what could be called a virtual, or perhaps spiritual, space. All the other townspeople besides Gaui were pulled directly into this place. Unlike in the movie The Mist, where a large crowd was shopping at the beginning before suddenly noticing the fog outside and getting trapped. From the very start, these people were already inside this supermarket. And this revelation solves many of the earlier mysteries. For example, why do the eyewitness accounts of several people differ? Just as several people have different perceptions of the exact time, even the season, this is because their memories are incomplete. Their world, in fact, lacks an accurate cognition, whether it's about space or time. And the previous chaos was precisely because Gaoyi's words plunged everyone into memories, thereby disrupting the fragile balance of this world. Knowing the problem and having calmed those outside, it should be fine. At worst, we'll just wait 7 more hours to get the return ticket first. The introduction to this instance clearly stated that only by completing the main mission can one obtain the return ticket. Though passively waiting means only accomplishing the lowest tier 1 main mission, while the special tasks of the tag system remain incomplete. But at the very least, I'll survive. Staying alive is what matters most. But then again, what is the real truth behind this script? Special mission: investigate everything that happened at Hwaerong supermarket and uncover the truth behind the disaster. Having confirmed the state of this world, this dreamlike existence must have some governing entity. Could it really be that unknown little boy? So how does one uncover the truth? Should we capture that little boy and interrogate him? No, that won't work. Those people outside are already on the verge of breakdown. Push them over the edge again, and those white mist monsters might actually break through. Better to wait a little longer. Just as Gaui made up his mind to temporarily avoid delving deeper into this dungeon and focus on completing the most basic main quest instead, the door to the employee lounge on one side was knocked on once again. Who is it? A timid voice called out from beyond the door. It's me. It wasn't difficult to recognize that was the voice of the gas station attendant, Xiaohong. Rubbing his neck, Gaui stood up and opened the door for her. At the doorway, Xiaohong still wore that pitiful expression, her head lowered, her hands continuously clasping and unclasping. What's wrong? Is that Yamada harassing you again? Seeing this, Gaui realized waiting for the other to speak first was unrealistic, so he lowered his voice and took the initiative to ask. Peeking out, I saw that everyone in the supermarket was now occupied with their own affairs, scattered about, with a few even having fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Manager Yamada was sitting at the cash register, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. No, it's not. Xiaohong hurriedly raised her head, waving her hands in denial, but after just a moment of eye contact with Gaui, she quickly lowered her gaze again. Anyway, come in and talk. Previously damaged by the earthquake, the entire staff break room was now in complete disarray. Chairs and tables were overturned, light bulbs shattered, even those metal lockers meant for storing staff belongings had toppled to the floor. Fortunately, the light sources weren't completely lost. Several wall lamps steadfastly continued their duty, keeping the room from plunging into total darkness. Alright, what do you want to say? As Xiaohong sat down on the chair, Gaui leaned against the edge of the square table and posed his question. I don't know. I merely recalled some strange things. Hey, didn't we agree not to dwell on memories anymore? Gaui quickly spoke up to stop her, fearing a repeat of the earlier situation with earthquakes and monsters appearing. This sudden shout seemed to startle Xiaohong again, making her lower her head once more as her voice grew even quieter. No, that's not it. It's just, something's really wrong. I made a special trip to open the door and glanced at the supermarket lobby, no monsters outside, nor had there been an earthquake. After confirming everything was normal, Gaui leaned back in relief, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, what exactly do you want to say? Little Hong's face once again showed a puzzled, conflicted expression as she hesitantly began to speak. I feel like I've experienced all of this before. Chapter 14, The Fog of Deception, Player. These things? Gaui voiced his confusion with a slight frown. All of this, Little Red exclaimed, dramatically sweeping her arms in a circular motion, surprisingly similar to the old woman's earlier gesture, before continuing. Everything happening in this supermarket? I feel like I've experienced it all before. What the hell? Since when did this scenario include time loop elements? Gaoi cautiously listened for any movement in the supermarket hall beyond the door, but detected no signs of an earthquake. Looking back at Xiaohong before him, the female gas station employee still had her head lowered stiffly, her legs tightly pressed together as if trying to make herself as small as possible. Is that so? Considering her previous and current mental state, coupled with the memory confusion inherent to the original inhabitants of this script, to be honest, Gaoi didn't place much credibility in her words. With a slight thought, he glanced at the special task again. Special task: explore everything that happened at Huerong supermarket and uncover the truth behind the catastrophe. 6 hours 59 minutes and 23 seconds. Nearly half the time had already passed. Should he really attempt to continue exploring the scenario? To be honest, Gaoi was indeed a man of intense curiosity, but compared to his own life, that curiosity wasn't worth mentioning. The friend who ran off with unpaid debts hasn't been dealt with yet, the reporting material obtained through beatings hasn't been published yet, the missed calls from his ex-girlfriend haven't been addressed yet. If I really die here, it would be such a waste. So rather than risking further analysis of Xiaohong's words, it's better to brush her off casually, muddle through the remaining 7 hours, secure the return ticket, and then make plans. Under these circumstances, Gao Yi's response naturally came across as somewhat half-hearted. Across from me, Xiaohong suddenly tossed her ponytail, raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. I'm telling the truth. I really remember so many things, this fog, those monsters, they've appeared more than once. I believe you. Mr. Gaoi, please don't humor me, everything I'm saying is true. Xiaohong's words still carried a heartbreaking tremor, yet they were spoken with utmost sincerity. No longer hanging her head low, she now looked directly into Gao Yi's eyes. Seeing her like this, Gao Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In this situation, he had no choice but to humor her and ask, "Alright, if you really are a time traveler." "No, I'm not any time traveler," Xiaohong corrected. "I just experienced the same thing several times." Gao Yi nodded to show his understanding, gathered his thoughts again, and then asked once more, "Have we met before in your previous experiences?" "Nothing." Xiaohong shook her head. "Then how do you know you've been through this many times?" "Because so many scenes are identical, the white fog, the supermarket, the monsters, the student couple, Manager Yamada, Mr. Fujimoto." At that moment, Gao Yi suddenly sensed something, a dissonance that began brewing in his mind. He straightened his posture, dissected and reconstructed his memories, and after slight contemplation, posed another question. "Then, was there anyone who was different?" "Yes." Xiaohong nodded excitedly. "For example, me?" Xiaohong nodded again, this time with noticeably more emphasis. Gao Yi finally realized where his sense of dissonance had been coming from. The people outside had completely different accounts when discussing the source of the bloodstains on the floor, specifically regarding the first man who died. Mr. Fujimoto called them wolf-like creatures, while the old woman referred to them as the giant hand of the mountain god. Meanwhile, Xiaohong described them as shadows and tentacles. But when that inner world collapsed, Gao Yi saw the true forms of those monsters lurking outside the supermarket. They were exactly those eerie shadow-like creatures and those slithering, slippery tentacles. Among all of them, only Little Red was telling the truth. Was this a coincidence? Or perhaps, as she herself claimed, she had experienced the same events many times before. Gao Yi made a wait a moment gesture to Little Red. Then he lowered his head, took out the notebook from his pants pocket, and began organizing his suspicions. Why did Xiaohong say she's experienced this many times before? She shouldn't have seen the monsters, so how could she accurately identify their types? Why was she the only one among all of us who could get it right? Suddenly, the muttered words of that black-hoodied man on the subway before entering the game surfaced in Gao Yi's mind. "It's too terrifying. The Holy Grail. Someone save me." Why was he so terrified? That man clearly possessed exceptionally strong physical abilities, so why was he completely devoid of confidence? How could he have become so frightened? Gao Yi flipped through the pages and pulled out the ticket tucked inside the notebook. Dungeon ticket, The Fog of Deception, Holy Grail 5. Mode, Solo. Perhaps this Holy Grail 5 represents the difficulty level, or perhaps the solo implies the torment of the script. But is this bit of information truly worthy of such fear? Perhaps. Gao Yi hurriedly scribbled in his notebook. Perhaps that man already knew how terrifying this script was. That is to say, this script, this ticket, perhaps this isn't the first time it's appeared. Gao Yi's expression grew excited. The thrill of nearing the solution to the mystery was unparalleled. Just a little more, if this conjecture is correct, what would it imply? That man in the black hoodie might have been forced to participate in this game. If this script has truly played out many times, then what does it mean? This likely means Xiaohong's memory wasn't mistaken, she truly participated in this scripted scenario multiple times. With each reset of the script, new players would participate every time, and Gao Yi himself had become merely another participant in an unknowable sequence. That meant Xiaohong must know crucial information about this script, she herself was the key to solving the mystery. Gao Yi excitedly raised his head, only to see Xiaohong across from him staring blankly at her own wrist. Wrong, he couldn't let himself get carried away. If all the previous conjectures were correct, then why was Xiaohong the only one who could remember those things? He glanced up at the ceiling, no signs of an earthquake, and the strange noises outside the supermarket hadn't appeared either. Why don't her memories cause turbulence in this space? The key, what is the key to the mystery? Looking back at Xiaohong, she was still staring at Gao Yi's wrist, the bangs gathered by her red hair clip slightly disheveled from her earlier agitation. What exactly makes this ordinary gas station employee so different? Wrist? Why is she looking at my wrist? Gao Yi followed her gaze and looked down. On his left wrist was the intricate blood-red tattoo that had appeared after entering the scenario. That tattoo which could summon the light screen, the mark of his identity as a player. A chill shot up Gao Yi's spine to his brain. Forgetting all manners, he lunged forward and grabbed Xiaohong's left arm. Amidst her startled cry, he forcefully rolled up the sleeve of her white shirt. There, on the pale skin of her left wrist, was drawn an identical bloody tattoo to Gao Yi's own. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi slowly released Xiaohong's left hand, his trembling pupils gradually focusing. The puzzle has been solved. I see. Xiaohong, she was also a player trapped within this scenario. Chapter 15, The Fog of Deceit, Enlightenment. The puzzle is solved. So it turns out that Xiaohong, like Gao Yi, doesn't belong to this instance world, she's a player who entered from the outside. This explains why she could describe the monster's true form correctly and why her memories didn't cause the space to collapse. Because she isn't a native of this world, certain rules don't apply to her. Xiaohong's memory remained chaotic, clearly affected by this script. But from her scattered words, Gao Yi could still roughly piece together her experiences. From the inner pocket of her uniform, he found a ticket almost identical to Gao Yi's. Why say almost identical? The ticket read, Dungeon Entry, Heart's Mist, Holy Grail 4, unlike the Holy Grail 5, in Gao Yi's hand. Based on Gao Yi's speculation, Xiaohong had likely been accidentally dragged into the game just like him, becoming a player. Unlike Gao Yi, however, her main quest was only, solve the mystery of the script, without his additional objective of, survive 12 hours. This meant she had never obtained the so-called, return ticket, mentioned in the rewards. Thus, she was never able to return to the real world. After that, the script underwent a restart, and for some reason, she also became one of the participants in this script. In each previous cycle, new players would enter the script. At first, Xiaohong could still attempt to communicate with them, wanting to complete the task and leave the script. But most players who enter are impossible to communicate with. They either immediately go on a killing spree inside the supermarket or inexplicably charge into the mist and vanish without a trace. Come to think of it, if Gao Yi hadn't been affected by the tagging system, the one entering this game now should have been that maniac in the black hoodie. Of course, the endings are largely the same. Space shatters, monsters emerge, and the script concludes. Every so often, this scenario restarts all over again, and a new cycle would bring in new players. Under the influence of this space on memory and perception, Xiaohong in the cycle struggled increasingly to maintain her sense of self. This game repeated over and over, until Gao Yi arrived. I'm not called Xiaohong, but, I can't remember my real name anymore. At this point, Xiaohong could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing as she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. With a faint sigh, Gao Yi raised his hand but didn't know how to comfort her. He could only gently pat her shoulder. Saying something like I know how you feel now would have been too hollow. Watching Xiaohong weep, Gao Yi's thoughts spun rapidly. First, I ruled out the possibility of any other players still being in the supermarket. A quick check of exposed wrists and verbal behavior was all it took to confirm. Afterwards, he carefully considered the useful information available. Unfortunately, although Xiaohong could be said to have experienced a form of time loop in a certain sense, but under the hypnotic influence on memory and consciousness, combined with the fact that most game sessions ended quickly, Little Red couldn't provide much useful information. It can only be said to indirectly confirm many of Gao Yi's speculations. I think I'm really about to break. Those monsters rush in every time and kill everyone. Xiaohong finally stopped crying, but her voice carried even more exhaustion and fear. As anticipated, attempting to confront those monsters head-on was essentially a pipe dream. Not to mention Gao Yi, an ordinary person, even that black hoodie lunatic on the subway couldn't have taken down that horde of monsters. This aligns with Gao Yi's earlier assessment. This scenario wasn't testing the player's combat abilities. Anyone attempting direct confrontation naturally wouldn't meet a favorable end. Good, that clears up quite a few doubts. But now the problem is, what should I do? Looking down, Xiaohong was still trying to recall more information, constantly ruffling her hair with both hands. What could she possibly do? Gao Yi raised his wrist and checked the main mission. 1. Survive 12 hours in Huairong Supermarket. Countdown, 6 hours 9 minutes and 5 seconds. 6 hours left. By now, Gao Yi had essentially grasped the operating pattern of this scenario. Although he hadn't completely understood everything, he'd already identified where the minefields lay. All he needed to do was wait safely on this hillside for the rescue plane to arrive. But if I were to revisit the script and attempt to conquer it, that would undoubtedly be like dancing in a minefield. Dangerous, and not necessarily rewarding. From a purely self-interested and rational perspective, Gaoi understood that he should remain completely inactive and simply let time pass. As for Little Red here, just telling her a little white lie to delay things and deal with her later would be perfectly fine. When the time comes, I'll get the return ticket, and it'll all be over. As for Xiaohong, she won't die, she'll just enter the next cycle. Perhaps stronger players will come later and rescue her, which might actually be safer. After all, Gaoi is a journalist, lying is practically an occupational skill for him. Your own life and safety are what matter most, aren't they? The ceiling fan in the lounge struggled to rotate, entangled by electrical wires, emitting an irritating buzzing sound. Pacing irritably for a few steps, Gaoi slowly walked over to the dressing table in the lounge. Through the mirror, he looked at himself once more. What's troubling your mind? What do you truly desire in your heart? Of course, Gaoi knew exactly what impulse stirred within him. He wasn't the type to prioritize personal gain. To expose darkness through published reports, he could willingly sacrifice both profit and byline. For the sake of a friend's verbal promise and plea, he could become a guarantor. For the sake of others' futures and prospects, he was even willing to play the villain. Everyone would say Gaoi is a good man. But in this world, good people are always the ones with guns pointed at them. Over the years, being the good guy had only brought Gaoi insults, mockery, and debt. At some point, his reflection in the mirror sneered and spoke, its jeering tone piercing his mind. You're such a fool. How many times have you sworn to me that next time, you'd think of yourself first? That you'd never fall for it again? And yet here you are, still playing the saint? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, the mirror had returned to silence. Is this the influence of the script? It seems to manifest on a spiritual level. To be honest, Gaoi always knew that the so-called good deeds bring good rewards was just a comforting joke. But at the very least, those who do good shouldn't be punished in return. Xiaohong's words snapped Gaoi out of his struggle. She lifted her head, seeming to finally recall something. I remember a bit more now. This outfit I'm wearing isn't mine either. It just inexplicably appeared on me, and it seems to have changed before. As he heard this, Gaoi felt what could only be described as a lightning bolt of inspiration flash across the calm ocean of his mind. In that instant, all the scattered clues came together. No longer dwelling on the question of good or bad, he sprinted 2 steps to a toppled storage cabinet, forcefully yanked one open, and began frantically rummaging through it. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Did I say something wrong? Xiaohong seemed frightened, her reddened eyes widening as her pupils constricted to their smallest, cautiously looking up at Gaoi, who was inspecting something with intense focus. Nothing, I just figured it out. Gaoi put the thing in his hand into his pocket and shook his head. There was no need to obsess over what was right or wrong. He was who he was. Every action in his life had never been about being a good person, he simply did those things because he genuinely wanted to. Gaoi was willing to help guarantee it, to abandon fame and fortune in pursuit of the truth, not because he was exceptionally righteous. He simply believed in his friend without hesitation, wanted the report published, and felt it was the right thing to do. That'll do. And now, he was going to do what he truly wanted. Gripping the inflatable giant hammer, Gaoi took a deep breath and turned to Little Red, who still looked confused and trembling. His tone became calm once more, composed again, and finally returned to sounding like himself. Come on, let's go smash this fucking world to pieces. Chapter 16, Heart's Deceitful Mist. Conclusion. There were few light sources left in the supermarket now, and the interior shrouded in white fog inevitably felt somewhat unsettling. The slightly warped door from the earthquake was pushed open, letting out an annoying metallic screech. Gaoi, holding the inflated giant hammer, stepped out from the staff break room, with a still confused Xiaohong trailing behind him. By now, the entrance was completely surrounded, nearly everyone in the supermarket had gathered there. Uncle Fujimoto, the office worker, Manager Yamada, the hunter old-timer, Ms. Niga, the 3 students, and the elderly woman. Their expressions were grave, filled with fear and panic. Clearly, Xiaohong's scream and sobs from inside the room had drawn quite a bit of attention. Though everyone reacted for different reasons, they all shared a sense of bewilderment. Some were puzzled about what had just happened in the room, while others were curious about the object Gaoi held in his hand. Of course, none of this matters. Gaoi surveyed the crowd before him and nodded in satisfaction. Unlike those who had to toil and hustle, he had no need to actively gather everyone, the stage for the finale was already perfectly set. Outside the supermarket, the white fog grew increasingly thick, the dark figures within becoming agitated and distorted. Gaoi took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and slightly narrowed his eyes as his gaze lifted toward the ceiling. Did you know, ever since I came into this world, I've found more and more puzzles, yet I can hardly find an answer to any of them. Strangely, Gaoi used the pronoun you but never specified who that person was. As if that person should know who they are. Gaoi's voice was steady and calm, as if recounting some long-past events that had nothing to do with him. Never mind the context, each person here is laden with riddles, yet none holds their own answer. Mrs. Naya, anyone could tell she'd suffered long-term domestic abuse, yet she herself remained unaware. This is because she was merely an image in someone's mind, depicting her wounded appearance but not the reasons behind her wounds. Mrs. Naya in the crowd gazed at her own hands, as if a dazzling halo had suddenly enveloped her body. A plume of white smoke drifted upward from her body, making her dissipate as though sublimating into the air. A few seconds later, Ms. Niga vanished inside the supermarket, as if she had never existed. Stranger still, no one else in the supermarket reacted, well, except for Xiaohong. Without lowering his gaze, maintaining a thoughtful tone, Gao Yi's narration continued. A middle-aged office worker, I don't even know his name, though I doubt he could recall it himself. As for his job, we only know he sells things. What exactly? That remains unclear. Because you never really talked to him in depth, did you? The middle-aged office worker in his suit wore a puzzled expression, clutching his head as if straining to remember, yet finding nothing in his mind. A few seconds later, he too gradually faded away, vanishing into smoke just like Ms. Naya. Outside the supermarket, the previous scene reappeared. The white mist began seeping into the store, and the dark shadows grew increasingly larger. Mr. Fujimoto, the old hunter said there was some contradiction, but even he couldn't pinpoint exactly where it lay. The old woman kept saying she didn't want anything from outside, yet couldn't properly explain why she had come to the supermarket either. As for the students, it goes without saying, their families, schools, and friends, when questioned, they knew nothing at all. Gaoi also heard the commotion coming from outside and felt Xiaohong trembling as she clutched his sleeve from behind. The fragile barricade at the glass doors was effortlessly breached, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of metal frames snapping. As Gaoi spoke, the townspeople began dissolving into white mist one by one, merging with the fog beyond. Everyone's memories are chaotic and fabricated. Then who implanted them in each person's mind? The fog was spreading noticeably faster, already enveloping half of the supermarket's floor space. And wherever the white mist advanced, shadows would follow, accompanied by the heavy sounds of shelves being crushed and wires snapping like desperate wails of anguish. I should have noticed it earlier. You were the one explaining the situation to everyone from the beginning. Lady Niga, you also saw that man who just went out. You were the one who told everyone there were monsters outside. Monsters, the monsters are coming again. And the one who truly started this farce is also you. We just activated the backup power supply, everything's fine now. If not you, then who could it be? Manager Yamada. Gaoi slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look straight ahead at the sole survivor in the crowd. Standing there was none other than that obese supermarket owner. At this moment, his plump face trembled uncontrollably, while sweat continued to pour from his palms. He struggled to speak several times, managing only incomprehensible hoarse whimpers. Finally, in a strained voice, he forced out a single muddled sentence. How dare you? How could you? No, or should I call you by your real name? Gaoi didn't give him a chance to inquire, roughly interrupting him before adding thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Shugisho, right? These words seemed to instantly shatter the last line of defense in the chubby man wearing supermarket uniform, whose knees buckled as he nearly collapsed to the ground. And after finally steadying himself, the color visibly drained from his face even further. Moreover, the terror in Chi's voice grew even more pronounced than before. You. Wondering how I knew? Gaoi finished the question for him, lifting the inflatable giant hammer in his hand as he reminisced and summarized. I have to thank Xiaohan's final hint for this. Before that, I always thought the abnormalities about you were the same as everyone else's, caused by the chaos of memory and space. Despite being sloppy and lecherous, the storage lockers are surprisingly tidy. Though you're a pervert, the resigned female employee's letter still placed great trust in you. Eventually, I realized you weren't Manager Yamada at all. You were that fat employee guilty of sexual harassment mentioned in the letter. That sloppy, chaotic locker, the true self of Sugisho, is actually you. The white fog was pressing in closer, leaving only these few shelves and the empty space near the breakroom door as the last remaining areas in the supermarket. As he spoke, Gaoi pulled out 2 plastic cards from his pants pocket and forcefully threw them down in front of the other man. 2 employee IDs, one with its photo blacked out while the other genuinely belonged to the real store manager Yamada. Ah, he's the first man who was dragged out by the tentacles. Xiaohong, who had remained silent until now, also saw the ID badge and pointed at the photo on the ground in astonishment. Every employee has 2 sets of uniforms and 1 name tag. You took Yamada's name tag, but couldn't fit into his clothes. With so many clues right in front of me, I overlooked them all. Without further ado, Gaoi let out a slow sigh, hoisted the enormous inflatable hammer onto his shoulder, and strode step by step toward Shinsugisho, who had already collapsed on the ground. Social connections, social status, education, family, and friends all tangled in a mess, driving you to lose yourself in fantasies as an escape from reality. This supermarket, this very setting, is the sole scenario in your illusion where you'd find worth, earn trust, and respect from others. Everyone was helpless and terrified, and then you became their savior. How laughable. Even in circumstances like this, no matter how many times you've been in situations like this, you still couldn't become a leader. All you know how to do is make Xiao Hong's clothes fit your tastes more and more, then indulge in your fantasies. Gaoi stepped forward, one slow pace at a time. The fat man, sitting sprawled on the floor, scrambled back in terror, his hands and feet flailing. As he retreated, his hands suddenly brushed against something. Turning to look, it was precisely the double-barreled shotgun left behind after the disappearance of the old hunterman. As if grabbing onto a lifeline, Shosugi suddenly pointed the gun's muzzle straight at Takai, finally managing to utter a complete sentence. Don't come any closer. Yet unexpectedly, Takai's footsteps didn't pause in the slightest, his tone brimming with disdain. Don't you even realize it yourself? This space adheres to fundamental laws and principles. How could you possibly know the structure of a gun or how to fire it? The man's face stiffened, as if weighing the credibility of Gao Yi's words. But in that split second of hesitation, Gao Yi, already dangerously close, suddenly accelerated. The inflatable mallet traced an arc through the air before crashing down toward Shinji Sho's wrist. Instinctively pulling the trigger, the stray muzzle spat twin tongues of fire, the bullet slamming into the already battered ceiling. You believe that too? Do you even know how a light bulb works? You still turn it on regardless, you brainless idiot. The skill effect of Concerned Citizen activated visibly, granting Gaoi remarkable enhancements in agility and strength. The inflatable giant hammer in his hand now packed an even more formidable punch. Pinned by the chest underfoot and struck twice in the face with the hammer, Shin Sujiaki let out a muffled scream, his plump features contorting in agony. You know what? You're not just a bad person, you're a fucking terrible employee too. Who the hell stocks dog food next to potato chips? Gaoi roared, never pausing the hammer in his hand. Though this inflatable heavy hammer was extremely lightweight, it packed a devastating punch, not to mention its built-in chance to stun. The space shrouded in white mist had dwindled to its final remnants, with countless shadowy figures and tentacles now looming within sight. The system's prompt tone and illuminated screen notifications appeared several times, as if telling him the mission was already complete. But Gaoi, lost in his frenzy, paid no attention to any of it, stubbornly swinging his massive hammer. You, just who are you? Why would you do this? Lying on the ground, the man splattered with blood struggled to voice his final question. Me? Gaoi paused his movements slightly, raising the massive hammer high with a sinister grin. Just a concerned citizen passing by, ready to bash your stupid head in. Chapter 17, Afterward of The Haunting Mist. The man beneath him had stopped moving and, before long, like the others, dissolved into mist, merging into the dense fog. As for Gaoi himself, he too was now enveloped by the boundless white mist. Turning to look behind him, Xiao Hong had already vanished without a trace. And when he lowered his gaze, he found unnoticed until now, that a brand new ticket had appeared in his hand. The yellowed sheet of paper displayed a rather surreal watercolor painting, a small supermarket illuminated by lights, standing solitary amidst an expanse of drifting fog. And above it, for large characters were boldly inscribed, Return Ticket. Has Xiao Hong already gone back with the ticket? Then how should this thing be used? Flipping the ticket in his hand several times, Gaoi still couldn't figure out how to use it. Just as he was puzzling over it, an eerie buzzing sound emerged from the mist. Pinpointing the location, Gaoi turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The thick fog abruptly parted, forcibly squeezing out a small vacuum that coincidentally left a corridor-like gap. Reopening the light screen to reconfirm, Gaoi slightly furrowed his brows. What does this mean? Wasn't the mission already completed? Could there be hidden plotlines? Carefully gripping the inflatable giant hammer in his hand, changes in this situation were truly concerning. But no matter what, Gaoi still slowly advanced along the empty corridor. Dark figures stood silently within the white mist on either side. Ever since that culprit, the fat man, had died, they no longer showed any aggression, merely drifting within the white fog. The corridor twisted and turned through the mist, and it took Gaoi a long while to traverse what should have been a fairly short distance. And the final destination became instantly clear to Gaoi. It was precisely that sofa that had been carried out from the break room. On the sofa sat a person. It was none other than the little boy who had been conspicuously absent until now. In that instant, Gaoi felt all his hairs stand on end as the overlooked details came rushing back into his mind. I had been keeping an eye on that supermarket clerk all along, completely overlooking this most mysterious little boy. Just moments ago, all 11 people in the supermarket, including myself, were present. The only one missing was this little boy. Since that final judgment began, this boy who appeared no older than 7 or 8 hadn't shown up again. Now he sat with intense focus, staring straight ahead. Noticing Gaoi approaching, he simply patted the empty space beside him on the couch, gesturing for him to come sit down. For some reason, Gaoi felt no impulse to resist whatsoever. He naturally walked over at a measured pace and sat down on the other half of the sofa. Across from the sofa, an old-fashioned CRT television had appeared at some unknown moment. It was currently playing something. The footage seemed to be a clip from some black and white film. Behind a bathing woman, a dark figure suddenly jerked open the shower curtain and plunged the knife in its hand decisively into her body. Amidst the shrill music and screams, the woman slowly slid to the floor while blood mingled with the water, draining away through the outlet in a slow trickle. The camera lingered on the lifeless pupils of the woman before the footage abruptly cut to black. Beside him, the boy nodded in satisfaction, pointed at the screen, and introduced in a rather childlike voice, "Psycho, a classic among classics." Of course, unlike the boy's relaxed and leisurely demeanor, Gao Yi's muscles were taut with tension as his mind raced through possible countermeasures. The pressure this boy exerted on him had utterly surpassed all the dangers he'd endured during the hours of scripted chaos. Years as an investigative journalist had honed Gao Yi's instincts to razor sharpness, especially his sense for impending danger. The small boy before him appeared physically frail, yet an instinctive alarm kept screaming through Gao Yi's mind, "This child could kill me with a single finger." "Just, what are you?" Gritting his teeth, Gao Yi forced out the question word by word. "What's your favorite horror movie?" But the boy showed no intention of answering. Resting his chin on his right hand while casually pressing the remote with his left, he didn't even glance at Gao Yi. An absurd sensation inexplicably flooded over him. Such an incongruous question disrupted Gao Yi's train of thought for a brief moment. Favorite horror movie? Is this a subjective question? How should I answer? Child's Play? After a long hesitation, Gao Yi finally managed to produce an answer. Tisk. The boy beside him made a disdainful expression, then turned to size up Gao Yi from head to toe. "Your taste is really something. Alright, I'll have my blessed one bring you some classic works later. Make sure to study them carefully." Blessed one? Gao Yi keenly caught the keyword but chose not to voice his question. Clearly, the other person still had more to say. Of all film genres, the greatest is horror movies. The boy leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed, with an inexplicable look of enjoyment appearing on his face. "You see this supermarket and the fog? I borrowed them from The Mist. As for blending in among you as the closest spectator, you've seen Saw, right?" Gao Yi found it quite difficult to follow the other's train of thought and could only manage a stiff response. Seeing that he had received an affirmative response, the boy nodded in satisfaction and added, "I've always wanted to make a movie myself, chose the perfect stage, set the atmosphere, but unfortunately, I never found the right actors. That girl wasn't bad, but she wasn't up to the task, so I cast her in a supporting role. For some reason, the people who come keep getting worse. Forget finding a lead, I haven't even seen anyone fit for a supporting role anymore. Until today." The boy slowed his speech, as if finally finding the program he wanted, and pressed the remote to change the TV screen once more. Following his gaze, Gao Yi was shocked to discover that the scenes playing on the TV were exactly the dungeon scenario he had just experienced. There he was, observing, searching, and communicating within the supermarket until the final breakthrough. "Is this a movie? Are you filming something?" Gao Yi genuinely couldn't comprehend the scene before him. After hours of struggle and experience, it was inevitable for him to feel a trace of doubt and confusion. "To be precise, I turned your experience into a film, rather than creating this experience for you to shoot a movie," the boy replied leisurely, resting his chin on his hands as if carefully studying the footage. "So, who exactly are you?" Gao Yi took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions once more, and repeated the previously interrupted question. "You can call me the director." The boy, completely engrossed in the images on the TV, waved his hand dismissively and spoke rather nonchalantly. "Then why did you want to see me? Why, isn't it natural for a director to meet his actor? I'm not some irresponsible third-rate producer." The boy frowned slightly, appearing somewhat puzzled by Gao Yi's question. After brief consideration, he slapped his thigh and continued. "By the way, take this. You might need to come back for the sequel next time, don't get yourself killed before then." As he spoke, the boy rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a small object, tossing it casually to Gao Yi beside him. Catching it, Gao Yi examined it closely and realized it was a silvery white metal whistle. "Alright, get going now. Staying too long in this fog is bad for your brain." The boy, or rather, the director, pointed to his head and shook it, as if recalling something, then continued. "By the way, remember to watch movies, horror movies. Wait, what exactly is this game? Why were the players chosen? And what kind of existence are you?" Seeing the other party looking like he wanted to shoo him away, Gao Yi hurriedly stood up and poured out all his questions in one breath. But before Gao Yi could raise his hand to stop it, another strange halo of light flashed before his eyes the next moment. The uncomfortable white mist vanished, replaced by an evening breeze carrying raindrops. When Gao Yi opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world he knew so well. Chapter 18, Script Rewards and the Armchair Detective. December in Nankang City was damp and chilly. The cold crept in through the gaps in his pants, wrapping around his body with an unpleasant grip. Gao Yi looked around bewildered, quickly realizing he was standing at exit 2 of Hongshan Temple subway station. The recent experiences in the mist-filled supermarket now flickered through his mind like fragmented illusions. Like a dream, like illusion. Raising his left wrist to examine the strange tattoo that had suddenly appeared, Gaui finally grasped a sliver of certainty. This wasn't a dream, he truly had participated in a bizarre script and successfully completed it. The rain still hadn't stopped. Standing beneath the eaves of the exit, Gaui absently touched the messenger bag across his body. Shirt, phone, notebook, all my personal belongings were still there. Looking back, those things had been scattered around on the subway, but now they were all neatly packed in the bag. Quite humane. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Gaui pulled out his phone. A flood of news reports and debt collection messages filled the small screen, giving him a headache. He swiftly cleared the notification bar. The time had reached 9 in the evening. Roughly estimating, the lengthy experience he just endured in that instance had only lasted a few minutes in reality. But at that moment, Gaui suddenly realized something. He had been on the last bus earlier, but after the incident, that return ticket automatically placed him in a safe location, which is precisely the Hongshan Temple subway station exit 2 where Gaui currently stands, and now the entire Metro Line 3 has been suspended. So, how is he supposed to get home? Hongshan Temple is still 2 stops away from Gaoyi's destination, with a straight line distance of about 5 kilometers. And if you recall, Gaoi is not only burdened with massive debts now but also spent his last penny on a recorder that automatically uploads to the cloud. At this moment, he is literally penniless. Under these circumstances, taking a taxi is naturally out of the question. If this were another city, Gaoi might have been able to find a shared bike. But in Nankang City, a mountainous settlement built on the outer rim of the basin, riding a bicycle was practically self-torture, and no company would bother deploying them here. Sighing softly, he gazed at the unrelenting drizzle. With no alternatives left, Gaoi clutched his satchel to his chest and dashed into the ink-black curtain of rain. 10:30 p.m., inside the rented apartment. Gaoi stepped out of the shower in slippers, leisurely drying his hair with a towel. It's worth mentioning that after his financial ruin 2 months ago, he hadn't visited a barbershop since. His curly hair had grown rather unruly as a result. Looking around the small one-bedroom apartment, one had to admit Gaoi kept the cramped rental unit remarkably tidy. Given his current destitution, he couldn't afford any decorations whatsoever. Most of the furniture in the room had been left behind by either the landlord or previous tenants. The style could be described as minimalist, or perhaps Spartan. Gaoi had considered shared housing before, but his frequently irregular schedule and nocturnal habits would have been torturous for any roommate. After much deliberation, he finally settled on his current youth apartment. The owner of this suburban building was a kind-faced elderly woman. Incidentally, Gaoyi's elderly women's friend, skill had leveled up to rank 2. Considering the fact that Gaoi had already fallen a month and a half behind on rent, describing the landlady as merely kind-hearted might not do justice to her benevolence. Putting these trivial matters aside, Gaoi, now dressed in his pajamas, sat at his desk and began organizing the insights gathered from the previous script. First, he summoned the light screen and noticed a rather game-like email icon in the top right corner. Upon clicking it, the first line displayed a short message. Script summary, The Fog of Deception. After clicking, a flood of information poured out in succession. Completed instance, Heart's Maze Fog, Holy Grail 5. Main Quest 3 completed. Discover the truth of the script and shatter it. Script rewards have been issued. 1 return ticket, minor increase in player evolution rate, random potions *8, a small amount of game currency. Heart's Sinister Fog scenario cleared, trait Armchair Detective obtained, item Fog Mask acquired. First scenario completion detected, attributes panel unlocked. Following the guide to swipe the light screen again, the attributes panel promptly appeared. Player name, Gaoi. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 10%. Game coins, 500. Trait, 1/3 Armchair Detective, purple significantly enhances perception and observation skills. When activated, greatly improves information gathering and processing abilities for a short duration. Items, 2/5 Mist Mask, purple randomly alters the user's appearance, physique, and voice for 1 hour. Director's Whistle, orange unknown. Potions, 8/20 C-grade physical healing potion *1, stops bleeding, alleviates pain, and rapidly recovers physical injuries, but has limited effect on major limb loss or severe bodily lacerations. C-class evolution potion *1, moderately increases player evolution progress, usable by players up to C-class. B-class damage potion *1, for external or internal use, essential for home, travel, or homicide. E-class flesh treatment *5, stops bleeding, alleviates pain, slowly repairs physical damage. Ineffective for limb loss, severe flesh lacerations, or large wounds. Ticket folder, Heart's Phantom Mist, Conquered, Toy War, Sword 8, Black Island Prison, 1/7. Next game countdown, 15 days. Taking out his notebook, Gaoi carefully documented his newfound abilities before conducting experiments in his rented apartment. The most immediate change was the effect of the trait, Armchair Detective, which significantly heightened perception and observational skills. The moment it unlocked, Gaoi felt the entire world become much clearer. First, all 5 senses were greatly enhanced, especially hearing. The movements of neighbors in the surrounding rental houses became vividly audible, the exercises of the office worker upstairs, the amorous activities of the couple next door, and the mother downstairs tutoring her child with homework. Even the thumping of his own heart echoed clearly within his chest. Next, Gao Yi tested his active ability, enhances information gathering and processing capabilities to an extreme degree for a short duration. In an instant, his already heightened abilities of information collection received another boost. Standing up, Gao Yi examined his own hands with a hint of disbelief. Right now, he was in a state akin to bullet time, where everything around him seemed to move with excruciating slowness. Simultaneously, a myriad of details he had never noticed before were rapidly captured, analyzed, and deduced by him. Gazing out the window, he took in everything, from the toppled street trash cans and animal droppings to the faint scratches on the walls. Gao Yi could even recreate the earlier scene of feral cats fighting from a third-person perspective, as if watching a play, or he could pause or rewind at will. This definitely exceeded the capabilities of a normal human being, venturing into another realm in a certain sense. Yao Yi's current abilities had reached, or even surpassed, those fictional detective characters that only existed in novels. Of course, after the duration of this armchair detective trait skill ended, which lasted about a minute, a sharp, throbbing pain suddenly pierced through Gao Yi's mind. Clearly, this is the consequence of pushing beyond the limits. Perhaps after increasing his evolution rate as a player, he could utilize this ability more effectively. But for Gao Yi currently, using it once every 24 hours was already his limit. And even this left him exhausted for hours, as if he'd pulled an all-nighter. The script rewards also include 2 items. As for the director's whistle, given by the little boy director in the end, its purpose remains utterly unclear, whereas the mist mask is rather straightforward. Following the instructions, Gao Yi swept his hand before his forehead, and a pale, swirling mask materialized on his face. As the description claimed, it can randomly alter the user's appearance, physique, and voice within 1 hour. After using it, Gao Yi saw his reflection in the mirror blur momentarily, as if enveloped by layers of mist. When it cleared again, he had transformed into a pot-bellied, middle-aged balding man. From his stature to his voice, not a trace of Gao Yi's original self remained. I have to say, the mist mask is indeed extremely useful. However, the problem is that the transformations are random. You can't use this mask to disguise yourself as a specific person. This significantly narrows down its practical applications. Of course, even with just 1 hour of disguise time, there's still plenty of room to maneuver. It just requires more careful planning and experimentation. The remaining rewards included 2 tickets and 8 bottles of elixirs. They were all single-use items, so Gao Yi couldn't perform any experiments with them. He could only store them for now, planning to gather information starting tomorrow before making any further decisions. Reopening the light screen, Gao Yi turned his attention to the very bottom of the attributes section. The last line read in bold. Next game countdown, 15 days. So at most, I'll have to participate in another game in half a month? Gao Yi muttered these words, rapping his right knuckles twice against the desk as if steeling his resolve. But before making further plans, there was still a reward he needed to claim. In his own tag system, he also completed a special mission. Chapter 19, The New Label and Another Synthesis. Special mission completed. Reward obtained, random rare trait *1, random common tag *1, common item raffle chance *2. Acquired trait, mist, rare. Tag obtained, actor, common. Obtained regular item draw chance *2. Use or not. Relaxed Gao Yi saw no reason to refuse and casually initiated the lottery draw. Of course, Lady Luck didn't grant him any favors today just because he'd cracked the script. Item, super signature pen. Quality, common. Type, tool. Effect, when you need a signature, it can automatically complete it for you. Note, are you still troubled by piles of fan letters? Still struggling with signing shirts for commercial collaborations? The super signature pen is your top choice. Honestly, this was something even someone as optimistic as Gao Yi couldn't imagine having any use for. But if this super signature pen was merely better than nothing, the next item was downright unbelievable. Item, empowered nail clippers. Quality, common. Type, buff item. Effect, after trimming your nails with this nail clipper, your fingers will burn with fiery pain, granting attacks additional fire damage. Note, it's chili peppers. I added chili peppers. What the hell is this? Gao Yi sighed and placed the nail clippers and pen in front of him. At least that inflatable hammer wasn't bad. He consoled himself like this. But unfortunately, when Gao Yi tried to take out the inflatable giant hammer, he was shocked to find it completely deflated. Upon closer inspection, its durability had actually dropped straight to 0. Come on. Why does such a useless thing even have a durability limit? What's the point? Gao Yi slammed the table, showing a rare moment of genuine frustration. Upon reviewing, the durability of the Ultra Anti-Wolf Spray, used on the black hooded figure on the subway earlier had actually dropped to just 50%. In other words, this anti-wolf spray could only be used twice. Most of the prize draws turn out to be consumables, can't rely on them too much. Gao Yi concluded thus. Of course, apart from this predictably disappointing lottery, there were other gains. First is the newest tag, Actor. Actor LV1, Common. Experience, 0 out of 100. Tag ability, King of Comedy. Your performances will be more persuasive. An Actor. I thought it'd be a more advanced label. Gao Yi's ability was indeed quite useful, as he often needed to disguise himself. But on the other hand, how exactly does one level up this label? Based on previous deductions, label upgrades rely on others' recognition. That is, only when others perceive Gao Yi's behavior is matching this label will the experience points increase. How can one make others believe they're an actor? Maybe when I have time later, I'll go back to being an extra on set? Gao Yi looked up, recalling the encounter he had at the film studio several months ago. At that time, he had just been kicked out of his previous newspaper, and his new job was nowhere in sight, while he still had 2 ongoing investigative reports that required funding. With no other options, he took on various odd jobs everywhere, and being an extra was one of them. By the way, Gao Yi's acting skills were quite impressive. The director of that TV drama even took a liking to him and promised him a supporting role in the next production. Of course, later on, Gao Yi was noticed by his current editor-in-chief and landed a new journalism job, abruptly putting an end to his acting career. Never mind the new tag in hand, let's look at the other gains. Trait, Mist, Rare. If I were to synthesize it, which tag would be the most suitable match? With a slight stir of thought, Gao Yi laid out the options before his eyes. Reporter LV3, Common, Debt Dodger LV1, Rare, Heartbroken LV1, Common, Helpful Citizen LV2, Rare. Internet Troll Pro LV1, Common, Elderly Women's Best Friend LV2, Rare, Actor LV1, Common. So what exactly does this mist represent? Gao Yi tapped his pen cap lightly against the notebook, mentally shuffling through possible combinations. In the previous 2 combinations, acts of bravery and deception were both types that could be understood at a glance. Mist plus actor might turn into horror movie actor? That would be even more nonsensical and wouldn't help gain experience at all. Mist plus deadbeat could become fleeing deadbeat? That actually fits Gao Yi's current situation quite well. His phone is practically overflowing with debt collection messages. If this goes on any longer, he might really have to go on the run. After hesitating for a long time, he realized he didn't have much choice anyway. Gao Yi opened the synthesis list and began inserting the materials. Journalist, Common, plus Mist, Rare, equals Investigator, Epic. Investigator LV1, Epic. Experience points, 345/10,000. Tag ability, Mist, accidents and the uncanny will be drawn to you, approaching you, but in return, you will receive additional rewards and compensation for each completed investigation. An epic tier tag, huh? That's a first for me. But with an epic tier level, the experience required for each level had now reached 10,000. The experience that the journalist had accumulated before was indeed carried over, but it seemed rather inadequate in this situation. When it comes to label abilities, it's essentially an enhanced version of the first ability of journalist. The question is, to what extent will this accidents and bizarre events be drawn to you reach? If simply eating breakfast on the street could drag me into life and death supernatural incidents, that would be way too troublesome. Though I've now become a player and possess abilities somewhat beyond ordinary people in a certain sense. That doesn't mean I can casually court death. A minor enhancement in physical fitness won't make Gao Yi invulnerable to bullets either. You'll really die if someone secretly attacks you. Considering this, I shouldn't wear this tag all the time. But if I don't wear it and use it, doesn't that mean I never got this tag in the first place? This becomes another paradox. I can't just abandon this epic tag I worked so hard to obtain. All in all, let's wear it until midnight and see what daily task it assigns tomorrow. Glancing at the alarm clock beside him, which now showed 11:50 p.m., Gao Yi made a decision. First, he'd see what kind of mission this epic tag would trigger. At this moment, Gao Yi's attributes within the tag system had also undergone significant changes. Name, Gao Yi. Equip tags, 2 as Investigator LV1, Epic, Helpful Citizen LV2, Rare. Tag abilities, Mist, accidents and eerie occurrences will be drawn to you, coming closer, but completing explorations will grant you additional rewards and compensation. Zootopia, makes others instinctively feel close to and rely on you, making it easier to gain trust and praise. Big Hero 6, combat abilities will be enhanced when performing acts of bravery. Daily tag mission, covertly investigate a criminal organization with over 100 members and obtain evidence of their crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Deadbeat LV1, Rare, Heartbroken LV1, Common, Actor LV1, Common, Professional Internet Surfer LV1, Common, Elderly Women's Companion LV2, Rare. Attributes held, none. Though tonight's encounters were utterly bizarre and terrifying, they did grant Gao Yi a deeper understanding of this world along with certain benefits. All those inexplicable incidents that occurred during his investigations in Nankang City now made sudden, dreadful sense. It was evident that this mysterious game of unknown origin had profoundly affected the tranquil and mundane world in which Gao Yi found himself. What will the future hold? With one foot already stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, Gao Yi reclined in his swivel chair, hands clasped behind his neck, lost in reverie. Tomorrow, I should still go gather some intelligence. Since there are so many players, there must be their own channels for communication. And what about the authorities? With so many uncontrollable superhumans popping up in the country, surely they must have responded by now? For now, I should probably hold off on wearing this investigator label just in case something supernatural really does come knocking. But just as Gao Yi steeled himself, waiting for midnight to arrive, a sudden knock echoed from the direction of the entryway. Is someone here? Chapter 20, The Editor's Visit. With his enhanced five senses from the armchair detective ability, Gao Yi had actually heard the footsteps long ago. But between his incomplete adaptation to this new ability and having no expectation of visitors, he hadn't processed the sound immediately. It wasn't until the knocking actually echoed that Gao Yi realized the visitor had come for him. In an instant, all his earlier relaxation vanished as Gao Yi abruptly rose to his feet. Listening intently to every sound beyond the door, he muffled his own footsteps and slowly made his way to the kitchen, grasping a kitchen knife in his hand. Who could it be? Pretending not to be home? No use. If they're here to cause trouble, pretending won't solve anything. Now that I think calmly, the fight with that man in black on the subway must have been photographed or recorded by many bystanders. There's a high chance those people have already uploaded clips showing my face across social media and short video platforms. In extreme cases, someone might have witnessed Gao Yi clutching the ticket before suddenly disappearing. With that premise, the person knocking at the door could very well be someone searching for various players. Is it an official government department? Other informal player groups? Or perhaps that man in the black hoodie has returned? In any case, it's hard to imagine they come with good intentions. The knocking sound came again, this time even more vehement. What should I do? I tried the initiative of the armchair detective experiment before, but now it's completely unusable. Weapons, there's only half a bottle of ultra anti-wolf spray left, and nothing more except this knife in my hand. But just as Gao Yi was deep in thought, the visitor outside the door suddenly began murmuring to themselves. Damn, did that guy really get beaten to death by those scammers? Accompanied by the sound of a phone password being entered. At this point, Gao Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. As he returned the cleaver to its place, he responded. Gee, I'm here, coming right away. Then, with a laugh, he rubbed his neck, tucked away the notebook on the desk, and muttered self-deprecatingly. Is this the influence of these new abilities? Getting a bit paranoid. He opened the front door and looked outside. Standing in the hallway was a handsome man around 30 years old, currently holding a plastic bag from the convenience store downstairs, standing with his hands on his hips. He was bundled up tightly in a dark down jacket, with a thick red scarf wrapped around his neck that entirely engulfed his chin. Looking further down, his work pants were also fastened snugly at the ankles, with black boots that were clearly lined with fur inside. Even for December, he was the type who made people think, isn't this guy dressed a bit too warmly? This man, named Pan Tian, happened to be the editor-in-chief of the magazine where Gao Yi currently worked. Though not the actual owner of the newspaper, it was he who had given Gao Yi this job back then. Pan Tian walked into the room, unabashedly changed into slippers, and casually hung his scarf on the nearby coat rack effortless as if he were returning to his own home. What were you doing at home that you didn't answer? I really thought you'd died. You didn't pick up my calls earlier either. Because I was inexplicably dragged into some bizarre game where I survived a scenario crawling with monsters, and now I'd become some kind of superpowered being. Of course, Gao Yi couldn't possibly answer like that. So he had no choice but to change the subject and took the other person to review the recording he had obtained earlier. Damn, back to being single and the place is still so tidy. Dude, do you even know how to enjoy the bachelor life? Pan Tian followed him inside, his muttered complaints never ceasing for a moment. Gao Yi had no choice but to ignore the chatter. He turned on his computer and dragged the audio file from his cloud drive to the desktop. Then, he retrieved the key content from his memory and played it back sequentially. As Pan Tian listened carefully and began taking notes on his phone, Gao Yi also glanced at the time. 0:07 a.m. Without a doubt, it was now already the next day. Gao Yi excused himself to use the restroom and stepped into the bathroom to examine today's label tasks. Label tasks: investigate a secretive organization and compose a report, perform a good deed benefiting over 1,000 people. I'm completely clueless about either. With a slight sigh, Gao Yi pressed the flush button as if washing away his frustration. No need to say more, these two tasks in hand correspond to the tags, investigator, and concerned citizen, respectively. It's just that with the upgrade in tag levels, the difficulty of the tasks has also taken a small leap. As Gawi himself admitted, there's no clue on how to complete them yet. But on second thought, publishing the news and exposing that fraud syndicate should, in a way, still count as a good deed. But these tasks refresh daily, while the Southern Mysteries magazine where Gawi currently works only publishes bi-weekly. Aside from the main publication, there's only the official social media account and a pitifully low-traffic forum website left. He still needed to gather materials, write drafts, proofread, review, and finally publish. There's no way this could all be completed within today. Rubbing his still damp hair, Gawi sighed again and headed toward the bedroom. Pan Tian remained seated at the desk, frowning as he listened to the recording. Because the recording hadn't been edited at all, most of it was essentially useless content and background noise. So Pan Tian pressed the fast-forward button with one hand while jotting notes on his phone with the other. Seeing Gawi return, he reluctantly set down his headphones and tapped on the desk while thinking aloud. The content is passable, it even includes a few people directly admitting their product is fake, but, Gawi raised an eyebrow as the other hesitated. But the impact isn't strong enough. With only the words of these small fry and mid-level management, they can easily claim the recordings were fabricated. Pan Tian shrugged helplessly. We don't necessarily need solid evidence either. Everybody knows the stuff they sell is fake, as long as we create enough public outrage. Gawi instinctively objected, visibly warming up to deliver yet another impassioned speech. Enough. Editor Pan hastily cut him off the moment he saw Gawi gearing up for another lengthy diatribe. Although our magazine isn't a major publication, we still need to be mindful of our reputation. What if they sue us for insufficient evidence? Seeing the solemn expression on the colleague's face across the chair, Gawi couldn't help but sigh. He fully understood this reasoning, but the thought of that fraud company called Golden Glory Security openly peddling so-called supernatural teas and self-defense underwear infuriated him. Worse still, they specifically targeted senior citizens, swindling them out of their pensions, lifelong savings, and even their homes. To say that Gawi didn't want to quickly eliminate them would be a lie. Alright, I understand. I'll find another opportunity to gather evidence of their crimes, the legally binding kind. Gawi waved his hand to show his understanding. Yet what lingered in his mind was that now he'd already crossed halfway into the superhuman realm, would he still fear some petty scam company? Seeing Gaoyi's reaction, Pan Tian nodded with some surprise, muttering, "When did you become so obedient, kid?" In the past, Gaoyi would definitely have made a fuss about it. He's matured, Pan Tian explained to himself this way. Then, he promptly changed the subject. Be careful yourself. Nankang City isn't very safe these days. Did you see that crazy robber tonight? He looked like some kind of special forces soldier. What crazy robber? Pan Tian paused for 2 seconds, confirming Gaoyi wasn't joking with him, then said with some surprise, "What were you doing all evening? Didn't check your phone at all?" "I was filming a horror movie inside a supermarket shrouded in white fog." Gaoyi naturally couldn't answer like this, so he simply brushed it off with a few words. "Damn it, as a journalist, you ought to keep your news instinct sharp." Pan Tian muttered as he unlocked his phone, scrolled a bit, and pulled up a short video clip to play on the table. The footage was shot from inside a car, where the blogger seemed to have originally been filming a short clip for their family. But just a few seconds in, a loud explosion suddenly sounded off camera. Amidst screams, the blogger flipped the camera toward a small bank by the street. There, they coincidentally captured a man dressed entirely in black, wearing a Santa Claus mask, running out from a cloud of black smoke. Notably, he had a travel bag slung over each shoulder, leaking money as he ran. And so, he fled swiftly on foot, dropping bundles of cash as he ran. Even more astonishing were his agile strides and running speed. Despite being obstructed by various obstacles and frequently vaulting over car roofs, his sprinting pace still approached that of a national-level sprinter, clearly beyond ordinary human capability. At the end of the footage, the man scaled the wall of a low-rise building in just a few steps, leaped across several balconies and window ledges, and vanished onto the rooftop. Taking a deep breath, Gaoyi sat down on the edge of the bed. As a new player who had just joined tonight, he naturally knew exactly what kind of existence that man in the video represented. Clearly, not all players were law-abiding citizens. At the very least, I'm no longer powerless after gaining these abilities. Chapter 21, Coffee and All-Night Work. In the attributes list, Gaoyi's player level is E, while his evolution rate stands at 10%. Setting aside the unused evolution potion for now, the slight benefits from this amount of evolution aren't particularly noticeable. Gaoyi faintly sensed some slight physical enhancement in his body, though the change wasn't particularly significant. As for the level displayed by the robber in the video, even with the bonus from his concerned citizen tag, Gaoyi certainly couldn't match it. Moreover, there was no way to speculate about this robber player's level and evolution rate at this point. Of course, if the robber possessed agility-boosting traits, that would make any judgment even more difficult to make. Since Gaoyi can obtain enhancements in the mental realm like armchair detective, it's not surprising that someone could gain physical enhancements. What's wrong? Do you actually know this lunatic? Let me tell you, though there's no official announcement yet, my insider says 8 dead and 12 injured. Pan Tian noticed Gaoi lost in thought and snapped his fingers twice in front of him to interrupt. No, I was just thinking how tough things are for everyone now, even Santa Claus has to earn a living. Gaoi shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Of course, what he was mocking was the Santa Claus mask worn by the robber in the video. Cut it out. Every time you're trying to hide something, you start cracking terrible jokes. Pan Tian mercilessly exposed Gaoyi's intentions, but after a brief pause, couldn't help adding, though it is pretty funny. After exchanging some good-natured insults with a smile, Gaoi lay down on the bed and started searching on social media using his phone. Nankang City Subway, Fight, Line 3, Hongshan Temple. After trying various keywords, he couldn't find any footage of his fight that night, not even a single discussion about it. Why indeed? The authorities might be deliberately suppressing and controlling the spread of information. After all, it was too shocking for ordinary people and would undoubtedly cause social chaos. Suddenly, a bunch of people around me turned into superhumans and started gaining supernatural abilities. Just the thought of it is terrifying. But as for Gaoi himself, he's been encountering more and more strange incidents and news reports lately. It seems that as the number of players increases, keeping these events hidden in the shadows is becoming increasingly difficult. That recent video of Santa Claus committing a robbery serves as yet another piece of evidence. Hey, aren't you going home yet? Doesn't your wife mind? Gaoi sat up and glared at Pan Tian, who was still lingering in his home. The guy had somehow retrieved a cola from the fridge without him noticing and was now savoring it. Seeing Gaoi sit up, he wiped his mouth, then opened a nearby plastic bag and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Hey, my wife took little Pan back to her parents' place tonight, and now the house is empty. I was planning to enjoy some personal freedom, but then, as he spoke, he tossed the file toward Gaoi. Thanks to the enhanced reflexes provided by Armchair Detective, Gaoi swiftly caught it mid-air with precision and placed the document on his lap to read. Meanwhile, Pan Tian continued his explanation from the side. The boss suddenly called me this evening, saying our magazine needs to put out a special issue the day after tomorrow. Honestly, he's always making impulsive decisions. So, you brought your work to me? Gaoi set down the documents and looked up at Pan Tian with an expression that clearly said, are you kidding me? Come on, who doesn't know that Gaoi from our magazine is diligent and highly efficient? Pan Tian took the opportunity to put on a high hat. None of that today, I'm exhausted, Gaoi said, tossing various report drafts and analytical commentaries back onto the desk. The boss said overtime pay is calculated at 300%, and there'll be an extra bonus before the new year. Let me take another look at those documents. Gaoi, who had already intended to open the door to see his guest out, immediately changed his mind and walked back to his desk. Do you know what other good news there is? Seeing that Gaoi had agreed, Pan Tian's face broke into an irrepressible grin. Gaoi didn't respond further, merely lowering his head slightly with a go-ahead expression. Coffee, my treat, Pan Tian said as he completely opened the plastic bag beside him, revealing 2 canned coffees underneath. You're too kind. Staring at the 6 or 7 empty cola bottles already on the table, Gaoi responded with an expressionless face. Once immersed in work, time flew by swiftly. Fueled by coffee, at Gaoyi's insistence, they'd bought several more bottles, and their passion for bonuses and overtime pay, the two transformed the rental apartment's bedroom into a makeshift editorial office. Writing, proofreading, typesetting, deciding layouts, finalizing illustration and cover requirements. It wasn't until daybreak that they managed to complete the preliminary work. Rubbing his sore lower back, Gaoi collapsed into the swivel chair and let out a long sigh. I'm exhausted. I'm going to the bathroom. Let's grab breakfast outside later. Beside him, Pan Tian, also yawning, rubbed his eyes as he headed toward the restroom. You go ahead and eat. I just want to sleep. Looking at the pile of completed work before him, a wave of exhaustion he'd been suppressing suddenly surged forth. Beyond the completion of these tasks, along with the promised bonuses and overtime pay, Gaoyi's greater gain at this moment was the system notification chime that had been incessantly ringing last night. The experience points for the investigator tag had been slowly increasing by about 4 or 5 points every minute. At this point, the experience points have reached 2544/10,000. Though still some way from leveling up, it's still a decent gain. Better give up on today's daily quest and catch up on some sleep later. I'm just too exhausted. Gaoi muttered to himself, already thinking about how to quickly send Pan Tian away so he could snuggle into his cozy blankets for a proper rest. But just as he was fantasizing about the warmth and comfort of his blanket, the doorbell rang again from the direction of the entrance. Damn! Normally, I don't get 2 visitors in a month. What's going on today? Impatiently rubbing his waist as he stood up, Gaoi suddenly realized. Today was probably exactly 1 week after he'd begged the elderly landlady to give me just 1 more week. Shit, how could I forget this? Yelling coming right away, At the top of his voice, Gaoi dashed to the kitchen sink and hastily splashed water on his face. While washing his face, he also replaced the investigator tag with old lady's best friend. After another thought, he even took out the deadbeat tag and swapped out helpful citizen as well. Stumbling to the doorway and steadying himself, Gaoi took a deep breath, rapidly rehearsing possible lines of small talk in his mind. Then, pushing open the door, he forced out a bright smile. Granny Chen. But halfway through speaking, Gaoi suddenly froze. Standing at the door was not the elderly landlady he had expected, but an unfamiliar teenage girl. Chapter 22, Grade E Physical Healing Potion. Gaoi forcibly swallowed the unfinished words old landlady and studied the visitor at his door. The girl looked like a high school student, with shoulder-length tea-colored hair. Whether natural or dyed was impossible to tell under the sunlight. Wearing a light purple windbreaker on top, while her lower half was clad in the so-called bare-leg magic tights. Even though one knew better, seeing those seemingly exposed calves still made people worry whether she might catch a chill. Upon closer inspection, the windbreaker seemed to be part of her school uniform, with the school crest and name Nankang Experimental High emblazoned across the chest. If memory serves, this was one of the city's top high schools, boasting a 90% college admission rate, and practically every local parent dreamed of sending their child there. There have been quite a few news reports about corruption and shady dealings regarding the admission criteria of that school. Naturally, given Gaoyi's academic performance and level of dedication during his student days, such prestigious schools were far beyond his reach. Who are you? Gaoi withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl's face. While her features weren't particularly stunning, the unmistakable youthful vitality radiating from her was still dazzling. I'm here to collect the rent. The woman showed little emotional reaction, seemingly unaffected by Gaoyi's addressing her as Granny. Where's Granny Chen? Knowing he couldn't avoid this inevitable confrontation, Gaoi still asked the question. He could clearly tell she was here to collect rent. The clipboard in her hand was the very one the landlady used, its pages filled with tenant records. Of course, including the due date and whether the rent had been paid. She's injured and needs rest during this time. I'm her granddaughter. Oh, so you're Zhao Zhao. I've heard Granny talk about you often. Gaoi clapped his hands, finally understanding the situation, then quickly asked with concern. Granny Chen is injured? What happened? Is it serious? I accidentally fell and got a minor fracture. Just means I won't be able to collect rent for the next few days. The girl called Zhao Zhao didn't seem too happy with the nickname, emphasizing the word rent with noticeable weight. At this point, Gaoi also recalled more details about this girl. Previously, in order to gain experience for the elderly women's friend achievement and to establish a connection with the landlady, hoping she wouldn't kick out a tenant who couldn't pay rent, Gaoi spent considerable time listening to the old lady's chatter. Although she owned an entire building for rent, she usually felt quite lonely, with her children working far away and meeting them hardly twice a year. Fortunately, her granddaughter had returned to Nankang City for high school. Though she was living on campus, they got to see each other much more frequently. Li Zhao Zhao, that should be her name. Silently glancing at the growing experience points of the deadbeat tag, Gaoi began pondering how to handle this impending rent demand. To be fair, Gaoi hadn't intentionally meant to default on his rent. It was simply a case of the spirit being willing but the flesh weak. With no real savings habit to begin with, having spent large sums on buying information, bribing informants, and purchasing equipment, he now found his cash flow completely ruptured after 6 months of unemployment and mysterious unexplained debts. However, after yesterday's script experience, Gaoi actually regained some quite valuable items. Some artifact props are precious, and tickets can seldom circulate freely, but the potions can indeed be taken out for sale. Even if he keeps those 3 C-grade potions for personal use, there are still 5 bottles of E-grade physical healing potion left. As long as he finds the right channel, he's bound to sell them for a good price. Or, Gaoi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the injured landlady mentioned by the other party. He looked up at Li Zhao Zhao standing before him and asked thoughtfully, "Is Granny Chen at home now?" This youth apartment seemed to have been left by Granny Chen's late husband, and now she manages it alone. My mother-in-law usually lives in the first room on the first floor of the apartment building. The entire apartment building has only 4 floors, with roughly 20 to 30 rooms in total. Although there should be no shortage of trivial matters in daily life, the old lady has her own principles when it comes to renting out rooms. It seems all potential tenants must go through a preliminary interview. She'd rather earn less rent than compromise her preference for leasing to stable income, better educated young people. According to my mother-in-law, I prefer dealing with lively young people. On this basis, it saved her a lot of effort in handling various trivial disputes. However, it must be said that Gaoi lacked youthful vigor, and his income wasn't very stable either. If there were any advantages to him, it would be that he truly excelled at dealing with people. Hey gee, is that little Gao? What brings you here? Back in the first floor apartment, Granny Chen, lying on the sofa, spotted Gaoi and her granddaughter. The wrinkles on her face instantly bunched up like a blossoming flower. Well, I heard you got injured and wanted to come check on you right away. Came in such a hurry that I didn't even have time to buy fruits or anything. Gaoi blurted out casually while discreetly examining Granny Chen's condition under the enhancement of his armchair detective ability. Just as Li Xiaoxiao had described, it appeared to be a slight rib fracture, with a white medical brace wrapped around the chest. It was clear that conservative treatment was being pursued. Rib fractures are inherently troublesome in most cases. Surgery isn't necessary unless the injury is severe. Even so, rest is essential, especially for elderly patients, who require a long recovery period. This level of observation was something Gaoi could normally achieve, but with the enhancement of armchair detective traits, gathering various bits of information became exceptionally effortless. He could even detect a slight irregularity in the landlady's heartbeat and breathing just by listening closely. Building on this foundation, he deftly steered their conversation into the small talk phase with a few caring words and deductions. Of course, as Gaoi effortlessly slipped on shoe covers, chatted, and poured water for the old lady, Li Xiaoxiao standing nearby wore a somewhat conflicted expression. It seemed she was wondering why Gaoi, a mere tenant, had such a good relationship with the landlord's mother. Meanwhile, the chime signaling experience growth for the deadbeat tag kept ringing in his ear. Clearly, the image of Gaoi in her mind had now solidified into that of a habitual scammer sweet-talking his way into free accommodation. Of course, on the other hand, the experience growth for old women's best friend hadn't stopped either. After exchanging some casual conversation, Gaoi slapped his thigh and steered the topic back on track. By the way, when I was doing a report at the hospital earlier, a doctor friend gave me this. As he spoke, Gaoi turned halfway and pulled out a tube of Grady Physical Healing Serum from his bag. According to its description, the serum's functions were staunching bleeding, alleviating pain, and gradually repairing physical injuries. After the previous heart's deceitful mist, Gaoi obtained 8 potions at once, 5 of which were these Grady Physical Healing Potions, currently in his hand. Other skills and equipment could be tested any time, but this stuff had to wait until after getting injured to be used. Gaoi had learned the hard way about unreliable equipment. Once, before a long-term investigation, he hadn't tested the battery life of his recording device, resulting in dozens of hours of material becoming worthless. Since then, no matter what equipment or items he used, he would always spend time testing them thoroughly before officially putting them to work. This Grady Physical Healing Serum in my hands, if I can't confirm its exact effects, how am I supposed to determine when to use it or how much recovery it provides? And now, with an injured man conveniently delivered right to his doorstep, Gaoi had the perfect opportunity to test it. Not to mention, doing this favor would also buy him some time on the pressing matter of rent. Even the experience points for his elderly women's best friend title could get another boost. This is simply a triple win. I win 3 times. But just as Gaoi was about to hand the Grady Physical Healing Agent to Granny Chen, Li Xiaoxiao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait, let me take a look first. Chapter 23, The Small Advertisement. His movement was blocked, but Gaoi didn't show much emotional reaction as he casually handed over the Grady Physical Healing Agent. Li Xiaoxiao, sitting on the single sofa, took the medicine and examined it carefully with a serious expression before asking, "What kind of medicine is this? Why does it have neither a label nor an ingredient list?" It must be said, truly worthy of being a model student, she still maintained basic caution. But Gaoi had already prepared an explanation for this. This is a nutritional supplement that hasn't been released yet. I got it directly from a doctor friend. Of course, this explanation did sound somewhat dubious, and Li Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed obvious distrust. Which doctor would dare casually distribute unapproved medication? This color looks. Hey, Xiaoxiao, give it to me. Xiao Gao wouldn't lie to me. Fortunately, Grandma Chen came over to defuse the situation. She shook her head slightly, wiped her hands on her apron, and gestured for the medicine to be handed to her. Granny, you should be careful. There are so many scammers out there these days. Li Xiaoxiao fit the stereotype of a model student perfectly, shoulder-length hair that required little maintenance, a perpetually serious tone of speech, and frequent drawn-out sighs. Throw in a pair of round-frame glasses, and she could seamlessly substitute for 80% of the class monitor characters in film and television. But Granny Chen paid no mind, murmuring as if lost in recollection. It's fine, little Gao here is a big-time journalist. Last time, that Gene-something security company nearly scammed me when Golden Light Security. Gaoi chimed in at just the right moment. That's right, if Xiao Gao hadn't stopped me, I would have definitely fallen for their scam. This part was true indeed. Gaoi first noticed that fraudulent company when he saw their flyer at the old landlady's house. Peace of mind for you and your family, fully automated home protection system. To be honest, those con artists actually dared to come knocking door to door. And elderly, wealthy widows like Granny Chen naturally became their prime targets. Some big-shot journalist can't even pay his rent. Beside him, Li Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, clearly not convinced. Did you go ask Xiao Gao for rent? Ugh, didn't I tell you? All the young people in the apartment occasionally have difficulties. I said not to meddle in their business. Grandma Chen was getting on in years, but her hearing hadn't diminished in the slightest. Hearing her granddaughter's words, she instantly understood and began scolding with a frown. Li Xiaoxiao lowered her head after being reprimanded, only letting out a pout while mumbling something inaudible. She meant well, it's fine. Would you like to try this nutritional supplement first? Whether it was the effect of old lady's best friend being too strong or that he had racked up enough goodwill points during this period. Upon hearing Gao Yi's words, the landlady immediately brightened up and readily agreed. Under Li Xiaoxiao's resentful gaze, the old woman downed the bottle of Grade E Physique Recovery Potion in one gulp. Gao Yi had no time or energy to tend to the high school girl's emotions. Holding his breath, he sharpened his hearing. With the effect of the armchair detective skill, every sound became startlingly clear. The liquids gulped down the throat, the faint mending of ribs, even the subtle twitch of muscles. The elderly landlady's brows suddenly relaxed as she drank the potion. Moments later, she hesitantly touched the medical brace on her chest, disbelief dawning on her face. Grandma, what's wrong? Li Xiaoxiao noticed her mother-in-law had been silent for quite a while and quickly leaned in to ask with urgent concern. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. This medicine really works, Xiao Gao. Granny Chen's smile returned to her face as she lifted both arms and pressed her shoulders experimentally. The pain relief effect was remarkable. It seemed to accelerate the recovery of physical injuries as well. Gao Yi made his judgment and smiled back as well. Moving her arms wasn't enough. Grandma Chen stood up directly and even walked a full circle around the coffee table. You wouldn't believe it, but my backache is gone too. I feel energy returning to my whole body. That's great. But let's not remove the support belt yet. You should have the doctor check it again later. Seeing the landlady like this, Gao Yi was genuinely happy from the heart. Though he spent a bottle of medicine, he gained a better understanding of its effects. If that's the case, packaging it as medicine could probably sell for a fortune. Of course, mass production wouldn't be possible, and there's also the issue with the Drug Regulatory Agency. Gao Yi's thoughts had already drifted far away, while Li Xiaoxiao beside him widened her eyes, glancing alternately at the energetic grandma and then at Gao Yi, who seemed lost in thought. Judging by the fact that the deadbeat debtor tag wasn't gaining any more experience points, he guessed that in her mind, his image had probably shifted from scammer to a scammer who actually has some tricks up his sleeve. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, Gao Yi chatted a bit more with the landlady about everyday things. After the pleasant conversation, he once again assured her that the rent would definitely be paid in full by the end of the month, but Granny Chen insisted that such a small amount wasn't worth worrying about. In this atmosphere, Li Xiaoxiao on the sofa couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only swing her legs absent-mindedly. A glance at the phone showed the time had already reached 10 in the morning. Making up his mind, Gao Yi wrapped up the idle chit-chat that lacked substance, politely declined Granny Chen's invitation to stay for a meal, and left the room amid words of gratitude. Dragging his leaden feet, Gao Yi headed down the stairs toward his welcoming bed. He hadn't slept for 40 hours, and he doubted he'd ever longed for his apartment building to have an elevator this much before. Glancing at the system casually, he saw, elderly women's friend, had already reached level 3, and level 4 wasn't far off. Should I go back and grind this tag's level? Feels pretty useless though. Muttering to himself, Gao Yi stood before his door, rummaging through his pockets for the keys. At that moment, a crisp series of footsteps rapidly approached from the stairwell. Gao Yi, whose hearing had improved significantly, could easily recognize these as Li Xiaoxiao's footsteps after a slight comparison. How annoying. Is she here to hassle me about rent again? I did save your grandmother a fortune on medical bills and supplements. Thinking this, Gao Yi noticeably sped up his movements. But by the time he opened the door, the young girl had already sprinted breathlessly to the third floor and called out to Gao Yi. The girl stopped in front of Gao Yi, hands on her knees, gasping for air. She was no longer wearing that school windbreaker, probably left in the room downstairs, and only had on a light purple short-sleeved shirt. It was clear she had hurried in quite a rush. Is there something you need? Since he couldn't avoid it, Gao Yi had no choice but to force out another exhausted smile and start asking questions. Well, Li Xiaoxiao finally caught her breath enough to look up at Gao Yi. I didn't mean to give you a hard time. Grandma told me before that you're a good person, and you're broke because you co-signed for a friend. I was just worried she might get scammed again. The girl seemed genuinely apologetic, but for someone her age going through adolescence, saying sorry outright appeared to be quite difficult. It's alright, Granny Chen often tells me how outstanding you are, and seeing you today proves it's true. Gao Yi sighed inwardly but nonetheless took on the job of solving the young girl's troubles. He couldn't help but think how different things might have been if this had happened just a week earlier. His label might have shifted from elderly women's confidant to simply women's confidant. At least the scope of applicability has expanded considerably. Grandma also said you always help with cleaning, unlike some tenants who bring strange women back overnight and leave everything in a mess. Li Xiaoxiao's words were interrupted as she earnestly repeated the landlord's grandmother's praises word for word. But just as the two were talking, a man's voice came from inside the door. Pin Tian seemed to have finished washing her face and was now tidying up her things. Gee, Gaui, you're back. By the way, where do you keep the wet wipes at home? The ones in the bedroom are all used up. Gaui turned his head back toward the doorway, meeting the girl's gaze, complicated and stunned. Clearly, some strange misunderstanding wouldn't be easy to clear up. After seeing Li Xiaoxiao off, he returned inside. Pantheon walked to the living room with the packed files in his arms, casually saying, "Speaking of which, you guys even have people handing out flyers here." "Flyers? Not that I know of, at least I haven't come across any." Gao Yi frowned and responded thoughtfully. "Then take a look at what's on the shoe rack. It was slipped under the door crack just over 10 minutes ago." Following the other's words, Gao Yi indeed spotted a small yellow note on the shoe cabinet. The paper was exceptionally coarse, like the Xian paper used for calligraphy or the yellow joss paper burned for the dead. Of course, what shocked Gao Yi even more than the eerie paper were the words written on it. "Noon, the tea house downstairs. Let's talk about your mind's mist maze." Gao Yi closed his eyes slightly inside. The trouble he had been worrying about had finally come knocking. Chapter 24 The Paper Doll. After seeing Pan Tian off, Gao Yi, now alone again, sat at his desk and carefully examined the sheet of paper in his hand. The black handwriting appeared to be written in ink, the characters delicate yet upright. Even Gao Yi, a complete amateur when it came to calligraphy, could tell at a glance that the work was of considerable refinement. But the current issue clearly isn't about the handwriting, it's about the content. Noon, downstairs diner. Let's talk about your soul mist. Just over a dozen simple words, yet they carried an immense amount of information. Clearly, Gao Yi's earlier worries had come to pass. Though he couldn't fathom how they'd found out, his identity as a player had undoubtedly been exposed. Whoever wants to chat like this probably isn't from the authorities, they'd have come knocking otherwise. By the same logic, it can't be an organized violent crime group either. Thinking to himself, Gao Yi took out the notebook he always carried with him and began organizing his thoughts. It wasn't surprising that someone had discovered his player identity, although the video footage had been restricted at the time. Determined individuals could still uncover it. The real question was, how did they know where Gao Yi lived, and how did they learn the name of the instance, the maze of the deceitful heart? Could it be because I've been wearing this investigator label all along, actually attracting weird incidents? As he spoke, Gao Yi once again opened his phone and glanced at the time. 10:40 a.m. The tea restaurant downstairs probably referred to the one next to his apartment. Gao Yi had eaten there once before. To be honest, the taste wasn't bad, but it just didn't suit his palate, so he'd never gone back again. With a heavy sigh, Gao Yi set down the note containing the message. In any case, the visitor hadn't shown obvious malice yet, and was attempting dialogue in a way that gave Gao Yi partial control of the situation. For someone as severely information deprived as Gao Yi was, attempting communication was undoubtedly necessary. Having made up his mind, Gao Yi began considering what preparations he needed to make. But now I won't be able to sleep again. At exactly 11:40 p.m., Gao Yi went downstairs on time. After greeting the landlady who happened to be taking out the trash, he headed straight for the neighboring gentleman's tea house. As the electronic doorbell mechanically chimed welcome, Gao Yi stepped inside the restaurant. The entire restaurant wasn't particularly large, just barely accommodating 10 sets of tables and chairs, with an open counter that offered a full view of the kitchen, completing the entire interior layout. The decor primarily featured a green color scheme, which, objectively speaking, was quite refined and aesthetically pleasing. But to be honest, the immediate impression gave off the vibe of a struggling art gallery rather than a restaurant. Perhaps this was also why the business wasn't doing well. At this near mealtime hour, the entire shop had only two groups of customers. Excluding the clingy couple by the door, Gao Yi's gaze was quickly drawn to the man in the corner. It was a sensation akin to intuition, embedding the words "that person is a player" directly into Gao Yi's mind. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi explained to the approaching waiter that he was there to meet someone, then slowly made his way toward the corner. On the way, with a slight thought, I switched the tags. After a brief moment of thought, the current tags changed to actor and deadbeat. Both can gain subtle advantages in direct communication and interaction. Sitting opposite the other party, Gao Yi finally had the chance to scrutinize this unexpected player more carefully. His face looked quite young, probably just in his early 20s. Yet strangely incongruous was his oddly eclectic attire, caught somewhere between old-fashioned dignity and modern edginess. Despite it being winter, he casually fanned himself with a paper fan while sitting with one leg casually crossed over the other. His formal Zhongshan suit was an unexpectedly bright red, with two black patterned lines running down the buttons along its length. His face was obscured by a pair of large round-framed sunglasses, making his expression unreadable, and paired with his meticulously slicked-back hair, he looked like a blind fortune-teller. The conspicuous black mole on the right side of his chin added another layer of mystery to his appearance. But these weren't even the strangest things about him. Upon closer inspection, his fan wasn't cooling himself but rather the empty seat beside him. And there sat a paper doll with rouged cheeks, the kind commonly seen among funeral supplies. Of course, compared to those crude funeral props, this paper doll's clothing and face were far more refined. What was even more unsettling was that as Gaui walked closer and sat down, the paper doll distinctly turned its head, following him with its gaze, as if it were alive. As Gaui settled into the seat opposite him, the man snapped his fan shut, straightened his posture, and said, "Brother E, I always knew you were someone who values punctuality. Since you already know my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Gaui didn't bother asking pointless questions like, "How do you know my name?" The fact that they could find my home address meant knowing my name was hardly significant. Ha ha ha, my apologies for the presumption. My humble name is Zhao Qian. Not the least bit offended, the man chuckled as he tapped his fan against his palm and introduced himself. Moments later, this Zhao Qian flipped his right-hand palm down and gestured sideways to indicate the paper doll beside him. "This is my daughter, E. Come on E, call him brother." Before Gaui could fully process these words, the paper doll beside him actually tilted its head and spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. "Bro, the." Gulping, Gaui decided it was best to accept being addressed as brother. "So, what did you want to see me about?" Determined not to dwell on questions like, "Why can a paperman speak?" or "How did he end up with a daughter like her?" Gaui redirected the conversation to the main topic. "Hey, don't mention it. We're all players here, so it's only natural to communicate and help each other out." Zhao Qian adjusted his sunglasses, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Gaui didn't believe a single word of this, literally. Trusting a stranger who suddenly appears with good intentions is about as plausible as believing Santa Claus would rob a bank to earn money, then use it to buy presents for well-behaved children. "Since you're unwilling to talk, why don't I take a guess?" Resting his chin on one hand and leaning slightly forward, Gaui was determined to seize control of the conversation. "Oh, then why don't you give it a try?" Across from him, Zhao Qian seemed equally intrigued. Stroking the head of the paper doll beside him, he leaned back and spoke. Seeing this, Gaui didn't hold back either and began to lay out his deductions. "It's not surprising that you know I'm a player, where I live, or even my name. The real question is, how did you know about the Heart's Phantom Mist?" Last night, the player in the black hoodie was so terrified, yet he clung stubbornly to that ticket because it was his only lifeline. "And you knew he was holding the Fog of Haunted Hearts, and you knew anyone emerging from that scenario was worth meeting." Gaui stared straight at the other man, delivering his conclusion in an even tone. "In other words, you knew exactly what level of horror that ticket represented, and exactly whose hands it was in. I suppose it was you who took out that ticket, wasn't it?" "Ha!" Zhao Qian slightly lowered his head, revealing his eyes above the sunglasses as he made genuine eye contact with Gaui for the first time. "Brother Gaui," as expected of someone who cleared the Holy Grail 5 dungeon. He paused briefly before uttering the second half of his sentence. "But you guessed wrong about one thing." "Which part?" "I didn't force the tickets on them. Every single person who entered begged me to give them those tickets." Chapter 25, New Tickets. "Begging you to give it to them?" Gaoyi's tone was clearly distrustful. After all, he'd faced that hooded player directly on the subway. That guy may have been completely unhinged, but his terror couldn't have been faked. Across the table, Zhao Qian seemed to notice Gaoyi's skepticism and chuckled before beginning his explanation. "Last night you ran into that guy who was frantically begging for tickets on the forum, but he couldn't afford to pay neither in cash nor in-game currency." "Forum?" Gaui seized the keyword and interrupted the other speaker. At the same time, he began to recall that his attribute list also seemed to have an in-game currency field. If I remember correctly, one session of Heart's Maze Mist earned him 500 game coins. "Oh, it's our players' discussion forum. Don't worry, it's completely legal. Want me to add you later? If you list me as your referrer, I even get a commission." Zhao Qian spoke rapidly, his thoughts jumping between topics as quickly as his words. "Faruuyum." Beside him, the paper doll named E opened her mouth again, maintaining her somewhat eerie smile, and spoke in a cute voice that didn't match her appearance. "By the way, the forum is where we players exchange information, trade items, and accept missions." Zhao Qian truly resembled an extremely patient father as he tilted his head to explain things to the paper doll. Of course, it sounded more like it was meant for Gao Yi's ears. "Let's talk about that player in the black hoodie." Gao Yi maintained his poker face, not letting this incomprehensible scene before him affect his composure. Shouldering shrug, Zhao Qian went on to elaborate. "You must have noticed by now, although there might be variations, at regular intervals, we players are forced to participate in a dungeon instance. The next game countdown, 15 days. Recalling the last line written in the attribute list, Gao Yi nodded. "Simply put, those were all people whose time was running out but who didn't have tickets in hand. I just gave them a free helping hand." Zhao Qian maintained his usual smiling demeanor, his tone light and cheerful, as if he truly believed he was doing a good deed. This also cleared up many of the doubts Gao Yi had harbored earlier. For example, as the director once said, most of the later players weren't up to much, and Little Red also mentioned that all the people she encountered were impossible to communicate with lunatics. Now it seems clear that this Zhao Qian was the one supplying the tickets to the Heart's Ominous Mist. and those who entered were all desperate souls, many already plunged into madness. The Five of Cups, what does it mean? Gao Yi pondered for a moment before finally voicing his confusion. That thing? The games are categorized into Holy Grail, Sword, Coin, and Scepter types, with difficulty levels ranging from 10 to 1, where higher numbers indicate greater challenge. Zhao Qian responded without hesitation, as if stating something utterly obvious. Tarot cards? Gao Yi quickly retrieved the corresponding information from his memory. Yes, it's tarot cards, specifically the minor arcana. Zhao Qian gently patted Yi's paper head, then waved for the waitress to take their order. Glancing at the menu, he asked Gao Yi, "Would you like anything to eat?" "No, thank you." Gao Yi turned his head again to look at the paper doll named Yi, who was now tilting her head slightly as she stared at him. There was something eerily adorable about it. In any case, Gao Yi had no interest in sharing a meal with a human and a paper doll. With a shrug, Zhao Qian ordered a large pile of food from the server, all of its staple dishes. But for some reason, the waiter seemed not to notice at all, making no remark about the paper doll beside him. Any other questions? After the waiter had walked away, Zhao Qian turned his gaze back to Gao Yi once more. Glancing at his sunglasses, Gao Yi lowered his head slightly and asked the most crucial question. "Why did you come looking for me?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian on the opposite side smiled but didn't directly answer. Instead, he deftly shifted the topic. Perhaps you don't know this, but among the 4 script types, Holy Grail is commonly regarded as the most difficult, as it tests the player's judgment, spirit, and wisdom much more. His explanation clearly wasn't over, and Gao Yi found no reason to interrupt. He simply sat up straighter and continued to listen. Most players barely meet the time limit to participate in simple level 9 or 10 scripts, just to secure a moment's peace. Level 5 is considered a challenge only for at least C-tier players, let alone Holy Grail 5. And yet, you somehow cleared it on your very first attempt as a player. After beating around the bush for quite a while, Zhao Qian finally returned to Gao Yi's question. With that, he leaned forward, placed both hands on the table, and lowered his voice. "I'm very curious, how exactly did you accomplish this, and what rewards did you obtain? What's the point of knowing? Planning to take it by force?" Gao Yi showed no fear whatsoever. Crossing his arms, he raised an eyebrow dismissively. No, of course not. The game doesn't encourage us to kill each other. If a player dies in reality, all their abilities and items disappear." Zhao Qian smiled while shaking his hands in denial, leaning back into his chair again. "I just want to be friends with you, and give you something." Zhao Qian dug into his red Mao suit as he spoke, pulling out a ticket and sliding it across the table to Gao Yi. Along with it, he took a pen and wrote 2 lines on the ticket. "Here's the forum's website address. Remember to register later so you're not an unverified user." After a brief hesitation, Gao Yi still took the ticket and began examining it carefully. Occurrences at West City, 7 of Swords. Mode, Multiplayer. Start time, 08:47:32. According to you, many players are short on tickets, yet you can casually hand out a whole pile of them. Do you have some sort of production channel? Putting down the tickets, Gao Yi raised his head again. "As for that, it's a secret." Zhao Qian maintained his cheerful smirk, paired with those round sunglasses, making him look every bit like a street-side charlatan. "Say cret." Beside him, the paper figurine Yi chimed in as well. "I don't need tickets. Why would you think I'd want this?" Gao Yi pushed the ticket back across the table, his tone indifferent. "I heard you're pretty short on cash, and as far as I know, these tickets are in the hands of someone quite valuable." As he spoke, Zhao Qian took out his phone and tapped a few commands. He turned the screen towards Gao Yi, where a wanted poster was prominently displayed. Wanted, Butcher Zhang. Bounty, 1,000 game coins or 1 million in cash. Dead or alive. The photo below shows a man with utterly ordinary features, even appearing somewhat dull-witted. Yet the crimes listed beneath it are utterly horrifying. Murder, rape, robbery, theft. To say they committed every crime imaginable would be no exaggeration at all. After a brief moment of thought, Gao Yi still took the ticket and examined it carefully. The ticket depicted a rather ordinary small town, revealing nothing unusual. A moment later, Gao Yi looked up again at Zhao Qian, who was smiling at him from across, and raised the ticket in his hand to ask, "Why do you think I would accept this ticket?" "The divination said so." "Divination?" Gao Yi froze for half a second before asking again. "Yeah, what's the matter? You can believe in all sorts of games and dungeons, but not divination signs?" Zhao Qian raised his hand to take another sip of tea. While his left hand waved a few times in front of himself, one might have mistaken him for forming hand seals. Meanwhile, Gao Yi's expression darkened further as he tucked his phone back into his pocket and spoke again. "Then did your divination signs tell you I'm about to leave right now?" Zhao Qian watched Gao Yi packing up his things, raised an eyebrow, and propped his chin on his hand as he said, "You're a smart man, brother Gao. You should be able to see that the situation is different now." "Then you're mistaken. I'm not that clever." Gao Yi no longer looked at him and stood up by himself, slipping on his coat. "Then you'd better watch out these days, fools don't live long." For the first time, Zhao Qian's voice wavered slightly, chilling abruptly with a sharper edge. Is that so? I've always thought self-proclaimed clever people die faster than fools. Gao Yi didn't turn back again. As he spoke, he walked toward the restaurant's entrance, only pausing briefly at the doorframe when sunlight flooded in just long enough to glance over his shoulder. Take care. As the electronic doorbell automatically chimed, thank you for your visit. We look forward to seeing you next time. Gao Yi vanished into the winter sunlight. With a slight sigh, Zhao Qian took a sip of tea and leaned back in his chair. Interesting people are becoming more and more numerous in Nankang City. Do you want me to follow Big Brother? Yi beside him copied Zhao Qian's posture, tilting her head to ask the same. No need. That guy's forehead is practically black as charcoal, he'll definitely use that ticket. Let's eat first. Zhao Qian patted Yi's paper head affectionately and smiled. Then, he lifted her onto the table, watching as her tiny hands reached toward the plate. A few seconds later, the paper doll opened its mouth at an unnaturally wide angle and swallowed the entire dish along with the plate. Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more then. Chapter 26 Player Forum. Back in the rental apartment, Gao Yi finally had some free time. Kicking off his shoes, he flopped straight onto the bed. His recent exchange with Zhao Qian had been packed with staggering amounts of information. Fortunately, the other party wasn't the purely villainous type from Gao Yi's worst-case scenario, more like an information broker you could actually talk to. At any rate, he was dealing with someone capable of normal conversation. In this regard alone, he was already far superior to that crazed black-hooded figure from last night. But it also meant that the other party might very well come looking for him again in the future. With a long sigh, Gao Yi jumped off the bed, took out his personal notebook, and started recording the information he'd just obtained. After players kill each other in reality, they cannot obtain the other's items or traits. Conversely, in the script, can one obtain these things from others by killing each other? Writing the question in his notebook, Gao Yi then recalled the information he had just gathered. Tickets are divided into two types, those with time limits and those without. Most players are sorely lacking in tickets. The tickets include 4 types of scripts: Holy Grail, Sword, Starcoin, and Scepter. He pulled out the West City Strange Tales note from his trouser pocket. The countdown below showed only 8 hours left. So, that would be 9 p.m. then. Gao Yi rested his chin on his left palm, pressing the paper down with his elbow as he murmured softly. And the suffix, 7 of Swords, seemed to add an extra layer of danger to it all. Gao Yi didn't have extensive knowledge about tarot cards, but fragments of related information remained in his memory. The sword symbolizes ambition, destruction, and conflict, while the Holy Grail corresponds to the psyche and the self. Manifested externally, it becomes scenarios like Mystic Heart Mist, scripts that test wisdom and willpower. Then this West City mystery with sword as its suffix might involve battles, death, and extreme danger. In that regard, it is indeed concerning. And also, this so-called forum. His gaze continued downward, and Gao Yi saw the handwritten web address on the ticket. I must say, Zhao Qian's calligraphy is truly impressive, clearly the result of professional training. However, it seems limited to Chinese characters. His English lettering loses all distinctiveness, remaining merely neat. He turned on the computer and entered the web address. A forum website dominated by black hues, accented with copious red text, appeared on the screen. The name was written directly above it. Nankang City Players Forum. How straightforward. The registration process wasn't exactly simple, requiring both a phone number and email address. Fortunately, as an investigative journalist, Gao Yi had quite the stockpile in this regard. He specifically chose a virtual phone number that had never been used before and proceeded with the registration. At the final step of the process, he needed to input a username for the forum. There was no way he'd use his real name in such a place. The best choice would be a name that matched the style yet couldn't be directly linked back to him. After a brief moment of thought, Gao Yi typed in the word investigator as his forum username. This was precisely the new identity tag synthesized by the label system yesterday, concealed yet interconnected. But just before clicking confirm, Gao Yi suddenly halted his mouse. Wait, if, as Zhao Qian mentioned, various communications and transactions occur on this forum, should I create another layer of disguise for external transactions and handling bounties to ensure safety? After a brief moment of thought, Gao Yi added 2 more strokes to the name. Investigator, Snake. Nodding in satisfaction, the vibe hit just right now. You can create alternate accounts with different suffixes yourself later. Others who see this ID will pause and think, if someone calls themselves Snake, there might be others like Investigator Rabbit or Investigator Tiger. Perhaps when trading with them, they'd be wary and less likely to try anything shady. After successfully registering, Gao Yi finally began browsing the forum. Scrolling the mouse wheel, he noticed that compared to today's overcrowded websites and apps, the forum's features were rather sparse. It is mainly divided into 3 major sections: discussion board, trading zone, and bounty missions. The discussion board is for various casual chats, most of which contain little substantial information. What if I run out of tickets? What happens when the time limit is up? The replies below were rather merciless. You'll die. Tickets for sale, cheap, cash preferred. Does anyone know the contact information for the relevant authorities? No one answered below. Almost all replies were curses. It's clear that the Emperor's hounds are unwelcome anywhere. From the fragments of information, it seems official authorities arrest players for interrogation. Of course, among the player community, there might be demonization of official institutions. The actual situation likely doesn't reach the level of arrests and interrogations, but this was enough for Gao Yi to firmly resolve to keep his distance from official organizations. The remaining posts, mostly missing person notices and unofficial tidbits, contained little useful information. It seemed just as Zhao Qian had said, the player community in Nankang City was still small and just beginning to develop. Then how did he get it? That paper doll was clearly obtained from the game. Recalling the dangerous premonition he had sensed from that individual, Gao Yi shook his head and continued scrolling through the webpage. In the trading zone, various items were being peddled, alongside numerous item requests. Glancing at the exchange rate, it seemed the current mainstream trade ratio between game currency and real cash was 1 to 1,000. Of course, the total amount of game currency was clearly insufficient, making it practically impossible to exchange for enough at this rate. That is to say, you can easily exchange 100 game coins for 100,000 in cash, but the reverse is much harder to accomplish. How much? My 500 game coins would be 500,000 then. Gao Yi slapped his thigh, feeling hopeful about paying off his debts at last. But when he looked at the various prop items, that fleeting excitement was quickly washed away. Item grades are ranked from lowest to highest as gray, white, blue, purple, and orange. According to informative posts on the forum, higher grade items do exist, they're just extremely rare. Most of the items hawked in the trading zone are white or gray grade. Their effects aren't particularly impressive. Think gloves that slightly boost punch speed and strength, or boots that improve running efficiency. While the enhancements are limited, many also come with negative side effects. Blue-tier equipment is mostly prohibitively expensive, with prices reaching up to 800 game coins. As for purple-tier gear, you'd only see people begging for it but never actually selling. Summoning the light screen, Gao Yi once again examined his inventory. Item, 2/5 Mist Mask. Purple significantly increases mental resistance when worn. Active use randomly alters the user's appearance, physique, and voice within 1 hour. Director's Whistle, Orange Unknown. These two items must be quite valuable. Although that baffling whistle's purpose remains unclear, its orange rarity suggests it's certainly nothing ordinary. The Mist Mask is exceptionally effective, with its appearance-altering ability being outright supernatural in nature. However, the significant boost to mental resistance effect only works when the mask is worn, which comes with several limitations. After all, the mask is somewhat conspicuous, it's impossible to wear it all the time in the real world. Unless it's at a comic convention or Halloween-type setting, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention. What about the potions? No one's selling C-grade potions at all, apparently they never even entered the market. As for the E-grade physical healing potion, Gao Yi tested on the elderly landlady this morning. A single dose was being sold for up to 60 game coins. 60,000, that's more than 3 years of my rent, Granny. You better take care of yourself so I can keep living here a while longer. Gao Yi couldn't help but convert it into cash and compare it with his various debts. Additionally, the grade of the evolution serum not only relates to the granted evolution rate, but also means a C-grade serum can be used by C-grade players. This being the case, Gao Yi certainly wouldn't use that C-grade evolution serum now, considering he's currently only E-grade. Scrolling through the forum interface once more, the final section appeared, Bounty Missions. There aren't too many wanted individuals at the moment, just 3 in total. Aside from the butcher Zhang that Zhao Qian had shown him at noon, there are only 2 others, and neither shows their face. One is the Santa Claus seen in last night's video. His wanted poster doesn't have a frontal photo, only a screenshot from the video. The bounty is priced at 200 game coins. There's also someone without a front-facing photo or even a photo at all. Their information is extremely sparse, only known to be female. Yet, her bounty has reached 300 game coins, with no clue what she's done. For now, the website offers no further details. Rubbing his stiff neck, Gao Yi swiveled his chair to face the window. Open the attributes list and look at your 500 game coins. Gao Yi couldn't help but consider exchanging them for 500,000 in cash, which could instantly repay most of his debts. But this would undoubtedly be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Think about the black hoodie madman he encountered last night, the wanted criminal from the video, and Zhao Qian this morning. They all possessed formidable abilities and skills far surpassing ordinary people. If they were to attack directly, what chance would he really have of winning? Thinking calmly, in this world that had clearly grown restless, strengthening himself remained the absolute priority. Gao Yi made up his mind he needed to convert these 500 game coins into immediate combat strength. Chapter 27, The Special Skill Belt. Having made up his mind to make a purchase, Gaoi first contacted several sellers on the forum. The first few people he found were selling Grade E evolution potions. Most of them quoted prices around 40 to 50 game coins, which was quite expensive. According to the seller, the E-grade evolution serum can provide E-grade players with an evolution rate increase of 3% to 6%. The specific effects vary slightly. It seems the higher one's existing evolution rate is, the smaller the boost becomes. Gaoi found 2 sellers willing to provide delivery service and purchased 4 bottles. Food delivery services these days are truly advanced. Of course, he couldn't have them delivered directly to his apartment. That would defeat the purpose of all his disguises. After some thought, Gaoi decided to have the seller deliver the goods to 2 supermarket lockers in the city center. Once placed inside, they just needed to provide the password. After that, all he had to do was retrieve the items during peak hours when crowds were dense. As for payment, he could use the same method. If he was truly worried about surveillance or being tailed from a distance, Gaoi could always find someone else to collect them for him. At the very least, he still had the mist mask that could alter his appearance. Some solution could always be found. Truthfully, he could have bought 4 bottles from either of those 2 sellers at once, but Gaoi still decided to split the purchase between both. This was, after all, a way of not putting all his eggs in one basket. In the end, he spent 178 game coins, leaving him with 322 remaining. Of course, Gaoi did worry about the other party taking the money without delivering results. However, it seemed this Nankang City Player Forum had corresponding oversight mechanisms in place. Though the players had only emerged in the city 3 months prior, they had already developed their own operational systems. On the other hand, Gaoi had a vague sense that this forum wasn't so simple. There might be some official forces backing it from behind the scenes. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for those massive bounties or its exceptionally strong organizational capabilities. This clearly isn't something one person could accomplish. At noon, the Zhao Qian had used the phrase, completely legal. Perhaps there's a government department behind this. Good thing I didn't use my own phone number. Gaoi muttered to himself, jotting down 2 more notes in his notebook. To be honest, he wasn't exactly an anarchist, but he did maintain a wary attitude towards all official institutions. If Gaoi truly believed that every crime could be resolved through judicial proceedings, he wouldn't have become an investigative journalist. Just think back, the Golden Glory Securities scam company was able to aggressively conduct sales campaigns everywhere, distributing flyers all over the place. The powerful backers behind it were clearly no minor figures. No matter what, Gaoi was never the type to be co-opted. This stubbornness was simply part of his nature. Of course, if this player forum had official backing, Gaoi could afford to feel somewhat more at ease. Though these so-called players had gained supernatural abilities and evolved in various ways, that superiority only held true when compared to ordinary people. Comparing regular military forces would be too unfair. Just a few security guards or police officers armed with Tyler guns could easily overpower players like Gaoi, who have limited enhancements. Not to mention, individual power always has its limits. Even if you were truly invulnerable to bullets and blades, wouldn't you still need to sleep, eat, and use the bathroom? No one can remain on high alert 24/7, and no one is flawless forever. Although Gaoi had no desire to get too entangled with official authorities, outright antagonizing them would be an even more foolish move. Putting all this aside, Gaoi still wanted to spend all his money to convert it into combat power. With the remaining 300+ game coins, he had his eye on a blue-grade item called Acrobat's Belt. Its effect was to slightly increase agility and reaction speed when worn. When actively used, it could temporarily unleash the wearer's physical potential, greatly enhancing their agility for 3 minutes. Of course, according to the seller, there's a side effect. Prolonged wear causes accumulated physical fatigue. If worn continuously for 12 hours, the next 12 hours will render the knees completely unable to bend. The asking price was 299 game coins, just within Gaoi's budget. 300,000? That's enough to buy me a car. Gaoi felt his heart bleeding uncontrollably as he watched his hard-earned silver coins about to be spent just like that. But to be honest, this deal was worth it. Agility was precisely the bonus Gaoi most desired at this moment. With the armchair detective greatly enhancing his 5 senses, Gaoi could quickly gather and process nearby situations and information. But knowing where the danger lies, where the enemies are, and what needs to be done won't matter if you don't have the speed to act. It'd all be for nothing. This special skill belt perfectly satisfies Gaoi's pursuit of agility. On the other hand, its active skill can also synergize with the active skill of armchair detective. By using both together, Gaoi might just be able to attack and move in bullet time. Under cost, dodging bullets like in the Matrix isn't impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Gaoi contacted the seller under the identity Investigator Snake to inquire about the transaction process. The seller's forum username was graduate student, and judging by their diction, they seemed relatively young. Another reason Gao Yi chose to trade with them was the impression gleaned from their interactions that the seller genuinely needed money and was selling out of necessity. This suggests that this graduate student isn't equipped with too much or overly powerful gear for handling waste, meaning their combat capability probably isn't exaggerated. It could prevent some instances of thieves falling out. Wait, why did I instinctively categorize myself as the thief? Gao Yi shook his head and turned his attention back to the transaction time and location provided by the other party. 8 p.m., Hulong Mall Building A, 3rd floor lounge area. Deliberately choosing a spot with heavy pedestrian traffic and insisting on meeting face-to-face, looks like the other party is more afraid of me. Gao Yi quickly did the math. As a player who could casually fork over 300 game coins, it was obvious why the other side was extremely wary of him. But in that case, it should also mean that the other party just wants to complete the transaction normally, and there's a high likelihood that nothing more troublesome will arise. Glancing at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The other two sellers of the evolution serum need time to arrange delivery and communicate, so it will likely take another 3 to 4 hours at least. Just take the subway to the city center and pick up the goods directly by yourself. Appearance-wise, there shouldn't be a need to use the mist mask. A simple disguise and concealment would suffice. As a professional investigative journalist, altering his appearance and changing outfits were routine operations for Gao Yi. Although it's impossible to achieve the level of disguising as someone else, simply altering one's original facial features is quite easy. Of course, things shouldn't be overdone either. Getting mistaken by store security for dealing in some kind of contraband would be disastrous. As for the transaction with that graduate student, on the other side, there shouldn't be too many issues either. Then, I might also consider whether to use the disguise effect of the mist mask. This has two advantages. It ensures the concealment of one's identity and adds credibility to the current alias, Investigator Snake. Gao Yi chose Snake as the name with this very consideration in mind. The identity provided by Mist Mask is randomized, with even gender being unchangeable. Additionally, Snake is an animal without distinct gender or physical characteristics. Venomous snakes or green snakes might be perceived as female, while pythons or cobras could be seen as male. Of course, this might be overthinking things, but being prepared for all eventualities was precisely Gao Yi's way of handling matters. Otherwise, with the level of misfortune the goddess of luck had cursed him with, he'd have been dead who knows where long ago. Speaking of bad luck, could today's transactions really all proceed normally? Still feeling uneasy, but no matter what, I'll do my best. While there's still time, maybe I should take a rest. With this thought, Gao Yi took a deep breath and glanced toward his bed. Relaxing his body once more, he spread his arms and collapsed onto the warm, soft mattress. Sleep, sleep now. Gao Yi wouldn't know that after these 2 hours of sleep, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully for a long time afterward. Chapter 28, The Men's Restroom. Ding 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 ding. The piercing alarm clock rang out sharply in the room. Opening bloodshot eyes abruptly, Gao Yi struggled to rise from the bed and shuffled across the room to silence his phone alarm. Everyone must have experienced waking from an afternoon nap to find evening has fallen, that moment when you gaze at the empty room bathed in twilight hues, feeling suddenly abandoned by the entire world. Of course, as someone long accustomed to solitude and reverse sleep schedules, Gao Yi remained largely unaffected by such melancholy sentiments. At this moment, he was grateful that the elderly landlady had decent infrastructure in place, with the bedroom equipped with radiators. Otherwise, waking up in this kind of weather would basically be torture. Then again, getting up and working at all sorts of inhuman hours was pretty much Gao Yi's daily routine. The most regular period of his life after becoming a journalist was actually during those months undercover in the mental hospital. Back then, he truly went to bed early and woke up late. The picture of health. Of course, the forced sedation injections and the occasional beatings from the orderlies are another matter. Glancing at the time, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Only 2.5 hours remained until the agreed-upon exchange time. Change outfits, prepare equipment, review recent intelligence from the news, communicate with the seller. Rubbing his dark circles, he walked to the sink to splash some water on his face while muttering about his upcoming plans. He was the type who had to meticulously plan everything in advance, likely due to his innate streak of bad luck that left him with zero expectations for trusting fate's arrangements. Take traveling as an example. Some people could wander aimlessly and suddenly stumble upon secluded scenic spots or hidden culinary gems in back alleys. But if Gao Yi didn't inquire and arrange things beforehand, he'd inevitably arrive at attractions only to find them closed for the day, or reach restaurants that had gone out of business the previous week. With a long sigh, he looked at the 2 items in his hand that were counting down with time limits. The 2 daily missions from the tagging system now genuinely appeared impossible to complete. Tag missions: investigate a secret organization and compile a report. Perform a good deed that benefits over 1,000 people. Investigating secret organizations and performing large-scale good deeds, these were things that depended entirely on fortune, not effort. The ticket on the other side: West City Weird Incident, 7 of Swords. The countdown below changed to 3 hours 27 minutes and 22 seconds. leaving just 3.5 hours until it begins. It's said that the wanted criminal named Butcher Zhang will enter this scenario tonight. A bounty of 1 million. Gao couldn't help but swallow hard. That sum of money was indeed quite tempting. He shook his head. He still needed to stay calm. He had just entered his first scenario yesterday and was still a complete rookie. Was he really supposed to go head-to-head with a vicious wanted criminal in his second scenario? This is absolutely suicidal behavior. Gao is indeed a somewhat righteous person and truly believes that Butcher Zhang deserves to die. But that doesn't mean he should put himself in danger or risk his life. According to forum discussions, tickets come in two types, time-limited and unlimited. The unlimited time tickets can only be used when the countdown under the attributes list ends, meaning they must be used when entering a dungeon. The other type includes West City Strange Tales, which is currently in hand, and last night's Heart's Eerie Mist, both of which are limited time tickets. Entering at the fixed time will reset the player's personal dungeon countdown. Some forum posts claim that time tickets with their own internal countdowns are often extremely dangerous. Of course, if you don't want to use it, you can store it in your backpack and wait for the time limit to expire. It will automatically convert into a certain amount of in-game currency. In other words, even if Gao doesn't use this Western City Strange Tales, he'll still earn some income, though admittedly very little. Whatever, I shouldn't let these time limits get to me. Skip the ticket, skip the daily quests. Today, I'll just focus on trading. Gao splashed his face with cold water again, staring at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror before making another resolution. I swear I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. 6:50 p.m. The downtown chain store was packed with people. Looking up, the entire supermarket interior transformed into a crimson sea. Half in anticipation of next week's Christmas and half gearing up for the Spring Festival 2 months later. On this rare weekend off, many chose to venture out for New Year shopping and stocking up on supplies. Especially with the recent frequent strange occurrences, many had the idea of huddling at home while hoarding food and daily necessities. The end result was Gao squeezing through crowds for what felt like ages before barely managing to reach the storage lockers. He was bundled up in a thick down jacket and jeans, with an oversized baseball cap pulled low over his head. He had considered wearing sunglasses, but at this late hour, it would have been entirely inappropriate, drawing even more attention instead. So he settled for the second best option, a wide scarf wrapped snugly around the lower half of his face. Now let's see. 1578. Softly reading the message on his phone, Gao dialed the number. As expected, one of the cabinet doors on the right swung open with a bang, revealing a brown paper bag inside. This place is much more professional, unlike that guy who just tossed the medicine straight into the cabinet. Gao muttered to himself as he stashed the medicine into his bag, then slid it into the backpack on his wrist. At the same time, he casually surveyed his surroundings. Harnessing the superior observational skills bestowed by the armchair detective, Gao easily confirmed there were no signs of being followed. Good. It seems both merchants I chose still honor their integrity. He casually deposited the final payment into another storage locker, setting a timer for the password to automatically send to the seller in half an hour, another built-in feature of the forum. In any case, the designer of this forum put a lot of thought into it. By the way, game coins can materialize. They appear as crimson glowing coins that feel weighty when held in the palm. A glance at the phone showed it was already past 7. Without further delay, Gao casually lifted his bag and walked toward the other end of the commercial street. Following the address given by that graduate student, player, I headed towards Building A of Hulong Mall. Hulong Mall is located in the central business district of Nankang City, an unmistakable landmark building. It offers everything from dining, clothing, and luxury goods to entertainment, furniture, and gaming. Of course, this also means an overwhelming flow of people. Even as undercurrents surged through Nankang City during this period, the ordinary people's yearning for entertainment and consumption remained undiminished. Gao didn't head directly to the rendezvous point. Instead, he turned and entered a restroom on the second floor. I chose an empty stall and sat down on the toilet seat. Yes, this upscale mall had Western-style toilets. The first thing retrieved was a vial of Grade E Evolution Serum. It was an ink green color, similar to Gao Yi's own Grade C Evolution Potion, but appeared considerably more turbid. According to forum discussions, continuous consumption reduces effectiveness. So let's try one bottle first. Murmuring to himself, Gao twisted open the bottle cap and downed the entire ink green potion in one gulp. Tasted awful. This was Gao Yi's first reaction. The taste was bitter, like a dose of Chinese herbal medicine, and the texture was gelatinous, making it difficult for him to swallow. However, once it reached his stomach, the changes it brought were remarkably noticeable. Gao clearly felt his entire body heating up, his sensation akin to clearing the meridians as described in martial arts novels, as if his entire being had been cleansed from the inside out. Unfortunately, this sensation came and went quickly. Once the feeling of purity completely faded, the only difference left was that the evolution rate in the attribute list increased from 10% to 15%. There was no way to test it with physical exercises in the bathroom stall, but Gao Yi believed that his overall physical fitness had indeed been slightly enhanced. Next, time for a transformation. He glanced at his phone, it was already 7:59. Without further hesitation, Gao Yi lightly brushed his face, and the mist mask materialized upon him. This had been part of his plan all along, to rely on its active effect of randomly altering the user's appearance, physique, and voice for 1 hour, to change his identity and conceal himself to the greatest extent possible. Of course, providing cover for his alter ego was also one of the objectives, though that was merely incidental. No matter what, Gao Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He slightly closed his eyes and gently pressed his thumb against his temple following the guidance. When he opened his eyes again moments later, Gao Yi clearly felt a change in his body. His frame had become noticeably thinner, and his chest felt unnaturally heavy. With a sinking feeling, he hurriedly opened his phone and used the front camera to look at himself. The speculation proved correct, this time the transformed appearance was that of a woman. Otherwise, it wasn't a big deal. In fact, changing into the opposite sex would better conceal one's identity. But the problem was, I'm currently in the men's restroom. Gao Yi sighed as a strange yet melodious female voice emerged from his own lips. Chapter 29, The Watcher. The mist mask's transformation ability was quite fascinating. It essentially transformed Gao Yi's entire being into another person's appearance. Not only did facial features and body shape change, even clothing underwent instantaneous alteration. I currently appear to be a woman in her mid-20s, standing at what looks like less than 170 centimeters tall, with a fairly well-proportioned figure. Though Gao Yi had no expertise in fashion, the outfit he now wore looked rather refined. The ensemble consisted of fitted trousers paired with a black long-sleeved cotton top, complemented by a stylishly designed necklace around the neck. Notably, the handbag conveniently held Gao Yi's personal belongings, a thoughtful touch from the mist mask, one might say. Looking down, he was fortunate the woman wasn't wearing high heels, otherwise Gao Yi probably wouldn't even be able to walk properly. But such a drastic physiological difference truly required some getting used to. Gao Yi gave 2 experimental jumps inside the toilet stall, immediately feeling an oppressive weight against his chest. Hiss. It was hard to describe this bizarre sensation, suddenly operating a body that now felt completely alien. Gao Yi lowered his head to look, then raised it to glance at his own palm. Before lowering it again, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, better focus on the task at hand. After waiting for a brief moment and confirming there was no movement outside, Gao Yi quickly dashed out of the restroom and blended into the crowd within the mall. The 4th floor of the mall appeared to be the dining area, surrounded by restaurants of various styles. Even now, during peak mealtime, the crowd was far from sparse. Several popular shops had plastic stools lined up outside, all occupied by waiting customers. Looking toward the rest area near the escalator, with the enhanced observation skills of an armchair detective, Gao Yi spotted his target at a glance. To be honest, it didn't require particularly keen observational skills. The seller known as graduate student made preparations that were almost the complete opposite of Gao Yi's. Wearing sunglasses late at night, with a scarf covering half their face tightly, and a trench coat wrapped snugly around their upper body, they nervously kept glancing around from their seat. Not to mention Gao Yi, even the mall security noticed something was off. 2 of them were pointing and whispering about them from the other side. So unprofessional. If this kind of person tried to get into the underworld, they'd probably get swindled and beaten to a pulp on the very first day. Forget it. It would be trouble if security came over to question me. Gao Yi tried his best to adjust to his new body and quickly walked toward the nervous man. When the distance narrowed to about 20 meters, that familiar throbbing sensation arose in his heart. An extremely intense intuition surfaced in his mind, unmistakably revealing the other man's identity as a player. This feeling had also surfaced when Gao Yi encountered Zhao Qian earlier this morning. It seemed that players could sense each other. Under the man's panicked gaze, Gao Yi sat down beside him and spoke with a smile. So you're the graduate student? The young man was clearly startled by Gao Yi's words, his hands fluttering uncertainly before he finally muttered. You're that investigator. Right, that's me. Where's the item? Gao Yi decisively cut him off, flashing another smile. But the perception, player, you. The man's words were completely incoherent, whether shocked by Gao Yi daring to come trade without any concealment, or stunned by his blunt speech. Or, Gao Yi suddenly realized, could it be that this graduate student hadn't sensed he was a player? In other words, the effect of the misty mask could also block this kind of mutual perception between players. If true, the operability of this piece of equipment would take another leap forward. Gao Yi could make stealthy approaches to other players, making it extremely convenient for ambushes or gathering intelligence. After all, in the subconscious of most players, whether someone else is a fellow player is usually a clear-cut matter. His thoughts raced swiftly, yet Gao Yi's words did not cease. Where's the stuff? Oh, right here. The man seemed to finally snap out of his dazed state and abruptly flipped open his trench coat, revealing a belt strapped around his waist. Did this guy actually tie the traded goods to his body? Well, it's not entirely unreasonable after all. This special skill belt is indeed a belt, and wearing it regularly even boosts agility. Money, where's the money? Graduate student, his face turned red, as if mustering every ounce of courage to finally voice his question. Gowie sized him up, forming a vague suspicion in his mind. This kid looks barely over 20, could it be he's really bad at interacting with the opposite sex? With a scoff, Gowie pulled out the game coins he had prepared earlier and placed them in front of the other person. $2.99, light it up. No need, I believe you. What the hell, you barely know me and you're trusting me like this? Gowie couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seems the selection of players truly has no particular bias. It's not like more capable people become players. Take this, graduate student, for example, clearly not skilled at interpersonal communication. Well, perhaps he has strengths in other areas, but that's none of my concern. While the man was undoing his belt, Gowie casually glanced to his right. The two security guards who had been pointing and whispering earlier were no longer paying attention to this side. Apparently, the arrival of this beautiful woman had dispelled much of their suspicion. This was one advantage of a female body, being instinctively perceived as low threat. This is why female agents of equal skill level are often more lethal and terrifying than their male counterparts. Those who die from being deceived by appearances could circle the earth in a single year. Gowie warned himself once more. As he pondered this, the observational boost from his armchair detective ability came into play again. Gowie suddenly realized that among the crowd, someone looking at their phone was staring intently in his direction. This gaze wasn't one of casual curiosity, but rather, some kind of surveillance? No, it wasn't just him alone. Slowly turning his head, Gowie discovered 4 people who were monitoring him. Their surveillance wasn't particularly sophisticated, but it remained sufficiently discreet within the bustling crowds of the shopping mall. Had Gowie not already been on high alert himself, he might never have noticed. By now, that so-called graduate student had already removed the belt and was handing it over to Gowie. Here, this is the stunt belt. But Gowie showed no courtesy whatsoever, snatching the belt and leaning forward to whisper in a low voice. Hey, what are you trying to do? Are those your people? What people? The man's panic was written all over his face. Gowie could even hear the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat. Not sure if he was frightened by the interrogation or by having someone of the opposite gender this close. This reaction didn't seem feigned. Those people were likely from a third-party faction. With the disguise from the mist mask, it was highly unlikely he'd been followed. So chances were, it was this kid. Did you tell anyone about having this belt? Gowie asked in a low voice. It's all posted on the forum. I meant in real life. The graduate student wore a thoughtful expression before suddenly slapping his thigh after a long pause. Seems like I mentioned it to a buddy I met in the last dungeon, but he said he didn't have enough money. Gowie couldn't help but sigh while pressing his forehead. Damn it, I was only worrying about the seller not being too dangerous, never considered that them being too stupid could also cause trouble. Casually taking the belt, he fastened it around his waist. Gowie stood up and walked away without looking back, bidding farewell to this graduate student. Alright, hurry up and go. Be careful walking at night. The graduate student looked utterly bewildered, watching as Gowie walked toward the nearby escalator heading downstairs. For a long moment, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He touched his neck, feeling his inexplicably racing heartbeat. Finally shaking his head, he pocketed the game tokens and stood up to leave. Meanwhile, in Gowie's ears, the long silence system notification pinged once more. Special mission triggered, evade pursuit from suspicious players and the investigation bureau while ensuring your true identity remains undiscovered. Rewards, common trait *1, rare item lottery chance *1. Time limit, 42 minutes. Chapter 30, The Early Bird Catches the Worm. Standing steady on the escalator, Gowie casually scrolled through his phone, though his occasional upward glances had already gathered the crucial information. 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. If his guess was correct, they were all players and experienced ones at that. As Gowie stepped onto the escalator, 2 of them headed for the emergency stairs while another pair followed slowly behind. They weren't in any rush, maintaining a steady distance as if unconcerned about losing their target. Keeping distance made sense, players could sense each other's presence, and these men clearly knew that. But at this tracking distance, they didn't seem worried about losing him at all. Did they have some special tracking method? Gowie slightly furrowed his brow, but compared to the 4 pursuers, what caught his attention more was the description in the special task. Shake off suspicious players and the investigation bureau's pursuit while ensuring your real identity remains undiscovered. The suspicious players were likely these 4, but what was this investigation bureau? His mind racing, Gowie suddenly remembered the words shouted by the 2 security officers as they ran on the subway last night. The police and the bureau are arriving any minute. Drop your weapons now and get on the ground. The bureau? Is that the same thing? Never heard of such an agency before. Considering the current situation, conjectures instantly formed in my mind. Is this so-called Bureau of Investigation an official department established to deal with the sudden emergence of the players group? If the mission is worded this way, that means those being pursued aren't just a few scheming players, but also officials? No, think calmly. Right now, I'm in the transformed state of mist mask, which means I'm not myself. There's no reason for me to be tracked. If they really are officials, chances are they've caught up with those players. Just as Gao Yi's thoughts reached this point, several visibly peculiar individuals entered through the main doors of the shopping mall downstairs and were now scanning the ground floor lobby. Though dressed in casual clothes, their posture and gait still betrayed the fact that they had undergone professional military training. If not former soldiers or armed police, they had certainly received similar rigorous training. They tried to conceal it, but under Gao Yi's scrutiny as an armchair detective, their traits were unmistakably obvious. That means they had just caught up to this Hulong supermarket, rather than having set up an ambush here in advance. This was somewhat good news. It suggested the entire supermarket wasn't completely surrounded yet. Rolling his neck, Gao Yi glanced down at the time. 2029. The duration of Mist Mask has half an hour remaining, coinciding exactly with the special task countdown. It seems the system also believes he should escape before reverting to his original form. With a thought, Gao Yi adjusted the label settings. To enhance approachability and make the transaction smoother, the label Helpful Citizen was preserved. It's Big Hero 6, when acting with courage, combat effectiveness will be enhanced, might be useful. As for Deadbeat, Gao Yi replaced it with Actor. Mainly for its enhancement of acting skills, he genuinely needed that right now. As for other combat abilities, activating the active effects of both Stunt Belt and Armchair Detective simultaneously should grant him about 2 minutes of explosive power, but that would also leave Gao Yi in a temporary weak state, making it something to be used only in the most critical or final moments. As for the system's items, what remains usable are half a bottle of Super Anti-Wolf Spray, and the oddly named Empowered Nail Clipper, whose effects remain uncertain. Unfortunately, the inflatable giant hammer from earlier had already been destroyed, otherwise, it would have been a decent weapon. Gao Yi deliberately slowed his pace, moving through the mall with frequent pauses. Behind him, the 4 trailing players dispersed once more, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters. Below, the number of Survey Bureau personnel continued to grow, with at least 20 already inside the mall. Logically speaking, there were likely even more people monitoring and surrounding the area from the outside. Even if only counting Building A, the interior space of Kettle Dragon Mall was incredibly vast. Just on Gao Yi's side alone, there are at least 4 escalators, 2 elevators, and 2 emergency staircases. But transportation facilities of this scale are still somewhat inadequate for such concentrated pedestrian traffic. The entire mall was bustling with crowds, especially on the second floor where Gao Yi currently stood. Apparently, many clothing stores were having sales, attracting large numbers of shoppers at the moment. Gao Yi wasn't in any particular hurry, stopping occasionally outside stores to observe the commotion. Out of the corner of his eye, those 4 tailing players were still behind him, seemingly determined to get their hands on his special skill belt. To be honest, Gao Yi had anticipated this. Judging from the forum discussions, blue-tier equipment was exceptionally rare and coveted. Although Zhao Qian had once mentioned that the game doesn't encourage players to kill each other, and all items and abilities vanish upon a player's real-world death, it was a simple matter to make someone voluntarily hand over their possessions, wasn't it? Hit them with a blunt strike, kick them fiercely, throw in some harsh words, bullying the weak with numbers. Highway robbery isn't bound by region or ethnicity, it's a traditional craft of humanity spanning thousands of years. Needless to say, these men were thinking exactly the same. That's also why they hesitated to act. They must have been waiting for Gao Yi to leave the mall and reach somewhere more secluded. Their mission had no time limit. Victory would be theirs as long as they seized the equipment. But come to think of it, the seller of that belt was holding the cash. Wouldn't it be easier to just rob him directly? It made no sense. Further back, the Bureau of Investigation personnel had quietly woven a net, forming a faint encirclement around the 4 of them. This is what they call the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The only problem is that Gao Yi himself seems to be the cicada. The greatest essence of this 3-way struggle lies in the word chaos. Once chaos ensues and the other 2 sides start fighting, you can reap the rewards as the third party watching from the sidelines. Not to mention, those Bureau of Investigation people weren't even paying attention to him. They were here to arrest those 4 individuals. From this perspective, all he needed to do was continue browsing around and wait for those guys to fall into the net of justice while he walked away safely. Of course, such simple fortune never belonged to Gao Yi. Tilting his head to look downstairs again, he saw the graduate student being escorted out of the mall by 2 men at the exit. It appears his seller has been caught. Considering what he'd seen on the forum about authorities arresting and interrogating all players, to simultaneously hope that the graduate student would remain loyal and not betray him, while also expecting these investigation bureau people wouldn't check surveillance footage, seemed slightly unrealistic. It seemed the orders had changed, as Gaui distinctly felt the encirclement tightening around him. Apparently, he had also been added to the wanted list. The good news was, both this face and the corresponding, Investigator Snake, identity were just disposable aliases. As long as he waited for the mist mask effect to wear off and dealt with the corresponding phone number, he should still be safe. The bad news is, there are now two factions in the mall, dozens of people watching me, ready to strike at any moment. One faction is a well-organized, highly trained regular force. The other consists of ruthless players with supernatural abilities. Unable to suppress a sigh, Gaui once again cursed the goddess presiding over luck in his heart. Glancing at the time, it was now 8:34. No matter what, we can't wait for those investigation bureau people to finish their preparations and tighten the encirclement. Gaui made his decision, turned his head, and entered the children's play area on the mall's second floor. Here, exhausted parents with children in tow watched as screams and tantrums composed an entire children's symphony. And it was here that Gaui decided to strike first. Chapter 31, Self-Service Dolls. Children's Paradise, second floor of Hulong Mall. 8:39 p.m. Though called Children's Paradise, most of the area actually consisted of various toy shops and doll stores. From time to time, you could see noisy children throwing tantrums on the floor, demanding various expensive toys, while their parents all wore grave expressions as they looked at the price tags. Consumerism here extends its sinister claws toward children without hesitation, letting the traps woven by desire ensnare every parent's wallet. Gaui glanced behind him. The four followers were still there, showing no intention of leaving. It seemed that as the mantises, they were completely unaware of the aureole lurking behind them. The encirclement net of the aureoles loosened slightly as Gaui pulled on it. Because the children's paradise was a closed area with only a single exit. Moreover, this was a children's playground. People without kids wouldn't come to such a place to buy a heap of severely overpriced merchandise. Those investigation bureau trackers completely failed to blend in. At this moment, they feared exposure and didn't dare to enter directly, waiting for further instructions. This gave Gaui a brief window of opportunity to act. Of course, the robbers clearly hadn't anticipated this situation and followed behind quite naturally. Walking slowly deeper into the amusement park, Gaui rapidly calculated his next moves in his mind. Habitually, he began to list his objectives one by one. First, the best-case scenario, a flawless escape without encountering any pursuers. He would then remove his disguise in a safe place, return home with the skill belt to sleep, and incidentally claim the rewards from the special mission. The next best outcome would be exposing his true identity and appearance, abandoning the skill belt, but still managing to flee successfully. In this scenario, not only would the mission rewards become unattainable, but one would also plunge into extreme danger. Yet against all odds, they still managed to retreat unscathed. The worst-case scenario would be getting caught. In that case, one would completely lose the initiative, unable to control their own destiny. Given Gaoyi's relationship with Lady Luck, failing to control his own fate was basically waiting for death. Getting caught means I lose, running out of disguise time means I lose, getting injured means I lose, having my true identity exposed still means I lose. Very quickly, Gaui calculated the stakes in his mind. By now, escape was no longer an option. The first step is to deal with these four mantises. Pausing once more, Gaui casually turned his head, scanning the room with an expression that suggested he was searching for something. Then he nodded slightly and strode swiftly to the right. Seeing this, the four pursuers showed no urgency to quicken their pace, continuing to follow unhurriedly. Gaui assigned them nicknames based on their physical features: the woman, the shorty, the fatso, and the skinny one. Fearing mutual detection between players might expose them, they carefully maintained a cautious tracking distance, never getting too close. Despite executing several quick turns and detours earlier, Gaui still hadn't managed to shake them off. Yet when he disappeared from their line of sight, his pursuers didn't seem particularly concerned either. Based on this, Gaui had formed a basic judgment. These individuals likely possessed some form of tracking ability. Though it was unclear whether it was an innate trait or the effect of equipment, this conclusion was probably correct. Through testing and observation, Gaui could basically confirm that the one possessing this ability was the only woman among the four. The other three were merely following that woman. At the same time, their tracking capability didn't allow them to know Gaoyi's position in real time. It was more like they could see certain marks left behind by his movements. Like a crow following breadcrumbs, the woman could trace the path Gaui had taken. This was confirmed based on how the other party tailed him. After several consecutive turns, the woman would invariably retrace Gaoyi's exact path rather than taking any shortcuts to directly approach him. Could it be her glasses? Gaui had noticed early on the high-tech eyeglasses perched on her nose, clashing terribly with her overall fashion style. This is a breakthrough, but where to make a move? Gaui narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly searching for the perfect stage. The three men were actually following behind the woman, creating this small gap in their movements. In the dense crowd, they didn't gather together but instead scattered apart. The reasoning wasn't hard to understand. A wider containment perimeter would prevent Gao Yi from suddenly accelerating to escape. But on the other hand, this also gave Gao Yi the chance to pick them off one by one. The target's speeding up. Damn it, did we get made? The man's voice came through the earpiece, carrying a trace of impatience in his tone. Their long-tracked prey suddenly accelerated at this moment, disappearing around several bends and vanishing from sight. What's more infuriating was that this children's playground was teeming with hordes of harried parents scrambling after their kids, severely hampering their movement speed. Don't worry, my tracking glasses are still active. That target hasn't gone far. The red-haired woman lowered her head and whispered a report to her accomplice, unable to suppress a scornful laugh in her heart. Temporary partners are so unreliable, easily scared to death. The intelligence on that blue item was already confirmed, just go ahead and take it. In the end, they stubbornly forced the transaction through, transferring the item into another person's hands. A few idiots were actually quite pleased, saying, it's even better if the goods are in the woman's hands, easier to snatch that way. Damn, you're out here robbing people, yet this is all the ambition you've got. From the red-haired woman's perspective, among the crowd, a faint blood-red thread swayed gently, extending forward. This was the special effect of her enemy tracking glasses, capable of tracking fleeing enemies. With this thing, they'd already pulled off 3 successful robberies. As long as you only target easy prey, you'll practically never encounter any resistance. Following the trail, the red-haired woman furrowed her brows. Why is this guy suddenly starting to go in circles? Could she have been spotted? Looking up, the surroundings were filled with counters displaying all sorts of colorful trinkets, while at the center, Cotton Fluff danced inside a massive square machine. This is a commercial area called Create Your Own Custom Doll. Many children are enthusiastically selecting various dresses, clothes, and decorations for their dolls. After the selections are made, the staff will fill the doll with cotton using a special machine, transforming it into a real plush toy. Glancing at the door sign, I noticed even a small doll is priced at 89 yuan, makes you wonder what they're thinking. Of course, if your doll needs more accessories, outfit changes, or exquisite charms, the price just keeps climbing. Once the child has selected all the accessories and arranged them together, ready to be stuffed with cotton, parents look at the unstoppable bill, finding it hard to say we can't afford it or we don't want that in front of their child. In a sense, this is precisely why there are far fewer people in this area. Damn it, why is this prey taking such a long detour? What is she doing here? She looks to be only in her 20s, could she already have a child? The red-haired woman grew increasingly puzzled. After not spotting the target for quite some time, the urgent whispers from her partners in her earpiece grew more intense. Cursing under her breath, she quickened her pace, following the bloody trail before rounding another corner. This had led to the back of the large cotton stuffing machine, where there were no doll costume counters, nor any stray children to be found. Where is that prey? Doubt arose in her heart again. Had it truly escaped? Following the bloody trail, the red-haired woman quickened her pace once more. Because this thread-like trace was faint and frail, she had to lower her head and search carefully to keep firm track of it. Of course, she wasn't really afraid of running into the other person either. The sensing distance between players was about 20 meters. If they truly got close, there would be an intense feeling. But more alarming than being discovered by the other was the prey's sudden disappearance. Until the very last turn, when it finally reached the dark side of the massive machine, did she realize the trail had circled in place several times before abruptly ending. Where is everyone? Such a thing had never happened before. Looking to the other side, the ends of the crimson threads within her glasses' field of vision held no standing figure at all. Pressed against the rear wall of the cotton stuffing machine, following the trail forward still revealed nothing. Just as the red-haired woman's thoughts short-circuited, a pair of slender arms suddenly reached out from the hidden door behind the machine and seized her shoulders. Before his body could react, the red-haired woman suddenly lost her balance and was dragged into the interior of the cotton stuffing machine, where vast amounts of cotton filling swirled. Amidst the chaos of this is bad and why couldn't I sense her presence, the woman had already lost all ability to resist. Chapter 32, Building Block Paradise. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gao silently counted in his heart. When he reached 7, he released the fully formed naked chokehold, letting the unconscious red-haired woman in front of him slide to the floor. This Brazilian jiu-jitsu technique involved simultaneously flexing the forearm muscles and biceps to tightly constrict the opponent's throat. Using minimal strength, it could subdue an enemy by compressing the carotid arteries and cutting off blood flow to the brain easily. For self-defense purposes, Gao Yi had specifically consulted professionals on which combat technique could most effectively enhance his fighting capability in the shortest time. After careful consideration, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu became his choice. Even though he had only received a little over a year of training, and his body had been transformed into that of a woman due to the mist mask. But with the correct technique, a 5-second naked choke was enough to render an opponent unconscious, and just over 10 seconds would send them into shock. For this reason, Gao Yimo counted to 7 seconds before releasing the red-haired woman in his grip. Amidst a stream of curses coming through the earpiece, he casually switched off the intercom. Gao Yi stood up, leaving the unconscious red-haired woman buried in the pile of cotton. She should be all right here. Muttering to himself, he carefully removed the glasses from her face. Just holding it in my hand, a peculiar sensation flooded my heart. Clearly, this was indeed a piece of equipment, one that could be used at this very moment. Without much thought, Gao Yi placed the equipment called enemy detection glasses onto his wrist, intending to examine it later. He hadn't resorted to killing, partly because the other party hadn't actually done anything to him yet, and partly because once someone died, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Whether it's the possible loss of control from her accomplice or the subsequent investigation by the Bureau, both would become additional troubles. Of course, no matter how you put it, Gao Yi has never actually killed anyone in this lifetime. For something like this, he also lacks basic psychological preparation. What? Are you talking about that villain from the Heart's Delusion and Mist? That person wasn't a physical entity, and Gao Yi swinging that inflatable giant hammer clearly had no intention of killing, he was merely venting his anger. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi quickly exited the exclusive doll manufacturing zone through a pre-planned alternate passage and re-entered the spacious children's playland. Pausing slightly and tilting her head, the red-haired woman's accomplices could no longer hold back, sprinting at full speed from the entrance toward the previous area. Outside, the agents from the Investigation Bureau quickened their pace, drawing nearer to this location. It seems they've finally made all the preparations and waited for the command. Looking down at his phone, the time showed 8:48 p.m. Time was running out, he needed to plan an escape route. Just as Gao Yi was swiftly scanning for possible ways to flee, another anomaly occurred. The sound of rolling wheels approached rapidly, and upon turning around, the skinny one among the four had already caught up in the blink of an eye. The speed was completely beyond Gao Yi's expectations. Glancing down, he saw the man wearing a pair of blue roller skates, adorned with a cartoonishly cute seal. He immediately spotted Gao Yi, but upon turning his head and failing to see his companion, his eyes widened instantly as he bellowed angrily. Suehua was clearly following you just now, what did you do to her? What a corny name. That red-haired woman is actually called Suehua? While mentally cringing, his words couldn't stop flowing. You mean that red-haired woman? Gao Yi slightly raised his eyebrows, stroking his chin while looking up, pretending to ponder for a few seconds. Given his current female appearance, the gesture carried a rather provocative air. After pausing for a few seconds, he slowly added, who knows? Responding to someone in a fury with such words can easily earn you a mindless enemy. The skinny man clearly lost his composure too, abruptly pulling out a long-handled dagger from his waistband with his right hand. Swapping feet on the ground, he accelerated toward Gao Yi on his roller skates. The roller skate speed increased from slow to fast in an instant, charging toward Gao Yi with an unstoppable momentum. The dagger became a blur, making the skinny man resemble a medieval cavalryman. He's got a knife. Gao Yi wasn't completely unprepared for the enemy having a weapon, but actually seeing it still made him nervous. It wasn't that he didn't want to carry a weapon himself, but for an investigative reporter constantly operating in gray areas? After all the illegal entries and trespassing on private property, he already had enough trouble dealing with security guards and police. Empty-handed, one could still argue their innocence, but carrying any kind of lethal weapon would completely change the nature of the situation. Therefore, Gao Yi would almost never carry any weapons on his person under normal circumstances. For the same reason, this was why he practiced and studied unarmed combat techniques. Yet when facing a knife-wielding enemy, Gao Yi couldn't help but regret not bringing any self-defense weapons at all. A renowned Muay Thai fighter once said, between bare hands and armed opponents stands an insurmountable wall. Even someone as formidable as Tyson would need utmost vigilance when facing armed robbers. For someone of Gao Yi's skill level, the only viable option against armed enemies is to flee. Not to mention the assailant was wearing specialized roller skates, clearly tactical equipment. But on the other hand, this battle was never a conventional street brawl, it was closer to a superpower showdown. They needed to break free from conventional thinking and exploit any opening. The distance between them wasn't too great to begin with. Before the attacker could even finish gaining speed, they were already closing in within 20 meters. But Gao Yi, already on alert, reacted faster. Faced with an attack that could cause severe injury or even prove fatal, he hesitated not at all and spared no reserves. In an instant, he pressed the circular ornament at the center of the special skill belt, activating its active effect. Release the body's potential within 3 minutes, greatly enhancing the wearer's agility. His body accelerated immediately. Gao Yi leaped forward with a flying dive followed by a roll, distancing himself sideways. Behind him, the lanky figure on rollerblades sped past. Leaning slightly forward and crouching halfway, he extended his long blade to its full length, swinging it with the momentum of his speed. The blade flashed with a silver gleam, narrowly grazing Gao Yi's sleeve. Close call. Without the agility boost from the special skill belt, that knife would have struck him just now. The effect of the mist mask is actually illusionary transformation, not a true physical metamorphosis. Though untested, it's unlikely the original body would remain unharmed if this form were injured in its current state. No matter what, the most dangerous first strike was dodged, giving Gaui another moment to react. But on the other side, the skinny man didn't pause at all, his feet slid sideways, screeching to a halt in a shower of sparks before pivoting sharply, clearly about to charge again. It was obvious he had trained specifically for this equipment. No good, the open terrain was putting him at too much of a disadvantage. Looking up, Gaui, who had already reached the center of the road, made a split-second decision and charged forward once more. That was another area of the children's playground, Block Paradise. Chapter 33, Building Blocks and Super Anti-Wolf Spray. Block Paradise is undoubtedly one of the most popular areas among children. Here, children can unleash their boundless imagination to create whatever wonderful things they desire. Here, parents can rest assured letting their children play freely without needing to accompany them. This is evident from the relaxed expressions of adults leisurely playing on their phones in the nearby rest area. Of course, when their child returns with building blocks worth thousands of yuan, those smiles often fade quickly. But today, parents have found a lifesaver to handle such situations. When Gaui leapt into a towering pile of building blocks and loudly urged the children inside to leave. Nearby, many had already noticed the skinny man's gleaming long knife and the frenzied expression on his face. Amidst waves of screams, the Block Paradise finally cleared enough space for Gaui and his opponent to fight. This is a good thing, at least innocent bystanders won't be harmed. Of course, by that logic, I'm technically on the innocent side too. Gaoyi's mind raced as he scrutinized his surroundings. The skinny man's two accomplices weren't an immediate concern, they were still lost in the area from earlier. The Bureau of Investigation personnel had already sealed off the outer exits of the children's paradise and were currently evacuating ordinary customers. It seemed there was still time before they officially intervened here. After confirming that external interference was still at a distance, Gaui refocused his attention on the battle before him. At the moment, the two of them were standing amidst a vast structure built from Lego bricks. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a train station platform, albeit a miniature version. The ticket office, platform, tracks, bento shops, and even numerous passengers waiting for the train were all vividly portrayed. In the distance, a meticulously crafted miniature train whistled intermittently as it raced across the Lego-built countryside. No surprise this was the reason so many children had gathered here earlier. It must be said, this store was exceptionally well designed, with all kinds of large and small Lego models and structures of various shapes cramming the entire space. The vividly packaged assortment of products were placed within these structures, enticing children to pick them out. Of course, considering weight constraints, a child might not be able to carry them to checkout. No worries, just point it out to the clerk, who'll promptly package it up before calling your parents to complete the purchase. Yet now, the staff have all fled, leaving behind only this toy block town. Looking at the skinny man, he halted midway on his roller skates, not immediately launching another attack at Gaui. So that's how it is. Though consumed by rage, he hadn't completely lost his ability to think. He'd also realized Gaui was dragging the battlefield into terrain unsuitable for his combat style, so the thin man decided to wait for his two accomplices to arrive. No good. Dividing and conquering them is the only path to victory, facing three opponents at once is nearly hopeless. I need to provoke this man again, make him attack first to execute the plan. Time is running out. Gotta hit this skinny guy where it hurts. The most hurtful insults often come from those closest to you. Because they know each other so well, they know exactly what the other truly cares about. Unfortunately, Gaui had never met this skinny robber before, and there were no obvious external flaws he could exploit to attack him. But, come to think of it, he had actually revealed some information. Thoughts racing, Gaui raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "By the way, what's your relationship with that red-haired woman?" "None of your damn business," the thin man answered through gritted teeth, stopping his habit of looking back over his shoulder, clearly showing emotional agitation. Yes, this was exactly the breakthrough point. What relationship could they have? They came out to commit robbery together, yet they didn't seem particularly close. Lovers? Definitely not. But at least on the skinny guy's side, there's clearly a high degree of favoritism and admiration toward the red-haired woman. More like one-sided worship and unrequited love? Considering the fact that this skinny guy doesn't know how to hide his thoughts and wears his emotions on his face, that woman has most likely noticed. Just stringing him along? No, seems more like she's outright rejected him before. This perfectly explains why the skinny guy was inclined to vent the frustration stemming from the woman's disappearance. He desperately needed this outlet to showcase his steadfast devotion and deep, undying love. Because it was the only thing he possessed and emotional value deemed worthless. In short, this is the love of a simp. Whether it was the boost from the armchair detective, or simply Gaoyi's deep understanding of such complex emotions, he found himself unusually perceptive. At an astonishing speed, he constructed his next words. "Oh, so your name is Xiao Qian?
Gaoi instinctively used the first name that popped into his head. What? The skinny guy clearly didn't grasp Gao Yi's meaning.
Oh, just that the woman kept struggling before she died, muttering something like, "Zhao Qian, come save me."
I thought it was you, Gao Yi answered smoothly.
Of course, someone caught in a naked chokehold couldn't possibly speak, and the red-haired woman had neither begged for help nor died.
Bullshit. Since when the fuck do I know any Zhao Qian?
The thin man's eyes bulged red with fury, his voice nearing a breaking pitch. Clearly, this sudden appearance of Zhao Qian had shattered some fantasy he harbored about the red-haired woman.
Ha,
probably her boyfriend, he called her so affectionately.
You mean you didn't recognize him? I thought you and that woman were close. Shut your damn mouth.
She said Zhao Qian would definitely come to save her. Turns out you were so concerned, but in the end, she never even thought of you. Of course, Gao Yi wasn't about to shut up. Resting his chin on one hand, he continued thoughtfully.
Because of his current female appearance, the gesture seemed even more provocative. Say that one more time and see what happens.
The skinny man had completely lost it, screaming hysterically as he tried to interrupt Gao Yi's words. Rather than stopping the conversation, it was more like he wanted to prevent anyone from shattering his delusions. The fantasy that his persistence and single-minded devotion were effective, that he could lick his way to greatness. This was easy to see from how he no longer cared whether the woman was dead, only whether she truly didn't care about him. Of course, Gao Yi wasn't about to give him the satisfaction, merely delivering the final blow at a leisurely pace.
Ah, that Zhao Qian must be amazing. Probably a player too, how else could he be so?
Gao Yi slightly lifted his gaze. Clearly, there was no need for him to say another word. The scrawny man's hard-won shred of sanity dissipated once more. With legs crossing in a swift push-off, he rocketed toward Gao Yi on his roller skates, crushing the Lego-strewn field beneath him. The blade in his hand remained sharp, flashing a cold glint under the store lights. It was clear, realizing he couldn't stop Gao Yi with words, he decided to use action instead.
Perfect timing.
Already fully prepared, Gao Yi abruptly raised his hand and yanked out a steel rod used for support from the side. At the same moment, a small spaceship suspended midair lost its fulcrum and tilted sharply. The significant agility boost granted by the stunt belt's active effect hadn't expired yet, with just over a minute remaining. With this enhancement, Gao Yi swiftly twisted his wrist and swung the steel rod like a baseball batter, smashing the Lego spaceship to pieces midair. Instantly, a shower of Lego fragments sprayed outward, flying straight toward the skinny man's face. What was even more annoying was that the row of block-built villas on the other side had also been toppled. Countless scattered cubes of various sizes littered the ground, making the already uneven terrain even more treacherous. The knife-wielding arm raced to block the incoming debris. The lanky man hurriedly glanced down at the obstacles littering the floor, careful not to let his roller skates collide with the larger building blocks and lose balance. One had to admit, this robber's roller skating skills were quite impressive as a player. His evolution rate probably wasn't low either. Gao Yi speculated that this player's level had likely reached D. Under such difficult circumstances, the man still managed to complete a sprint. But when he felt the sharp, burning pain on his face, it was already too late. Armed with his super anti-wolf pepper spray, Gao Yi had already created a toxic cloud of irritants and impenetrable chemical wall right in front of him. Although there hasn't been specific research, it's basically confirmed that this super anti-wolf spray is far more powerful than common civilian self-defense versions, though it's unclear whether it can be used against large wild animals, ordinary people, or even players with physical abilities surpassing ordinary humans would almost instantly lose their ability to resist when encountering it. This point was something Gao Yi had already tested last night on the subway. This method of creating aerosols is probably less effective than a direct hit, but it's enough to irritate the slim, fast-moving robber and throw him off balance. On the other side, Gao Yi naturally wouldn't give him time to slow down or recover. From ancient times to present, the primary goal in any fight has always been seeking unfair advantage. If you can attack from range, don't engage in close combat. If you can ambush, never face your opponent directly. If you can run them over with a dump truck the day before, don't wait until the next day to settle it in the arena. At this moment, Gao Yi naturally wasn't going to bother with notions of chivalry or underworld rules. Gripping the steel bar, he raised his stance again and swung at the skinny man charging toward him at high speed. With a loud bang, the sounds of impact, shattering, and a scream erupted simultaneously as the man spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward onto the ground. Due to excessive speed, shifted posture, and Gao Yi's unfamiliarity with his own body, the strike hadn't been precisely aimed at the head but had targeted the torso, a harder target to miss. Just as expected, the steel bar struck the skinny robber's chest, sending him staggering backward as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Momentum carried his body crashing into the giant Lego dinosaur behind him. Amid a chaotic clatter, brightly colored plastic bricks scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the skinny man's long knife skittered across the floor with an ear-piercing screech, sliding far into the distance. The body on the ground had already gone still, though it was still breathing. Those two blows must have hurt like hell. But before Gao Yi could even catch his breath to celebrate this brief victory,
He looked up to see the last two pursuers of the four, the fat one and the short one, closing in nearby. This fight was far from over. Chapter 34, The Concerned Citizen. Time, the key is time. At this moment, Gaoi no longer had the luxury of looking down at his phone. Out of the corner of his eye, Gaoi glimpsed the remaining two men charging toward him. Covering his mouth and nose, he dashed out the rear exit of Block Paradise. This, Ultra Anti-Wolf Spray, is indeed highly effective. The diffused irritant gas has rendered the shop unbearable for prolonged stay. Wiping tears from his eyes, Gaoi gripped the iron rod with one hand and charged out of the spray-filled room. Glancing back, he saw the two pursuers closing in, now just a few dozen meters away. Leaning against the nearby wall, Gaoi gasped heavily for breath. Although another pursuer had been taken down, the current situation was far from optimistic. Two more still needed to be dealt with. However, what troubled Gaoi even more than them was the state of his own body. It seemed the time limit for the stunt belt was approaching, and the fatigue from overexerting his legs was gradually setting in. But the limitations didn't end there. Unlike ordinary leg soreness from the past, using the stunt belt's active effect had stiffened Gaoi's knees, making them difficult to bend. The stiffness in the knees directly makes running, jumping, and other movements difficult. Though unsure of its effectiveness, Gaoi knew this wasn't the time for hesitation. He pulled an E-grade physical healing potion from his backpack and gulped it down. As the liquid flowed through his throat into his stomach, warmth spread across the painful areas, and his movements seemed less rigid. He wasn't particularly worried about stamina either. Gaoi had already prepared the chocolate energy bar he'd previously won in a prize draw. This was drawn in the Mind's Misty Maze scenario, with the effect of rapidly restoring stamina. Although there was only one, now wasn't the time to worry about conserving it. As he chewed, two sets of footsteps suddenly approached. One light, one heavy. Needless to say, these were the remaining two robbers, the fat one and the short one. Judging by their speed and movement patterns, these two were likely the weaker members of their robbery squad. Time. The duration of the mist mask was almost up, and my available trump cards were indeed running low. In terms of combat, only the active effect of Armchair Detective remained, but it would last just 1 minute. If we're talking about that, director's whistle, but its mechanism and effects are completely unknown, so there's no way to pin our hopes on something like that. Then there's also, while Gaoi racked his brain for a solution and listened to the rapidly approaching footsteps, the little train that had been circling in Block Paradise had somehow derailed, now lying motionless just a few meters ahead. At this moment, it was honking and charging outward along the direction where the fallen skinny man lay. If it were just this toy train, it wouldn't be a big deal. What's frightening is that a little boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sprinting quickly toward that train. He looked to be only about 7 or 8 years old, with no parents in sight, and was now excitedly running toward the small train. How dangerous! The remaining two robbers were right nearby. Subconsciously, Gaoi wanted to call out to stop that little boy. But in that split second, inspiration struck once more. He indeed still had one last card to play. In the children's paradise, about 80% of the crowd had already been evacuated. Especially in this area where the battle had just taken place, there were no longer any onlookers nearby. Even those with intense curiosity had instinctively retreated to a distance of over 100 meters. A place that had been buzzing with activity just 10 minutes ago had now fallen into silence, leaving the stage clear for the players to fight. In the quiet hall, the previously faint sound of the horn became particularly piercing. The small train size was quite modest, but its sound was disproportionately loud, likely designed this way to attract more customers' attention. Judging by the results, it does hold considerable temptation for the kids. Amid the prolonged wailing, the chubby guy dashed ahead through the shop, sliding into a kneel before the fallen skinny man while howling, "Bro, what's wrong, bro?" As he spoke, he reached for his left wrist, pulled out a vial of medicine, and started pouring it into the skinny man's mouth, all while continuing his loud lamentations. "This is the last dose, bro. Please don't die on me, bro. Can't you man up a bit? The prey is still standing. Fucking get to work first." Behind him, the short robber wore a hideous snarl as he scanned the surroundings, unable to sense any other players nearby, his agitation growing by the second. Today was a brutal day. I just tagged along to make up the numbers, intending to pick on an easy target, but who knew we'd run into such a tough opponent? In such a short time, the strongest fighter and the smartest strategist in the team had both fallen, and the short guy was already thinking of retreat. Even if he were slow-witted, he couldn't help but notice the abnormal situation outside. The possibility of the investigation bureau sending people kept flashing through his mind. After all, he wasn't close with these two, maybe he should just run first? Just as the short guy was hesitating, a woman's voice brimming with righteous authority suddenly rang out from the main path ahead to his side. "What are you doing? Let that child go." "Ha? What the hell?" The two robbers' thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the same question simultaneously flashed through their minds. Following the voice, they saw a stylishly dressed woman wearing glasses standing in the middle of the road, shielding the boy who had picked up the train behind her. To be fair, the two robbers hadn't noticed the boy at all and showed no reaction to him taking the train. If Gaoi hadn't stood up and shouted, they probably wouldn't have noticed the incident, let alone hurt the little boy. The fat man kneeling on the ground was stunned, stammering with his mouth agape. "You, what the hell are you trying to do?" "What do I want to do?" Gaoi sneered upon hearing the system prompt. "I'm fucking being a goddamn hero." In the distance, the remaining onlookers hastily pulled out their phones to record this unusual battle.
The Investigation Bureau agents tried to stop them, but with so many filming, they had no choice but to give up. It wasn't clear whether his actions just now genuinely looked like saving a child, or whether Gaoyi's current appearance simply fit people's image of a good person better. That outburst actually drew applause and cheers from the surrounding crowd. What a way to enjoy the chaos while stirring up trouble. Waving the boy away, as expected, my actions had just been acknowledged by the system. Or to be more precise, Gaoi had maneuvered the onlookers into labeling him as a good Samaritan through his actions. First, the experience points of enthusiastic citizen had increased significantly and were about to level up again. On the other hand, the skill labeled helpful citizen was successfully triggered. Big Hero 6, combat power will be enhanced when acting heroically. Feeling the changes in his body, Gaoi couldn't help but smile again. Good, finally getting back into the groove a little. Chapter 35, Calculations, the Mirror Maze, and a New Script. As the whimpering little train disappeared into the boy's embrace, the two robbers seemed to regain their composure. The burly man sprang to his feet with surprising speed for his bulk, glaring at Gaoi with a face full of rage. "Was it you who beat up my big brother?" What nonsense, as if he could have possibly fallen and ended up like this by himself. Gaoi ignored the foolish interrogation and shifted his focus to observing the two individuals swiftly. Taking the combat prowess of the previous two robbers as a reference, their player level was roughly between E and D fragment of immersive translate. Stronger than oneself, but only by a slim margin. In terms of equipment, each of them held one or two main items in hand, but they likely had no more hidden cards left to play. Their combat strength indeed isn't particularly formidable otherwise, they wouldn't resort to ganging up on lone victims and committing highway robbery. But when facing two opponents alone in compromised condition, it still requires greater wisdom and strategy. That fatty's equipment, that metal arm guard on his right arm, looks intimidating, but hard to say how it functions. The short guy unexpectedly produced a wooden crossbow from somewhere, currently loading bolts into it. Remote then? That's troublesome. Even if the arrowheads weren't poisoned, being hit by an arrow alone would be enough to render me defenseless. If they coordinated tightly and shared a single will, Gaoi would have almost no chance of prevailing in a direct confrontation. But, in reality, they lack such resolve. The fat man's eyes burned with rage, clearly furious about his fallen boss lying motionless on the ground. But this short fellow was clearly hesitating. Hesitation signifies lingering doubts, and doubts mean he's weighing his options carefully. And a thinking man presents an opportunity for persuasion and manipulation. "Hey, what are you still doing here? Don't you see the bureau investigators arriving outside?" Gaoi pretended to be relaxed and casually strolled toward the wall, minimizing the chance of being ambushed from a distance. The fat man seemed to have just realized what was happening, lifting his head to look toward the entrance. Clearly, the crowd dispersing and the appearance of men in black suits proved that Gaoi wasn't lying. The lean man had clearly anticipated this, merely glaring at Gaoi with a darkened expression, his tone grave. "Cut the crap, leave the glasses and belt behind, and we'll let you walk away alive." A good sign, this was the mark of entering negotiation mode. In the midst of combat, arguments and justifications are pointless. But once negotiations begin, the only question is the weight of your bargaining chips. This dwarf is after the enemy detection goggles and the skill belt. What a greedy bastard. If it were just the enemy detection goggles, exchanged for safe passage and completing the special mission, Gaoi might have reluctantly accepted the price. After all, he'd snatched them from that red-haired woman in the first place, tossing them wouldn't sting too much. But the skill belt cost him 300 game coins, equivalent to 300 grand in cash. No way was Gaoi letting that go. It's noteworthy that the dwarf didn't ask at all about his female accomplice, where she was or how she was doing. Apparently, their relationship was far less intimate than he'd imagined. As expected, upon hearing this, the fat man whirled around, his flabby cheeks quivering as he roared at the dwarf. "What do you mean? Big bro's lying here dead, and you're thinking of running?" Unlike that short guy, the fat one seemed to genuinely care about his big bro. When he heard his partner was backing out, panic flashed in his eyes. "He's nothing but a fart of a leader. I only teamed up with you two on orders from above. Once I get this belt, mission accomplished, who gives a damn about you?" The short guy wasn't about to take it lying down either, immediately firing back with insults. "Orders from above? For this belt?" This seems to explain why they weren't after the money and insisted on chasing him instead. That being the case, they weren't ordinary robbers. Could there be a bigger force behind them? But before Gaoyi's thoughts could wander further, the obese man roared in place, lowered his head, and raised his right arm, still clad in the armored sleeve, to shield the top of his head. Amid his furious roar, some kind of equipment effect was clearly triggered as he suddenly accelerated and charged straight toward Gao. Alright, this fat guy wasn't as stupid as he thought he was. Despite their arguments, the short guy was still his teammate after all. The root of all conflicts, when it came down to it, was Gao himself. No matter how the situation developed, as long as they took down this prey, everything would be resolved. The fat man's thinking was simple and unpretentious, but correct. Although this sudden attack wasn't completely unexpected, it still forced Gao to dodge at the very last moment. The active effect of special skill belt had completely worn off, and the leg pain and fatigue from its aftermath gradually intensified. Even with the combat power bonus provided by the helpful citizen tag, moving remained somewhat difficult. Moreover, combat effectiveness is a highly abstract concept. In reality, there's no way to pull out a detector and measure everyone's combat power level, not to mention being influenced by many additional factors. In an unarmed scenario, a world champion boxer would naturally possess greater combat prowess than an ordinary soldier. But if you gave a soldier an automatic rifle, the situation might be completely reversed. In any case, this combat power enhancement manifested in Gao, with at least the physical strength boost being undeniable. Although the fat man's charging speed couldn't compare to the thin man's roller skates from before, it was still extremely fast. Gao desperately dove sideways, narrowly avoiding the first collision. What's terrifying is that the fat man's charge didn't stop. He smashed violently into a support pillar behind him, completely shattering the concrete column over 1 meter in diameter. An impact powerful enough to demolish buildings? Just how much force would that require? No, it's more like the impact itself carried some special quality of being able to smash through buildings. Gao's thoughts raced even as the short man on his left already raised his crossbow to aim, ready to fire at any moment. It's about time. I have to use it now. Gao closed his eyes slightly, gathering his focus to play this final trump card. The active effect of Armchair Detective was suddenly activated. When he opened his eyes again, Gao felt everything before him slow to a crawl. The dwarf in front squeezed the trigger, sending an arrow flying toward me. Behind me, the fat man turned with a snarl, resetting his stance, clearly preparing to charge again. In the distance near the entrance, a group of uniformed figures armed with weapons were gathering, apparently ready to intervene in the fight. And yet, despite it all, my mind had never raced this fast before. The arrows clearly traced their trajectories, marking where they would strike. Every falling stone from the support pillars was circled with its landing spot labeled. Even the fat man's charging path was mapped out in precise detail, like a game screen running a script, or the detective reasoning segments found only in film and television works. Not only that, Gao could even simulate the outcomes of his actions in the briefest moments, weighing the pros and cons of each possible choice. Charge at the short one, or attack the fat one. To use fists, or strike with a steel rod. A myriad of possibilities unfolded before his eyes, dizzying in their abundance. But for Gao at this moment, within less than half a second, he completed all calculations. He raised the steel rod in his hand, pivoted slightly, and hurled it fiercely toward the short man. The carefully calculated trajectory deflected the incoming crossbow bolt midair, this slight deviation causing the steel bar to realign perfectly and strike the dwarf squarely on his right wrist. Screams mixed with curses, but Gao paid no attention to the temporarily incapacitated dwarf. He pivoted halfway again before darting forward in a rapid dash, plunging into a cobalt blue curtain at the side. Utterly enraged now, the fat man activated another sprint, smashing through a nearby wall as he pursued Gao inside. He didn't notice at all the name of the area written above him, Mirror Maze. Only after entering straight in did the fat man begin to feel regret. This maze composed of numerous mirrors completely obliterated the robber's spatial awareness. He turned in circles and roared fruitlessly, unable to locate his enemy. Suddenly, Gao Yi's figure appeared beside him. He raised his protective arm and struck with full force, only to shatter yet another mirror. Panic and impatience flooded his mind, unleashing the primal fear of prey toward the hunter buried deep in his genes. Now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. The fat man roared through the mirror maze, frantically chasing after Gao Yi's phantom illusions, breaking nothing but mirror after mirror. Every exposed inch of his skin was being lacerated, the pain suppressed by adrenaline surges, yet the accumulating bloodstains magnified his inner terror and despair. He couldn't comprehend where the other had vanished to, nor why he could no longer sense their presence as a player. By the time a shard of glass pierced his right shoulder, sending him crashing into a sea of broken fragments, the fat man's psychological defenses had utterly collapsed. Madam, I was wrong, spare me, I had no choice, I was forced." The fat man was now weeping bitterly, collapsed in the corner formed by two glass panels, howling in terror as he tried to scramble backward. It was evident that having lost the offensive capability of his right arm, he had been thoroughly frightened out of his wits. He directly addressed Gao as Big Sister. This wasn't hard to understand. These so-called robbers were essentially bullies who preyed on the weak by ganging up on individuals. Those weapons were just for intimidation. In reality, they hadn't even used them in actual combat more than a few times. If they were truly confident, why didn't they go showcase their skills in the dungeons? Looking back now, among the four of them, the ones who were actually in charge and capable were the woman and the skinny guy, the very ones Gaui took down first. As for the remaining two, they basically had no brains or skills to speak of, and even their courage was the smallest. Come to think of it, to think I'd been reduced to this by these third-rate robbers. But now, the problem no longer lies with these few robbers. Gaui pricked up his ears. The active effect of armchair detective had already passed. The consequences of his depleted mental energy were fully manifesting, and the side effects grew increasingly severe. But he gritted his teeth and listened intently for any sounds beyond the labyrinth. The fully armed squad, though not yet moving in, was clearly prepared and ready for action. But from the footsteps and faint radio static, Gaui could confirm there were at least 20 Bureau of Investigation agents closing in. Static from the walkie-talkies, the sound of tight fabric rubbing against skin, the click of safety catches being released. They had guns. Gaui glanced down at his phone. The time was 8:59 p.m. The effect of the mist mask on his face was about to wear off. Turning his head, he saw that the fat man still didn't dare to look up, curled up and wailing in fear. Hand over your game coins, potions, and that arm guard of yours, and I'll spare your life. Though danger was imminent, Gaui didn't hesitate to pick up a shard of glass, squeezing the last bit of profit from the terrified man. The fat man, now devoid of resistance, quickly emptied his pockets of everything without hesitation, driven solely by his last shreds of survival instinct. Gaui didn't have time to inspect each item one by one, so he simply stuffed them all into the backpack on his wrist, planning to check them later. Figures in black uniforms were already visible beyond the glass walls of the maze. Apparently the Bureau of Investigation had realized the battle between the mantis and the cicada was over. They knew it was now time for the Oriole to make its appearance. Run. Of course, there was no straightforward way to escape. If he gave himself up without a fight, they probably wouldn't shoot him outright, right? If he had to justify it, his actions could be considered self-defense. But Gaui still refused to surrender the chance to control his own fate. He dared to charge into such a place with no way out because he still had one last trump card. With a wave of his right hand, a ticket appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the one Xiao Qian had given him at noon. Occurrences at West City, 7 of Swords. Mode, multiplayer. Start time, 00:00:13. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The maddening voice of that charlatan abruptly surfaced in Gaoyi's mind. The divination says it clearly. You are destined to enter this instance. Do I really have to enter this dungeon against my will? I wonder what that guy's real motive is. Taking a deep sigh, he felt the transformation in his form. The effect of the misty mask had worn off, and his original body seemed to have returned. Yet again, no proper rest for me. This was the last thought that flashed through Gaoyi's mind before the blinding white light consumed everything. Captain, why have you come up here yourself? The vast children's play area had already been completely evacuated of customers. At the scene, only uniformed security personnel and bureau investigators remained, cleaning up the aftermath, with several shopping center administrators assisting nearby. Cleaning up, escorting detainees, controlling public opinion, drafting reports. This essentially means the loss of weekend freedom for all personnel on site. The female team leader directing operations outside noticed someone approaching. Turning around, she was surprised to see it was the mission's overall commander. He wasn't wearing a uniform, just a business-style black jacket, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his cap's brim. After scanning the room, the man referred to as team leader slowly spoke. Have they all been caught? All 4 robbers have been subdued, only that female player remains unaccounted for. Looking at the shattered Lego bricks and stones littering the ground, the empty mall with its broken pillars, the man couldn't help but lower his head with a sigh. Looks like Nankang City has got another troublesome character on its hands. Chapter 36, the beginning of West City's strange tale. Pain, so much pain. The first sensation Gaui registered was a stabbing ache in his brain. The after-effects of using armchair detective were truly unbearable. Even with prior testing, he couldn't help but clutch his head and groan softly. This pain completely transcends the limits of human endurance, impossible to endure through sheer willpower alone. Upon reflection, the aftereffects this time clearly far exceed those of previous tests. It seems that the consumption during armchair detective usage essentially overdrafts one's mental energy. When the duration ends, it naturally converts into this excruciating pain beyond all limits. During the recent fight, Gaui had to rapidly switch scenes, calculate strategies, and plan his moves. This ultimately led to the unbearable pain he was experiencing now. For Gaui, that brief moment felt like literal torture. It was as if his brain had been tossed into a frying pan of boiling oil, fried golden on both sides, then forcibly stuffed back in through the base of his skull. Struggling to reach for his backpack, Gowie pulled out another, Grady physical healing potion, and gulped it down. As the liquid coursed down his throat, the pain gradually subsided. Though mental anguish didn't belong to the physical realm, the pain-numbing effect of the Grady physical healing potion still worked. After enduring the ordeal briefly, Gowie finally caught his breath and could lie flat, slowly steadying his breathing. The fight from moments ago still plays vividly in my mind, the blades and arrows seeming to sweep past before my eyes. Gowie had certainly fought with others before, but never something this intense, nor so life-threatening. Thankfully, victory was ours in the end. But my current problem is, where am I? The last thing he remembered was taking the equipment from that fat robber while outside swarmed fully armed Bureau of Investigation officers. How did he manage to escape in the end? Ticket, right, that must be the ticket to enter the scenario now. Reaching into his pocket, Gowie pulled out the familiar ticket. West City Mysteries, 7 of Swords. Mode, multiplayer. Rubbing his still throbbing head, Gowie slowly sat up. The first sense to return was touch. A tickling sensation of soft fur brushes against the palm, warm and comforting. Looking down, Gowie found himself seated on a brown woolen blanket, atop a modest single bed. So all that earlier stuff was just a dream. I'm just an ordinary student who just got up for school, all those superpowers and battles were just fantasies. Gowie directed his lame humor at the empty air as he casually rose to survey his surroundings. Unlike the awkward situation at the beginning of Heart's Deceptive Mist, the starting point of West City's bizarre incident could be described as cozy. In short, Gowie found himself in a classic bedroom from the 1980s or 90s, the kind frequently seen in various American teen movies. An expensive Walkman, an old-fashioned radio with a retractable antenna, movie posters and sports stars covering the walls, and beyond the bright window, a picturesque street scene unique to stand-alone houses. All of this signaled to Gowie that this household's wealth was at least middle class and above, and that the bedroom's occupant was a teenage boy. After all this time, I'm actually playing the role of someone else's son. What a nostalgic feeling. After sorting out the situation, Gowie started cracking dark jokes about his orphan status again. This was his way of relieving stress, though it wasn't exactly welcomed by those around him. Of course, putting aside the surface-level room layout, after standing up and inspecting the surroundings, Gowie still discovered some hidden details. The floor, desk, and bay window all showed signs of regular cleaning, yet bore no traces of actual use. The desktop remained spotless, but it had been ages since anyone last wrote or read upon its surface. This was evident from the dust atop the bookshelf's volumes and the collection of pens that had all run dry. The radio's tuning knob had rusted solid, frozen in place. The Walkman was just placed there, with dust accumulated inside the headphones, clearly untouched for at least 1 or 2 years. So that means, I'm lying in a bedroom that's been uninhabited for at least 1 or 2 years, yet cleaned at regular intervals. Gowie stroked his chin, slowly summarizing the situation. Only when he felt the fine stubble on his jaw did he suddenly realize his body had reverted to its original form. It seems the mist mask also has some side effects. These personality disturbances might worsen with increased usage. I'll need to use it more sparingly from now on. Determined, Gowie raised his left wrist and summoned the holographic screen. Player, Gowie. Instance name, Western City Mystery. Game type, 7 of Swords, multiplayer. Main mission triggered. 1. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 47 hours 54 minutes and 32 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 10/5. 2. Resolve this disaster. 3. Main quest reward, 1 return ticket, slight boost to player evolution rate, small chance to obtain random items, high chance to obtain random potions, rewards vary based on main quest completion level. As expected, the familiar main quest appeared before his eyes. West City must be the same place mentioned in the ticket name, West City Mysteries, and presumably where Gowie is currently located. It's still unclear what exactly this calamity is. Gowie pulled out his notebook and temporarily jotted it down on paper. Strangely enough, personal items like his phone and wallet couldn't enter the script, yet this notebook passed through effortlessly. Who knows what the selection criteria are? Checking his backpack, Gowie realized he'd actually acquired quite a few trophies from previous encounters. First is the expensive skill belt purchased at great cost, and the tracking glasses obtained from the red-haired woman. The fat robber's equipment is called Reckless Bracers, which increases strength. Actively using them allows for charging attacks like his. The earnings from game currency and potions weren't much, that Fatty was indeed quite poor. 27 game coins and 1 E-grade evolution potion were better than nothing. Finally, let's summarize the changes in Gowie's various attributes after a day. Player name, Gowie. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 18%. Game currency, 50. Trait, 1/3 armchair detective, purple significantly enhances perception and observation skills. When activated, greatly improves information gathering and processing abilities for a short duration. Equipment, 5/5 fog mask, purple randomly alters the user's appearance, physique, and voice for 1 hour. Director's whistle, orange unknown effect. Tracking glasses, blue tracks a specified target within 100 meters, leaving visible traces along their path. Reckless arm guard, blue allows for immensely powerful charges within 15 seconds. Acrobat's belt, blue unlocks the wearer's physical potential for 3 minutes, greatly enhancing agility. Potions, 9/20th C-grade body restorative *1, stops bleeding, alleviates pain, and rapidly heals physical injuries, though ineffective against major limb loss or severe body lacerations. C-grade evolution serum *1, moderately increases player evolution progress, usable by players up to C-grade. Grade B injury potion *1, suitable for both external and internal use, a must-have for home, travel, and murder. Grade E physical healing agent *2, stops bleeding, alleviates pain, and slowly restores physical injuries, but ineffective for limb loss, severe flesh lacerations, or large wounds. E-grade evolution serum *4, slightly increases player evolution level, usable by players up to E-grade. Collection, Sinister Fog, completed, Western City Strange Tale, in progress, Toy War, 8 of Swords, Black Island Prison, 7 of Wands. Next game countdown, 15 days. I must admit, though the previous battle was harrowing, the rewards were quite decent. Both pieces of equipment are blue-tier quality, with similar items on the forum priced at several hundred game coins each. Even if I sold them off, they'd fetch a good price. Of course, I'll have to sell it using one of my alternate accounts, otherwise there's a risk of being tracked. Later, I'll need to create a few more animal investigator accounts, maybe I should consult a professional about this. And then there's Cowie focused his thoughts, spreading the tag system before his eyes. The thrilling maneuvers in the Hulong supermarket earlier ultimately achieved the goal of escape without exposing his identity. Special mission completed. Rewards obtained, common trait *1, rare item draw chance *1. Trait acquired, terrorist attack, common. Why are the traits getting weirder? What did I do that could possibly relate to a terrorist attack? Just as Gowie was muttering under his breath, footsteps approached the bedroom door outside, followed by a knock. At the same time, an elderly woman's voice came from outside. Young man, breakfast is ready. Would you like to come eat something first? Chapter 37, Western City Strange Tales, Breakfast and Conversation. The mechanical alarm clock on the desk in the bedroom had long ceased to function, but the view outside undoubtedly signaled a sunless early morning after rain. This was also why Gowie wasn't particularly worried. After all, the external environment looked rather pleasant. At the very least, it was infinitely better than the previous puzzle mist of the heart. When you combine the white mist, lurking monsters, and the disorganized shelves of a rural supermarket, the resulting scene really wasn't all that inviting. Hearing the knocking and shouting, Gowie began thinking rapidly, deliberating on how to respond. Young man, breakfast is ready. Would you like to come eat something? The address young man sounds quite friendly, and the tone is inviting and questioning. The shouting came from an elderly lady whose voice and footsteps suggested she was somewhere between 60 and 70 years old. Having a general idea in mind, Gowie took a deep breath and responded in the cheeriest tone he could muster. Got it. I'll get dressed and be right down. 10 minutes later, Gowie was already seated at the dining table, chatting animatedly with Mrs. Smith while dipping toast into jam. Thanks to the friend of elderly women, bonus and his own exceptional communication skills, he quickly obtained the basic intel about the dungeon from the lady. Gowie assumed the role of a substitute drama teacher who had just arrived at the local high school in West Town. Because the previous teacher had suddenly fallen ill, his successor Gowie had hurriedly taken over and consequently stayed at Mrs. Smith's house. The 3-story detached house was indeed luxurious, but the family's story was steeped in tragedy. Mrs. Smith's husband had passed away long ago, leaving her to raise her child alone all these years. Fortunately, their son worked hard and was filial, achieving career success. He got married and had children smoothly, bringing his mother to this western city where she could enjoy her peaceful retirement. Both grandsons were also well-behaved, sensible, cheerful, and optimistic. All of this made their family the envy of everyone else. But, that's right, just like in every story, what happened? Mrs. Smith's eldest grandson, the older of the two boys, suddenly went missing. The last witness claimed to have seen his silhouette near the river crossing West Town. The boy ignored the calls and gradually walked further along the stream under the cover of night. And then, he completely vanished from this rather small town. In an era without surveillance and with highly underdeveloped forensic techniques, such disappearances almost always meant farewell forever. Of course, the child's parents could never easily give up. They posted missing person notices, hired search teams, offered hefty rewards for leads. Yet, the endless search only brought more breakdowns and quarrels. Mrs. Smith didn't continue her story, but given that her son and daughter-in-law were nowhere to be found, the tale apparently didn't have a happy ending. Yet this explains some lingering questions. The room Gowie had first found himself in was actually the elder brother's former bedroom. As for the other boy at the dinner table, silently cutting his fried eggs and bacon with knife and fork, he must be the younger brother from the story. From the moment Gowie took his seat at the table,
That boy never once raised his head. But considering everything he's been through, one can't demand him to be too sunny and cheerful. It's okay, time will fade everything. One day he'll realize that silence and sorrow can't change a thing. This was Gao Yi's advice from experience. Taking another sip of warm milk, Gao Yi steered the conversation, starting to ask for more details about the dungeon. Mrs. Smith, do you know what calamity is? Calamity? The elderly woman in her early 70s frowned slightly at the question, tilting her head as she pondered for a moment. Never heard of it. What is that? Oh, it's nothing, just something I might cover in a future lecture. Gao Yi brushed it off with a laugh. It's not any well-known urban event or phenomenon, at least it rules out the possibility of participating in the Human Purge program. The main mission reads, resolve this instance of catastrophe. Most likely, this catastrophe is the challenge Gao Yi must face in this scenario. Since the quantifier is instance, it should refer to some kind of event. The mention of this time implies that there must have been a last time and a next time. It seems necessary to look up past local news and records in this regard. His identity as a teacher gives him some advantage. Surely the school must have a library? Already immersed in his role, Gao Yi sorted through his plans as another wave of doubt rose within him. Based on the information he had gathered so far, a dungeon difficulty rated between 9 and 10 meant it was extremely simple. Though the rewards were meager, the vast majority of players could clear it without trouble. A level rating of 4 to 6 means only C-rank players could handle it. The current, West City Mysteries, scenario I'm in is rated level 7, which roughly translates to a dungeon suitable for D-rank players. While it shouldn't have instant death traps lurking everywhere like Heart's Misty Maze, it's undoubtedly filled with dangers. Gao Yi looked out the window where numerous commuters were already on their way to work, greeting each other with warm, amicable smiles. The morning after the rain was so beautiful, with blooming flowers and singing birds, creating a perfectly harmonious and lovely scene. What kind of danger could possibly be hidden in such a place? Lost in thought while eating, Gao Yi's action slowed down slightly. Across from him, Mrs. Smith had already finished her breakfast. Leaning on the table, she slowly stood up and walked to the side, turning on the radio placed on the storage cabinet. This vintage transistor radio had nearly vanished after the new millennium, with its reddish-brown wooden casing and metallic knobs still looking stylish even by today's standards. As Mrs. Smith extended the antenna and turned the dial, a female announcer's voice gradually became clear through the static. With the successful conclusion of the 43rd West City basketball tournament, the Lumberjacks Alliance team has claimed the championship. Derry High School prepares to welcome students back for the new term, with many enjoying their last day of freedom. Rumor has it Kissing Bridge was packed to capacity last night. The amusement park sealed away for 11 years will reopen this afternoon, welcoming all citizens and friends to come and play. The first few paragraphs were rather ordinary news reports, with nothing particularly noteworthy. But from a certain moment onward, Gao Yi suddenly felt the temperature plummet, while the static noise from the radio abruptly intensified. Within this eerie atmosphere, that broadcasting female voice with forced articulation gradually grew indistinct, distorted, and intermittent. The broadcast content had grown increasingly bizarre. The bar fire exists again, burned alive again. The campus at night, the sculpture, the swimming pool, the drowning sculpture. So hungry, intruders, delicious, calamity, inevitable. As it went on, the woman's voice grew increasingly hoarse, mingled with static and accompanied by an utterly eerie laughter, as if she had heard some hilarious joke. Gao Yi took another bite of bacon and glanced sideways. Mrs. Smith appeared perfectly normal as she tidied up the plate in front of her. On the other side, the little boy had turned pale with terror, his fork trembling uncontrollably in his hand. Downing the orange juice before him in one gulp, Gao Yi pulled out his notebook to jot down what he had just heard while smiling and striking up another conversation with Mrs. Smith. That radio voice is quite pleasant. What station is this? This one? Mrs. Smith seemed slightly taken aback by Gao Yi's unexpected question, pausing briefly before answering. Oh, this is our most famous local radio station, West City Voice. As the other person launched into another round of introductions and reminiscing, Gao Yi tilted his head slightly. It appeared that the boy had heard the same content as him, while Mrs. Smith could only hear normal sounds. So that's it. This is the calamity of the West City Erie Incident. Chapter 38, West City Erie Incident, Class in Session. After greeting the sixth passing teacher with an introduction from his colleague beside him, Gao Yi finally let out a sigh of relief, allowing himself a brief moment of peace. Right now, he was sitting inside the faculty office of Derry High School. The prime spots for slacking off had long been claimed by the veteran teachers, leaving Gao Yi, the newcomer, with only the desk near the entrance. Because of this, every time a teacher entered, he had to greet them with a smile, leaving him unsettled for quite a while. Derry High School is the only high school in West Town, and it's not particularly large according to my colleague. It spans about 20 to 30 acres with just over 1,000 students. The math teacher nearby, overhearing Gao Yi's question, immediately waved his hand with disdain and said,
Oh dear, I heard this school was built on an old mining site abandoned after a major disaster that killed many people. It's really creepy, don't stay too long after dark. Of course, the issues at Delhi High School go far beyond just being creepy. Like most North American high schools portrayed in films and TV shows, its school culture and discipline are nothing short of a nightmare. Bullying, cliques, skipping classes, students insulting teachers. Add to this the scandalous love story between the football team captain and the school's head cheerleader, along with the bald principal who fields complaints and investigations on a daily basis. Against this backdrop, seasoned with the conservative religious traditions and the severe lack of police presence in West Town, Delhi High achieved the dubious distinction of having both high birth rates and high mortality rates. Working in such a school, it's no surprise that my predecessor suffered a sudden brain hemorrhage and couldn't continue teaching. It's worth mentioning that the woman who welcomed me, something like a dean of students, whatever they call that position here, when she saw Gaui, her first words were, "You must be the new teacher, Mr. Gao." Apparently, neither his name nor his appearance were secrets in this instance. This reinforced Gao Yi's determination to create several aliases for himself. Today seemed to be the first day of school after spring break, with unmistakable resentment and irritation written on every student's face. No one likes the end of a holiday, but then again, this spring break was a foreign concept to Gaui. Though considering how he used to skip school occasionally back in his student days, missing this 1 week wasn't a big deal. His thoughts drifted to the past before slowly returning to the present. About 10 minutes ago, the school bell rang, finally bringing quiet to the corridors, and over half the teachers in the office had already left. Gaui finally had time to sort out his own condition and the situation within the instance. First was his body. After the pain-relieving effects of the Grady body treatment serum faded, Gaui gradually began to feel the discomfort in his body. The dizziness in his head never subsided, partly a lingering effect of armchair detective, and partly due to his severe lack of sleep over the past 2 days. Right from the start, the West City Mysteries instance had woken him up in bed, but it never truly gave him time to sleep. Counting it up now, he had only slept for those 2 odd hours before the deal in the past 40+ hours. No matter how good he usually was at staying up all night, fatigue was unavoidably creeping in. But then again, it was probably due to the evolution after Gaui became a player, though the lack of sleep was noticeable. It wasn't as severe as it could have been. With that thought, he downed another bottle of Rank E Evolution Potion. His evolution rate had now increased from 18% to 22%. It's worth mentioning that when Gaui first drank the E-grade evolution potion, his evolution rate was only 15%. Apparently, the battles in the mall also contributed to the growth of his evolution rate, meaning the potion wasn't the only way to improve. Returning to the topic of physical injuries, his knees remained somewhat stiff. Apparently, the aftereffects of the stunt belt hadn't fully worn off. While it didn't severely hinder his movement, high-speed running would definitely be out of the question for a while. Several bloody wounds on his body were now rapidly scabbing and healing with the aid of medication, leaving only faint pink marks. Gaui couldn't quite determine whether those wounds had been caused by knives, arrows, or glass shards, but since they were mostly healed now, he stopped dwelling on it. Damage to his clothes was unavoidable. Even after reverting to his original body, the tears in his clothing remained in the exact same spots. It seems the mask's effect is indeed disguise rather than transformation. But Mrs. Smith lent Gaui a suit, so there's no need to worry about that for now. If I'm not mistaken, there are 9 other players in this dungeon besides me, and that wanted criminal Zhang Butcher should be among them. Gaui rested his chin on his hand and murmured softly as he analyzed the current situation. This, Western City Mysteries, as a multiplayer dungeon in Blade 7, proves that the most dangerous element is ultimately people. Not to mention Zhang the Butcher, whose bounty of 1 million is for his heinous crimes of murder and arson. Since that Zhao Qian could give a ticket to me, he probably handed them out to plenty of others as well. Who knows if among them are those who intend to come hunting for this bounty. Regardless of status or position, anyone who dares to face a vicious murderer with such confidence must possess formidable combat abilities. At this thought, Gaui had practically given up on competing for the bounty. He was just a novice player who had barely reached E rank. If even dealing with a few mid-E to early D rank bandits had been this difficult, then Zhang Tu, the bounty target worth 1,000 game coins, was undoubtedly an opponent beyond Gaoyi's capabilities. Looking at the task list, the countdown continues to tick steadily. 1. Survive 48 hours in West City, 45 hours 56 minutes and 42 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players to 5 or fewer, 10/5. One could either wait for the 2 days to conclude or hope for half the players in the instance to die. Yet, in the over 2 hours since entering this instance, I still haven't encountered a single player. Considering West City's relatively small size as a provincial town, there might not even be many players to encounter in the end. The best-case scenario would be waiting for other players to fight each other and gather information while I find a safe spot to ride out these 2 days and finish the scenario, then go home to sleep. Gaui rubbed his face again, resolving to prioritize his own safety above all else. The return ticket should place him in a secure location, allowing him to evade those investigation bureau pursuers.
Then return to my beloved little home and sleep soundly.
His wandering thoughts raced ahead, already contemplating what to eat for breakfast the day after tomorrow.
Ding 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 ding. The jarring class bell chose this moment to clamor.
In these times, the school bell was literally a bell, a metal disc struck rhythmically by an automated hammer. As the corridor once again filled with the irritating noises of teenagers, Gowie realized that his class was about to begin.
Yes, as a substitute teacher for the drama elective, he really needed to go teach.
Fortunately, it was just drama, a subject that didn't require much specialized knowledge, at least not when teaching these high schoolers.
If you asked Gowie to teach math or physics now, it would be the death of him.
To ensure he wouldn't encounter any problems during class, Gowie had carefully reviewed the teaching plans left by the previous teacher and even recited 2 passages from Shakespeare. Though his expertise wasn't particularly high, it should be enough to handle high school students. After all, it was just an elective course. With this thought, Gowie picked up the teaching materials, navigating through students practicing jump shots, gathering for dance routines, and holding boxing matches by the lockers as he headed toward the classroom.
Campus life already felt distant to Gowie.
It was precisely because he disliked this kind of atmosphere that he chose early employment, eventually becoming a journalist. Of course, it would be false to say he never felt nostalgic about campus life later. It's just that everyone carries their own burdens. After some thought, Gowie swapped in the actor persona tag. With the special effect, King of Comedy, your performances become more convincing. Attending lectures shouldn't be stressful at all. Not to mention he'd actually worked as an actor for a considerable period. He still had the experience to draw upon.
His heart was inexplicably pounding as Gowie steadied himself, took a deep breath, and pushed open the classroom door before him.
Yet in that instant, his heartbeat accelerated rapidly. The passive effect of armchair detective forced his eyes to instantly scan the entire space.
But the first thing Gowie noticed wasn't the 24 gazes in the classroom, the unwashed blackboard, or the oddly scattered chairs and desks.
Rather, it was a much stronger palpitation.
There was another player sitting in this classroom. Chapter 39, West City's Mysterious Incident, Encounter. There's another player in the classroom.
This realization exploded in Gowie's mind instantly, causing even his door-opening motion to stiffen momentarily. The students in the classroom clearly noticed the teacher's entrance, but most showed no reaction, continuing their small group chats. After all, the class bell hadn't rung yet, and even if it had, Gowie, this young-faced substitute teacher, commanded little authority anyway. What they didn't know was that this substitute teacher was caught in a swirl of intense inner conflict. Worried about the long-term side effects, Gowie hadn't equipped either of his combat-enhancing items, the special skill belt, and the reckless arm guard. The bigger issue is the lack of a trump card. The active effect of armchair detective is still on cooldown, and it won't be usable again for at least a dozen hours.
Gowie's combat capability is extremely low right now. Confronting players head-on would surely be suicidal. Right at that moment, the classroom bell ding-a-ling rang, signaling the start of this drama class.
No, what's most needed now is calmness. Showing the slightest sign of fear would spell immediate failure. Intentionally, Gowie stood at the doorway for over 10 seconds, scanning all the students in the classroom amidst the bell's echoes, waiting for them to settle down. To tell the truth, this trick was something he learned from his teacher back in his school days. Looking back now, it proved to be quite effective. Once the bell ceased and the students settled into their seats, Gowie coughed twice before closing the classroom door behind him. Under the gaze of over 20 pairs of eyes, he slowly stepped onto the podium and wrote his surname Gao on the blackboard. When I turned around, my face had already brightened with a radiant smile.
Hello everyone, I'm your substitute drama teacher. You can call me Teacher Gao.
This world was just like Heart's Deceptive Mist. Although everyone spoke Chinese, it was clearly not their original language. This was evident without even mentioning the numerous white and black people around or the American-style buildings. Just observing the speech patterns of those nearby made it obvious. Mrs. Smith always addressed him as E, while most colleagues called him Gao. This practice of separating family names from given names is clearly an English convention. There was even one colleague who called him E-Gao, making it even more obvious. Gowie speculated that the game automatically translated languages and texts within its scenarios to match each player's native tongue. Therefore, he quite naturally adopted Gao as the name his students could use to address him. The somewhat disorderly responses from the classroom confirmed Gowie's guess was entirely correct.
On the other hand, what kind of existence was this dungeon world exactly? And by what means was this real-time translation achieved? That only raised more questions.
Of course, another reason Gowie could finally relax was that he had confirmed the presence of another player in the classroom. The female player sitting by the corner window appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a casual gray woolen coat and black-framed glasses. Her Asian features already made her stand out among the other students, not to mention her current posture, head bowed, with a deliberately stern expression. It was clear she was trying to project a threatening aura, but the shock and worry beneath the facade were unmistakable. After confirming the other party was equally panicked, Gaoi actually relaxed and calmed down. As long as the other party lacked the courage or inclination to take action, everything could still be negotiated. Nobody would want to stick their neck out in such an eerie scenario like this. Right now, he was the teacher, the initiative was already in his hands. Gaoi once again gathered his thoughts, sweeping his gaze across the classroom. As you all probably already know about Ms. Roddy's situation, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll be spending this entire semester together. The students' reactions were lukewarm. Though still listening, they were clearly disinterested. Alright then, would anyone like to share what Ms. Roddy covered in last class? Gaoi scanned the room unsurprisingly, no one showed any interest in answering. Then I'll pick someone. You there, in the far corner, what's your name? Admittedly, the rhetorical tricks learned during school days still came in handy. The female player sitting at the back clearly wasn't prepared for this move. Her expression twisted momentarily, and after struggling internally for what felt like an eternity, she remained seated with her head bowed in silence. Fortunately, her deskmate, a frail-looking boy, came to her rescue. Mrs. Gao, her name is Yi Jiagan. She's the transfer student who arrived today. Gan Yi Jia. Gaoi noted the name in his mind and smiled again. Is that so? My apologies, Miss Gan. No matter, I'll be the one explaining then. Having completed his probing, Gaoi knew when to stop and didn't push further. It seemed the other party, just like himself, had obtained an identity to enter this instant city. The only difference was that he was assigned as a teacher while the other was a student. In this world filled with strangeness and anomalies, one naturally couldn't act as recklessly as in a single-player game. Not to mention the potential influence of so-called catastrophes within the instance. Being too conspicuous would also draw attention from other players, making one a live target. The correct choice would undoubtedly be to act according to one's assigned role first. And precisely because of this, Yi Gao had already figured out how to conduct this class effectively. Everyone, let me guess, you weren't particularly fond of Teacher Roddy's lessons either, were you? Gaoi grasped the attention of most students in the classroom with just one sentence. As all eyes turned toward him, he slowly continued speaking. I actually think his lectures are a mess too, with those bizarre lesson plans he writes. Gaoi spoke while flipping open the teaching plan in his hand, pulling out a few sheets of paper and waving them lightly in the air. To be honest, if he were really asked to teach a bunch of good students, he'd be completely at a loss. But making Gaoi become the king of the kids and earning the respect of a bunch of troublemakers? That was something he excelled at. Right, you all have those copied drama scripts too, right? Take them all out, and then, tear them up, just like this, and throw them out with me. As he spoke, Gaoi slowly tore the teaching plan in his hands into shreds and scattered them across the classroom, eliciting cheers from the students. The teacher, Mr. Roti, mainly taught history with drama as an elective. His teaching style was rigid and boring, mostly consisting of him droning on while students copied large chunks of text. Bitching about bosses and teachers is always the most effective icebreaker. Everyone's got their own grievances. Under Gaoi's direction, the students in the classroom were all fired up, laughing as they tore their papers to shreds and tossed them into the air. Except for that female player named Gan Yijia, of course. Today's first lesson is to imitate our former drama teacher. Who wants to give it a try first? Amidst bursts of laughter, the students eagerly signed up. Moments later, the classroom at the end of the corridor had become the noisiest place in the entire school. It's worth mentioning that when Gaoi shared some acting experience, the experience value of the actor tag also increased slightly. Of course, happy times always fly by. The 50-minute class passed in a flash, and when the dismissal bell rang, the students were actually sighing in rare disappointment. It's alright, everyone, no homework today, we'll have the same class tomorrow. Oh, and Miss Gon, could you stay behind for a moment? Gaoi smiled as he bid farewell to the students packing their bags before calling out to the female player. Once the classroom emptied and only the two of them remained, Gaoi slowly walked to the door and shut it firmly. Then he turned around and fixed his gaze once more on that player. The girl named Gan Yejia wore a grave expression on her face and had already stood up, leaning against the window as if ready to leap out at any moment. Her right hand was subtly hidden behind her back. Perhaps she had a weapon, like a dagger, concealed at her waist? Clearly on edge, she nevertheless forced out each word through gritted teeth, struggling to make her voice sound intimidating. I'm warning you, my game coins and potions were left outside this instance. I don't have anything valuable on me. If you dare make a move, the entire dungeon will know you're... Hey now! Gaoi waved his hand, interrupting the other's rapid-fire monologue, and leaned casually against the podium before continuing in a leisurely tone. Why can't I just be here to make a friend and seek cooperation? The other party furrowed their brows as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. You're telling me you came to this sword dungeon instance just to seek cooperation and leave peacefully? Chapter 40, Western District Mysteries, synthesizing new tags and prize draws. What's wrong with the sword? Could different types of dungeons have different mechanisms? Gaoi had previously speculated about the distinctions between categories. The Holy Grail symbolizes emotion, sentiment, and the soul. It manifested externally as the Heart's Maze Mist instance.
Does this sword, symbolizing conflict, ambition, and power, perhaps incline players toward murderous infighting?
Gaoi naturally couldn't pose this question directly to Gon Yeja before him, it would shatter his facade of profound wisdom. Picking up a nearby water glass, Gaoi used the act of drinking to buy time for quick thinking, then began deploying his most practiced persuasion techniques.
Don't you think cooperating to survive 48 hours in this instance is more realistic and simpler than half of us dying?
Gon Yeja still wore that artificially fierce expression, but a hint of hesitation had clearly emerged in his eyes. Gaoi was exceptionally good at calculating costs, both for himself and for others. Sometimes laying things out plainly was all it took to resolve an issue.
Of course, I just wanted to chat. If you feel now isn't the right time, you're free to leave any time.
Gaoi spread his arms wide to both sides, using body language to signal that he posed no threat. With that, he walked towards the door, reopening it slightly to allow the clamor from the hallway to seep into the room. With well-honed rhetoric and the combined effect of the heartbroken and concerned citizen labels, Gaoi finally managed to earn a sliver of her trust. The girl named Gon Yeja finally agreed to sit down and share her story. Like Gaoi, the other party started off lying in bed, and while her host family was perhaps overly enthusiastic, they were generally very friendly. They prepared her a lavish breakfast and even delivered it to this Delhi high school. It's worth noting that Gaoi casually inquired, and it seemed the other party hadn't encountered anything like the eerie radio broadcasts. When the first class began, the teacher introduced Gon Yeja to the others as a transfer student. The first class was a boring history lesson, but who would have thought the second class would bring Gaoi, who came to teach drama?
You should try to be more outgoing and communicate with your classmates. They're all sources of information and intelligence.
Gaoi hesitated slightly but still offered this piece of advice.
I hate school. Gon Yeja's reply was simple and direct. There was nothing else to be done.
Gaoi also shared what he had witnessed after entering the game instance, though he kept the strange radio a secret. Without more information, sharing such details with others could lead to unpredictable risks. Later, when Gaoi tried to inquire more about Gon Yeja's real identity, player level, specific traits, equipment, and other details, he was still met with refusal. The other party isn't foolish either, they wouldn't bare their soul to a complete stranger they've just met in this instance. Ultimately, all they agreed to was limited intelligence sharing and cooperation under the mutual non-aggression premise. This wasn't some matchmaking session anyway, there was no need for personal introductions. After briefly chatting for a few more words, the bell for the next class had already begun to ring. With a final farewell of take care, Gaoi sent this chance-met player on their way out of the classroom. This drama class was an elective, taught in a rotating classroom system where students had already dispersed by now.
Left alone in the hollowed-out classroom, Gaoi gave the room a quick once-over.
Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he turned and exited the deserted classroom. Gaoi, sitting back in his office chair, breathed a sigh of relief once more. All in all, the interaction had been unsettling but ultimately harmless. The other person wasn't the wanted fugitive Zhang Tu, nor some dangerous bounty hunter.
Though it was still unclear whether their entry ticket into this scenario had also come from that strange, rambling Zhao Qian.
At the very least, it confirmed now that among the other players, there were indeed ordinary people just like himself. After a moment's thought, Gaoi focused his mind and activated the label system. He hadn't used up all the previous rewards yet, and this free time was perfect for utilizing them.
First came a rare item draw.
Though Gaoi knew his own luck all too well, it would be a lie to say he wasn't the slightest bit excited. After all the previous lucky draws only yielded ordinary items, getting a rare one now felt like a sudden windfall.
Surely it couldn't be as useless as those previous pieces of junk?
Well, the inflatable giant hammer and super anti-wolf spray had actually proven their worth before.
Sadly, these two trusty companions had now exhausted their durability and departed from Gaoyi's side forever.
I don't have high demands, just anything usable will do.
Preferably weapons, second choice would be protective gear.
Gaoi lowered his head and murmured softly while spinning the wheel. Of course, Lady Luck probably laughed even harder upon hearing this prayer.
Item, detoxification cup. Rarity, rare. Type, item.
Effect, any liquid poured into this cup will lose all toxicity and transform into a delicious beverage. Note, liquids with different toxicities will convert into beverages with varying flavors. My personal favorite is cyanide, which tastes like an energy drink. Taking a deep breath, Gaoi shook his head slightly, pretending not to have noticed this item. Quickly shifting his thoughts, he began pondering the next question. The terrorist attack trait he obtained earlier, which tag should it be combined with? Since it's an ordinary trait, based on past experience, it would be better to combine it with a common tag. That leaves only internet surfer and heartbroken person as options. Needless to say, which one of these pairs better with terrorist attack? Internet surfer, common, plus terrorist attack, common, equals online mob, rare.
Online mob LV1, rare. EXP, 0/1000. Label ability, social network. Your posts will receive more attention on public social platforms. Hiss, not bad, but useless for now. Gao Yi frowned. This new label might be somewhat useful in the real world, given that he was a journalist. But in this dungeon set in the technological level of the 1980s and 90s, Zuckerberg probably hasn't even been born yet, let alone any public social platforms. Now, Gao Yi possesses 7 labels in total, with the most frequently used still being concerned citizen and investigator. The remaining ones, deadbeat, for deceiving people, actor, for performing, heartbroken, for communicating with those on the verge of collapse, and elderly women's friend, for talking with elderly women. Most of these are used for conversation and exploration purposes. Maybe I should try synthesizing in the direction of enhancing combat abilities next? Thinking this, Gao Yi yawned as another wave of drowsiness washed over him. Perhaps I should get some sleep first? Gao Yi glanced at the office sofa meant for resting. No matter what dangers lie ahead in this instance, getting some sleep first is definitely the right call. Chapter 41, West City Mystery, Investigation Bureau. Gao Yi, who fell asleep on the sofa, had a remarkably long dream. In this dream, his past memories replayed before his eyes in slow reverse. First came the battle at Hulon Mall, followed by solving the puzzle of the Heart Erie Mist, the day I suddenly gained the tag system, and then being invited to join Southern Erie magazine. The memories that followed began to grow painful: unemployment, debt, heartbreak. Strangely, in the dream, all those familiar figures had their backs turned to Gao Yi, their faces unseen. Several robbers, Zhao Qian, Pan Tian, Li Zhaozhao, Xiao Hong. No matter who they were, all he could see were the backs of their heads. One or two would have been fine, but everyone turning away like this felt eerie. Gao Yi's body remained completely stiff. He could only watch as they drifted away one by one, unable to even call out to them. His early days in society, middle school, elementary school. Then his memories accelerated violently, swiftly returning to the orphanage. Gao Yi felt his heartbeat quicken and his throat go dry. He was nervous, but why? The day he left the orphanage, when the other children bullied and mocked him, the matron had secretly slipped him a handful of candy. At last, Gao Yi understood the reason for his unease. If we push the memory further back, we would arrive at the year he was 6 years old. We would arrive at the day his parents died in a car accident. This emotion is hard to describe, like a wrench twisting the heart. Is it anticipation or fear? The recollection slows down again, seemingly adjusting its pace with Gao Yi's fluctuating emotions. Wait a minute. Is this really a dream? What was I doing before I fell asleep? Inside the instance, West City Strange Tales. Gao Yi suddenly remembered the radio beside the dining table when he first entered the game. If I'm not mistaken, some kind of spiritual or illusory anomaly exists in this world. Then the situation I'm currently in. Gao Yi's thoughts grew increasingly clear, no longer drowning in complex emotions and memories. Slowly, his fingers began to move, then gradually his palms and limbs. The scene before him completely froze, no longer rapidly rewinding and replaying. Gao Yi slowly extended his right hand and placed it on the shoulder of the dean standing before him. The scene in the dream finally shifted. The headmistress, who had occupied the majority of Gao Yi's childhood, turned her head toward him in slow, jerky movements. Her movements were extremely stiff, her neck turning like a poorly lubricated gear, rotating the massive spherical object above. But before long, the bizarre scene turned straight up horrifying. Matron's neck kept twisting, clearly exceeding human limits as she turned her face toward Gao Yi without rotating her torso, just like an owl. Even more terrifying was her face. This wasn't the familiar, kindly smile with squinted eyes that Gao Yi remembered, but rather, the face of a clown? It resembled an overweight version of Ronald McDonald, with bright orange hair, a face painted white, a red grinning mouth and nose, and metallic silver eye makeup. Ah, did you miss me, Xiaoyi? Would you like your favorite candies? The piercing laughter sounded eerily familiar, and Gao Yi instantly recalled when he had heard it before. It was exactly the same as the background laughter of the radio host broadcast from the breakfast table that morning. The system won't open. Equipment can't be taken out. Is this because it's a dream? Seeing its true form, Gao Yi instead calmed down. He simply felt that now that this thing had revealed its original shape, it had fallen into cliché. Take a deep breath and start considering possible ways to respond. The clown's lower body gradually transformed as well. Grandmother Dean's patch-covered skirt faded away, replaced by a loose-fitting clown suit. It extended its cartoon-gloved hands toward Gao Yi, its tone thick with amusement. Want to keep reliving your memories? I can bring the dead back to accompany you. Ha 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 ha. Do you want that? Want to live with them forever? Is this illusion or a psychic attack? It doesn't seem to possess the ability to harm people in dreams. Gao Yi naturally wouldn't believe the other party. Such baseless promises were essentially equivalent to the grand vows exchanged between elementary school sweethearts. Just as he was pondering how to extricate himself, an unfamiliar woman's voice rang out from a distant place, ethereal and haunting. Professor Gao? Professor Gao. Then came a violent shaking, cracks appearing throughout the dreamscape. The clown before him tilted its head and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only fading laughter in its wake. Amidst even more intense tremors, Gao Yi jolted awake, his vision refocusing on the classroom office's ceiling. Pushing himself upright against the chair's backrest, he turned to see a female student who'd woken him. With just a slight recollection, he could recognize her. She was one of the students from the drama class last period. Her expression was grave, and without waiting for Gao Yi to ask, she pressed her lips together and delivered the message she had come to convey. Mr. Gao, there are 2 people from the police station at the principal's office, they want to see you. Gao Yi stood frozen for a couple of seconds, struggling to process both the ordeal from his recent dream and the words spoken by the girl beside him. Oh, okay, I'll go right away, he said. Gao Yi, walking toward the principal's office, began analyzing his recent experience. It seemed the so-called disaster in this instance could affect players within dreams or the mental realm. That clown's face looked so familiar. Gao Yi fastened the special skill belt around his waist while muttering under his breath. The clown I saw in the dream was clearly not the one locked in a love-hate relationship with Batman in Gotham, but Gao Yi did vaguely feel a sense of familiarity. But after racking his brain for a long time, he still couldn't recall the corresponding image. I wonder how strong this thing is in reality. If it's only effective in the spiritual realm, it might actually be simpler. The Misty Mask's mental resistance should be enough to handle it. Whispering his analysis, Gao Yi had already reached his destination. The dean's office was just upstairs from their grades teacher's office, so it really didn't take long to get there. After slightly adjusting his belt to ensure it wasn't visible, Gao Yi knocked on the door. Come in. A dispirited middle-aged male voice, probably the principal. Pushing the door open, the first thing Gao Yi saw was the principal's shiny bald spot. He recognized the principal's face mostly thanks to the students. Many of their locker doors sported the principal's portrait, though admittedly, the accompanying words and doodles weren't exactly flattering. Then, as the door was pushed open wider, the familiar palpitation surged again. Inside the room, a man and a woman in police uniforms were sitting on the couch in the principal's office. More players, and 2 at once this time. The 2 on the couch exchanged glances before looking at Gao Yi, clearly having noticed that the newcomer was a player as well. The man in the police uniform at the head of the group pondered briefly before turning to the bald principal beside him and saying, "You go talk to that student first. We'll get the details from this teacher." Okay, no problem. The bald principal looked as if he'd been granted a reprieve. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he rushed out the door. Gao Yi steadied the door that was about to close automatically, quickly sizing up the 2 visitors as he tried to glean more information. Seemingly sensing the newcomer's tension, the female player among the pair smiled and spoke up. Relax. Even if this is a sword dungeon, as long as you aren't a wanted criminal or a rogue player, we won't attack recklessly. Who exactly are you people? Gao Yi maintained a distance that allowed him to flee at any moment, following the other's line of questioning. Well, the female player tilted her head, seemingly searching for the right words. You must have heard of the Investigation Bureau, right? Chapter 42, Western City Ghost Stories, The Clown. From the 2 uniformed police officers before him, Gao Yi gradually came to understand what the Investigation Bureau truly was. Its full name was the Bureau for the Investigation of Anomalous Phenomena and Supernatural Hazards. Investigation Bureau was merely a conventional shorthand. In reality, it was a department with a long-standing history. In the past, incidents across the country such as appearances of real dragons, gods descending to Earth, paranormal events, and even UFO sightings all fell under their department's jurisdiction. Of course, previously, the Investigation Bureau had always been a marginalized organization, excluded from the mainstream. But starting this year, the game appeared. Wait a minute, so how did you handle all those supernatural incidents before this, with Taoist priests, Buddhist monks? Gao Yi interrupted the narration. His curiosity truly couldn't be contained any longer. Oh, at that time most members were folklorists, geologists, and such. Most of those incidents could be explained and resolved scientifically, until this game and dungeons appeared. Gao Yi chimed in, finishing the female player's words. The female player, who looked about 2 or 3 years older than Gao Yi, nodded and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear before beginning her account. When the first players who had obtained dungeon rewards surfaced, the Bureau received the tip and launched an investigation. Upon capturing it, the Bureau's experts swiftly reached a startling conclusion. This belongs to a supernatural realm far beyond our current technological capabilities and comprehension. It completely shattered our existing paradigms, as if erected upon an entirely different scientific framework. What followed was the frantic drafting of reports, requests for additional experts to join the research, and the procurement of various experimental equipment. With more people and items comes the need for space, with larger spaces comes the need for security, and with more security personnel comes the need for additional administrative bodies. Alright, I get it. You've gradually grown into a behemoth, effectively becoming the official institution managing this aspect. So why are you here now? Sitting on the couch, Gao Yi once again interrupted the other party's account. He wasn't about to relinquish control of the conversation entirely. Of course, the other party noticed this too. The silent man finally leaned forward, locking his gaze fiercely onto Gao Yi's eyes.
The middle-aged man around 40 had a square-jawed face, his thick arms stretching the fabric of his old-fashioned police uniform, giving him extraordinarily broad shoulders. Of course, their police uniforms were obtained within the game instance, differing from the ones Gao Yi was familiar with, yet that didn't diminish their imposing presence. He stared at Gao Yi's glasses, speaking word by word with deliberate slowness.
Do you know Butcher Zhang? Rings a bell. This level of interrogation naturally couldn't pry open Gao Yi's mouth.
With the buff from Deadbeat GS Lies, his expression remained perfectly normal.
The man maintained his direct gaze for several seconds before lowering his head, apparently unable to detect anything amiss. His right hand pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the coffee table before him, facing Gao Yi. It was a wanted poster, and the person depicted on it was none other than the notorious Butcher Zhang.
Oh, that wanted criminal, no wonder it sounded so familiar.
The one worth $1 million?
Gao Yi naturally showed no sign of abnormality, slapping his thigh and raising his eyebrows slightly in response. Showing too much familiarity with this wanted criminal might lead to misunderstandings, making them think I'm some high-risk character like a bounty hunter.
This acting is still necessary.
To put it simply, we have evidence that this Zhang Butcher is currently inside this dungeon scenario.
The female bureau investigator beside him picked up the thread, explaining to Gao Yi.
Confusion, panic, feigned composure, inner restlessness. After playing out this entire performance routine, Gao Yi raised his voice slightly in tone.
This, really? Take a look at your main quest.
The middle-aged man pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it for himself, and slowly began to speak.
Main mission? So he hadn't checked it again after waking up. But not checking meant not knowing.
1. Survive for 48 hours in West City, 43 hours 46 minutes and 37 seconds remaining, or reduce the number of remaining players to 5 or fewer, 8/5.
Only 4 hours in, and 2 players are dead? Gao Yi was genuinely shocked now. The current situation had truly exceeded his expectations. In such a short time, he had barely encountered 2 groups of players, yet there were already 2 fatalities on the other side? We suspect Zhang the Butcher is responsible. One of the player corpses we found earlier bore wounds consistent with his weapon's signature. The female investigator finished speaking and raised her glass of water to take a drink, but upon seeing the dead mosquito floating inside, she had no choice but to set it back down. This wanted criminal being hunted for 1,000 game coins certainly had his reasons. Under these circumstances, could I truly expect the remaining 40 hours to pass peacefully and leave safely? Should I take the initiative? Even if I can't confront them head-on, at least I should gather more information.
Seeming to sense Gao Yi's contemplation, the middle-aged man across from him took another deep drag of his cigarette before turning to exhale the smoke toward the principal's seat.
Don't even think about confronting Zhang 2 head-on. He's probably at D-level with an evolution rate in the 70s or 80s, one of the absolute top-tier figures in all of Nankang City. This made things even more problematic.
If the man wasn't exaggerating, that level of strength was truly beyond Gao Yi's capacity to oppose directly. Previously, those few robbers had barely scraped past early D-level, with 3 at peak E-level. Even then, Gao Yi had already struggled to confront them head-on. He'd had no choice but to rely on various item labels and exploit the terrain for ambushes. A D-level creature with a 70 to 80% evolution rate likely possesses physical capabilities surpassing human limits, something far beyond what I could handle.
I see. Gao Yi sorted through his thoughts, tapped the coffee table twice, then asked. But you didn't come here specifically just to warn me about this, did you? This wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach.
Their earlier mentions of a student and the headmaster's unusual tension all pointed to another abnormality that had already occurred. The 2 individuals in front of him exchanged a glance before the woman began to explain. To put it simply, 5 students from this high school, after attending your class, apparently lost their minds and decided to skip school to visit the newly opened amusement park in town.
You probably don't know much about this school's atmosphere.
This is completely normal. Gao Yi casually muttered a complaint and waved his hand, signaling for the other person to continue. The female investigative team member also seemed unaffected and continued recounting the situation. 4 of them went missing.
The student who escaped claimed that a clown took his classmates. Chapter 43, West City Strange Incident, The Red Balloon.
As they walked toward the neighboring building with the 3, Gao Yi still took the opportunity to exchange names with the 2 investigative team members.
The man introduced himself as Huang Dui, presumably short for Captain Huang, as he showed no reaction to Gao Yi's lame joke about, could this be the Vice Squad?
The woman was named Tan Ji, who claimed she was recruited by the Investigation Bureau only after becoming a player. It seemed the forum's portrayal of the Investigation Bureau was somewhat demonized. They didn't go so far as to abduct people for human experiments. At least within the dungeon, they maintained basic courtesy toward those they could potentially ally with. Of course, if they knew Gao Yi had brawled with other players in that real-world supermarket, all witnessed and recorded by hundreds of onlookers,
they probably wouldn't be so friendly. The one who fought was, Investigator Snake. What does that have to do with me, Gaoi? Thus comforting himself, Gaoi resolved to keep the secret buried forever. In just a few steps, the three of them walked into the empty classroom next door. It was the resting time after lunch. Most students were either hanging around outside school or resting on the playground, making the teaching building unusually quiet. What? You ask if there's anyone who wants to study during this time? Then I must remind you again, Derry High is a school with both high birth rates and high death rates. Anyone wanting to study enthusiastically here would be practically like practicing baseball pitching in prison. Not to mention the numerous loafers wandering around, looking for students they could borrow lunch money from. Unlike those teenage movies where the bullied are all handsome boys and pretty girls whose makeup never smudges even when surrounded by a gang. In reality, those who suffer the worst bullying are usually introverted students from powerless families, with physical or facial imperfections. The trembling boy standing before Gaoi was also one of these easy targets. Since Derry High School lacked facilities like a conference room, the principal chose an empty classroom beside his office as the location for the questioning. The moment he stepped into the room, Gaoi immediately recognized the surviving student. He was the male student who had spoken up to help Gonyeja during my class interrogation. I remember asking him his name in class, if I'm not mistaken. Mike, can you tell me and these two officers once more what happened? Gaoi activated the heartbroken label, which had a remarkably good effect in calming people in extreme emotional states. Seeing his familiar teacher, Mike visibly calmed down a bit. He swallowed hard and began recounting his earlier ordeal with trembling words. He and his three best friends had just finished Gaoyi's drama class in high spirits when an inexplicable rebellious impulse took hold of them. Just in time for their most dreaded math class next period, they heard that a new amusement park had opened in town. The five of them made a unanimous decision to skip school and head there. Wait, weren't there four of you? On the side, Huang Wei interrupted the narration and asked for clarification. The new student Gon overheard our plan and said she wants to come too. Originally George said we shouldn't let girls join, but I still let her come. Mike's clothes were completely soaked, his pant legs showed signs of tearing, and one lens of his glasses had a crack, making him look rather disheveled. For warmth and to dry off, he was wrapped in a bath towel that faintly smelled of disinfectant, perhaps taken from near the swimming pool? Whether from catching a chill or out of fear, his speech was somewhat illogical, and he kept shivering uncontrollably. Gaoi didn't bother asking who George was, it was obvious he must be one of the three brothers. The priority now was to keep him calm so he could continue recounting his experience. It's not your fault. Take your time. The officers will definitely help your friend. Glancing sideways, Gaoi noticed the two bureau investigators didn't seem to mind him taking over the questioning. Perhaps, as mentioned earlier, their real target was the wanted fugitive, Zhang the Butcher. The story within the dungeon is merely a backdrop, not worth such concern. Under Gaoyi's soothing words, Mike gradually calmed down and began to recount what had happened. Gonyeja joined them, and the five of them headed to the amusement park together. That amusement park was nowhere near as fun as they said. When we got there, none of the rides were properly set up. Mike paused, his voice hoarse. The pirate ship was out of order, the roller coaster was closed, and even the carousel wasn't running. The only thing open was that little shop where you shoot targets to win dolls. Mike, could you speed this part up a bit? Just tell us what danger you actually encountered, alright? Student Mike suddenly fixated on trivial details. This was a self-defense mechanism, an attempt to evade certain memories that followed. Of course, Gaoi had to give him a push to hurry his storytelling along. Alright, next, Brooke and a few of his lackeys showed up. They spotted us and immediately gave chase on their motorcycles. Mike glanced at Gaoi again and hurriedly continued his explanation. Brooke's the school's notorious bully. No one dares mess with him because his mom is. Mac once again glanced at the two uniformed investigative bureau players on the other side before slowly adding, his mother is the police chief. I see, and what happened next? Did this Brooke attack you? Gaoi maintained his composed expression, gently guiding the conversation. This was a professional skill honed as a journalist. No, they caught George and pinned him against the kissing bridge railings. Those bastards held him over the edge and threatened to throw him down. We were all terrified but didn't know what to do. That Brooke had a knife, and rumors said he carried a gun too. None of us dared challenge him, until Mike suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. That transfer student Gon was absolutely incredible. She fought off all those bullies single-handedly, that Brooke even lost a tooth and ran off with his mouth full of blood. But his mood quickly plummeted again. George was really pushed off the bridge. Even though the bridge isn't high and there's water below, it's still really dangerous. We saw him lying motionless by the little river, still bleeding, and we were terrified. We rushed down the hill to help him. Here's the crucial part. Gaoi easily detected the shift in his emotions. Clearly, the subsequent memory was the source of his terror. What happened next? Tanji couldn't resist her curiosity and spoke up to ask.
Meanwhile, Mike's face twisted into an extremely peculiar expression, his eyebrows knitted together as he struggled to recall anything, but came up empty-handed.
Noticing this, Gowie changed his questioning approach. Can you remember what you saw back then? This question seemed to finally help Mike recover some of his memories. He suddenly lifted his head again and looked at Gowie, his eyes filled with terror. Red balloons. I saw so many red balloons. Chapter 44, West City's Strange Tale, Taking the Initiative. If the clown's slightly altered appearance earlier hadn't been enough to make Gowie react, then the moment that iconic red balloon appeared, Gowie instantly recognized it. This horror film adapted from a Stephen King novel once held the title of highest-grossing horror movie in cinema history. Calling it a classic wouldn't be an overstatement. The only problem was that Gowie hadn't seen this movie. He actually quite enjoyed watching films, but horror movies happened to be exactly the type he didn't particularly like. It wasn't because he was timid, but rather because his profession as an investigative journalist meant his life already lacked neither thrills nor excitement. There was truly no need to seek out scares from films, just look up at society's dark underbelly, where real-life horror movies were playing out. Of course, if you asked Gowie whether he regretted not watching it now, he'd admit there was a twinge of regret. The good news was, based on his experience with Phantom Mist of the Heart, the dungeon scenario had almost no points matching the original film's plot. If one had to stretch it, there were only faint correspondences at best. Banking on this thought, Gowie managed to console himself and refocused on the scene before him. After uttering the words red balloon, that Mike fell into a completely unresponsive state. Convulsing violently, he kept repeating float over and over, utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately his parents had been notified and had already arrived at the school, so he was handed over to them. Watching the bald principal's furrowed brow, I estimated his hairline would recede a few more centimeters tonight. When the classroom was left with only 3 players again, Gowie contemplated slightly before opening his mouth to ask, "Do you know exactly when those 2 deceased players died? Don't you know you should keep opening the light screen from time to time to check the time and any changes?" The middle-aged man nicknamed Captain Huang frowned slightly and retorted, "I was sleeping at the time." Gowie raised his head defiantly, speaking with righteous confidence. Noticing the awkward atmosphere in the conversation, Tenji spoke up to break the ice. The first victim should have been around 10:30 in the morning, the second at 11, the time difference isn't very large. I see. Gowie lowered his head in thought, while Captain Huang across from him clearly understood what he was thinking. Gone Yejia is a player. I met her once, Gowie smoothly replied to the inquiry. Clearly, the timeline didn't match up. Gowie's drama class started at 10 a.m. and ended at 10:50 a.m. Needless to say, it would have taken Gon Yejia considerable time to reach the amusement park before encountering any danger. Even the latest death at 11 o'clock doesn't align with the timeline. This means that no matter what Gon Yejia experienced, she's still alive. Gowie reopened the main mission list. 1. Survive 48 hours in West City, 42 hours 48 minutes and 13 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 8/5. After a brief consideration, among the 8 surviving players, aside from himself and the 2 Bureau of Investigation members, there were also the fugitive Zhang Tu, the student Gon Yejia, and 3 others he hadn't met yet. Gowie once again raised his head and looked at the 2 in front of him. So, you're planning to search near that bridge next? No. Team leader Huang coldly gave his negative answer. We need to find Butcher Zhang and warn the other regular players. Gowie paused slightly, waving his hands in the air twice as he carefully chose his words. This dungeon doesn't feel particularly safe. Are you really going to prioritize dealing with that wanted criminal first? Zhang the Butcher poses a greater danger. Captain Huang's square-jawed face remained impassive, his tone flat and emotionless. We came here mainly because we heard about a new teacher at the school, suspected it might be a player. Tanji explained with a smile, clearly accustomed to lightening the somber conversational atmosphere around the middle-aged man. That's actually a plausible angle. All the players enter this western city assuming some kind of newcomer identity. The transfer student, the rookie cop, the substitute teacher. Gowie had considered this possibility too, but found himself powerless to prevent the leakage of such information. What about Gon Yejia then? She's just an ordinary player too, shouldn't she fall under your investigation bureau's jurisdiction? Gowie pondered briefly, attempting to flatter the other party. All tasks have their priorities. Under the current circumstances, dealing with the fugitive naturally comes first. Captain Huang wasn't swayed in the slightest by such tactics. Straightening his uniform jacket as he spoke, he rose to his feet. That was certainly true. Gowie knew there was no way they could abandon the pursuit of a vicious fugitive just to search for mysteriously missing players. Seeing Gowie lower his head in thought, Captain Huang had already stood up and was walking toward the classroom door, making as if to leave. He grabbed the door handle and turned back to look at Gowie once more. I have to give you one final warning, don't confront Zhang Tu directly. If you see him, come to the station immediately to find me. Even if I'm not there, someone will be able to reach me.
With that, he pushed open the door and left in a rather dashing exit.
Tanji saw her superior leaving and stood up to follow, but after a moment's thought, she turned back to Gaoi. If you'd like, you could go check out that bridge. The West District Police should already be investigating there. I'll have a word with the chief and let her know you're an informed party. With that, Tanji turned and quickly followed Captain Huang. Right then, after a long silence, the label system chimed in once again with a new special task at this most delicate of moments. Special task triggered, investigate the calamity's truth and locate the missing student. Rewards, common trait *1, rare trait *1, rare item draw chance *2. Time limit, 24 hours. What the hell is this? Don't push me too far, system. Don't think I won't reinstall you. Just wait till I switch to Windows. You'll be crying then. Once again telling jokes so obscure no one could understand them, Gaoi found himself caught in a dilemma. According to the initial plan, he was supposed to coast along on the sidelines and muddle through until this dungeon instance was over. But now, for some reason, he found himself caught in the whirlpool once again. On one side, a vicious wanted criminal glares with menacing intent. On the other, eerie calamities and a murderous clown lie in wait. I just want to get some sleep. Why is it so damn difficult? Gaoi let out another drawn-out sigh, leaning back in his chair as he stared at the ceiling. That Gonyejia, along with the 3 other missing boys, actually had nothing to do with him. To put it more bluntly, if Gonyejia died as a player, it would actually push the main storyline forward. Perhaps 2 more will die in the dungeon soon, and I can leave smoothly without any trouble. But first, this special mission is quite tempting, 2 traits allowing for 2 label syntheses, and a rare lottery draw. Better than nothing, I suppose. On the other hand, the clown and its calamity have already come for me. It's not like ignoring Gaoi will make the problem go away. Considering the presence of that butcher Zhang, it's probably necessary for me to go meet with the sheriff over there and strengthen our relationship. No matter what kind of wanted criminal player you are, if I bring 20 cops armed with automatic rifles, would you dare make a move? After settling accounts and slamming the table, Gaoi convinced himself once again. After all, those 4 are my students. As a people's teacher, how can I just stand by and do nothing? Once again spouting nonsensical remarks full of grievances, Gaoi stood up and walked toward the amusement park. Better to take the initiative than to wait helplessly for doom. Chapter 45, West City Uncanny Incident, The Sheriff. Following the giant signs visible throughout the city, Gaoi easily found the newly opened amusement park in the Western District. Just as Mike had described, most of the mechanical rides and shops weren't fully operational yet on this afternoon. Although colorful lights and exaggerated signage had been installed, the lawns remained barren and undeveloped. With the passive effect of armchair detective, Gaoi effortlessly matched the traces on the nearby muddy ground to the scenes Mike had recounted. The mud splatters flung onto the walls by passing motorcycles, the dents left by someone's accidental fall, the panic-stricken footprints of those who fled in haste. Following the dense tire tracks, Gaoi soon found a large area cordoned off by police tape. Looking toward its center stood a wooden bridge about 20 meters long, its railings densely adorned with colorful lovelocks. No surprise, countless couples had pledged undying love here, which explained why the bridge was called the Kissing Bridge. Yao Yi's mind flashed back to the radio broadcast he'd heard during breakfast that morning. Delhi High School is about to start the new semester, with hordes of students making the most of their final day of freedom. Rumors say the Kissing Bridge was packed to the brim last night. His heart trembled, and Gaoi resolved not to touch the wooden bridge's railing or the surrounding thick grass. After standing by the police tape for a few seconds, a portly officer on guard spotted him and slowly walked over. Sir, this bridge is currently off limits. If you're heading to the lumberyard, you'll have to take a detour. Oh, no. Gaoi snapped back to reality and looked at the person before him. I'm the teacher of several missing students, here to see the sheriff. The overweight officer frowned with difficulty as he unclipped the walkie-talkie from his belt. After exchanging a few words with the person on the other end, he scrutinized Gaoi several more times. About 10 seconds later, the portly officer set down the walkie-talkie and lifted the police tape in front of him. Go ahead, the sheriff's under the bridge. With a polite smile, Gaoi ducked under the police tape and headed toward the bridge, leaving behind the officer who was struggling more strenuously to reattach his walkie-talkie. Oddly enough, Westwood was a remote little town with no heavy industry to speak of, yet the air quality always seemed rather poor. The entire sky was veiled in a white haze, and with thick layers of stratocumulus clouds blotting out the sun, everything before his eyes appeared dull and gray. Gaoi followed the guidance and slowly descended the small earthen slope beside the Kissing Bridge. If nothing unexpected, those 4 students also went down this way to find their companion. While descending the slope, Gaoi Yi's armchair detective ability once again proved useful. He noticed a faint trace of red deep in the grass beside the slope. Without hesitation, he approached and picked it up, a torn fragment of red, remnants of a burst balloon. Gaoi flipped it open, barely able to make out the distorted yellow handwriting. West City is the best. At that very moment, a whistling sound sliced through the air, followed by a deafening crack.
B-R-U-C-E, how many more times do I have to tell you, stop spinning me these nonsense stories?
Following the angry female voice, Gowie easily located the city's sheriff.
He stood by the stream's edge, facing a rebellious blonde youth wearing short sleeves and sporting earrings. No need to say more, it was the sheriff's son, Brooke, the troublemaking ringleader of Derry High. I'm not lying, I really saw a clown, and balloons. This gang leader, described as terrifying by survivor Mike, now hung his head like a frightened chick, utterly at a loss before his mother. Bang! Another slap landed on his face. Clearly, the police chief didn't believe his story. Get your ass home right now, and don't you dare leave your bedroom until I get back. With a furious roar, Brooke covered his face and turned around, ascending from the gap where Gowie had fallen onto the bridge's surface. From the look in his eyes as he turned his head, Gowie easily read resentment and displeasure. A hot-tempered middle-aged cop too busy with work to take care of his family, paired with a rebellious little shit of a son due to poor parenting. Now that's classic. Sensing the mood, Gowie waited until the officer had cooled down a bit before slowly approaching her and extending his right hand. Chief, I'm Gowie, a teacher at Derry High School. Oh, so you're the one who listened to all the testimonies? People from out of town just can't be trusted. Claiming to chase other leads at a time like this, what a load of crap. The female police captain obviously hadn't fully dissipated her anger, muttering complaints under her breath, but still waved her hand dismissively before walking toward the patrol car on the other side. Come with me. Seizing this opportunity, Gowie finally had time to properly observe the other person. A practical yet slightly unkempt brown short haircut, a well-maintained athletic physique, and a service pistol holstered at the hip ready for quick drawing. Aged around 40 or 50, unavoidable wrinkles had already crept onto the cheeks, with dark circles and exhaustion from long-term night shifts and overwork bearing some resemblance to Gowie himself. But even with these flaws, her looks could still be considered attractive, and one could guess she must have been quite a beauty in her youth. In such a remote city, in an era where gender equality wasn't fully established, becoming a police chief as a woman undoubtedly required considerable professional competence. While Gowie was making these simple observations, the two of them had already climbed the small slope and reached the police car. The police chief pulled a thermos from the driver's seat and began drinking her coffee. Looking out the car window, the interior of the police car could be described as nothing short of a nightmare, littered with scattered food wrappers and piles of curled documents in every corner. Alright, what did that boy who escaped death say? Seeing Gowie still lost in thought, the sheriff snapped his fingers impatiently and asked again. Oh, of course. Gowie swirled his right hand in front of himself. Monica, just call me Monica. The sheriff understood Gowie's unspoken question and introduced himself. Glancing once more at the filthy interior of the police car, Gowie suppressed the urge to complain and began recounting the story he had just heard. Clown, you're not joking with me, are you? Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Sheriff Monica stared at Gowie before blowing the smoke directly into his face. This is all according to that Mike guy's words. I'm just relaying them. Waving away the smoke in front of him, Gowie gave another firm response. Sheriff Monica, taking another deep drag, leaned against the police car and tossed the spent cigarette butt onto the ground, crushing it under her shoe. You're telling me a clown who escaped from the circus kidnapped 4 grown high school students without leaving any evidence, then just vanished? I've said it before, I'm just relaying the message, not responsible for drawing conclusions. Sheriff Monica paused mid-motion, pulling out another slender cigarette before changing her mind and tucking it away again. Clown? Still hung up on that, huh? This was simply unavoidable. For players like Gowie, they naturally knew this world was inherently filled with supernatural oddities and anomalies. But for this sheriff, it was just a peculiar missing person case in an otherwise ordinary small town. Breaking down decades of ingrained worldview in such a short time was far from easy. If, in real life, someone suddenly told Gowie that Santa Claus was real and had robbed a bank last night, he'd have thought it was a joke too. How can I persuade her? After all, she's a detective, better use the right approach. Gowie made up his mind and spoke again. Chief, if I heard correctly, your son also mentioned a clown. There really was such a thing. Sheriff Monica lit another cigarette for herself. It's impossible for our 2 witnesses to have colluded, and now we have 2 different testimonies pointing to the same conclusion. Shouldn't we consider the possibility? As he spoke, Gowie handed the balloon fragments he had just picked up to the other party. Taking another deep drag of her cigarette, Sheriff Monica accepted the balloon and examined it for a moment, confusion flashing in her eyes for the first time. A clown? Yes, a clown. Gowie replied. Chapter 46, Western City Strange Incident, Super Signature Pen. 3:23 p.m., entrance of Western City Police Station. It had been over 7 hours since the instance began. During this time, Gowie had meticulously timed his consumption, finishing all the remaining Grady evolution potions. The current evolution rate has reached 35%. In terms of physical fitness, Gowie could already clearly feel some improvement. Although without professional testing equipment, his jumping height, running speed, and physical endurance had undeniably increased.
Perhaps just as the name suggests, this was some form of evolution to a certain extent. During this time, the instance had remained relatively peaceful. The good news was that ever since the first two players died, no additional casualties had occurred up till now. The bad news was that Sheriff Monica simply couldn't bring herself to order her subordinates to track down a clown. Of course, this wasn't exactly a major issue. Though Gowie didn't know much about this clown from Stephen King's It, he never imagined such a being could be easily found anyway. So he changed his approach, telling Sheriff Monica that he wanted to meet her superior to see if he could persuade them. This was how Gowie ended up standing at the police station's entrance. Their police department structure was somewhat complicated. To put it simply, Monica, as sheriff, was elected by local residents and oversaw a sheriff's office. But she wasn't the top police authority in this western city yet. Above her was a chief who managed more offices, such as the coroner's office, administrative offices, etc. And visiting this chief was precisely Gowie's purpose for this trip. On one hand, he hoped the chief would dispatch more personnel to investigate this disappearance case. Although directly apprehending that clown seemed unlikely, finding the whereabouts of the missing person should still aid in clearing the dungeon. On the other hand, it was to make them aware of Zhang Tu's existence. Though he was a fugitive with extraordinary skills, even he couldn't withstand a large-scale manhunt and the firepower of modern weapons. If Zhang Tu could be eliminated, or at least controlled, the overall threat level within this instance would drop significantly. Lastly, Gowie also wanted to find an opportunity to examine the police station's past case files. According to early analysis, the calamity in the main quest was most likely not the first occurrence. And one can imagine that this so-called calamity must have caused casualties and disappearances. All kinds of bizarre cases must be documented in the police station archives. If we could access these records, we could better understand the clown's abilities and strength, and find a way to resolve this dungeon instance. Unfortunately, as soon as Gowie entered the police station, he was stopped at the very first step. Apologies, but the chief left at noon. Seems he had urgent business to attend to. The receptionist at the front desk had a pleasant voice, but the information she provided was downright disheartening. This complicated matters. Lowering his head slightly in thought, Gowie reconsidered his approach and asked again. I'm here at Sheriff Monica's request to investigate the recent disappearance case. May I access the archives room? I'm sorry, sir, but entering the archives requires the chief's signature. The female officer maintained her smile, though her response wasn't exactly welcoming. Would the sheriff's signature work? I can go get Sheriff Monica to sign for me. Sorry, that's not possible. Currently, regulations state that only those with documents signed by the director can be approved to enter the archives. The female officer was very patient, adding sorry to every sentence, but she didn't budge an inch. Even with the helpful citizen buff that instantly makes people feel close and trustworthy, Gowie still failed to win them over. However, the experience points did increase a bit. Looks like the other party still believed I was just a concerned citizen. Recently, was there no such rule before? Yet Gowie still caught the peculiar undertones in his words and pressed further with questions. The female officer tilted her head slightly, appearing somewhat puzzled by the question, but her professionalism compelled her to respond. It seems this started earlier this year. Before, regular officers could just register and get in. That's quite a strange phenomenon. Maybe it's related to the so-called disaster within the instance? Now that I've learned this information, the archives room has become an unavoidable stop. I see. Are there any documents I can take? I'll wait for the director to return and go straight to him. With another smile, relying on the bonus from helpful citizen and his natural affability, Gowie easily obtained a slip of paper labeled Archives Access Request. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, he turned around in the blind spot of the other person's vision and walked deeper into the police station. Perhaps due to the earlier missing person case, a large number of officers had been dispatched, leaving the entire station unusually quiet. Only a few administrative staff were dotted around the lobby. The hallway walls were lined with news reports such as local police help vulnerable groups move and missing kitten found, alongside various group photos of officers. Gowie paused intermittently, stopping to stand near a document titled Annual Outstanding Officer Recognition List. Above it, Sheriff Monica's name was prominently listed. It appeared that she had arrested a deranged serial killer 2 years prior, who had kidnapped and murdered several young girls. However, what caught Gowie's attention wasn't the content above, but the police chief's signature at the very bottom. There aren't any cameras or anything like that around, otherwise I could have taken a photo to attempt reproducing it. He patted the back of his neck, looking somewhat troubled. Forging a signature wasn't impossible to attempt, but it required time and tools, especially since he had no training in that area. Gee! A sudden spark of inspiration struck him. With a light tap of his foot, Gowie stepped into the restroom at the end of the corridor. I remember drawing something like this before. Maybe it'll come in handy? Item, super signature pen. Quality, common. Type, tool. Effect, when you need a signature, it can automatically complete it for you. Note, Are you still troubled by piles of fan letters? Still struggling with signing shirts for commercial collaborations? The super signature pen is your top choice. Holding the pen in his hand, Gaoi confirmed once more that its effect was automatic signature completion. Does it say whose name to sign? Muttering to himself, Gaoi found a gap amidst the graffiti and stains on the partition wall and pressed the paper labeled "File Access Request" against it. The super signature pen in his hand actually began to detach slowly from his right hand, autonomously flying toward the document's signature line. Within seconds, a flourish-filled signature was completed identical to the bureau chief's signature he had just seen in the corridor. Can it mimic any signature I've seen? Or does it write the expected signature? What a shame not to use this for corporate espionage. Looking at the remaining 50% durability, Gaoi capped the pen and put away this victorious signing instrument. With this signature, he should be able to enter the archives as desired. And inside, there must be the information he wanted. Chapter 47, West City Bazaar Incidents, Archives. At the archives room entrance, the elderly man wearing reading glasses scrutinized the note for a long while before slowly pushing forward a sign-in ledger. Register your name, then you can go in. Exhaling a long sigh of relief inwardly, Gaoi hurried forward to sign in. Of course, there was no need to use the super signature pen now. He had thought some oversight had been caught, or that the old man had spotted his forged signature, but it turned out the gentleman was just a bit slow to react. Shicheng was a small town, but it was still considered a city by definition. Though modest in size, its police station had all the essential departments, compact yet fully functional. From the chief, assistant chief, and inspectors down to the detectives, sergeants, and various clerical and administrative staff, the entire setup was quite intricate. Gaoi knew securing a signature was impossible realistically, only that female officer at the entrance could help. As long as I don't draw too much attention and leave right after reading, I probably won't be discovered. Of course, there's always some risk involved. But for intelligence like this, a bit of adventure is worth it. With a smile, Gaoi pushed the autograph book back and stepped through the door into the mysterious archives. The archive room was dim and cramped, its space divided by rows of metal shelves spaced half a person apart. Every shelf was crammed with cardboard boxes overflowing with documents. It was evident that several metal shelves had been added later, squeezing the last bits of available space, but even now, storage remained somewhat inadequate. Objectively speaking, however, the archives were still quite well organized, and regular cleaning was maintained. Gaoi first flipped through recent case files, attempting to locate summary reports. Soon, a document titled Comparison of Violent Crime Rates in Shicheng with National Averages caught his eye. It turns out that the missing persons and mortality rates in this western district are shockingly high, almost 6 times the national average. Let me guess, this can't be because the amusement parks here are so boring that all the kids ran away, right? Spouting another nonsensical dark joke inexplicably amused Gaoi himself. Working backward through time, he soon found the case file of Mrs. Smith's grandson, the very room he had entered upon first arriving in this scenario. The footsteps stretched all the way to the drainage pipe 2 kilometers away from the last sighting. Upon entering the pipe for search, they encountered a mesh of steel bars blocking the path at 200 meters, with no corresponding traces found. The police showed a passive attitude because this wasn't the first time such a case had occurred. Following the index above, Gaoi flipped through case after case moving backward. 88 saw 1 child disappearance, 86 had 2, 84 another 2, 79 1. 1978, 34 child disappearances? Gaoi drew a sharp breath. Clearly, such extreme anomalies in the data indicated the emergence of some variable. The dungeon's timeline was 1989, 11 years prior? Suddenly, Gaoi recalled something again. He pulled out the notebook he always carried and began flipping through it. Just as I thought. While listening to the radio this morning, he had heard about this particular moment in time. The amusement park sealed for 11 years will reopen this afternoon. Citizens are warmly welcome to visit and play. Is this the interval of the calamity, 11 years? With the foundation of time, Gaoyi's search speed noticeably increased. Accompanied by notebook documentation and organization, he soon compiled large amounts of information. In 1978, an entire children's choir collectively disappeared. All 23 boys went missing without a trace. In 1967, at least 5 matricides occurred, with the perpetrators averaging under 8 years old. In 1956, the then-mayor's entire family of 17 died unexpectedly on Halloween night. The coroner ruled the cause of death for all as extreme fright. In 1945, shortly after World War II ended, a war orphanage was set on fire. The death toll could not be accurately counted. Going further back, the West City Police Department's records become extremely fragmentary. Presumably, they hadn't established a stable organizational structure at that time, making systematic documentation and archiving impossible. Simply put, West City has always been disaster-prone, and every 11 years, these calamities seem to converge into a concentrated outbreak. Gaoi stroked his chin while jotting notes in his notebook.
If nothing unexpected happened, the current catastrophe mentioned in the main task likely referred to what would occur now, another 11 years later. Upon closer analysis, all these major cases shared a common thread: the presence of children and adolescents. The unusually high disappearance rate in West City is primarily composed of missing children and teenagers. So does that mean the clown mainly targets kids and teenagers? Gao Yi posed this question to himself, yet felt there was a contradiction. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I'm definitely not a teenager anymore. So why would the clown come after me? There's no answer to this question. It can only be temporarily attributed to the mechanics of the instance. On the last document, 3 boys who hanged themselves were depicted, with a large crowd of citizens gathered around. And in the corner of the crowd, the ghastly defeated face of a clown was glaring out from beyond the frame. Not very photogenic. Gao Yi chuckled and closed it. After putting the bottom file back in place, he stood up, feeling a dull ache in his legs again. So Gao Yi lifted his shirt, once again removed the special skill belt from his waist, and placed it back into his backpack. Rash bracers and enemy-seeking glasses were unnecessary for daily wear and would only lead to the stacking of negative effects. So Gao Yi usually only wore the special skill belt to boost his agility, taking it off occasionally to rest. While reorganizing his backpack, Gao Yi suddenly thought of something and pulled out the mysterious director's whistle. This movie is also based on a horror film. Could it be related to that guy again? In Gao Yi's mind, the image of that self-proclaimed director, little boy surfaced once more. What's the use of this whistle anyway? Could it be that blowing it would make that clown come bowing in submission? After thinking for a long while, Gao Yi finally shook his head and tossed the whistle back into his backpack, abandoning the idea of giving it a try. Unbeknownst to him, this tiny action had triggered a battle on the other side of West City. At this very moment, Huang and Tanji were walking slowly through an abandoned factory. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of dingling bells rang out. Tinkle, tinkle. Tanji warily grabbed a small turtle charm hanging from her waist and placed it in her palm. She had expected the ringing to subside, but instead it grew increasingly louder. Is this still purple tier gear? I feel like it's power level. Tanji looked up at Captain Huang beside her, her eyes filled with alarm. Could it be orange tier equipment? This blue tier item called Turtle Detector could emit a ringing sound when higher tier gear appeared within a certain range. Tanji had naturally tested it before and was very familiar with the sound of the bell when it detected high tier equipment. But the noise this time exceeded any previous disturbance. We've already met 3 people, all average level players. Excluding Butcher Zhang and the missing girl, there's only one left. Captain Huang lowered his head slightly in thought, his tone still calm as he continued. As expected, it must be Butcher Zhang. Even within the Nankang City Investigation Bureau, the highest grade equipment we've seen is purple tier, yet we need to move quickly. As they spoke, the footsteps of the 2 investigative team members quickened once more. The gears of fate began to turn as both sides took action. Chapter 48, West City Strange Tales Orphanage. Inside the archives room, the dim lighting remained unchanged. Put all the files back in their original places, incidentally placing a few misplaced archives into the correct cardboard boxes. After completing all this, Gao Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. Those around him never quite understood his slight obsessive-compulsive tendencies and his demands for tidiness. Looking back, these habits were all cultivated during communal living at the orphanage. The orphanage wasn't particularly large, consisting of just 2 small buildings with courtyards. Although there were policy subsidies available, raising such a large group of children still stretched their resources thin. Under these circumstances, the headmistress still managed to provide the children with as comfortable bedding and blankets as possible. Of course, something like private space was indeed a bit too luxurious to expect. The spacious room was lined with dozens of beds spaced apart. This was their bedroom. The children's only storage space for personal belongings was the small bedside cabinet. As for the terribly scarce shared facilities, everything had to be returned exactly after use, otherwise, others would have nothing to use. According to the rules, the children take turns being responsible for cleaning the bedroom. On one hand, this was meant to cultivate their work ethic, and on the other, the orphanage was genuinely short-staffed. Sometimes when staff members see children who've made a mess and refuse to clean up, they'll angrily demand, "Do you think this is your home?" Well, what else could it be? For parentless children like these, the orphanage naturally becomes home. Every time inspectors or kind-hearted visitors come touring, an extensive cleanup becomes absolutely necessary. Of course, these visiting officials and philanthropists are all good people. They often devote precious time and resources, genuinely wishing to help children who've lost their parents. But to be fair, they all had a bit of an air of superiority about them. It certainly wasn't their fault, but those scenes were etched firmly in Gao Yi's heart. Gao Yi remembered his first few days at the orphanage, going through the motions, refusing to speak to anyone, and ending up with no friends. Luckily, the elderly matron had always looked after him, coming by every day for a chat. Why am I feeling nostalgic all of a sudden? Shaking his head, Gao Yi banished the memories, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the records room. but the scene beyond the door was no longer the familiar police station. Before him stretched a small dirt clearing, its center dominated by a cracked and bulging rubber running track less than 100 meters long, only good for decoration now. In the corner on the right, 2 out of the 3 swings are broken, and the only intact one is also quite precarious. In front of the residential building on the left, there's a stone platform where the summer sun would heat it up, and the director grandma would bring the less mobile children here to bask in the sunlight.
Gaui knew this place far too well.
The place before him was the very orphanage where he had spent nearly 10 years.
Not only does he have abilities in the spiritual realm, but he can also create incredibly lifelike illusions?
Gaui muttered to himself, having initially believed the clown's abilities were limited to dreams and slight influences on reality. But now it seemed, its powers were far stronger than imagined. Touching his left wrist, Gaui summoned the light screen. 1. Survive 48 hours in West City, 38 hours 56 minutes and 49 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 8/5. Time flows normally, and the labeling system is also functioning. Unlike the previous dreams, this is indeed the real world, which is to say, it's merely some kind of illusion or phantom.
If that's the case, the reason it sought me out is because I was investigating it? What miracle has to do with you? Gaui analyzed while quipping, glancing back in the direction he'd come from.
As expected, the original green archive room door had vanished, replaced by the familiar wide iron gate.
A gentle push confirmed the iron gate was securely locked, just as anticipated. Being targeted by the clown wasn't necessarily bad, at least it meant he was on the right track. Gaui wasn't in a hurry.
As long as he kept in mind that everything was fake, there was essentially no real danger. On the contrary, this might even be an opportunity to identify the Joker's weaknesses or behavioral patterns, preparing for what was to come.
It's been over a year since I last went back there. Guess this counts as revisiting an old haunt. With this thought, Gaui didn't hesitate any longer and slowly walked towards the small building on the right.
Those who have never been to an orphanage often hold unrealistic fantasies about the place. In their imagination, it should be filled with birds singing and flowers blooming, with a crowd of adorable, smiling children singing and dancing around their caretaker mother. Such fantasies only make the truth far harder to accept when they face it. Gaui had witnessed countless well-meaning visitors and university volunteers falling silent, weeping, or even vomiting upon seeing the reality. As they stepped into the courtyard and entered the classroom, they saw the room filled with cerebral palsy patients, polio victims, and disabled children. Watching the children lying motionless on the floor, barely any of them able to speak coherently, the feeling was like plummeting from heaven straight into hell. They were all good people, many having sacrificed their own rest time, wanting to help out and do good deeds. But the world Gaui grew up in was still far too cruel for them.
So many not entirely normal children was no coincidence.
Many of them had been carried back by Granny Director from the vacant lot outside the orphanage gates. There were simply too many abandoned children left behind, so the old woman eventually built a small shack with beds and blankets, ensuring these discarded children wouldn't freeze to death at the very least. Later, the quilt was stolen many more times, but that's another story. Of course, the orphanage that Gaui lived in actually had quite good facilities, and the staff were all very kind. Thanks to subsidies from local policies and aid from kind-hearted people in society, most of the children were doing quite well. Pushing open the iron security door on the first floor, the library is located right here. Gaui, who had few friends since childhood, loved reading books and spent most of his free time immersed in them. Of course, most were miscellaneous books like novels, comics, or stories, but they truly helped him through many difficult days.
When he first entered the institution, several clique-forming young boys took pleasure in picking on Gaui.
Come to think of it, his earliest fighting skills were honed during that time, still useful even now. But afterwards, as they were each adopted and left one by one, the troublemakers disappeared too. In a way, though, Gaui still misses them a little. After all, those kids were among the few peers he could communicate with normally. To be honest, quite a few people had considered adopting Gaui as well. His body wasn't disabled, his looks were decent, and his intelligence was passable.
Aside from being a bit withdrawn in personality, he didn't have many major flaws.
Even the volunteers here enjoyed playing with Gaui, as he was one of the rare children without any illnesses, disabilities, or intellectual impairments. But when faced with the idea of adoption, Gaui clearly refused every time.
His response was always, "I already have parents, I don't need new ones."
By the time he reached his teens, those who once wanted to adopt him had long since disappeared. This reason was actually just an excuse. More importantly, Gaui was seen as an older brother by many children in the orphanage. The elderly matron and the staff needed assistance, especially from boys who understood the environment and had the strength to help. If he left, he wasn't sure who would take care of those rowdy children. And so, Gaui stayed at the orphanage until he was nearly an adult.
If I remember correctly, this should be the classroom.
Muttering softly to himself, Gaui pushed open the next door. Inside was the very classroom from his memories. At this moment, after entering the illusion, Gaui saw other people for the first time. On the classroom floor, 20 or 30 children around 7 or 8 years old all turned their heads in unison to stare at Gaui. After a few seconds of silence, they suddenly began howling and scrambling toward Gaui on all fours. Each one had twisted limbs and ghastly faces. It seemed intent on killing him, yet also as if crying out for his help.
Chapter 49, West City Uncanny Incident, The Illusion.
If there truly exists a creator in this world, the room before Gaui was essentially a collection of defective products, as if thrown together by some whimsical creator's joke. Polio, leg disabilities, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, twisted limbs.
These children, none older than just over 10 years old, were forced to endure unimaginable suffering.
Whenever Gaui felt his luck was too poor, the images of these orphanage children would resurface in his mind. He always thought that, at the very least, compared to these pitiful children, he was still fortunate. Seeing them, or rather for their sake, no matter what circumstances arise, one must strive to live and work with determination. At this moment, the children before Gaui were undoubtedly pieced together from the fragments of his memory. The age and timeline obviously don't quite match up, it's just a sporadic combination of characteristics. They let out shrill wails and screams, charging toward Gaui at full speed with reckless abandon. Of course, more than half of them lacked the ability to run properly. The scene that unfolded was a crowd crawling toward him on the pitch-black ground. There was even a child with crippled legs and twisted arms, now inching forward. It seemed as though mere contact with Gaui could lift all curses from their bodies.
Why did you abandon us? So painful, save me, it hurts so much, big brother.
The shrill voices of young boys and girls let out terrifying wails, sounding utterly wretched. After glancing around the room, Gaui took a deep breath and forcefully shut the door, leaving those children inside the classroom.
Of course, he couldn't possibly do anything for these hallucinated children. This was no time to play the big brother role.
Honestly, this is the limitation of American horror, too obsessed with sensory stimulation.
Can't we have something that touches the soul?
If one claimed this scene had no impact on Gaui at all, that would undoubtedly be false. Watching the people from his memories become so twisted and delirious, charging toward him, still felt somewhat eerie and horrifying. Gaui muttered softly to himself, giving himself the psychological reassurance that it's no big deal. This was also one of the skills he had mastered during his investigative journalism career.
Yet, as they say, some things just can't be mentioned without consequence. When Gaui turned into the next corridor, the scenery instantly shifted.
The sunlight that had been streaming in from the corridor vanished, plunging the space into complete darkness. Moving forward in the darkness, a faint red glow appeared within my vision. 3 rickety, decayed wooden doors stood side by side on the wall before me. Above, scrawled in vivid red bloodstains, were the words,
"Extremely terrifying, moderately scary, not scary at all." Alright, let's first rule out, not scary at all.
Seeing this scene, Gaui couldn't help but laugh out loud for no apparent reason. When it comes down to it, this is just an illusionary scenario meant to scare him no matter what. The so-called choice actually holds no real significance. On the contrary, fixating too much on finding the correct option would play right into the clown's hands. With this thought in mind, Gaui pushed open the door marked General Horror in the center. The inside remained pitch black. Gaui raised his hand and felt along the wall for a moment before pressing the light switch. The overhead fluorescent light flickered twice before emitting a feeble glow, revealing a massive cubic box placed right in the center of the room. The box was covered in alternating blue and red stripes, with a rotating wind-up key inserted on its side, currently creaking as it turned. "You won't jump out from inside. Ah ha 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 ha." Before Gaui could finish grumbling, a spring-loaded clown doll violently burst open the box and leaped right before his eyes, its red nose wobbling wildly with each movement. The moment it sprang out, it emitted an ear-splitting level of laughter. Gaui wanted to mock one more sentence, but suddenly the clown opened its large mouth and spewed out a cloud of black smoke. Cough, what the hell? He tightly closed his eyes and frantically waved away the smoke in front of him before barely being able to see again. Yet by the time Gaui opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had transformed yet again. The first thing Gaui noticed was the biting cold. Looking down, he saw that his thick winter clothes had completely vanished, leaving him only in a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts. All around him had turned into transparent glass walls, seemingly without a single gap. These panes of glass formed a confined space of less than 1 square meter, trapping Gaui within. Peering through the glass, the scene outside vaguely resembled his elementary school classroom. Gaui stood at the center of the classroom, while outside the glass walls, a crowd of elementary students in school uniforms and well-dressed adults turned their heads, laughing at him.
A manifestation of childhood inferiority, exclusion, and not fitting in.
Gaui quickly grasped the scene's meaning, muttering his analysis under his breath. In school, orphans were often the least popular type. Not only would they be gossiped about and ostracized by classmates, but they might even be ignored by teachers. While not all teachers necessarily accept gifts, they do tend to favor students whose parents can offer help and value. The children of doctors, lawyers, and civil servants are often more favored. This isn't some grave sin, but for children who've lost their parents, this dirty world of adult interests is still far too difficult to understand. As for those who came to visit the orphanage, they often carried an air of unintentional condescension. Gaoi once had a mother visiting with her child point at him and say, "If you don't behave, I'll abandon you here and leave you in this place." Gaoi wasn't usually the type to care about such things, but that mother's words remained etched in his memory to this day. All around, the sound of mocking laughter and whispered comments grew louder behind the glass walls. Each of them wore identical school uniforms and suits, making Gaoyi's presence stand out starkly in contrast. This was also a psychological cue: you're the one who doesn't belong. They all pressed closer, pressing their faces against the glass wall as if trying to scrutinize every detail of Gaoi. Their facial features twisted under the pressure, and as more people crowded in, those pressed directly against the glass began to have their limbs contort unnaturally. When stress reaches a breaking point, an explosion occurs. Red and yellow splatter onto the glass, eyeballs like fired bullets smashing cracks into the panes. As the human tide grows larger, the bodies subjected to explosions multiply, their blood gradually coating the glass completely. The cracks begin to spread and widen, allowing torrents of blood from outside to pour into the glass chamber. In the cramped space, blood gradually pooled at his feet, rising at an astonishing speed and soon flooding up to Gaoyi's chest. The viscous liquid emitted a nauseating stench, making the already suffocating glass room even more unbearable. Yet Gaoi, standing within it, remained calm and instead sighed loudly. "Seriously, don't you have any other moves?" The moment these words were shouted, the mocking sounds outside the wall instantly vanished, plunging the entire space into silence. Oh, did that really provoke the clown? The blood on his chest gradually retreated. Just as Gaoi was wondering why there was no next step, the glass panel beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Losing all support, he instantly became weightless and fell into a void. When his eyes opened again in the darkness, Gaoi found the scene before him had shifted once more. He was now in the backseat of a small sedan, the vehicle moving swiftly as the streetscape blurred past on either side. In front, a man and a woman sat in the driver and passenger seats, engrossed in conversation. And from the car radio, a Cantonese song was playing, one Gaoi would remember for the rest of his life. No need to recall, this scene had appeared countless times in his dreams. This was the day Gaoi lost his parents at the age of 6. Chapter 50, West City's Strange Tales, Fear. Hard to distinguish truth from illusion. Human faces are treacherous. Few share glory together. Eve's dripping water shows no distinction. The car radio looped an unfamiliar Cantonese song as the scent of almonds permeated the air. Everything was exactly the same as when Gaoi was 6 years old. His heart raced violently. Gaoi wanted to say he didn't care at all, but his body's reaction wouldn't lie. The car sped up faster and faster. Struggling to move, he looked down and realized his torso was tightly strapped by the seatbelt in the middle of the back seat, helplessly immobilized. The two parents continued chatting about the weather up front, just like on the day of the accident. Naturally, they showed no reaction to Gaoyi's attempts to engage, only driving faster and faster on their own. Gaoi desperately leaned forward, stretching the seatbelt to create some space, and turned his head to glance at the dashboard. 220 kilometers per hour, the speed had already reached the level of a typical F1 race car. Honestly, have you considered switching careers to entertainment? We'd make a killing if we partnered to open an amusement park. Seeing no way to change the situation, Gaoi took 2 deep breaths and inexplicably began speaking toward the empty seat beside him. On one hand, it was just his warped sense of humor kicking in, a way to ease the tension. On the other hand, Gaoi had genuinely realized one thing. From the moment he first entered this illusion, he had been surrounded by a vast array of frenzied, disorienting horrors. They appeared utterly unrelated, shifting with jarring abruptness. Yet upon careful analysis, each transition between different scenes shared one common trait, namely, Gaoyi's own emotional state. Once he adapted to his surroundings, his emotions gradually stabilized, the sense of fear dissipated, and the situation would change, the scene would immediately shift. In other words, the key still lay within himself. This was also why Gaoi now took a deep breath to calm himself, and why he had engaged in conversation with the clown in the previous scene. As expected, another abrupt change occurred. A puff of white smoke erupted to Gaoyi's left, and when it dissipated, the clown was already seated in the back of the car. At the same moment, the car drove into a tunnel. The change in air pressure made his ears ache uncomfortably, while the dim yellow lighting and the repetitive scenes on either side cast an especially gloomy atmosphere. Without moving his body, the clown twisted his neck at that unnatural angle, pressing his sickly pale cheek close to Gaoyi's face. He, do you like the gift I prepared for you? His laughter was bone-chilling, like a predator toying with its prey, or a child eagerly awaiting dinner. The car accelerated relentlessly, the G-forces pinning Gaoi firmly against his seat. Without warning, both side windows vanished, allowing turbulent winds to swirl violently within the confined space. Gaoi struggled to turn his head, staring straight into the clown's yellow pupils. Didn't you see me grow up in that orphanage? Let me tell you, Bruce Wayne is my brother, so you'd better watch out.
This clown who didn't hail from Gotham revealed a flash of confusion in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he resumed his psychological onslaught. I don't have many friends, just like you. You should remember my name. I'm called. The clown flung his hand upward, and before Gao Yi's eyes, his parents in the front seat suddenly ceased their conversation. They raised their hands and began pounding on the steering wheel and dashboard before them, shouting frantically as they struck. Bill! 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 And amidst these shouts, the clown also spread his arms wide, laughing loudly as he declared, "That's right, I'm Bill." With the movements of the father in the driver's seat, the whole car began to sway unsteadily from side to side, its progress unstable. The rocking vehicle nearly collided with the tunnel walls several times, but each time was pulled back at the very last moment. Time is a great healer, capable of softening all memories. His 6-year-old memories had blurred, and Gao Yi could only recall fragmented details of that car accident. Yet this very sensation of swaying was exactly what he had experienced moments before the crash. Instinctively, Gao Yi gripped the edges of the seat beneath him, struggling to steady himself. The clown who introduced himself as Bill beside him stretched his neck like a noodle, leaning close to Gao Yi's ear once more. "You know what, you smell so good right now, so good." Smell good? That's how one describes food. Smelling good now implies he didn't smell this good before? What just changed about me? Indeed, it's emotions, specifically fear. It feeds on human fear. This also explains why it goes to such lengths to create these illusions, gradually planting suggestions everywhere. It feasts on human terror. Turning my head, I saw Clown Bill slowly opening his massive mouth. His mouth resembled that of some insect species, with dozens of layers of teeth densely packed together. It was as if one giant mouth had swallowed another, and then repeated the process endlessly. Clown Bill extended a slender, forked tongue and gave Gao Yi's left cheek a long, wet lick. It appears it doesn't enjoy feeding on human fear, but rather on people who are afraid. From within the clown's gaping mouth, Gao Yi faintly glimpsed 3 golden orbs floating mid-air, tracing intersecting circular paths. Could this, perhaps, be its true form? You know, many things smell delightful but turn poisonous when eaten. Better be careful. Amid the howling wind from both windows, Gao Yi found it somewhat difficult to speak. But once he recognized the fact that the other's power stemmed from fear, he finally regained his composure. Gao Yi steadied his emotions and faced the clown once more. The other party clearly sensed Gao Yi's fading fear, its gaping maw slowly withdrawing. The clown's yellow eyes showed confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the shift in Gao Yi's emotions. To be honest, that memory is too distant, I can barely remember it now, so it certainly doesn't count as fear. Gao Yi was lying. That hellish scene had visited his dreams countless times, the Cantonese song from the radio, the faintly trembling train compartment, his parents' idle chatter. He never forgot once, but now, Gao Yi needs to defeat it. Whether it was the added effect of the deadbeat label's deception or Gao Yi's own psychological resilience at play, the clown Bill seemed truly incapable of smelling that tantalizing fear anymore. Its eyes widened as it stared at Gao Yi in disbelief. After a moment, it raised its hand in a final struggle to move forward. In front of Gao Yi, his parents finally turned their heads. Ignoring the speeding car, they gazed at the back seat and began murmuring in an inhuman tone. "Xiaoyi, we miss you so much. Come keep us company." Yet Gao Yi, seated in the back, had now ceased all movement and merely stared silently at his parents before him. The clown on the side, Bill, also clamped his big mouth shut. For some reason, it failed to detect even a trace of fear in the person standing before him. "Honestly, I thought I'd never see this again." A complex expression flickered across Gao Yi's face, a fusion of nostalgic yearning and quiet resignation. With those softly spoken words, he produced the prepared, mist mask, and fastened it upon his face. The passive effect greatly increases mental resistance, activated. The scene before him fractured like broken glass, leaving only the dumbfounded clown behind. "No need to come find me. I'll be the one coming for you." In the dissipating space, only Gao Yi's words lingered slowly. The scene before his eyes twisted and distorted, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to Xiqing. Coming to his senses, he looked around. Gao Yi was no longer in the police station records room but rather in a small parking lot. The sky had darkened without notice, and the streetlights flickered sporadically. But that wasn't what frightened him this time. Standing about 10 meters away from Gao Yi, a man in a full-body uniform and a flat cap gripped a massive axe, his eyes glowing gold, face twisted in sheer terror. A certain tremor in his heart warned Gao Yi this was a player. An extremely dangerous player. Chapter 51, West City Uncanny Incident, Parking Lot. In the remote parking lot, the lights were sparse. The golden light shimmering in this man's eyes was all too familiar to Gao Yi. He had seen the exact same glow before inside the gaping maw of the clown Bill during the previous illusion. It was the color of the clown's true form, those 3 floating orbs. Dressed in a light green jumpsuit, the man stood bewildered beneath the street lamp, gripping a long-handled axe. Gao Yi had just returned to reality when he realized the person across from him was a player. Instinctively, he feared he had encountered the wanted criminal Zhang Tu.
But upon closer inspection, he noticed the man's features didn't match the description on the wanted poster, clearly not the same person. The man seemed to be muttering something under his breath, slurred and indistinct. Despite possessing the ability of the armchair detective, Gowie still struggled to decipher it. A moment later, the man suddenly turned, swinging the axe onto his shoulder with a rough motion. He stared straight at Gowie and suddenly shouted, "How dare you come back?" The man's golden eyes still gleamed, his movements somewhat stiff, but after shouting those words, he adopted a combat stance, holding his axe toward Gowie. Hey, it's fake, this is all fake, whatever, looks like shouting won't work." Gowie loudly called out twice, realizing he couldn't wake the other person, and hurriedly began putting on his equipment. The active ability of enemy-seeking goggles wasn't immediately useful, but their passive night vision function worked quite well in this environment. Reckless Bracer could increase defensive power, and its active ability wasn't bad either. Gowie had already fastened it onto his left arm. Its passive effect increased physical resistance, with the side effect of slowly raising body temperature during use. This was also the reason Gowie dared not carry it around frequently. The negative effect of the special skill belt would at most make his legs feel uncomfortable for a while afterward. Unable to bend, worst-case scenario, he'd have to act handicapped for half a day. But if his body temperature got too high, it could literally be fatal. Not to mention, these arm guards were forcibly taken from someone else, and Gowie hadn't even had the chance to test their related attributes. All in all, not very reliable. In comparison, the acrobatics belt was incredibly useful. The agility attribute could be applied in various situations. Gowie had already tested its reliability during high-intensity combat. Of course, at this moment, Gowie had no choice but to hastily equip all three items. At the other end of the parking lot, the axe-wielding brute remained menacing, his golden glowing eyes brimming with murderous intent. At the same time, his words revealed him to be a man with a story. If it weren't for you, they'd all still be alive. Needless to say, his situation was identical to Gowie's, brought into the illusion by the clown Billy. At present, they appear to be sinking deeper than the tall and strange ones. On the other hand, this also reveals certain characteristics of that clown. First, it can appear in multiple locations simultaneously, harassing and attacking several people at once. Second, its influence on reality is clearly limited. If I guessed right, Gowie met another player here, exactly as the Joker had planned. His goal was clearly to make the two trapped in the illusion attack each other, leaving both sides wounded. This must also be why the Joker appeared in the car at the end of the illusion. It would further provoke and taunt until Gowie lost control of his emotions and tried to attack. In reality, they would probably be fighting that player in the hazard suit by now. This also confirms that the Joker has relatively limited influence over reality. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more convenient to just strike in the real world once the target was trapped in the illusion? The good news is, Gowie has now shaken off the illusions and gained more intel about Joker Bill. According to the recent experiment, the mist mask is sufficient to withstand attacks from its psychic domain. The bad news is, there's still a controlled player standing right in front of him. Although players, being individuals who've experienced evolution, shouldn't have their abilities judged solely by appearances. Yet this person before him clearly belongs to the type that looks formidably strong just from outward appearance alone. Even without the axe in his hand, just the muscles beneath his uniform and his robust physique suggested he wasn't in the same weight class as Gowie. What to do? Gowie wasn't without options. At this point, he could simply turn and run. Even with the clown guiding the way, the other man was unlikely to give chase. But doing so would likely mean leaving the other to his death. Gowie had seen the true form of the clown Bill in the illusion, its gaping maw filled with layer upon layer of sharp teeth. If one truly succumbed to extreme panic and fear, they would indeed be devoured. And considering the past cases he had seen in the West City Police Department's archives, being eaten in such an illusion most likely meant death in reality. Twisting his wrist to open the light screen, Gowie double-checked the main mission. 1. Survive for 48 hours in West City, 36 hours 59 minutes and 29 seconds, or reduce remaining players to 5 or fewer, 7/5. Did another player die during that time? Was it another act by the wanted criminal Butcher Zhang? Or did the Investigation Bureau already take him out? Either way, the situation now is that with just 2 more deaths, the instance will end immediately. Gowie would also receive the return ticket to leave the dungeon. Last time during the Fog of Hearts deceit, the return ticket had a time limit about half an hour. This meant that once the main mission concluded, unless Gowie intended to settle in West City permanently, he would have at most 30 minutes to leave. Running the numbers, if he activated the special utility belt's active effect to escape, perhaps he didn't even need the active effect. He could simply abandon the man to become the Joker's meal. There are only 6 people left in that instance, and in no time the number might drop to 5 or fewer, at which point the instance will end. This is just absolutely unacceptable. Gowie had made up his mind to take down that clown, Bill. A rapid conclusion to the instance was the last thing he wanted now. The man before me, caught in the same predicament as myself, proves he's also investigating the truth behind this instance, not wasting time and energy playing mind games with other players.
From this perspective, he's a potential ally worth recruiting.
Not to mention, feeding him to the clown would only generate fear that might strengthen the fiend. The man opposite me began moving slowly, the golden light in his eyes growing more intense.
Then you shall be buried with them.
With a furious roar, the man gripped the axe handle, his left hand holding the top against his thumb web, his right clutching the base, and swung the entire weapon high above his head. His footsteps abruptly accelerated, charging toward Gaoi at terrifying speed. Hyper-focused, Gaoi lowered his center of gravity, coiled like a spring to evade the coming strike.
Gaoi stretched his arms and murmured to himself, "There's another reason."
Just moments ago, he'd once again felt his body's lightness and strength. This was the improvement of his combat power. As expected, the helpful citizen tag had taken effect again.
I'm actually doing a heroic deed right now. Chapter 52, The Strange Incident of West City, Loud Noise.
Weapons remain a major problem. Ever since the first instance concluded, Gaoi has been in a state of severe weapon shortage. In Heart's deceitful mist, there was also a giant inflatable hammer available as a lottery prize.
But unfortunately, as an ordinary item, it proved utterly inadequate. Its durability was completely depleted on the spot.
After that, during the battle at the Kettle Dragon supermarket, the problem of lacking a weapon became glaringly apparent. The first robber was dealt with barehanded, and for the ones after that, it was iron rods, shards of glass, whatever could be scavenged was used. There was also a super anti-wolf spray that could be used in coordination before, but now it's all used up. Gaoi also wanted to bring his own weapons, but this wasn't an online game where anything like two-handed swords, longbows, or staffs could be used immediately. Most of these weapons require long-term practice to unleash their full potential.
After entering West City's mysterious incident, all sorts of exploration and inquiries weren't a problem, but once combat ensued, the lack of weapons became glaringly obvious.
Gaoi had indeed considered this matter before. He had genuinely planned to sneak out of the archives and see if he could steal a gun or something from the police station. Unfortunately, before he could put this plan into action, he was dragged back into the illusionary realm. By the time he returned to reality again, he had already arrived in this parking lot. The massive axe swept overhead, embedding itself into the metal shell of a white minivan with a dull thud, followed by the sharp screech of tearing metal. Gaoi rolled to his left, dodging another round of attacks without breaking his train of thought. The man with golden glowing eyes before him grew increasingly furious. Each swing of his massive axe carried a brutal force, as if he had boundless strength to unleash.
You still think you can run? Just like that day, trying to flee?
He roared, stepping forward again, twisting his torso to sweep the gigantic axe horizontally. With the agility boost from the special skill belt and the enhanced combat power granted by Concerned Citizen, though the opponent appeared to have a higher evolution rate, Gaoi currently held a clear advantage in speed, dodging yet another attack with another sideways leap.
The real question is, how do I snap him out of this state?
Gaoi's mind raced as he bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, adopting a tennis player's stance while waiting for his opponent's next attack. Objectively speaking, he held an overwhelming advantage in this battle. The man before me was powerfully built and armed. But no matter what, the clown seemed unable to trigger the active effects of its own traits, nor utilize any other equipment. The man was simply relying on brute strength, launching disorganized attacks fueled by sheer rage. If the goal was merely to win and knock the opponent down, it wouldn't actually be difficult. Relying on the active effects of the special skill belt and the armchair detective, momentary enhancement can skyrocket Gaoi's combat power. At that moment, seizing the opponent's attack interval and subduing the man directly shouldn't have been too difficult. The problem was that both had cooldown periods and came with negative side effects. After using it, not only will combat effectiveness significantly decline for a period of time, but it may also result in the absence of crucial combat strength in potential future battles. If only that pepper spray was still here.
Back when I drew it, I was even complaining about it, but now it turns out to be the most useful one.
With a soft sigh, Gaoi was already contemplating other possibilities.
Based on my previous experience of falling asleep at school,
the loud shouts in one's ears and the shaking of the body can also manifest within the illusion.
That's how Gaoi had been woken up before.
The problem was, during this time, Gaoi had indeed tried calling out to the other party, but there had been no response.
Should he restrain the other person at close range and then shout for help?
This presented another major issue. Gaoi needed to achieve a no-injury outcome. Although he genuinely wanted to help this brother in front of him, that didn't mean he could accept sustaining serious injuries himself. The axe in the other person's grip was no joking matter, even with the partial defensive boost provided by the reckless bracers. But with this man's strength, he could probably chop off one of Gaoi's arms with a single clean strike. Although there was a bottle of C-grade body repair potion, not to mention its rarity and expense, it couldn't regenerate severed limbs in terms of efficacy. If he couldn't get close up, perhaps provoke him from a distance? Glancing around, there were no passers-by in the nighttime parking lot, just a dozen or so cars scattered here and there. Judging by the dust on the cars and the marks on the ground, the vast majority of them have been parked here for over 3 months. Considering West City's crime and mortality rates, which are shockingly high, the current situations of the car owners are worrying. The streetlights flickered on and off, suggesting an unstable power supply. In the corners were some discarded clothes and piles of charcoals, signs that homeless people must have spent the night here. Looking into the distance, only some low-rise buildings could be seen nearby, and the police station from before was nowhere in sight.
It seemed their current location was far from the city center. A tremendous noise and stimulation. Gao Yi pondered slightly before lifting his head after a moment. Dodging another slash from the man, Gao Yi twisted sideways between 2 parked cars. As expected, the opponent quickly rose to his feet after missing yet another strike, striding determinedly in pursuit. Having already adapted to his monotonous attacks, Gao Yi maneuvered his body, guiding the golden-eyed man into delivering yet another horizontal slash. This time, Gao Yi didn't even need to react quickly. The massive axe struck the windshield of a nearby car instead. At the same moment, an ear-piercing car alarm blared violently through the air. Seizing the moment before his opponent could raise the axe again, Gao Yi lifted his protective arm and smashed the rear window of the minivan on the other side with an elbow strike. It's worth mentioning that car alarms first gained popularity in the 1980s and 1990s, with their initial criticism being their excessive sensitivity and frequent false triggers. Under Gao Yi's control, 2 massive car alarm sirens erupted simultaneously, shattering the prolonged silence of the entire parking lot. Amid the violent blaring from both sides, a painful expression crossed the man's face as the golden light faded from his eyes, revealing a pair of bewildered pupils. Gao Yi didn't indulge him at all, seizing the opportunity to deliver a flying kick that sent the man tumbling to the ground, then picking up the axe that had fallen from his grasp. Whether the man was truly awake or pretending, it was necessary to verify once more. What's going on? Where is this?
The man howled in pain as he fell, but when he lifted his head, confusion clearly outweighed his suffering. Seeing the other person finally freed from the illusion and control, Gao Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said slowly,
"Anyway, I'm really a bit hungry. How about we grab something to eat first?" Chapter 53, West City's Unusual Affairs, the Chinese Restaurant.
The night grew heavier, thick layers of cumulus clouds mercilessly blotting out the moonlight, returning darkness to the city. Passing through a line of abandoned warehouses and crossing the river where countless people had vanished, Gao Yi and his companion finally returned to the heart of West City. Near the amusement park, they found a Chinese restaurant and stepped inside to take their seats, though, of course, the axe had been carefully wrapped and concealed. There were 2 reasons for choosing this place.
First, based on Gao Yi's earlier suspicion, the amusement park that had reappeared after 11 years likely held some sinister secrets, and this restaurant happened to be right next to it.
While eating, one could also take the opportunity to observe and stay alert.
Secondly, because this is Chinese cuisine.
Of course, the items on the menu were all unheard of, so he had to settle for ordering some ordinary dishes based on their names. As for payment, that was actually the least of his worries. Gao Yi had found some money in the office desk earlier, likely left behind by the previous teacher. Considering that I probably wouldn't have time to collect my substitute teaching salary, and today's class went really well, this small amount of money shouldn't matter too much. Worst case scenario, I'll just treat it as gaining some experience with the deadbeat label. Their seats were at the outermost edge of the restaurant. Beyond the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the fully decorated amusement park glittered with dazzling lights, creating a lively and bustling scene. After confirming there was no one eavesdropping nearby and no players tailing them, the man finally began to tell his story.
The man's name was Wang Wuzhou, and he too had entered this West City mystery with a ticket.
But according to him, the ticket was bought because his performance in the last dungeon was very poor, resulting in no ticket earnings.
He kept procrastinating until the countdown was almost over before hastily purchasing the ticket.
No idea where it came from, maybe that charlatan Zhao Qian again.
Wang Wuzhou entered the instance as a lumberjack, apparently doubling as a basketball player. This seems to explain the origin of its coverall and giant axe. Wang Wuzhou hadn't explored the lumberyard for long before he was pulled into a basketball game by several co-workers.
He thought this was a great opportunity to discreetly gather basic information about the instance. I usually play basketball too, actually quite confidently, but I didn't expect that those guys' basketball skills were ridiculously good, and the rules were a bit different from what I was used to. I couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all, and was soon benched. Wang Wuzhou's words carried a hint of helplessness, clearly showing he wasn't too happy about being outplayed in basketball. As he listened and took notes, Gao Yi seemed to recall something and flipped backward through his notebook.
With the successful conclusion of the 43rd West City basketball tournament, the Lumberjacks Union team took home the championship trophy.
The morning radio message actually proved useful again, seemed like it could explain the other party's question. Still, Gao Yi didn't interrupt the flow of the narration, continuing to listen to Wang Wuzhou's story. Later the ball suddenly went flat,
so they sent me to the storage room to get a pump. The whole thing was complicated, with a bunch of creepy stuff lying around. Anyway, I spotted a red balloon in the corner. Was there something written on it too? That's right, the yellow characters, they say, best of West Town. Startled by Gao Yi's urgent questioning, Wang Wuzhou suddenly slapped the table as if remembering something, making the waiter who came to serve the dishes tremble in fright. He quickly apologized and took the tray. Honestly, neither of the two Nankang natives at the table had ever seen such a spread of Chinese dishes before. Chicken chunks glazed in thick syrup, sticky stir-fried rice, something cross-shaped with filling inside, deep-fried. After exchanging glances, the starving pair decided not to be picky. The subsequent events were actually quite straightforward. Wang Wuzhou recognized the bizarreness of this instance and met the clown bill for the first time. Later, he found a lumberjack whose child had gone missing. After speaking with him, Wang flipped through the child's diary. Following various leads, Wang Wuzhou headed to a bar, hoping to speak with the bartender there. It wasn't dark yet, and the bar hadn't opened. While searching for a place to wait, he pushed open the door of a grocery store only to fall into the clown's illusion. At first, I could still tell it was fake, but then the past cases and victims started appearing before me. Wait a minute, Gao Yi interrupted. You're a police officer? Kind of. An embarrassed expression flashed across Wang Wuzhou's face, as if he was somewhat distressed about accidentally revealing too much during this heart-to-heart chat. It had to be said that when it came to Gao Yi, his savior, he'd indeed let his guard down considerably, answering whatever questions were asked with little reservation. Gao Yi also realized that he wasn't conducting some secret investigation in the real world right now. There was no reason to be afraid of the police. No wonder he reacted so strongly just now. Throughout his career, the police had never looked favorably upon an investigative journalist like him, who routinely trespassed into private properties for surveillance and exploration. So, was that mask you wore earlier part of your equipment? In tacit agreement to change the subject, Wang Wuzhou took the initiative to ask. By now, Gao Yi had naturally removed the mist mask. Such equipment was indeed ill-suited for everyday wear. Quite right, but I can't tell you what its effect is. No. Wang Wuzhou hastily waved his hands while helping himself to a piece of fried chicken. I was just wondering, why didn't you kill me right then and there? Do you want to die that badly? Gao Yi picked up a strangely shaped golden fried item and took a bite. It turned out to be a crispy fried crab leg. No, but this dungeon is a damn sword. I never expected to run into someone like you. Wang Wuzhou waved his free left hand in circles for a long moment before settling on the word, Good Samaritan. Haven't I explained already? I plan to take down that clown, aiming for a higher-level main quest. Perhaps it was because he was starving, but Gao Yi actually found this sacrilegiously seasoned hot and sour soup quite delicious. It's worth mentioning that ever since explaining the situation to the other party, Gao Yi's helpful citizen tag experience had been steadily increasing in small increments. By now, I've already reached level 3 and am on track to become the first label with 3 abilities. After scooping another spoonful for himself, he finally looked up at Wang Wuzhou and voiced the question that had been lingering throughout the entire game session. So what exactly does the sword represent? Does killing other players come with any bonuses? Wang Wuzhou's expression turned somewhat strange. Without even swallowing the specialty dumpling in his mouth, he looked up at Gao Yi. That gaze was like looking at a child who didn't know how many continents the world had. You really don't know? I really don't know. It was clear that as Wang Wuzhou swallowed the dumpling, he also swallowed down a heap of unspoken questions. Simply put, in the sword instance, killing other players won't just earn you more potions and in-game currency, you'll also loot an extra trait and one piece of their equipment. Chapter 54, West City's Strange Tales, The Fortune Cookie. So that's how it is. Only now did Gao Yi realize the meaning behind Gan Yejia's words at Derry High School that morning. I'm warning you, my game coins and potions were left outside the instance, and I don't have anything good on me. If you dare make a move, the entire instance will know you're. After all this time, it turns out that was supposed to be a universal declaration of safety. Looking back now, it's fortunate she encountered Gao Yi at the start. Had she run into that wanted criminal Zhang the Butcher or some other dangerous player instead, the outcome would likely have been grim. Of course, considering she's now in the clutches of Joker Bill with her fate unknown, talk of fortune seems rather moot. Noticing Gao Yi's thoughtful expression, Wang Wuzhou seemed to misinterpret it. Leaning forward, he said, my stance remains unchanged, you saved my life, so all these game coins and potions on me are yours. The traits can't be removed, but as for equipment, just leave me one piece. Coming to his senses, Gao Yi waved his hand and took another sip of soup. I told you, I don't want any of this. Good Samaritan tag, plus 100 experience points. Anyone in your position would have done the same. Helpful citizen tag, plus 200 EXP. I just genuinely wanted to help. Helpful citizen tag, plus 300 EXP. This tag levels up really fast. Come to think of it, is it because it aligns with my usual habits? So from now on, we should also consider the difficulty of gaining experience when synthesizing labels. But Wang Wuzhou across the table seemed visibly troubled. Clearly not the type who's good at expressing emotions, this situation of owing someone something appeared to weigh heavily on him. He set down his chopsticks, pondered for a long while, then raised his head to speak solemnly to Gaoi. Brother Gao, to be honest, I've never been good at social graces, but I'll never forget you saving my life. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Don't worry, we're both players now. I'll definitely stir up some big trouble that needs your help, so you'll have a chance to return the favor, alright? Gaoi understood this type of person well. Pressing the issue now would only make things awkward. Only after saying this did Wang Wuzhou temporarily drop the matter and resume eating. Truth be told, Gaoi was genuinely feeling quite hungry. In reality, before, ghostly mist of the heart, he had been undercover in a fraud company and didn't eat lunch or dinner that day. The next day, he ate a little for breakfast, saw Zhao Qian barely eating at noon, and didn't get a chance to eat in the evening. During the mysterious case of West City, he ate quite a bit at Mrs. Smith's in the morning, then skipped lunch again to investigate. Adding it up, it had already been 3 straight days of only eating breakfast. But for Gaoi, this was pretty much the norm. Of course, gastroenteritis is just a common occurrence by now. Tonight's American-style Chinese meal was a bit strange, but the taste was actually decent. While listening to Wang Wuzhou tell his story, he had been taking notes the whole time, and had only managed to eat a few bites so far. Just as he was finally able to get down a couple mouthfuls of fried rice, he suddenly remembered something and looked up at the person across from him. By the way, have you encountered those 2 investigators? I've met them. They approached me this morning. Gaoi clearly noticed the shift in Wang Wuzhou's expression. The term investigators didn't seem to evoke positive associations for him. You don't seem particularly fond of them. I thought you were both government officials, just from different departments. Gaoi took another sip of soup and joked with a smirk. Hearing this, Wang Wuzhou's expression visibly grew much more serious. He didn't even bother to keep eating the dumplings in front of him. Brother Gao, that's a complete misunderstanding. We in the police force and the investigation bureau are entirely separate entities. Oh, I thought it was about the same. Gao Yi's professional instincts kicked in again, unconsciously employing some interviewing techniques. Being too accommodating to interviewees often fails to elicit the most sincere responses. Occasionally, one must challenge with "really? I don't believe it." Under Gao Yi's provocation, the image of the investigation bureau became more three-dimensional from Wang Wuzhou's account. Although the other party's words were somewhat emotional and clearly subjective, the information provided was still quite substantial. The investigation bureau as a fully developed department hasn't been around for long, barely over a year. As issues with players and instances grew increasingly severe, coupled with the necessity of public opinion control, the authority and jurisdiction of the investigation bureau expanded rapidly. Inevitably, this led to conflicts with police agencies over investigative procedures and law enforcement authority. As a directly affiliated national department, the investigation bureau held greater decision-making power in many matters. They can forcibly take over certain cases and even mandate the transfer of documents. Not only that, they completely bypass the police on many incidents, dismissing inquiries with vague excuses like confidentiality or security concerns. Still, none of that was what frustrated Wang Wuzhou the most. What infuriates me is that this so-called bureau recruits directly from players without any additional training or vetting. How can they ensure the integrity and reliability of their team this way? Wang Wuzhou gulped down another mouthful of soup fiercely and growled. They go out enforcing the law, flying our police department's banner, yet fail to properly reassure the public or maintain standard discipline. The description was quite abstract without concrete examples, but Gaoi still grasped the meaning behind the other's words. Recalling the woman named Tan Ji from the investigation bureau earlier that morning, she claimed to have been recruited only after becoming a player. In other words, the investigation bureau recruited its members from players, which inevitably led to a mixed bag of capabilities among its personnel. Though the 2 people he met this morning seemed decent enough, one had to consider that most players were ordinary people who had suddenly acquired supernatural abilities. Coupled with the corrupting influence of power, the average competence of these individuals likely isn't very high. And due to the covert nature of the investigative bureau, they often have to operate under police cover identities. This forces the regular police to shoulder blame for incidents that were never their responsibility. No wonder Wang Wuzhou harbors some resentment. Telling him that the bureau and the police are the same thing is indeed somewhat hard to accept. Alright, I see. Gaoi snapped the pen cap shut again and closed his notebook. After Wang Wuzhou's lengthy explanation, he finally understood why the bureau had such a poor reputation. By the way, Brother Gao, what do you do for a living? You seem quite accustomed to listening to people talk. After finishing another dumpling, Wang Wuzhou continued the conversation half-heartedly. Just a reporter. With that, Gaoi picked up a fortune cookie from the plate. These tightly curled, golden brown cookies are also a specialty found exclusively in American Chinese restaurants.
Inside lay a small slip of paper, upon which some ambiguous auspicious words would be written. But the one in Gao Yi's hand was clearly not normal.
Death here is not truly dying.
The clown again, still hasn't let him go. Shaking his head, he tucked the note into his pants pocket. Gao Yi finally felt relieved enough to properly savor the meal that had been sitting in front of him for quite a while. Just as he picked up his spoon, ready to take a few bites of the fried rice first, beyond the floor-to-ceiling window to his left, a burst of flames suddenly erupted in the bustling amusement park, followed by a series of deafening explosions. Gao Yi and his companion turned their heads to look. Countless panicked visitors were fleeing in terror from the amusement park, screams echoing everywhere. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden change occurred.
Chapter 55, West City Mysteries, The Attack. After settling the bill, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou rushed out of the restaurant's entrance and glanced toward the amusement park on one side. In the darkness, the amusement park ablaze with flames appeared particularly striking, like squeezing an extra layer of chocolate syrup over the sparkling surface of a cream cake. No time to complain about getting barely a bite to eat. Gao Yi opened the light screen to confirm the information. 1. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 39 hours 37 minutes and 11 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 7/5. This shouldn't be part of the instance's original content, right?
Wang Wuzhou hesitated beside him, offering a guess as he looked at Gao Yi. Yeah, that clown isn't the type to create such over-the-top scenarios in real life.
Though the world we're in now can't really be called reality, otherwise, what should we call the world outside the dungeons? The reality within reality?
Gao Yi silently added this thought but kept the Matryoshka doll-style gripe to himself.
The question now facing the two of them was, what should they do?
If the speculation was correct, the amusement park explosion was most likely caused by a player.
The question is, what's the purpose? Why create such an explosion? There are now 7 people left inside the instance.
Among those Gao Yi already knows are Zhang the Butcher, Gan Yijia, and the 2 Bureau of Investigation members, Wang Wuzhou. Even if Gan Yijia's survival can't be confirmed, at most there are only 2 people inside the instance he hasn't met yet. The reasons why a player would cause such a commotion in this instance are actually quite limited. Either fight other players or be affected by the clown's illusions.
Considering that the amusement park is regarded as the clown's territory, the answer shouldn't be too hard to guess. Did some player explore this far, only to be influenced or controlled by the clown and cause this explosion?
Gao Yi stroked his chin as he made his speculation.
Anyway, we have to go in and check it out. Wang Wuzhou beside them was already itching to act, perhaps his professional instincts were kicking in.
As a journalist, Gao Yi was naturally very interested in the cause of the explosion as well. Whatever had happened inside was most likely connected to the players. After a brief discussion, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou decided to approach the explosion center to gather information. The amusement park had grown much quieter by now. The explosion and raging fire at its heart had driven out most of the visiting teenagers and children.
Naturally, none of them went far.
Soon, they formed a circle of onlookers around the perimeter of the park.
Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou squeezed their way in from the outer edge, moving toward the center of the amusement park.
As they moved against the human tide toward the explosion's epicenter, several teenagers fleeing the scene abruptly halted and spoke in unison.
Mr. Gao?
Turning to look, he saw 3 boys and 2 girls dressed in casual clothes, their expressions caught between lingering panic and the joy of seeing a familiar teacher.
Gao Yi quickly realized these 5 were all students from his drama class at Derry High School earlier that morning. How are you all? Are any of you hurt? The students shook their heads in unison, though this wasn't Gao Yi's primary concern right now. After exchanging a few polite words, he urgently asked the crucial question. What happened inside? Why did the explosion occur?
The students exchanged several glances but couldn't muster a response. Hesitantly inquiring among themselves, they remained unable to clarify the situation even after some time. After much contemplation, Gao Yi could only deduce the intricate web of romantic attractions among them, as well as the party's purpose being about fostering relationships.
Forget it, you all should head home first, this place isn't safe.
Gao Yi waved his hand and offered a concerned remark, intending to dismiss these teenagers who held little useful information. But just as the group thanked him and prepared to leave, one of the female students suddenly spoke up thoughtfully.
I think I saw a short man carrying a black parcel, with golden light shining from his eyes?
The force of the explosion destroyed the spinning teacups and the drop tower, turning all the white horses on the carousel black.
The temporarily erected shops and structures lacked stability, with many now toppled on the ground.
The crowd at the amusement park center had completely dispersed, and the areas once lit by colorful lights were now in an emergency blackout to prevent further explosions.
Gao Yi passed by a low wall that seemed to serve as some kind of bulletin board.
Looking up, he saw the grayish-brown wall plastered with missing person notices. Of course, the vast majority were children and teenagers. Those parents who refused to give up chose to post missing person notices in this densely crowded area, praying that someone might come forward with information. But considering the presence of that clown bill, whatever hope remained was destined to become nothing more than fuel for the family's future despair. Looking at these missing person notices, some new and some old, the earliest disappearance dates back more than 10 years. In other words, there are certain parents who have been searching for their children in this cursed city for over a decade. With a faint sigh, Gao Yi turned to glance beside him, where Wang Wuzhou's gaze had also grown somewhat laden with complexity. Stepping over shattered glass fragments and plush toys spilling cotton stuffing, the two finally reached the epicenter of the explosion. Compared to journalists, police officers clearly have more experience in dealing with this sort of thing. It looks like homemade explosives, not very powerful actually. The additional fires and explosions were probably caused by nearby flammable materials and oils. Wang Wuzhou examined the scene, dusted off the dirt on his knees, and stood up again. Gao Yi also gave a slight nod to indicate his understanding. But the current problem is, where is the culprit behind the explosion? The girl from earlier mentioned one clue, a short man with golden light shining in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, it was probably the work of Joker Bill again. The question is, what does it want by controlling this short man, and why would controlling him lead to an explosion? No, these questions are too abstract and grandiose. Let's start thinking from the endpoint. What is the meaning of explosion? The clown sought to feed on human fear. Murder was merely a byproduct. Creating an explosion clearly does not align with his behavioral profile. A more reasonable assumption, perhaps this was some form of counterattack from the controlled player? He possessed some sort of equipment or characteristic capable of creating explosions, then activated its effect within the illusion. If this reasoning isn't mistaken, then where is this short man now? In theory, such a violent explosion should have been enough to snap him out of the illusion. A chill crept up from Gao Yi's heart. The sensory enhancement of the armchair detective kicked in at that moment, making the whistle of the wind crystal clear. With the agility boost from the special skill belt, Gao Yi lunged forward, narrowly dodging the attack from the shadows. Rolling to the ground to take cover behind a barrier, I yelled at Wang Wuzhou to dodge, finally getting the chance to examine the object that had attacked me. Upon closer look, a gleaming silver shuriken was firmly embedded in the wooden wall of the nearby building. Judging by this player's calm demeanor and decisive attack, it seemed this player wasn't the friendly type they'd hoped for. Rather, they were a normal player intending to make gains in this sacred sword dungeon. Chapter 56, Strange Tales of West District, Let There Be Light. Gao Yi put on the enemy detection glasses and cautiously peeked out. The passive night vision effect cast a green filter over the scene before him. Though slightly blurry, it allowed him to see clearly enough. With his enhanced vision and night vision capability, Gao Yi scanned the direction from which the shuriken had come, but found nothing. On one side, Wang Wuzhou, hiding behind a low stone wall, hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. Attackers? Correct, with long-range capabilities. They're hiding in the shadows now. When they attacked earlier, they were at my 7 o'clock position. Gao Yi didn't hesitate either. This was no time for hesitation when sharing crucial intelligence. In a situation where the enemy is hidden and we are exposed, the top priority is to locate their position. The active ability of the enemy detection glasses is indeed useful for tracking foes, but it comes with significant limitations. The requirement was to maintain direct eye contact with the target's entire body for 5 seconds to enter tracking mode. But in the current situation, Gao Yi couldn't even catch a glimpse of that player's figure. Every usable piece of equipment had already been equipped: the stunt belt, reckless arm guards, and target-seeking glasses, trio providing combat capabilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, the mist mask was also donned by Gao Yi to prevent being dragged into another hallucination by the clown bill. No matter how you look at it, this amusement park is their territory. All these mentioned pieces of equipment come with side effects, and stacking them together would be excruciatingly painful. But right now, that's the least of my concerns. Judging by the force behind those shurikens, even with the defensive boost from reckless bracers, a direct hit would likely leave me incapacitated. Doesn't this count as acting bravely for a just cause? The guy on the other side was an arsonist setting off bombs. Gao Yi muttered softly, trying to reason with the helpful citizen tag. Of course, there was no response. After searching the area once more and finding no traces of the enemy, Gao Yi turned his gaze toward Wang Wuzhou, who was also donning his gear. Do you have any ranged weapons? No, but I have my axe with me. With those words, the people's policeman raised the enormous axe in his hand. From previous conversations, Gao Yi had actually anticipated this. Wang Wuzhou had become a player 1 month earlier than him, and this West City Strange Tales was actually his third instance. At this point, his advancement rate was only at the peak of E rank, not yet reaching D rank. In a horizontal comparison, they were slightly better than the robbers encountered at Teapot Dragon Mall. Their advantage mainly stemmed from years of physical training, combat experience, and the willpower honed during their police career. Although the player's evolution was impressive, at the same stage, ordinary people's diligence and accumulated experience still yielded tangible results. But the problem lies in the fact that Wang Wuzhou's luck truly isn't good. His first instance began when he confiscated a ticket from a suspect's pocket as evidence, just in time for the instance to start. The first instance was already quite challenging, but fortunately it was a cooperative scenario. With an experienced veteran player leading the team, they managed to secure victory. The second instance turned out to be an extremely difficult disaster scenario, where Wang Wuzhou stubbornly endured 12 grueling hours before finally returning to reality.
Though both instances were narrowly cleared through sheer luck, the mission objectives were barely accomplished each time. The ultimate result was that the equipment and traits he obtained weren't particularly outstanding. Although Gaoi didn't inquire in detail, it was probably mostly white.
In this situation, expecting the other party to have some ability to turn things around was somewhat difficult. Gao Yi's thoughts raced as he quickly calculated the current situation, then whispered again to Wang Wuzhou on the other side. "Get inside first." With just one exchanged glance, Wang Wuzhou took the lead, plunging forward in a sprint toward the small shack serving as their cover. Gao Yi followed closely behind, staying alert for any potential ambush at every moment. As expected, right as Gao Yi stepped beyond the shelter, sharp streaks of cold light struck again. He had anticipated it, so dodging wasn't difficult. Gao Yi paused slightly and avoided this predictive dart. Turning my head to look, I still couldn't find any trace of the attacker. But it must be said, the enemy's combat experience was extraordinarily seasoned. After observing Gao Yi dodge just once, this time the shuriken carried a hint of anticipation in its trajectory. If allowed to adapt a few more times, even with Gao Yi's excellent agility and reflexes, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Fortunately, with the dual bonuses of Armchair Detective and Utility Belt, I managed to dodge the most perilous initial ambush. Rushing into the cabin and slamming the wooden door shut, Gao Yi finally let out a rough sigh of relief.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Wuzhou was drawing the curtains, completely blocking out the glass window.
After ensuring there were no gaps for the enemy to peek through, he turned his gaze toward Gao Yi.
Was that guy using shuriken?
It should be, very fast, and completely impossible to see where it was thrown from. As concealed weapons, shuriken primarily appear alongside the image of ninjas in various films and TV shows. It is cross-shaped overall, with sharp edges on all sides. Although Gao Yi wasn't deeply familiar with this type of weapon, he certainly had no desire to take a hit from it.
The good news is that the wooden cabin they were now in should temporarily prevent any further long-range ambushes from the enemy.
And the bad news is, the situation of the enemy hiding in the dark while I remain exposed hasn't changed. Gao Yi stood up, finally catching his breath, and began inspecting the wooden cabin they were in. This wooden cabin wasn't built after the amusement park opened, it was originally part of this vacant lot. It was precisely for this reason that it had a relatively solid foundation, which prevented it from being toppled by the force of the explosion. In fact, the damage was extremely limited, with only the west wall being slightly charred.
Judging from the documents on the desk, this appeared to be some sort of guard post or similar facility.
The small bed in the bedroom clearly hadn't been used for some time, and a thin layer of dust had settled on both the patrol schedule and the park map left on the desk. Perhaps there was once a caretaker who lived here, patrolling the area every night and chasing away homeless people attempting to stay overnight. But somehow, he later left this place as well. After searching around, Gao Yi only found a dusty old uniform, a flashlight with dying batteries, a set of carpentry tools, and several rough maps of different districts in West City. The rest were mostly worthless scraps. On the other side, Wang Wuzhou had already completely removed the packaging from the axe, his right wrist adorned with a blue-purple wristband, another piece of equipment, it seemed. Seeing Gao Yi's questioning gaze, he lowered his voice and explained. Magnetic wristband, can bind to weapons, allowing them to return to my hand after being thrown. It actually seemed like a useful item, as various potential applications flashed through Gao Yi's mind. Whether for retrieving a missed throw or dealing secondary damage upon hitting the target, this magnetic wristband had considerable utility. The pity was, in the current situation, it similarly had no practical use.
The prerequisite for any attack was first locating where the enemy was.
Under the pitch-black night sky, the central area of the amusement park was divided by various complex facilities and shops, making it utterly impossible to track the enemy's movements.
If only there was light.
Wang Wuzhou, cautiously observing by the window, muttered in frustration at the current situation.
Light, huh?
Similarly pressing close to the window, Gao Yi slightly leaned out to glance toward the western side of the amusement park. There stood the most classic amusement ride, the carousel.
I think I know how to light it up now. Gao Yi smiled once again. Chapter 57, Western City Ziri Incident, can you handle it or not? A merry-go-round?
Wang Wuzhou's tone was full of doubt, only managing to voice the second half of his question after a long pause.
What's that thing good for? Gao Yi didn't answer directly.
Instead, he returned to the center of the cabin and took out the map he'd found earlier. Although this map predates the theme park's construction, the surrounding terrain remains largely accurate. With simple sketched symbols, Gao Yi quickly organized the current situation. There should only be one enemy, the short man the students spoke of.
As a player, the opponent displays strong concealment capabilities, infrequent yet highly threatening long-range attacks, and potential explosive-making abilities. The reason for the ambush and sneak attack can't be confirmed yet, but in this sword dungeon, players attacking each other is practically standard procedure. The current issue still lies in how to overturn the adversary's concealment while we remain exposed. The simplest solution would be to illuminate this entire space. Although Gao Yi possesses night vision capabilities through enemy detecting glasses, they currently prove insufficient for locating the enemy's figure. With both of our sides lacking long-range attack methods at present, locating and closing in on the enemy becomes the top priority. Can't we just stall for time? There must be firefighters and police coming to handle this explosion in fire. Wang Wuzhou followed Gao Yi's train of thought, paused slightly, then voiced his doubt. As a public servant, his instinct was to consider leveraging forces outside the scenario. I've considered that option, but given the enemy likely has the means to create explosions, staying in this small cabin isn't safe. Gao Yi didn't hesitate and gave his reply directly. Sheriff Monica and her team were most likely already on their way. When the armed police arrived, Gao Yifeng, who was innocent and had good relations with them, could naturally leverage their presence to his advantage. But the question is, will the enemy give them that time? Gao Yi disliked leaving fate to luck or the hands of others. Rather than waiting, he preferred taking the initiative. After explaining his reasons for choosing action, Gao Yi picked up the pen once more and began marking the map. If I'm not mistaken, the carousel operates on an independent power supply. The switch should be near the control panel, and the staff must have turned it off when they left. If it's turned on, the 2-story-high luminous body would certainly be enough to illuminate this entire area. Wang Wuzhou appeared to be the brute force type, but his mind was sharp as well, never missing a beat in the face of the absurd. A moment later, he voiced his doubt again. The question is that enemy really just hiding in the darkness? Didn't you say even your night vision goggles couldn't see it? That's right, but I suspect its invisibility or camouflage is most likely related to the dark environment. Gao Yi rested his chin on his wrist as he leaned slowly against the wooden table and spoke. This decision isn't difficult to make, primarily for two reasons. First, it's about judging the quality of gaming gear. From previous investigations, low to medium level dungeons only select players from the same area. The games and players in Nankang City only lasted for 3 months, most of which were in a relatively rudimentary state. Blue equipment is extremely rare, and purple gear has almost never been seen before. In comparison, the gear players obtained generally wasn't overpowered, and the majority of blue-tier equipment didn't exceed ordinary comprehension by too much. A piece of equipment that could render someone completely invisible would undoubtedly be of purple tier at the very least, and Gao Yi highly doubted the enemy possessed such high-grade gear. If the opponent truly had overpowering equipment and evolution rate, they could have easily ambushed them through direct melee combat instead of resorting to long-range attacks from the shadows. The enemy's choice to rely on ambushes and sneak attacks indicated they lacked sufficient confidence to take on two opponents in a frontal confrontation. Another reason lies in the time and location chosen by the enemy. The entire Western City Strange incident began at 8 a.m. inside the instance. Why wait until nighttime to attack the players, and why choose an amusement park capable of creating complete darkness as the venue? After piecing these suspicions and clues together, Gao Yi came to a conclusion. The opponent likely possesses some kind of equipment or trait that makes them less detectable or even partially invisible in dark environments. That's precisely why the enemy chose this place as their battlefield, the heart of the dark amusement park. This also explains why Gao Yi couldn't locate the other person's figure. Looking back, the explosion was most likely intentional, not an act of desperation as previously speculated. The Joker Bill may have briefly controlled him, but he broke free. The explosion was essentially a trap, precisely what the other side used to hunt players. Now only 7 players remain in the instance. If 2 more die, the Tier 1 main quest would be directly completed. The enemy probably thinks the same and is about to make their move. This is their home ground, the location and timing were deliberately chosen. To overturn this disadvantage, what we need is light. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou are already prepared. Wang Wuzhou gripped the axe handle in his hand, the magnetic wristband, binding the axe head securely as he crouched behind Gao Yi. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, having hacked a small makeshift shield from the wooden table split by the axe, had it now firmly strapped to his forearm. The opponent's throwing stars, though classified as concealed weapons, were ultimately still cold steel. The shuriken, a cross-shaped throwing weapon, was designed primarily to inflict maximum damage on enemies, yet its penetration capability is actually quite mediocre. This shield in my hand may be simple, but it's sturdy enough to block a few strikes. Proceed as planned, 5 seconds. Gao Yi double-checked the security of his special skill belt, before turning to Wang Wuzhou behind him to deliver his final instructions. There really wasn't much necessity, they were professional police officers, undoubtedly far more experienced than Gao Yi when it came to this kind of operation. It felt less like an instruction for the other person and more like Gao Yi was psyching himself up.
After all, according to the plan, he was the one responsible for drawing the enemy's attention and creating time for his teammates to turn on the lights. This wasn't all that hard to comprehend, given Gao Yi's agility and defensive buff. He naturally found it easier to dodge the shuriken attacks. Not to mention he had already dodged 2 shots, there was definitely some level of animosity directed at him.
5 seconds flashed by in an instant.
Gao Yi took one final deep breath and dashed out of the wooden hut's obstruction.
The enemy's attack came faster than expected.
A shuriken came flying from the right, even from the opposite direction of the last attack. Gao Yi didn't have time to dodge directly, but fortunately, it was aimed at his torso. The wooden table shield successfully blocked what should have been a guaranteed sneak attack. Though his body wasn't hit directly, the tremendous force sent vibrations through the shield, numbing his right arm. Without slowing his steps, Gao Yi quickly judged the attacker's position and turned his head to look.
But just like before, there was no trace of the enemy to be found.
According to the plan, he dashed straight in the opposite direction of the carousel, heading for the bumper car area surrounded by stacks of sandbags. Behind him, Wang Wuzhou had also rushed out of the wooden cabin, sprinting toward the target switch.
Keep the enemy's attention fixed on you.
Gao Yi pondered briefly, then stopped and turned toward the right side where the attacker had been, shouting loudly.
Are you even capable? Can you land a single hit?
Chapter 58, Urban Mysteries, Enemy Exposed.
In many MMORPG games, the damage-absorbing tank role often possesses a skill called Taunt. The effect essentially forces nearby enemies to attack oneself.
It might feel a bit abstract while playing, but when you think about it, the logic is essentially to loudly taunt enemies, provoke them into focusing their attention on you, and thereby protect the backline of your team.
Gao Yi's current behavior was essentially consistent with his usual logic.
Judging by the choice of location, the waiting time, and the patient ambush tactics, the attacker was no mindless player.
In fact, considering their proficiency with equipment and distinctive tactics, as well as their systematic combat approach,
it's evident they're an experienced and level-headed player. When dealing with such people, one must consider whether they might detect our objective, namely, to activate the merry-go-round and thereby restore the lighting. To prevent him from turning his gun on his teammate Wang Wuzhou, who was in charge of turning on the lights, Gao Yi used a taunt right then and there. Not just paying lip service, he even stopped in his tracks, ceasing his swift movements.
All of this was meant to draw out a further attack from the other party.
At this moment, Gao Yi had already arrived beside the bumper car's attraction.
With sandbags shielding one side of his back, the remaining 3 directions were all potential avenues for attack.
Although Gao Yi's words might sound arrogant, deep down he had already tensed up.
Mocking an enemy naturally means preparing for their full-force retaliation. The night vision function of the enemy tracking glasses was still active, but Gao Yi had given up on directly searching for the enemy.
What he wanted to see was the trajectory of the shuriken.
Gao Yi chose to stand by the sandbags for a reason.
On the one hand, it reduced the attack directions requiring vigilance by a quarter, ensuring his peripheral vision could at least roughly track the trajectory of the shuriken. On the other hand, it was also to leave room for his own escape. Whether it was dodging through the agility boost from the special belt or forcibly knocking aside the sandbags with the activation of the reckless bracers,
all can ensure safety under unavoidable circumstances.
At the very least, this would prevent being pursued and finished off, leading to severe injuries or even near death. Ideally, Gao Yi naturally preferred not to use the equipment's active abilities. After all, they all came with quite troublesome negative effects, whether it was the stiffness in the knees or the rise in body temperature, either of which could severely hinder subsequent combat and movement.
The heavy breathing was clearly audible.
Concentrating his focus on the enhanced senses granted by Armchair Detective, Gao Yi became extremely sharp in that moment. The grainy static in the pitch-black vision, the chirping of unknown insects, the smoky scent of flames, the faint bitterness on the tip of the tongue. In the darkness, Gao Yi pressed against the sandbag, alert to every movement around him. The vicinity had completely lost its vitality. The amusement park that had been bustling just half an hour ago had now become a wasteland. To the side, half of a toy shop and a rotating cafe were still burning, filling the air with the unpleasant stench of scorched remains amidst the sizzling sounds.
Seize the moment, catch sight of that cold flash.
From the corner of my eye, I noticed Wang Wuzhou had already entered the control room by the carousel. That meant he was relatively safe now. Next would be waiting for him to find the switch and activate the merry-go-round.
Everything hung on what happened on my side.
The whistling of slicing air. Gao Yi reacted with lightning speed, making his judgment the instant the cold gleam appeared.
This dart isn't easy to dodge, but it can be blocked.
His body sank as Gao Yi raised the makeshift wooden table shield with a resounding clang. He solidly blocked the incoming dart. The familiar vibration spread through my arm, yet a peculiar dissonance rose in my heart.
This dart didn't seem intended to hit me.
Given the shield's known presence, the angle of this attack felt surprisingly straightforward.
Almost as if it wanted me to catch it on purpose. This assailant isn't some single-minded entity. Why wouldn't they adjust their angles and methods of attack?
Or perhaps this assault had already undergone changes. At the same moment, the faint scent of gunpowder flooded his nostrils, and Gao Yi instinctively hurled the shield embedded with 2 shuriken away from himself. The instant it left his grasp, another explosion sent the shield hurtling back, smashing violently against the reckless bracers Gao Yi had raised defensively. This shuriken was different from the previous 3, it actually had an explosive effect? Although the shockwave was largely neutralized by the shield, and the reckless bracers also blocked some of the damage, Gao Yi was still blasted pretty hard. His entire body was thrown backward, flipping over the sandbags and crashing into a cluster of bumper cars. It hurts. The impact from the fall wasn't too bad. He happened to land right in the seat of one of the bumper cars, but his calf smacked against the metal engine cover, sending a dull throbbing pain through him. The wooden shield crafted from rotting wood finally revealed its unreliability. Several splintered wooden spikes broke loose, hurled toward Gao Yi by the shockwave like grenade shrapnel, with a few already embedded deep into his skin. Ah, give me a masochist tag. My daily XP is definitely skyrocketing. Unable to tend to his wounds properly, Gao Yi merely pulled out a wooden splinter from the side of his neck, letting out a faint groan. Fortunately, he was wearing the mist mask. Although its mental resistance hadn't taken effect yet, its protective function as a mask had at least prevented the worst-case scenario, an eye injury. Interestingly, unlike ordinary masks, the mist mask didn't have small holes left for the eyes and nose. Rather, it was a smooth, oval-shaped mask, one without even the usual straps to secure it at the back. Once gently pressed against the face, it would never fall off no matter what. As for visibility, let's just say I could see, though the exact principle is indeed unclear, it can only be attributed to supernatural forces. Gao Yi understood that now was not the time to waste even a single second. He quickly stood up, enduring excruciating pain, and peered out from behind the sandbags. At that very moment, Wang Wuzhou finally completed his mission. As the cheerful music played, a 2-story carousel lit up. Like a golden fountain, horses of all colors rose and fell in rotation, scattering light across the central area of the amusement park. The once silent chairs, the toppled amusement rides, and even the burning cabin were now bathed in a golden, sacred radiance. Unfortunately, Gao Yi had no time to savor the beauty of the moment. His attention was intensely focused, pushing the armchair detective visual enhancement to its limit, moving, somewhat puzzled, attempting to hide that enemy. Here, behind the shattered remains of the rotating coffee cup, as the light arrived, a petite figure clad in dark blue athletic wear emerged. He seemed thoroughly startled by the sudden appearance of music and light, leaping down from the stage in haste and running in the opposite direction of the carousel. He could flee, but no matter what, the situation had already changed. Chapter 59, West City Mysteries, out. Whether it was due to the months of overcast skies or the impact of frequent deaths and disappearances, the nights of West City were always shrouded in an ominous aura. The moonlight couldn't pierce through the thick clouds, making light a luxury. And tonight, in this amusement park, there was an added sense of restlessness and the smell of smoke. Amidst the sudden golden glow of the 2-tiered carousel and the deafeningly cheerful music, Gao Yi, closely following the short man in the blue tracksuit, sprinted through the amusement park, gritting his teeth against the pain until they arrived before a weathered 3-story building. At the entrance of the small building hung an intentionally ominous sign adorned with skeletal decorations, declaring its identity. Horror Clown Haunted House. If I lived in a city where the mortality rate was 6 times the average and people frequently witnessed clowns eating humans, I would definitely spend every night playing at a haunted house called Terror Clowns. The oppressive atmosphere in the darkness, the pain, tension, and exhaustion clearly couldn't stop Gao Yi's urge to make sarcastic remarks. Or perhaps it was precisely because the situation was so dire that he needed to crack a few jokes to steady his nerves. But on the other side, Wang Wuzhou, who had run all the way from the carousel control room, wasn't nearly as relaxed. Since the short man was fleeing in the opposite direction of the carousel, Wang Wuzhou had to run a much longer distance to catch up. When he arrived carrying the enormous axe, he was already a bit out of breath. Then, where did that person go? Went in half a minute ago. Gao Yi's reply was equally concise, providing only the necessary information. Meanwhile, Wang Wuzhou finally caught his breath and had a moment to assess Gao Yi's condition, exclaiming in surprise, "You're injured? Was that earlier explosion also caused by this little runt?" As he spoke, he pulled out a healing potion from his backpack, apparently a physical restorative type. It must be said that Gao Yi's current condition looked rather pitiful. After being struck by wooden splinters, he hadn't had time to properly treat the wounds, only gulping down a bottle of E-grade physical healing potion to temporarily dull the pain. The partially healed wounds had split open again during his frantic running, the bleeding staining large swaths of his already thin clothing crimson. To complete the miserable picture were the friction burns on his back from scraping against the ground, combined with the lingering gunpowder smoke and explosive residue coating him. Gao Yi could seamlessly play a refugee in a war movie right now without any sense of incongruity. "It's nothing serious, I drank a healing potion." Gao Yi waved his hand, stopping Wang Wuzhou's well-intentioned gesture. The pain-relieving effects had gradually taken hold,
and the wound was slowly healing. Though it looked gruesome, it truly wasn't a major issue. Injuries of this severity were nothing new to Gaui since becoming an investigative reporter. Most of the time, he just needed to tough it out for a while before recovering. Not to mention now that he'd become a player with enhanced physical abilities and even chugged a bottle of somatic healing potion. The most pressing issue now was how to deal with the enemy standing before him. This horror clown haunted house, much like the small wooden cabin they'd just been in, wasn't newly built when the amusement park was established. In contrast, it was an old house considerably older than Gaui. This dilapidated old building had long been a gathering spot for vagrants and rowdy teenagers. At one point, it even served as a hideout for a small gang. Gaui learned this information from the old night watchman's map, which specifically marked this building. From his resentful annotations, it became clear that half of his workload originated from this old house. With the opening of the amusement park, it was transformed into what they called the terrifying clown haunted house. It seemed to still be open for business earlier, but after the explosion, all the visitors had left. From every angle considered, this most likely has some connection to that clown bill. Gaui also kept one eye open, wary of any possible hints or illusions. Should we chase after them? Wang Wuzhou didn't overthink it. His focus remained solely on the assailant who had fled inside. Ever since Gaui saved him from the illusionary realm, he's been more than willing to listen to all of Gao Yi's ideas, always seeking his opinion before doing anything. It must be said that in this instance, Gao Yi was indeed the more adept party. And now, he truly had different thoughts. Gao Yi's enemy detection glasses had already locked onto the target. Before the haunted house, faint crimson threads stretched all the way into the interior. Currently, this haunted house was also in a blackout. Needless to say, the inside was equally pitch black. Knowing that the enemy possesses some form of stealth ability in the darkness, entering this haunted house under such circumstances really isn't the most rational decision. Considering the decisiveness with which the other party dashed into the haunted house, this was most likely their prearranged escape route. It wouldn't be strange if it was already equipped with various traps and hidden weapons. The intricate, narrow spaces and dim lighting inside the haunted house would also nullify Gao Yi and his group's numerical advantage. Then, should we just wait outside for the police inside the instance to come? Wang Wuzhou looked somewhat puzzled and asked again. The two were currently pressed against the haunted house's outer wall, wary of potential ambushes from the windows. The enemies had already been inside for a while. It wouldn't be surprising if they were ready for their next attack already. Of course not, like I said before. You can't expect reliability from factions within the dungeon. Gao Yi suddenly shook his head. As a police officer, Wang Wuzhou was indeed being too by the book, still thinking about abiding by laws and regulations in this kind of situation. He paused briefly before continuing. If we don't go in, we can always make this guy come out instead. Come out? How to make him come out? Wang Wuzhou looked puzzled, but his words abruptly cut off. Beside him, Gao Yi had already pulled out a brand new lighter and aimed the flickering flame at the wooden window frame of the haunted house. Chapter 60, West City's Mysterious Incident, the Haunted House. Since the formation of human society, dating back to the establishment of settlements and communities, arson has always been considered a serious crime. The reason, of course, is due to its truly devastating potential. Even today, as humans inhabit industrialized communities with steel and concrete high-rises, fire remains an extremely dangerous threat. Not to mention the peril it poses to outdated wooden structures. The dilapidated old house, now filled with various densely packed flammable objects, had become perfect fuel in an instant. Gao Yi took out his lighter and ignited the window frame. In less than 3 minutes, the house was engulfed in roaring flames. Judging by the intensity of the fire, it was far larger than the flames that had previously engulfed the amusement park facilities after the explosion. Gao Yi didn't smoke himself, partly because he'd never developed the habit, and partly because he genuinely couldn't afford it. Naturally, I didn't usually carry a lighter with me. Not to mention, lighters probably can't be brought into this instance either, just like phones and other industrial products. Then where did the lighter in his hand come from? That's right, it was the ordinary item, endless lighter, one from a lucky draw in Heart's Deceitful Mist. The effect allows for unlimited use, but when Gao Yi actually tried lighting a fire with it, something felt off. The durability had actually dropped by 20%. So you're saying this thing can keep burning when pressed, but releasing it drains durability? Gao Yi twitched his lips as he summarized with disbelief. Do you call this infinity? Ha! Wang Wuzhou next to him clearly didn't understand what Gao Yi was muttering and turned to ask. Nothing. Considering the many other unreliable common tier rewards, at least this thing was useful. Gao Yi shook his head, readjusted his mindset, and redirected his attention back to the haunted house before him. The flames had been burning for some time. The rotting, aged wooden structure was highly flammable, and the intense heat rapidly expanded under the increasingly aggressive night wind. But the question remained, where was the person inside? After lighting the fire, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou had retreated a few steps, choosing a safe vantage point to monitor the situation.
With the tracking ability of the enemy detection goggles and the illumination provided by the flames, that short-statured man should have had no chance of escaping undetected. But now, the flames had essentially encircled the entire house. It should have been impossible for anyone to still be standing inside. Gao Yi frowned slightly and summoned the light screen. Chapter I, survive 48 hours in West City, 37 hours 45 minutes and 29 seconds remaining, or reduce remaining players to 5 or fewer. Currently, July 5th. The total number of players in the instance hasn't decreased further. That short man is still alive. Perhaps he's still hiding somewhere in the restroom inside, or maybe, just like in those cliché TV dramas, his leg got pinned under a fallen roof beam? If he died in this fire, would that count as me killing someone? Gao Yi's initial plan was to use the torch to flush the opponent out, avoiding another ambush or sneak attack. But now, the short man had actually vanished into the flames of this great fire. Given that the enemy had been trying to kill him, Gao Yi wasn't particularly opposed to the idea of something happening to them. What he was pondering now was whether the opponent's death in the fire would yield their dropped traits and equipment. With his mind swirling with questions, Gao Yi turned to the police officer beside him. Tell me, if I really burned that guy to death inside there, would it count as self-defense? Ha! Didn't that guy blow himself up and set the house on fire? Wang Wuzhou tilted his head, demonstrating the correct way of thinking. If you took him for a rigid, absolutely neutral law enforcer, then you'd certainly be mistaken. Gao Yi chuckled and glanced at the glowing screen again. The number of people in the copy remained the same, still 7. The old wooden house engulfed in fire was anything but quiet, as its structure had already begun collapsing. One after another, the already unstable beams and support pillars came crashing down with dull thuds. Amid the swelling heat, the long-neglected wooden floorboards let out an eerie creaking sound, like a dying lament. Yet amidst this rather cruel scene, Gao Yi still noticed something amiss. With the bonus from Armchair Detective, his observational skills had become exceptionally sharp. This horror clown haunted house was completely off. Judging by the sounds, its interior was on the verge of collapse. Most of the structural framework had already crumbled, while the external decorative monster statues and large signage had already fallen. But the overall framework of the haunted house, the parts that existed before its renovation, the most decayed and aged sections, still stood firmly in place. Something in my mind suddenly exploded with a burst, and a flood of previously fragmented information began to converge, divide, and reorganize itself. An amusement park that appeared around the same time as Billy the Clown. Students had witnessed that the short-statured assailant's eyes glowed with golden light, the same sign of being controlled. The haunted house of the terrifying clown. An ancient structure, older even than Western City itself. A speculation flashed through Gao Yi's mind. Perhaps, this house is protected by the power of Bill the Clown, and its interior isn't as ordinary as we imagine. Fire cannot kill it, nor can it eradicate its stronghold, this haunted house. Gao Yi was still wearing the misty mask at this moment. He had initially worried about it conflicting with the enemy detection glasses, but the experience so far had been fine. The mist mask more like a thin film than a mask, clinging to the face like a second skin. Putting it on didn't actually bring any significant sensation. Had he not paid extra attention, Gao Yi might even suspect he'd forget he was wearing it. This likely corresponds to its side effects, namely, the confusion of personality and self-identity. After Gao Yi last used his active skill, he distinctly felt an indescribable dissonance within himself. Like an actor too immersed in their role, unable to return to reality. Perhaps wearing it for too long might make Gao Yi lose sight of who he truly is. In any case, there was always a price to pay for using and wearing these so-called pieces of equipment. One could never afford to let their guard down. But for Gao Yi at this moment, he absolutely wouldn't dare remove his equipment before the enemy was dead or incapacitated. Who can guarantee that short man with stealth and ambush abilities won't suddenly appear and attack? How to balance the necessary equipment capabilities with the stacking of negative effects should be an extremely important topic moving forward. But for now, Gao Yi faces a much bigger problem. The dark clouds that had been looming all day finally began to release, starting with fine raindrops that gradually grew heavier. The ghost house engulfed in raging flames before me finally began to transform. Giant red balloons were slowly squeezing out from the windows of the burning haunted house before me. I shouldn't be trapped in an illusion right now. Wang Wuzhou stared at the incomprehensible scene before him, his mouth agape as he slowly uttered his question. The balloon grew bigger and bigger, expanding as if it were about to burst the entire old house, its yellow text clearly visible. Best in the West. Just as the two took those few steps back, the expanding red balloon suddenly burst. At the same moment, Gao Yi felt the ground give way beneath his feet as he plummeted into a sea of darkness. At the very least, they could finally figure out where that short man had disappeared to. Chapter 61, West City Mysteries, The Basement. Coughing violently several times, Gao Yi slowly stood up from the ground. The ground beneath my wrists was unyieldingly hard, yet currently covered by several centimeters of murky rainwater that provided pitiful but somewhat cushioning. Not far away, an equally bewildered Wang Wuzhou had also risen to his feet.
Where am I? Quickly scanning the surroundings, the environment appeared strangely unfamiliar. At first glance, it looked like a basement filled with miscellaneous items, but it was completely flooded during a heavy rainstorm. A storage locker covered in cobwebs, a decaying wooden desk missing a leg, and discolored plastic objects of unknown purpose floating on the water's surface. The dampness in the air, mixed with a certain putrid stench, assaulted Gao Yi's nostrils, triggering a physiological disgust. It must be said, the enhanced senses from the armchair detective skill were now having the opposite effect. But this wasn't the first time either. His persistent passive attribute often made Gao Yi hear and see information he'd rather not receive. Perhaps with enough practice, one could shield oneself from part of it, but for now, there was no choice but to accept everything as it came. Damn, what kind of place is this now? Wang Wuzhou, who had just stood up nearby, was wringing the wet corners of his clothes while muttering incessant questions under his breath. As the more experienced player, he was dressed in thick, athletic clothing, clearly having prepared in advance. In contrast, Gao Yi's outfit was unremarkable, deliberately dressed to be low-key and inconspicuous. And on top of that, factors like suitable for exercise, warmth, or even comfort were completely out of the question. But from another perspective, this also spared him the heartache over his ruined clothes. Since he anticipated having to discard them, the clothes he chose weren't particularly valuable anyway. Gao Yi couldn't directly answer Wang Wuzhou about their location right now, but he privately had a pretty good idea who'd brought them here. No doubt about it, this was another scheme by that dungeon boss, the Clown Bill. Looking up, there was no void through which they could have fallen. Needless to say, the space around them had transformed again. The mist mask still clung to his face, meaning the mental resistance enhancement should still be active. Glancing toward Wang Wuzhou, he noticed the familiar golden light was absent from his eyes too. Based on reasonable speculation, that haunted house was indeed some sort of stronghold for Billy the Clown, where his powers and influence were significantly stronger. If this assumption is correct, was the assault on Gao Yi and his group by that short man a coincidence, or was there an ulterior motive behind him coming here? No conclusions could be drawn for now, so Gao Yi refocused his attention on the immediate situation. Wang Wuzhou had already begun feeling his way around. Wading through the rainwater at his feet, he moved toward the direction of the basement exit. There was a long wooden staircase leading to a small wooden door that looked like an exit, emitting an annoyingly loud creak with every step. Wang Wuzhou placed his right hand on the wall and groped around for a moment, unsurprisingly finding the light switch. He pressed it, but the anticipated illumination didn't occur. No electricity? For no apparent reason, an intuition-like thought surfaced in Gao Yi's mind. Wherever this place was, it bore no resemblance to the environment he'd been in earlier. Not only was there no fire inside, but upon listening carefully, it seemed to be raining outside as well. Above the basement, outside this house, a torrential downpour was raging. Amidst the dense sound of rain, Gao Yi also heard the sizzling noise of flames being extinguished. I see. Ha! Wang Wuzhou turned his head and nearly tripped over a bump in the water, stumbling awkwardly. Although I don't know how it happened, we're now inside that haunted house. Gao Yi's expression turned grave. After a brief pause, he delivered his conclusion. The night vision effect of the enemy detection glasses was still active, and Gao Yi quickly spotted something unusual. The rain had already soaked through his sneakers and the bottoms of his pants, so he didn't mind getting a little more wet at this point. Gao Yi decided to stride forward, reaching the wall in just 2 steps. On the dull gray wall was a white piece of paper with a colorful crayon drawing on it. He tore it off and held it up to his eyes. The image on it looked rather eerie. Clearly, the artist was a child with almost no proper drawing skills. If there was any merit to be found, it was the bold use of color. The content of the drawing was extremely simple. Before a carelessly smeared greenhouse background stood 2 figures, one tall, one short. The shorter one appeared to be a child, raising both hands high, seeming utterly delighted. What made the painting eerie was the taller of the 2 figures. He placed his hand on the child's head, revealing a chilling smile. White skin, a red nose, and orange hair. It was a clown. In the lower right corner of the crayon drawing, there were also 2 lines of small text written. Drawn by, Bill. November 1st, 1967. Bill. Ignoring the spelling mistake by the artist, the signature at the back was indeed the name of that clown. Could it be that the creator of this painting was Bill, who grew up here as a child, and later became the nightmare of West City in the future? Throughout the collection of various pieces of information before, Gao Yi had subconsciously regarded that clown as some kind of supernatural entity. This notion was, of course, reasonable and perfectly understandable. Whether it be its ability to control dreams or alter reality, or the golden sphere revealed when its maw gapes wide. By any measure, this seems utterly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. On the other hand, the timeline simply doesn't add up. According to files in the archives, the Joker's killings span decades, with documented cases traceable back to 1945. Not to mention those unrecorded, yet most probable pasts that equally existed. This painting dates back 11 years,
which would be 1978 within the scenario. The child who drew this couldn't have been more than 10 years old at absolute most. If this painting Bill is actually that self-proclaimed Bill the Clown, how do we explain the previous incidents then? Perhaps just a namesake coincidence? No, that couldn't be. This doesn't explain the clown in the painting. There must be some connection. Brother Gao. Just as Gaoi was lost in contemplation, Wang Wuzhou from outside the basement turned his head and called out in a hushed, urgent voice. Seeing that Gao Yi's attention was now on him, he crouched halfway up the stairs in the darkness and fell silent. All he did was raise his right hand and point his thumb toward the small wooden door outside. Soon, Gao Yi understood what he meant. Under the dense and subtle sound of rain, outside this sealed dark basement, a weary footstep, accompanied by a sigh, was approaching from afar. Someone's at the door? Chapter 62 West City Bizarre Incident. Who could it be? Outside the pitch-black basement, footsteps grew increasingly nearer. Just as Wang Wuzhou thought the visitor would push open the wooden door, the footsteps unexpectedly began to gradually fade away. Holding his breath, Gaoi pushed the auditory enhancement of the armchair detective to its limits, analyzing this sole piece of sound information. The weight wasn't too heavy, but the dragging footsteps suggested either exhaustion or injury. A faint sigh, strikingly familiar. No mistake, this was the short man who had attacked them and taken refuge in the haunted house. Wang Wuzhou, standing on the stairs, turned his head and briefly exchanged glances with Gaoi. No doubt, none of them intended to let this ambusher escape. After a brief wait, the two men suddenly charged through the wooden door. Turning their heads, they saw a drenched, diminutive man standing at the end of the corridor. A familiar thrill pulsed through all three men simultaneously. Without needing to speak, they knew they were all players in this bizarre game. In the dimly lit corridor, the three stood facing each other on opposite sides. Watching two figures rush out from the basement, the short man in dark blue tracksuit couldn't conceal his shock. But Gao Yi's attention clearly wasn't on the man's expression at this moment. A growing sense of incongruity had begun nagging at him. Something's not right, very not right. Although the earlier search and pursuit were urgent, with the help of armchair detective, Gao Yi still observed the other person carefully. After all, precautions needed to be taken against their escape or disguise, as well as to assess their equipment and belongings. During the previous observation, although the man's tracksuit wasn't particularly pristine or neat, it was definitely not this worn out and filthy. Even stranger was the condition of this short man. His face was sallow and emaciated, his lips parched, and his pupils slightly unfocused. These were overt signs of malnutrition and dehydration. Could it be that these were also details we hadn't noticed before? No, impossible. During the previous pursuit, the other party was literally running at an astonishing speed. Even with Gaoi pushing himself to the limit, equipped with the stunt belt that provided an agility boost, he still failed to catch up. At least before entering this haunted house, that short man had been in perfectly good health, and his evolution rate was most likely far higher than Gao Yi's. Perhaps entering this clown's house would drain one's energy and health? No, that doesn't explain the changing clothes, nor do I feel anything similar happening to myself. What exactly is happening here? But clearly, the figure standing in opposition across this dim hallway doesn't intend to give Gaoi any time to think. The man, recovering from his shock, slightly lowered his stance. With a swift motion of his right hand reaching behind his waist, two shuriken were already flying toward their target. So fast. Previously at the amusement park, the shuriken attacks had been launched from dozens of meters away. Though their power remained formidable, their speed had noticeably diminished, giving Gaoi just enough time to react. But now, standing face to face with the enemy at close range, the true menace of these shuriken became fully apparent. If the first attack had come from this distance, Gaoi would have almost certainly had no chance to dodge. Fortunately, now he was prepared. While the short man was in the middle of reaching for something, Gaoi and Wang Wuzhou, already on high alert, were already reacting. They sidestepped in unison, each ducking behind pre-selected cover. Two shurikens shot across the corridor with a terrifying whoosh, embedding themselves into the living room wall behind with two dull thuds. At the same time, a faint explosion sounded, followed by the hiss of rising mist. When Gaoi cautiously peered out again, the man at the end of the hallway had vanished, leaving only a trail of white smoke. Damn, was that actually a ninja? Wang Wuzhou also emerged from the other side, gazing in the direction where the short man had disappeared. He impatiently waved his hand, dispersing the white smoke before him. Just as Wang Wuzhou lifted his foot to move forward, Gaoi suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed his arm. This abrupt grip left Wang Wuzhou's already extended right foot frozen mid-air. Watch your step. Gaoi merely issued a cold warning from the side. Wang Wuzhou looked down at the corridor floor that had been empty just moments ago. It was now covered with a layer of raised. These spherical objects composed of numerous sharp spines, once scattered across the ground, could effectively hinder an enemy's movements. If you're not careful and step on one, ordinary sneakers won't be able to withstand its penetrating effect. Though, if you're wearing something like height-increasing insoles, that might be a different story. In any case, an injury to the soles of your feet would greatly limit your movement, and this scattered array of hidden traps is precisely. There's a lot of stuff here, it doesn't seem like any single type of equipment. Seeing Wang Wuzhou safely out of danger, Gaoi propped his chin slightly, sinking back into thought. At first, he thought the short man's shuriken was some kind of gaming equipment, but now the other party had already demonstrated 3 distinct prop weapons, white smoke bombs, the elusive shuriken, and, moreover, the way these different items were retrieved didn't seem to involve drawing them from the Gi backpack, within his wrist tattoo either. Perhaps this is one of its traits, the ability to produce various ninja tools? Gao Yi muttered, drawing the deduction. On the other hand, Wang Wuzhou didn't appear quite so composed. While anxiously pushing aside the small metal spikes on the ground with his shoes to clear a path, he asked Gaoi, "What should we do? This environment is perfect for that guy to escape, should we chase after him?" Following his gaze, at the end of the hallway was yet another staircase leading upward. If nothing went wrong, the enemy must have already gone upstairs. Meanwhile, Gaoi remained lost in thought, standing off to the side. "Why are you still hesitating? Won't it be troublesome if that guy sets up more traps?" Wang Wuzhou furrowed his brows and asked again, clearly puzzled. Gaoi simply removed his mask and glasses, rubbed his dry eyes, and placed an index finger to his lips. Shoo! Listening carefully, outside the haunted house they were in, the rain had grown heavier, yet the crackling of flames still hadn't faded away. At this moment, Gaoi finally pieced together all the puzzling clues from before. He shook his head, adjusted the targeting glasses back into place, and looked down at the crimson tracking line on the ground. "I have a better idea." Chapter 63, Western District Mysteries, The Nail. Damn, just my fucking luck. In the dimly lit living room, a short-statured man sat slumped against the bedside, organizing his meager remaining supplies. From his mother-laden profanity and irritable expression, it wasn't hard to tell he was in a foul mood. The man's surname was Zhou. People in the underworld called him the Nail, partly mocking his diminutive stature, partly referencing his venomous temperament. He didn't have much issue with the nickname himself, at least it sounded decent enough. This time, Nail managed to snag an extremely cheap sword ticket through back channels. In preparation, he specifically took out a high-interest loan to upgrade his gear and stock up on potions. His plan was to enter the dungeon, take out a few clueless players, and score some coins. According to his plan, selling the stolen equipment would not only clear his debts but also leave him with some extra cash. Little did he know that the waters of these West City mysteries ran deeper than he'd imagined. Not long after the game began, during his first encounter with another player, he was already prepared to strike. But when he got a clear look, it nearly scared the soul out of him. The enemy turned out to be none other than Nankang's infamous fugitive, Butcher Zhang. This guy worth 1,000 game coins was clearly not someone Nail could afford to mess with. On the other hand, the other party showed zero interest in any jargon and was ready to throw down the moment they met. Just a few seconds into the fight, Nail realized he stood no chance. Even after spending big on upgrades and enhancements, he was still completely outclassed. Fortunately, his previous experiences with loan sharks and 3 dungeon runs had helped him accumulate some hidden cards up his sleeve. One was the blue-tier equipment, Lucky Necklace, that boosted his evasion ability. This thing had cost him a whopping 700,000 in cash, proof that you really do get what you pay for. The other was the trait reward he'd obtained when, in the second-to-last dungeon run, Nail had backstabbed 2 teammates and emerged victorious alone. Ninja, blue and dark environments, can enter stealth mode. Active use grants temporary access to various ninja weapons and tools. With this combat-enhancing trait and a recently achieved D-rank evolution rate, Nail's fighting prowess was genuinely formidable. Back in the real world, he had already completed several thefts using his stealth abilities alongside the weapons and tools provided by the ninja. Though the gains were modest, they gave him a deeper understanding and mastery of his abilities. Some might ask why someone with such extraordinary abilities wouldn't commit more high-class crimes. Not necessarily forming a crew in red uniforms to rob banks, but at least pulling off proper heists like those guys Gaoi encountered at the mall. Remember? Nail was connected to the underworld. This certainly wasn't some status he gained after becoming a player. Long before this game and its instances appeared, he'd already been a nobody's small-time thug. His upbringing wasn't particularly complex, a broken home devoid of affection, a student life without guidance from schooling, and an entry into society devoid of concern because of his naivety. With no skills to speak of, he quickly fell in with various makeshift gangs, lingering perpetually on the fringe of the law. Of course, living in a modern country with excellent public security, the drama of classic Hong Kong crime films he envisioned never materialized. Instead, he became a regular at the local detention center, marked as a person of special interest by the neighborhood police. It was precisely because of his clear understanding of the consequences of breaking the law that Dingzi avoided committing major crimes that would draw attention. Of course, it's not fucking because I'm scared. Once I clear a few more dungeons and get strong enough, let's see who the fuck dares to mess with me. This was how he comforted himself. Once inside a dungeon, Dingzi was no longer bound by the law and began targeting people to kill. After great difficulty escaping Zhang the butcher's pursuit, he cursed some unknown person's mother before checking the main quest. To his horror, 2 people had already died inside the dungeon. Ah well, he thought, worst case scenario, he'd just wait until nightfall. Once darkness fell, his ninja trait would have much more room to shine. After deliberating for ages over locations, Nail, who knew nothing about the dungeon's plot, ended up choosing this amusement park. From his perspective, it wasn't hard to understand why. Ninja, this archetype demands darkness, not necessarily absolute blackness where you can't see your hand in front of your face, but at least an absence of conspicuous light sources nearby. To ensure you're not swiftly influenced by the factions within the instance, the darkness must be absolute, and the space ideally vast, suited for long-range hidden weapons to excel. Under the ubiquitous amusement park posters, it's understandable that Nail chose this too. But did Joker Bill have a hand in fanning the flames? It's likely he did. Just as they entered the amusement park, intending to cut the power with an explosion and scatter the visitors, Nail completely overlooked the most crucial question. Why would other players enter such a pitch-black amusement park after an explosion occurred? You could say it was the will of heaven, or you could say Bill the Clown's arrangements were rather ingenious. In the end, the 3 of them still ended up meeting inside. Nail had originally intended to target lone players, but he never expected 2 to show up at once. But all the preparations were already in place. It was like an arrow on the bowstring that had to be fired. Gritting his teeth, he thought, worst case scenario, he could always rely on the stealth effect to make a run for it. After a brief and rather fruitless deliberation, Dingsy still flung the shuriken. But who would have thought that the skinny, bespectacled guy with curly hair would react so quickly? As for what happened next, the carousel inexplicably started up. Dingsy never did figure out why it suddenly lit up, and he was forced into this horror clown haunted house. Little did he know, this haunted house had no exit at all, and someone had set fire to it from the outside. At first, Nail was panicked, but after wandering around for who knows how long, the flames showed no sign of entering. Gradually, he stopped worrying about that. An even more urgent problem soon arose. He had no food or water with him. What if he couldn't get out? After spending over a day in the house, just as he was about to head upstairs to find a bedroom to sleep in, the basement door was violently kicked open. The 2 players he'd encountered earlier inexplicably appeared there. Terrified, he activated the ninja effect again, frantically deploying a barrage of props before fleeing. Time has come to the present. Damn it, how the hell do I get out of here? The Nail impatiently flipped his left wrist to summon the holographic screen. 1. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 37 hours 30 minutes and 29 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 7/5. Damn it, if people don't die, why won't the countdown move either? What the hell should I do? Do I really have to kill those 2 after all? The Nail, caught in its predicament, suddenly detected faint noises from beyond the door. He swiftly ceased his movements and tiptoed to the door to listen intently. Within the darkened room, eerie sounds drifted faintly through the air. It seemed like some kind of murmuring, an old lady's murmurs. Chapter 64, West City Eerie Incident, The Old Woman. There weren't many options for Nails. After entering this haunted house, some drinking water could still be found. At least we wouldn't die of thirst. As for food, there was truly none left. The ninja's equipment and supplies didn't include the classic Hierogan, soldier pills, so in the end, they had no choice but to endure the hunger. After prolonged paranoia and lacking energy replenishment, his current state had significantly deteriorated, even as a player with physical abilities surpassing those of ordinary people. But at most, it just means slightly less energy expenditure for various movements, allowing more actions with the same stamina. The fundamental law of energy conservation still has to be upheld. Steel is to man what grain is to steel. Without food, there's no way to fight. Moreover, he had just activated the active effect of the ninja trait once again. When the time runs out and the negative effects take hold, they will once again fall into a state of extremely low combat effectiveness. No matter what was happening outside, he had to seize the present moment and get something done. Whether it was to eliminate those 2 reckless players or to investigate the source of that old woman's muttering, now was the perfect opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Dingsy clenched a kunai in his hand and slowly pushed the door open. Peering ahead, the hallway on the 2nd floor remained dim and lightless, though the dampness had lessened somewhat. The murmuring voices persisted, yet there was no sign of the 2 players. Finally summoning the resolve to step outside, the nails creaked against the rotting wooden floorboards, making me fear the supports might suddenly give way beneath me. Thankfully, all remained as usual. The haunted house stood stubbornly intact. Moving forward slowly along with the murmurs, he cautiously reached the stairway, where the 2 players who had been pursuing him earlier were now nowhere to be seen. And those murmurs clearly came from upstairs. Without much hesitation, in fact, without any reason to linger here at all, Nails did his best to tread lightly as he made his way upstairs. Of course, he had been to the 3rd floor before. In his earlier attempts to find a possible exit, Nails had already wandered through the entire house several times. While his poor observational skills and below-average intelligence meant he had missed plenty of clues, he still had a rough impression of the house's overall layout. Due to the building's structure, the third floor was considerably smaller, containing only 3 rooms and a single hallway. Ascending the wooden stairs and glancing around gives a general view of the entire space, including the source of that whispering. Standing on the stairs, Nail narrowed his eyes to look toward the origin of the sound. At the dimly lit end of the corridor, an old armchair was slowly rocking. An elderly woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes, draped in a square blanket, stood with her back to the nails, gazing at the window boarded up with planks. The murmurs grew clearer as the distance closed, yet still remained indistinct enough to be fully deciphered. Only faint, mournful wails could be made out, interspersed with fragmented utterances. They were filled with broken phrases, "My son, don't," and "help me," words of despair scattered throughout. But what troubled Nail even more was this. What the hell is this old woman? He had been here before, and back then, not to mention any mysterious old woman, he hadn't even seen a single mouse. If Gaoi encountered such bizarre changes, his first reaction would undoubtedly be to analyze shifts in the environment, time, and personnel, to ponder potential causes for such anomalies. After roughly assessing the danger level, he would then gather as much information as possible. But remember what mentioned earlier? Nail's academic years weren't particularly successful, and the survival skills he'd accumulated from roughing it in society could hardly be called effective. Confronted with this incomprehensible scene, even after straining his brain for the longest time, all he managed was to arrive at the most shallow of conclusions. There hadn't been this old woman before, and I couldn't find a way to leave earlier. So this old woman must be the one who can help me escape this damn place. Confident in his conclusion, Nail stopped his hyperactive thinking and started walking toward the old woman. Of course, he wasn't completely off guard. After all, 2 other players were still missing somewhere in the building. After a brief consideration, he still chose to turn around first and scattered a large amount of lime on the stairs behind him to block any potential pursuers. Just during that brief moment of thought, he had already heard voices and footsteps coming from downstairs. If his judgment wasn't wrong, they should still be on the first floor, having presumably just cleared away the previous obstacles and traps not long ago. Being optimistic, perhaps one of those 2 had even stepped on some lime and now needed to tend to their wounds. Navigating through these annoying little obstacles in the dark was absolutely no easy task. Surveying the traps strewn across the stairs, Kuzushi nodded in satisfaction. If he needed to escape himself, he could easily vault over the handrail. For a ninja, this was child's play. Confirming the staircase blockade was effective, he turned his attention back to the haunted house's 3rd floor before him. The corridor stretched straight and deep, its end window boarded up tight, just like every other exit in the entire house. The old woman sat in her rocking chair, seemingly cradling something in her arms, muttering to herself while facing the window. Gently pushing open the other doors along the hallway and confirming no ambushes lay in wait, Nail cautiously approached the source of the murmuring. At a distance of several meters, the muttering finally became clear. "Save my child, don't leave this place." A child? Standing behind the old woman, Dingzi finally caught the pungent smell of blood. Looking down, he saw an infant wrapped in a gray blanket held in the old woman's arms. In fact, it wasn't a real baby at all, just a mold-damaged doll shaped like an infant, the kind used by expectant mothers for practice. Yet now, this elderly woman guarded it with extreme care, cradling it in her arms while gently patting its tiny hands. Disgust, nausea, and slight fear welled up in his chest. Although Nelsie was utterly unskilled at handling such situations, he'd still survived this many dungeon runs. At the very least, he wasn't scared out of his wits by such a scene. Relying on his accumulated experience, he began the questioning process he was utterly unskilled at. "Old woman, what's wrong with you? Can't leave here, unless you save my child." The old woman did not respond directly, still facing the boarded-up window, muttering to herself. "Leave? So you're saying as long as I save your child, I can leave?" Nail finally caught on, clapping his hands excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion. The old woman still did not respond, maintaining her same murmuring tone. Beside him, unable to conceal his excitement, Dingzi flipped his wrist and, after a moment's thought, pulled out a bottle of Grade D physical healing potion. "How about this? It'll definitely save your son." It was one of the ready-made products he'd bought with loan shark money. Though the price was steep, if it could get him out of here, then it was acceptable. The old woman's trembling right hand reached out, took the potion, and tucked it into her bosom. "Put your hands on the window ledge." "Great, great. I can finally get out. Nail, am truly a genius." The Nail seemed to finally glimpse hope of escaping this place, his face nearly blooming into a flower of joy. He hurriedly stood on tiptoe, pressing his hands against the window while turning his backside toward the corridor behind. Not daring to turn his head, Dingzi could only stare at the boarded-up window while raising his voice to ask, "Is this all right, Granny?" "Yes, of course it's all right, almost done now." Placing the doll aside, Gaoi maintained his trembling tone as he stood up. From beneath that blanket, a homemade spiked club was clutched in his hand.
Chapter 65, Western City's Strange Tale, Intimidation. Your gear actually has this kind of effect? Wang Wuzhou drew a sharp breath as he stared at Gaoyi before him, or more accurately, at Gaoyi, who had now transformed into an elderly woman. He'd always known the self-proclaimed journalist brother had brains and impressive gear, but who could have imagined he'd have equipment of this caliber? This wasn't simple disguise, it was a complete transformation, altering not just facial features but physique, voice, and clothing down to the last detail. What shocked him most was that he could no longer detect any trace that the other was a player at all. You see, it's precisely because players can sense each other upon meeting that many potential ambushes and deceptions are avoided. This brother Gao could actually block such sensing. Wang Wuzhou, having survived 2 rounds of the game, had gathered considerable information about the game owing to his identity as a police officer. Equipment of this caliber must at least be purple tier. At this thought, Gao Yi's image in Wang Wuzhou's mind grew even more profound by another degree. Stop dwelling on this. Do you remember the plan? Gao Yi wasn't paying much attention to Wang Wuzhou's changes at the moment. Right now, he was adjusting to his completely new body and voice tone. Since the transformations of the mist mask were entirely random, he was actually a bit worried about turning into someone unsuitable for the current scenario. What kind of scene? Naturally, something terrifying and mysterious, matching the eerie atmosphere of this bizarre house. Having a grown man act possessed or have a mental breakdown isn't completely impossible. But compared to crimson-dressed little girls, muttering old grannies, or ghostly women in white, it definitely falls short. After giving Wang Wuzhou a few more instructions, Gao Yi went upstairs to start preparing all the necessary props. A rocking chair, a fake doll found under the bed to serve as a plot prop, and a blanket to conceal movements. Weapons were indeed a problem. Gao Yi pulled a wooden plank from the bookshelf and pried out several rusty nails. A homemade version of a tetanus-inducing spiked club was thus completed. Thanks to the enemy detection glasses, he could confirm the short man was still hiding inside the house. A direct assault with Wang Wuzhou wasn't impossible, but the risks were undeniably too high. The opponent had already demonstrated formidable combat skills. If cornered now, Gao Yi wasn't confident he could escape unscathed. Gao Yi's plan was naturally the safer option, and truth be told, it wasn't particularly complicated either. The slowing passage of time within this old house became evident to him through both the countdown on the light screen and the sounds from outside. This realization explained the peculiar condition of that diminutive man. His sallow complexion, malnutrition, and unsteady gait were all consequences of food deprivation. The layers of dust and wear on his body must have accumulated during prolonged exploration and wandering. By comparing the changes in the light screen's countdown with his own counting, Gao Yi easily made a judgment. This meant the attacker had been trapped in this room for at least a day. Considering his condition and his specially enhanced escape abilities, Gao Yi drew another conclusion: this person must be desperate to get out of here. Once he understood the other's mindset, the plan, or rather, the scheme, fell into place quite naturally. Wang Wuzhou was responsible for creating commotion downstairs to distract attention and create the illusion that they were all downstairs. As for Gao Yi, his role was to put on a good show. Honestly, this self-proclaimed nail guy was a bit stupid. Gao Yi felt he'd muttered clearly enough, yet the man still couldn't understand. No choice but to re-explain it all differently until he finally got it. With the bonuses from the tags Heartbroken and Deadbeat enhancing persuasion, Nail hardly showed any suspicion. Alright, Gao Yi felt the more likely reason was that this guy's brain simply wasn't working too well. It's worth mentioning that the Heartbroken tag actually gained a bit of experience. Thinking back now, during that initial subway encounter when he was communicating with the Black Hoodie player, topics like breakups never even came up. But back then, the experience of the Heartbroken One was also growing. It seemed the Heartbroken One's heartbreak referred to more than just romantic relationships. This was actually good news. There should be more opportunities later to upgrade this label. Right now, though, the main issue was still the short man standing before me. This beaming nail was currently plastered against the nailed-shut window, his back facing a spiked club studded with nails. Stay focused, keep your eyes on the window, and I'll let you leave. Gao Yi took a deep breath, maintaining a weak and trembling tone. After all, this body wasn't his own. While physical attributes wouldn't change, characteristics like arm length, weight, and bodily flexibility still adapted to whichever body he currently inhabited. Moreover, compared to the young woman earlier in the mall, the elderly man's physical disparity was far too great. Pushed for time, Gao Yi didn't have much opportunity to adjust. He was now wielding the spiked club, searching for the right angle. Taking aim at the right shoulder, he drew a breath, braced his back leg, and raised the spiked club for a downward strike. Yet at that very moment, the nail before him sensed something amiss. This certainly didn't stem from his intelligence or a sudden flash of inspiration. Rather, it came from an extravagant piece of equipment he had acquired, the lucky necklace. Its effect wasn't particularly complex. It accumulated the wearer's usual misfortunes and, when under attack, granted this tiny bit of luck. And just as Gao Yi's spiked club was about to descend and strike Nail's right shoulder, this improbable luck came into play.
It must be said that sometimes luck can be so sudden, bringing unpredictable changes to a monotonous world. Perhaps it was the rocking chair's weight exceeding its limit, or the cumulative effect of pervasive dampness. After all this time and countless steps taken, the wooden floorboard unexpectedly splintered apart. Just as Gao Yi was about to swing, his right leg lost balance, causing the spiked club to miss its target entirely. Thud! As the wooden stick fell to the ground, the rusted nails were also driven into the floor. And this unusual noise caught Nail's attention, making him turn his head. Had to admit, this eye contact was somewhat awkward. The iron-spiked club struck the ground with unnatural force, embedding several nails into the wooden floorboards, making it impossible to lift immediately. The nail pressed against the window crouched awkwardly, its expression filled with confusion. The ritual isn't over yet. Never mind. Gao Yi struggled internally, lowering his voice as he spoke again through gritted teeth. Unfortunately, Nail obviously caught on. Seeing the kunai in his opponent's hand and the fury in his eyes, Gao Yi wisely gave up on continuing the conversation. In the end, it still comes down to a direct fight, doesn't it? Chapter 66, West City's Strange Tales, The Price. To be honest, when Nail first heard the loud noise and turned his head, he didn't realize what was happening. The elderly woman who had just promised to help him escape suddenly swung a wooden board studded with nails towards the ground. To be fair, the scenario was rather difficult to comprehend. Imagine that kind neighborly grandmother who would take you in when you returned from school without your keys, letting you rest inside while waiting for your parents. Just as you were about to make the call, a cleaver suddenly came crashing down onto the coffee table right behind you. Honestly, freezing for a few seconds would be completely normal in this situation. Under normal circumstances, Gao Yi could have easily exploited this momentary lapse to gain a greater advantage. But the lucky necklace, pinned to his chest, would start vibrating and generating slight heat whenever its effect activated, serving as a warning to its wearer. Having used it for some time now, though he couldn't immediately grasp the situation before him, he undoubtedly understood one thing: someone was attacking him. This completely eliminated any possibility of Gao Yi using verbal tactics to buy more time. The kunai in Nail's right hand had never been put down. This single-handed weapon, with a small circular ring at the end and a sword-like structure at the front, also had different classifications. The smaller type was called flying kunai, suitable for long-range attacks, while the larger one Nail was currently using was more suited for close combat. With a flashy twist of her wrist, the kunai flipped from a forward grip to a reverse grip, thrusting down from the upper right. Spotting this, Gao Yi immediately abandoned his plan to retrieve the spiked club embedded in the floor. Leaning backward, he narrowly dodged the initial strike. Nails moved swiftly too, though his attack carried a hint of hesitation. It seemed he was still weighing whether this old woman before him could truly deliver him from this place. If we take them down but end up unable to escape ourselves, that would be troublesome. But for Gao Yi, the scene before him painted an entirely different picture. Thanks to his opponent's momentary hesitation and the agility boost from his special skill belt, he barely managed to dodge the first 3 attacks. Still, the situation remained far from favorable. First was the weapon issue. After losing his wolf-tooth club, Gao Yi found himself once again in a state of being unarmed. Though the enemy's kunai couldn't be considered particularly formidable weapons, they were at least edged weapons comparable to daggers. Given that his physical capabilities were inferior, confronting them empty-handed would be unsustainable. Then came his physical condition. The mist mask, granted this elderly woman's form, while indeed highly deceptive, proves utterly inadequate when actual combat is required. Shortened arm reach, constrained stride length, and most critically, the profoundly unsettling sense of bodily dissonance. No, even if this disguise might deceive the enemy momentarily, its negative impacts far outweigh its pitiful advantages. It must be shed immediately. Gao Yi retreated again, using the rocking chair as cover. Though utterly unnecessary, he still rasped out in a hoarse voice, "My son, kill him." With that, he swung his arm and hurled the infant doll he'd just placed on the chair directly at Nail's face. It must be said, this cheap gel and plastic product, left idle in damp conditions for too long, had become somewhat revolting. If you have a toy rubber duck or something similar for bath time at home, remember to replace it regularly. Otherwise, you definitely won't want to see what's growing inside. In short, Nail instinctively raised his arm to block, and this half-sun shattered against his forearm, splattering yellow and green semi-solid substances across his face. Amidst several more creative curses about others' mothers, Nail wiped the filth from his face with his sleeve and raised his head to look ahead again. Of course, the person standing before him now was no longer that elderly woman. It's you. Dingxi's voice was full of shock. Clearly, the sudden transformations over these past dozen seconds had exceeded his capacity for comprehension. Meanwhile, Gao Yi, who had regained his original body, had absolutely no intention of further entanglement. He had already turned his body and was now charging rapidly toward the bedroom on the other side. Inside, there were leftover scraps from making the spiked club good enough to serve as temporary weapons. Barricading the door could also buy him time until Wang Wuzhou arrived, allowing them to deliver righteous justice through superior numbers. The earlier loud crash must have already signaled to him that the fight had begun.
But I have to admit, Gaui got greedy this time. He could have activated the skill belt, triggering its active effect to drastically increase his agility. With the speed boost, he could have safely dashed into the secure room without any risk. Yet in the end, he chose not to use the skill belt. Perhaps he didn't want to expend his trump card so soon, or maybe he feared the subsequent debuff effect would hinder his movements in the coming minutes. No matter what, Gaui chose to believe in his own speed. In his eyes, the opponent's ranged attack was just that one shuriken. But if you were to set down the kunai currently in use and pick up an entirely new weapon, then aim and throw again, several seconds would easily pass by. During this time, Gaui believed he could definitely sprint the less than 10-meter hallway and dart into the room. But he never expected that Dingzi's ninja weapons didn't need to be drawn again, they could transform directly in his hands. Thinking back carefully, Gaui should have been able to realize this. Earlier, the multiple ninja tools the other party swiftly employed clearly didn't allow time for each one to be pulled out individually. Of course, more importantly, Gaui genuinely had no idea the other party possessed such a weapon. This weapon called the Kuzurigama is divided into two main parts. The front end was a sickle of ordinary design, but its handle extended into a lengthy chain sickle, with a small iron ball dangling at the very tip. It is also highly versatile, you can throw the iron ball and reel it back or attack directly with the sickle. Or perhaps, like Nail is doing now, flinging out the iron chain to entangle the enemy's body and weapon. Just as his left leg was about to step forward, something yanked it backward. Unable to regain his balance, Gaui crashed heavily to the ground. Before I could register the dull ache in my body, I propped myself up with my left forearm. Gaui strained to turn his body and look at the short man. Naturally, the spike no longer held back. With even greater speed, it caught up, bent down, and swung the sickle in its hand downward. At that moment, Gaui truly sensed the arrival of death. The blade sliced through the sleeve, blood trailing down the gleaming steel before dripping onto the face. Fortunately, the reckless bracer was still equipped on his arm, barely catching the angle between the side's blade and its handle. Yet the side's edge remained fixated on Gaui's face, pressing downward relentlessly. What should we do? The mist mask isn't protective gear. If you actually get stabbed, it probably won't save you. The active effects of several pieces of equipment require some hand movements to activate, and there's no opportunity for that right now. Even activating the armchair detective requires focused concentration without any distractions. Nail's frame appeared quite frail, yet his strength was unusually immense. Whether this stemmed from an evolutionary advantage, some peculiar trait, or special equipment remained unclear. Are there any usable tags? The only tag that boosts combat prowess, Concerned Citizen, Gaui had already equipped just moments ago. Unfortunately, the current situation doesn't qualify as a righteous act. The blade descended inch by inch, creeping closer to Gaui's cheek. Although I was desperately propping up my right arm with my left hand and using the metal bracer to partially block the circular blade, my strength was still at a disadvantage. Above me, the nail, Ding Zi, wore a fanatical expression as he pressed down on the scythe in his hands with all his might. Still not strong enough? Time was running out for himself, and Gaoyi's most proficient rhetoric and deception were utterly ineffective at this moment. In the end, it was all because of my obsession with pursuing a flawless outcome, when some sacrifices were clearly necessary. Wait, at what cost? The blade was closing in, and as my arm slowly pressed against my body, exerting force became increasingly difficult. Blood dripped down, and above it loomed the nail's grinning face. Apparently, he felt he already held the winning hand, but the Gaoi below suddenly moved. His left hand, which had been supporting the exertion, suddenly let go, now using his bare, unguarded arm to block the razor-sharp blade. The sharp scythe instantly pierced Gaoyi's left arm and plummeted downward unimpeded. Gaoi tilted his head to one side, synchronizing with the pull of his arm, narrowly evading what should have been a surefire strike. The sickle sliced through his left arm, barely grazing his cheek before embedding itself deep into the wooden floor beside him. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised his right arm, clad in the reckless gauntlet, above his head. The active effect that temporarily boosts strength to an extreme degree was thus activated. The tremendous force capable of snapping a load-bearing pillar erupted instantly against the chest of the crouching nails, sending his entire body flying backward with an effortless, motionless exertion of power. Gaoi naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. In a swift motion, he lowered his right hand and activated the active skill of his special skill belt. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the Kuzurigama embedded in his left arm free and gripped it in his hand, solving the problem of being unarmed. And the duration of reckless bracers still has 10 seconds remaining. Enough, that's enough. Chapter 67, West City Bazaar Incident, Kill Reward. In the dilapidated old house, on the precarious third floor, at the dim end of the corridor, several sounds echoed. First came the tearing sound of a sharp object piercing flesh, then the crisp noise of a blade embedding into wood, followed by a heavy impact.
Finally, there came the rather brutal sounds of struggle and agonized wailing.
When Wang Wuzhou finally cleared the obstructed path and rushed upstairs to the third floor with his axe raised, the battle was already over. It seemed that victory belonged to their side, albeit a Pyrrhic one. The diminutive man who had attacked them now lay lifeless against the wall, a sickle chained to his chest having robbed him of breath.
Gao Yi wasn't in any better condition either. Seated in a rocking chair, his upper body was drenched in blood, especially his left arm, where a massive penetrating wound was clamped by his other hand, now hung limply at his side.
Wang Wuzhou had some experience in this regard and thus managed to stay relatively calm under the circumstances.
His first reaction upon seeing this scene was to rush forward and swing his axe at the short man once more, ensuring his complete demise. Of course, to be objective, checking the main quest would achieve the same effect. That swing of the axe carried more than a little personal grudge.
Damn, this injury, an E-grade physical healing potion probably won't cut it. You need to get to a hospital fast.
Wang Wuzhou spoke while leaving the axe lodged in Nail's corpse, squatting down to begin retrieving the medicine bottles.
Don't, that one's no good, use mine.
Gao Yi's voice was weak, not just from blood loss and exhaustion, but also because the negative effects of his two pieces of equipment were starting to compound. His left arm could no longer be lifted, so Gao Yi had no choice but to bend down and pull out a vial of medicine from his sleeve. Needless to say, this was one of the rewards from Heart's Deceitful Fog, the Grade C physical healing potion.
This item hasn't even been seen for sale on the forums.
Given that a Grade D potion could fetch nearly 200 game coins, its price probably wouldn't be low.
But considering my current dire condition, I really couldn't afford to economize.
With one hand popping the bottle cap open, Gao Yi tilted his head back and down it all. Feeling the itch and odd sensation of his flesh healing, he removed each piece of equipment from his body one by one. Wearing it for these few hours has already allowed the negative effects to accumulate too much, and there's truly no way to endure it any longer.
Considering the enemy before me was already dead, it shouldn't hurt to relax a little. I have to admit, the Class C physical healing agent is significantly more potent than its Class C counterpart. Firstly, its pain-relieving effects are far more immediate, those post-adrenaline withdrawal pains vanish in an instant.
Instead, there was a faint numbness and itching. Looking down, his pierced left arm was visibly recovering at a remarkable pace. Even the squirming flesh buds regenerating inside could be seen. Meanwhile, waves of warmth flowed from head to toe within him, slowly suffusing his entire body and leaving Gao Yi feeling as though he'd been purified. If his guess was correct, it had probably even cured certain chronic conditions and accumulated fatigue-related ailments. I touched the wound on my arm, new flesh had already grown over it. Moving still felt somewhat difficult, but it had mostly healed. Nearby, Wang Wuzhou was riffling through the corpse of the short man, searching for possible supplies and clues. Gao Yi wasn't in a hurry either. He raised his wrist and summoned the light screen. As expected, this brutal battle had yielded significant rewards. Kill reward. Blade Dungeon Enhancement received. Acquired trait, Weapon Master, blue. Obtained equipment, Lucky Necklace, blue, Brute Force Ring, white. Acquired potions, E-grade Physical Healing Potion *3, D-grade Evolution Potion *3. Game coins obtained, 43. I have to say, as expected of the Sword Dungeon, the kill rewards are truly tempting. Even setting aside everything else, just selling off these items and converting them into cash would yield a 7-figure profit. First is the trait. This blue trait called Weapon Master grants the wielder proficiency in wielding various simple individual weapons. Once activated, it can enchant any weapon in hand with a random special effect, though the exact types of effects will require further testing. To be honest, Gao Yi really wanted that ninja tool feature Nails had. Not only would the combat power boost be significant, but it also perfectly matched his personal fighting style. Though this current, Weapons Master, trait isn't bad either, it saves him the time needed to practice with various weapons. And the active enchantment effect can instantly enhance his combat capability too. This could be said to relieve Gao Yi's biggest issue, the flaw of insufficient combat prowess. Then came the equipment. Upon seeing the effect of the Lucky Necklace, Gao Yi finally realized why his previous attacks had missed. He originally thought it was just another of Lady Luck's pranks, but it turned out to be the influence of a piece of equipment. Accumulating daily misfortunes, that does sound rather fitting for me. Gao Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly as he fastened it around his neck. This four-leaf clover-shaped artifact carried the negative effect of attracting more unfortunate incidents in ordinary life. Truth be told, Gao Yi genuinely didn't mind. Misfortunes couldn't possibly stack up, could they? Surely they couldn't? Next is the Monstrous Strength Ring, a white-tier item that boosts strength. Surprisingly, it has no active effect, probably just how white-tier equipment works. Looking back, ever since Gao Yi became a player, the worst gear he's used was blue tier. No wonder his standards have skyrocketed. The downside? It reduces mental fortitude, making you prone to panic. Gao Yi had already mentally crossed it off his list, considering handing it over to Wang Wuzhou. If the other party didn't want it, he'd simply sell it for cash once they left the dungeon.
Now that I think about it, maybe that nail guy was affected by this thing. The remaining potion rewards were decent, but the game currency was a bit lacking. It should have been allocated proportionally, but the exact calculation method wasn't clear. One could only say the harvest was quite good. Thinking this, Gaui turned his gaze toward his attributes list. Evolution rate, 44%. After the intense battle just now, unexpectedly, the evolution rate had risen again. At this rate, I'll soon be joining the D-class ranks myself. I wonder if the capacity for equipment and traits will increase. Seizing this opportunity, Gaui once again took stock of all the resources at his disposal. Player name, Gaui. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 44%. Game coins, 543. Traits, 2/3 armchair detective. Purple significantly enhances perception and observation skills. Active use greatly improves information gathering and processing capabilities for a short duration. Weapons master, blue proficient in using various simple individual weapons. Active use enchants any weapon in hand, granting it a random special effect. Items, 5/5 director's whistle, orange unknown. Mist mask, purple randomly alters the user's appearance, body type, and voice for 1 hour. Tracking glasses, blue tracks a specified target within 100 meters, leaving visible traces along their path. Reckless armguard, blue allows for immensely powerful charges within 15 seconds. Stunt belt, blue unleashes the body's potential for 3 minutes, significantly enhancing the wearer's agility. Potions, 10/20 B-grade damage potion *1, can be applied externally or taken internally. Essential for home, travel, and assassination purposes. C-grade evolution serum *1, moderately increases player evolution progress, usable by players up to C-grade. E-grade physical healing agent *4, stops bleeding, alleviates pain, and slowly restores physical damage, but ineffective for limb loss, severe tearing, or large wounds. D-level evolution potion *3, slightly increases player evolution progress, usable by players up to D-level. D-level physical healing agent, stops bleeding, eases pain, and slowly recovers physical injuries, but ineffective against major limb loss or severe bodily lacerations. Exceeding equipment capacity limits, after brief consideration, Gaui decided to keep the Lucky Necklace and Bizarre Strength Ring. The negative effects of Lucky Necklace still persist, but they have lessened overall. Moreover, its effects can only be fully realized through prolonged wear. The Strange Strength Ring was promptly tucked into Gaui's pants pocket by him. As long as it wasn't worn, its negative effects presumably wouldn't be triggered. Gaui was pondering whether he should sell some equipment later. His current loadout wasn't particularly well balanced. But all that would come after he left, no need to rush for now. Just as Gaui was savoring the joy of his upgraded equipment, Wang Wuzhou, who had been fumbling nearby, suddenly spoke in a grave tone. "Brother Gao, you'd better come take a look at this." It sounded like he had found something again. Chapter 68, Strange Happenings in West City, the note. "What's wrong?" Gaui struggled to his feet, slowly peeling his blood-crusted clothes away from the back of the chair. The weathered rocking chair swayed back and forth a few times on the floor, creaking and groaning once more. Stepping around Wang Wuzhou, who was crouching on the ground, Gaui once again caught sight of the nail lying on the floor. Although they were called players and this was a dungeon, the scene before them bore no resemblance to the familiar world of video games. There are no cartoonish visual effects, nor exaggerated sound effects or kill indicators. Enemy corpses don't spew green blood or dissolve into white light when vanishing. The scythe vanished along with Nail's death, leaving only his short stature and the bloody hole in his chest. Of course, Wang Wuzhou had already retrieved the axe from his body earlier. Witnessing the terror in the other's dying expression, Gaui belatedly realized this was his first time killing a person. The man had certainly deserved it, and by all accounts, this should count as self-defense. Even so, the unease in his heart refused to settle. Unlike the panic and guilt often portrayed in films and television, Gaui felt only an indescribable sense of etherealness within, as if he were comprehending life from a more detached perspective. Fortunately, just as he was sinking into pointless self-reproach, Wang Wuzhou, crouched nearby, interrupted him. "Heh, don't go thinking nonsense. Look here." Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Gaui followed the sound and looked downward. Wang Wuzhou pulled back the blood-soaked corner of the corpse's clothing, revealing a scorpion tattoo on its lower abdomen. This guy seems like he was mixed up in the underworld. Having a tattoo isn't that strange, right? Gaui spread his hands and reverted to his usual lazy tone. What underworld is there these days? Tattoos are common, sure, but I've seen this particular tattoo before. Wang Wuzhou paused slightly, speaking as if lost in recollection. It was during that first investigation case when I obtained the admission ticket and entered the dungeon for the first time. The deceased at that time had the exact same tattoo. This piece of information piqued Gao Yi's interest. He too crouched beside the corpse, examining the scorpion-shaped tattoo intently. The scorpion didn't look particularly special, armored all over with a slender body and its venomous tail arched high. Gao Yi took out his notebook and roughly sketched it, then made another guess. You mean to say they might be some kind of organization? Can't rule out that possibility. Wang Wuzhou couldn't provide a definitive answer either. He pulled the corpse's clothing back into place, then retrieved a handful of torn note scraps from its trouser pockets. Clearly, these were also the property of the nail. Cao Yi casually took them and flipped through them one by one. Convenience store receipts, IOUs, credit card overdue notices, and a nightclub flyer with strange words scribbled on it. Cheap boxed meals from convenience stores, cigarettes and beer, a maxed out credit card. It seemed there was even a loan shark debt involved. What stood out most was that nightclub flyer, with an address written at the bottom. Old Industrial District, number 128 Sangang Road. After a moment's thought, it seemed to be near the old district, not too far from the rental apartment. Could be a hideout for criminals. Why don't you take it and get yourself some credit? Cao Yi skimmed through the mostly insignificant notes before waving the remaining small card at Wang Wuzhou and speaking. Forget it, these aren't my responsibility. Officer Wang sighed, rubbing his knees as he stood up. Cao Yi shrugged and tucked the small card along with the other notes into his notebook before putting it away. To be honest, even if the other party had seriously intended to ask for it back, he would have memorized the address beforehand. A device called News Radar beeped in Gao Yi's mind. As an investigative journalist, he possessed an almost instinctive alertness towards such noteworthy information. At the same time, another idea flashed through his mind. Gao Yi slightly focused his consciousness, bringing the label system clearly into view before his eyes. Yes, I indeed remembered correctly. There was such an item in the daily tasks. Investigate a secret organization and compile a report. Based on previous experience, daily tasks should all fall within my capabilities, being of the type I can reasonably handle. Perhaps the hidden organization mentioned refers to this one? Speaking of which, the appearance of these games and players in Nankang City has only been happening for about 3 months now. And yet, so many related organizations, gangs, and groups have already emerged. From every angle, this isn't good news for someone like Gao Yi who isn't particularly skilled at working with others. When the conversation turned to players and work, Wang Wuzhou started complaining again. I'm not responsible for this aspect. Players and games, these are all restricted information managed by the Investigation Bureau. They don't share anything. As Wang Wuzhou rambled on, Gao Yi's mind began to wander slightly. The sensory enhancements brought by his armchair detective ability seemed to have improved yet again. What's more important is that during that brief period, Gao Yi had barely registered any excessive auditory or olfactory stimuli. Could he now control his 5 senses to some degree? Was this due to the evolutionary rate enhancement, or simply practice from the recent battle? Yet when he once again attuned his hearing, Gao Yi finally noticed something amiss. The previous silence had vanished. Now, all kinds of sounds came vividly alive once more. The rain continued to pour, and the flames seemed to have completely died out, as voices once again emerged within the amusement park. Even the distant melody of the carousel could be heard floating through the air. Subconsciously, Gao Yi flicked his wrist and opened the holographic screen. 1. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 35 hours 56 minutes and 22 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 6/5. 35 hours 56 minutes and 21 seconds. 35 hours 56 minutes and 20 seconds. 35 hours 56 minutes and 19 seconds. As expected, the slowing of time had come to an end. This means the sealed-off nature and territorial aspects of this horror clown haunted house have also disappeared. Though Clown Bill has vanished again without a trace and didn't interfere during the recent battle, which is somewhat frustrating. But in any case, the torment inside this haunted house has finally come to an end. Chapter 69, West City Strange Tales, Exhaustion and Adventure. Finally escaping from that creepy clown haunted house, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhou also decided to part ways for the time being. The reasons weren't particularly complicated. Firstly, Gao Yi's subsequent actions would indeed be more suitable for solo work. Secondly, someone had to deal with the arriving police officers. After all, with a dead body at the scene, even the notoriously inefficient West District Police couldn't simply turn a blind eye. Wang Wuzhou said, "We're all in the same business." I dismissed them with just a few words, and took on the job himself. Although this same business wasn't exactly the same in terms of country, era, or position, he seemed quite confident, so they let him handle it. It's worth mentioning that Gao Yi originally planned to share the gear and potions dropped by the nails with the other party, but Wang Wuzhou refused. It basically means that you were the only one who actually took action, and you paid such a high price, so there's no reason for me to take a share. Wang Wuzhou spoke very firmly, and after Gao Yi politely deferred a few times, he didn't insist further. There was indeed truth in what the other said. After all, it was him who took the beatings and used the equipment and medicine. On the other hand, Wang Wuzhou had always felt a lingering sense of guilt, and now he was even less willing to argue with Gao Yi. Forcing the issue would only make their conversation uncomfortably awkward. After discussing their future plans for a while longer, sharing the locations they intended to visit and agreeing on a method to reunite and communicate, the two temporarily parted ways.
The wounds on Gaoyi's body had healed, leaving only a patch of lighter-colored skin on his left arm, while the injury on his face hadn't completely disappeared. Fortunately, the mark wasn't too deep and would likely fade back to normal over time. Gaoyi wasn't particularly vain, but having a scar on his face would make his usually convincing, naturally affable smile seem less trustworthy. The negative effects after using the active skills of both pieces of equipment have diminished but still remain. The legs didn't hurt, but the knees became quite stiff. Although it hasn't reached the level of those zombie movies where you can only hop forward with legs together, walking still feels somewhat awkward. Then there was the rise in body temperature brought by the reckless bracers. It wasn't exactly painful, more like having a fever, with a slightly dizzy and muddled head. Considering how long I'd been wearing it and even using active abilities, the aftermath being just this minor was actually quite fortunate. Most of the credit goes to that bottle of Grade C physical healing potion. Truly worthy of its C-grade rating, it worked noticeably better than the E-grade one I drank before. If used on ordinary people, it might even cure some extremely stubborn illnesses. Of course, trading for this bottle actually earned me several brand new pieces of equipment and features, along with more potions and game coins, definitely not a loss. It was already very late, nearing midnight in West City. In this city with alarmingly high mortality and disappearance rates, there were already few pedestrians on the streets at this hour, let alone with this sudden night rain. The rain had lightened compared to a few hours earlier. Gaoyi wore an old hat found in the haunted house to shield himself from the rain, but keeping his clothes dry was unavoidable. Looking around, only scattered drunks lay collapsed by the roadside, drinking beer wrapped in brown paper bags, burping at passers-by. Laughing teenagers howled like wolves under the streetlights, competing to see whose cry could pierce the night sky loudest. A few people wanted to cause trouble for Gaoyi, but the bloodstained clothes still carried some deterrent effect. To avoid frightening passers-by, Gaoyi had already left his jacket inside the haunted house, but upon closer inspection, dark red bloodstains were still faintly visible on the dark hoodie underneath. About half of it was from Gaoyi, and the other half was from that guy Nail. With stiff knees, Gaoyi finally made his way through the sparsely lit streets and returned through the rain to the initial house, Mrs. Smith's home. Such a large stand-alone house now had only 2 rooms illuminated by light, making it appear rather desolate. Knocking on the door, I waited for a good 3 minutes before hearing the sound of footsteps painfully shuffling down the stairs. Gaoyi felt slightly guilty about coming home so late and having to trouble someone to open the door for him. Truth be told, it was his own fault. He hadn't even thought to take his keys when he left. After all, Gaoyi's attention at the time was entirely consumed by the disaster and the eerie broadcast, leaving him no energy to ponder such trivial details. After waiting a while longer, Mrs. Smith finally unlocked the door, greeting him warmly with a bright smile. Naturally, Gaoyi had also equipped old lady's best friend, smiling back as he effortlessly slipped into his practiced small talk. Although most of his wounds had healed by now, the damage to his clothes was undoubtedly unmistakable. The deadbeat enhanced deception worked its magic again, and a spiel about acting heroically but tripping and falling still managed to convince Mrs. Smith. Gaoyi expressed his desire to shower and rest, thereby politely declining Mrs. Smith's dinner invitation for the time being. To say he wasn't hungry would be a flat-out lie. Gaoyi was now literally both famished and exhausted. While the Grade C physical healing potion worked wonders, its massive energy expenditure had left the already underfed Gaoyi increasingly ravenous. Covered in bloodstains and dust, he was desperately in need of a shower. In everyday life, Gaoyi was quite a neat person, but he had developed a high tolerance for filth and extreme situations, a skill honed during his career as an investigative journalist. But if you asked what he wanted most right now, it would undoubtedly be sleep. Doing the math, over the past 2 days in real time plus an extra day in the instance, he had only gotten a few hours of shut-eye. If he hadn't become a player and experienced some enhancement in physical condition due to the improvement of his evolution rate, Gaoyi would have probably long since lost consciousness and collapsed somewhere. He bid farewell to Wang Wuzhou and came back here first because he wanted to get some rest. Although they were still inside the dungeon, the total duration of Western City's Strange Tale was 48 hours, so theoretically there was still over a day left. Of course, considering that the dungeon would end if another player died, time might not actually be that plentiful. But Gaoyi was simply too exhausted. This bone-deep weariness was nearly unbearable. Maybe I'll take a short nap, just worried that damned clown might show up again to mess with me. If things get bad, I'll sleep wearing the mist mask, Gaoyi murmured, not even bothering to take off his clothes, and strode quickly to the bedside. This piece of furniture, the first thing he encountered upon entering the dungeon, now appeared utterly alluring. Lie down, stretch out, roll over, and then drift into dreamland wrapped in the soft embrace of the blanket, savoring the warmth and the gentle scent of fleece. Gaoyi took off his slippers, stretched lazily, and had everything ready to pounce onto the bed for a nap. But just at that moment, the hearing enhancement granted by the armchair detective suddenly took effect. In the next room, a boy's voice could faintly be heard. Little ghost calling madman, little ghost calling madman.
all set and ready to go, departing immediately. The boy was clearly lowering his voice on purpose, and there was also some kind of static mixed in. Was he using a walkie-talkie? Crazy man here, we're in position, meet at the usual spot in half an hour. The guess wasn't wrong, they were indeed communicating via walkie-talkie. The urgent rustling of fabric friction and the sound of zippers tightening echoed through the air. Clearly, the boy was making his final preparations to leave. It's the youngest son of this household. Plopping heavily onto the edge of the bed, Gao began sorting through the information. The younger son's older brother disappeared several years ago, and their parents left him as well. In the mornings, he could hear voices from the radio, probably related to his age, and likely another target of Billy the Clown's hunt. In horror movies, when a large group of kids sneak out late at night without their parents knowing, they're either going to die or going to die. No surprises here, it would probably lead to a core plot of the dungeon, the kind about Billy the Clown. Flicking his wrist, he summoned the light screen. 1. Survive 48 hours in West City, 34 hours 27 minutes and 31 seconds, or reduce the number of remaining players in the instance to 5 or fewer, 6/5. With a long sigh, Gao reluctantly left his warm bed. Fine, I'll deal with that clown quickly, then return to reality and sleep in my own bed. He comforted himself with that thought. Chapter 70, West City Strange Tales Exploration Team. When Chris, with his backpack fully loaded, slowly pushed open the door and tried to sneak out of the house unnoticed by his mother-in-law, a high school teacher who had inexplicably appeared yesterday to stay overnight at the house suddenly spoke in the darkened hallway. Are you going out, Chris? This unexpected voice thoroughly startled the already nervous boy. Casually switching on the corridor light, Gao at that moment had poured himself a cup of warm milk, holding it in his hands as he blew on the steam, appearing rather relaxed. Of course, though he hadn't managed to take a bath and go to bed, he had still changed into a fresh jacket to conceal his torn clothes and bloodstains. The freshly healed wounds on his face and exposed skin still gave him an air of menace. For someone like Chris, a junior high school student, it was indeed a bit too intense. What he didn't know was that Gao had prepared this glass of hot milk specifically partly to relieve fatigue, but also to conduct an experiment. Just moments ago, he had poured a vial of grade D evolution serum into it, thoroughly mixing it with the milk. Will it take effect, and if it does, will it be diluted and thus impact absorption efficacy? This concerns many future possibilities, such as selling the potion, perhaps diluting it into 2 vials. While Gao was daydreaming about future money-making schemes, the little boy in front of him opened his mouth several times, glancing at the figure leaning against the wall, but ultimately failed to speak. This wasn't surprising. During breakfast, this Chris hadn't uttered a word, most likely the type who wasn't particularly adept at conversing with strangers. Yao Yi's sudden appearance had completely disrupted his plans. At this moment, the boy was undoubtedly plunged into confusion. In this situation, if you want to pry some information out of him, you'll still need to use a little trick. Grandma Smith just mentioned you went to bed early today, she didn't see you after dinner. Perfect timing, go say hi to her before you leave. Gao took a sip of milk, wiped the corner of his mouth, and spoke as if recalling something. With that, he made as if to turn and call for Granny Smith downstairs. No. What? Hearing the little boy struggle to speak, Gao turned his head back with a questioning look, as if he hadn't quite caught what was said. No, please don't tell Grandma. The boy named Chris lowered his head and leaned forward, making the fully stuffed backpack behind him appear even bulkier. Gao took a quick glance around. The boy's equipment wasn't particularly professional, but he'd clearly made an effort to prepare. Water bottle, compass, multifunction knife, and perhaps 2 spare thick clothes in the backpack. It wasn't hard to deduce that he wanted to sneak out, and Gao actually had no intention of really reporting this to Granny Smith. He simply used it as a big stick to lightly intimidate the boy. This is the way to take control of the conversation. Only by being the active party can one effectively extract the desired information. Interrogations essentially follow the same logic, using an uncomfortable environment and threatening language to break down the subject's psychological defenses and extract the desired information. And after the stick has been used, it's time for the carrot to take the stage. Gao glanced at the other person's expression and suddenly leaned in close, lowering his voice with an air of mystery as he whispered into Chris's ear. Was your reason for leaving related to that clown? A sudden tremble, fumbling hands, and a horrified expression Chris practically had "how did you know" written all over his face. As expected, the group of children was planning to go out and find Bill the Clown. Considering its various abilities such as creating illusions, mind control, and altering space, a group of junior high students went into battle. It was basically like a flock of lambs challenging a big bad wolf, but without even a pleasant goat among them. I'm also investigating that clown. If it's no trouble, could you share your plan with me? Maybe I can lend a hand. Gao flashed a warm and approachable smile, which under the enhancement of the helpful citizen tag was quite convincing. Gazing at the high school drama teacher who had suddenly appeared before him, a trace of confusion surfaced in Chris's clear eyes. Since the scheduled meeting time for the young explorers group was still half an hour away,
Chris still had some free time to spare. Back in the room, Chris finally laid bare their plan to Gaui. The group of 6, 5 men and 1 woman, were all classmates. Having grown up together, they had always enjoyed exploring and seeking thrills. Later, during one of their adventures, they collectively witnessed the clown during its hunt. After that, Billy the Clown appeared before the 6 of them multiple times, creating various terrifying illusions to frighten them. What's holding a red balloon jumps down from the sky, making the eerie portrait at home appear in reality, causing various insects to leap out of the soup during meals. In short, it preys on everyone's weaknesses, doing whatever is most terrifying or frightening. They had also sought help from the adults at home and the police in West City. Of course, being a bunch of middle schoolers who fool around all day, their words lacked credibility and naturally weren't taken seriously. Such groundless and seemingly absurd clown threats would only draw mockery from others. The expedition team assembled precisely to investigate that clown named Bill and gather evidence of his existence. They chose today because one of their members claimed to have obtained clues that could lead them to the clown's trail. It must be said, students of this age do possess remarkable courage. If it were up to the players, they certainly wouldn't dare to be so reckless. When Gaui asked, "How did you first learn about the existence of Billy the Clown?" the boy Chris fell silent again. After a long pause, he finally raised his head and looked towards the picture frame on the desk. "I saw him on the day my brother disappeared." Following Chris's gaze, Gaui also turned to look. On the desk was placed a group photo. It showed a young Chris alongside a boy who bore about 30 to 40% resemblance to him. They embraced each other, their faces beaming with such pure, unadulterated joy. Needless to say, it was his elder brother. After informing his team via walkie-talkie that he would be joining them later, Chris took a deep breath. Amidst the agonizing, sorrow-laden recollections, Gaui gradually pieced together the events that had transpired 3 years prior. Chapter 71, West City's Strange Tales, The Pipe. Chris's brother was named Matt Smith. Compared to the somewhat introverted and inarticulate Chris, Matt was always the more likable one who could easily blend in with others. At school, Matt was the popular class star. On the school football team, he was the undisputed star player. Even at home, he was the more favored child by their parents. Yet none of this affected the brothers' exceptionally close relationship. They played together every day, primarily due to their shared passion, adventure. The massive machines in the abandoned steel factory, the basement of the derelict old house, and the strange staircases of unknown purpose in the jungle. Every expedition and discovery filled them with exhilaration. Under their parents' doting care, the two brothers experienced an extraordinarily happy and carefree childhood. Until one day, Matt suddenly knocked on my door, whispering mysteriously for me to come with him. He called it the Rudolph incident. Chris maintained his storytelling pace when he suddenly raised his head as if realizing something and explained to Gaui. The Rudolph incident means he found the most thrilling adventure. There are others too, like the Jumper and Cupid. I see, so where did he take you? Gaui remained expressionless, refraining from any commentary on the bizarre event name, and simply finished the milk in his mouth. With a subtle flick of the wrist, the holographic screen materialized. Evolution rate, 51%. An additional 7% evolution rate seems a bit stronger than the E-grade ones. As for whether mixing it affects the milk, it's hard to say. I'll drink a normal tube later and compare. But this milk really does taste quite good. Gaui raised an eyebrow and shifted his attention back to the boy. Completely unaware of Gaui's complicated thoughts, Chris remained immersed in his memories. He took me walking for a long time, along that river. Eventually, stopped outside what looked like a tunnel-shaped pipe. The pipe. Gaui seemed to recall something as he motioned for Chris to continue while pulling out his notebook, flipping through the information he'd recorded earlier in the archives. The last witness saw Matt leave along the riverbank. The footsteps stretched all the way to the drainage pipe 2 kilometers away from the last sighting. Is this the pipeline? Gaui didn't ask further questions at this point. Right now, he needed Chris to recount the incident exactly as it happened. And just as expected, the story gradually took a sinister turn. That pipe looks like an abandoned sewage drain. Peering inside reveals complete darkness, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Chris struggled to recall, as if confronting some sort of nightmare, pausing every now and then to catch his breath. And Gaui closed his eyes slightly, combining the information he had seen in the archives, sketching this scene in his mind. Somehow, the sound of flowing water and insect chirps suddenly appeared in his ears. When my eyes opened again, the room that had once held a desk and a bed had suddenly vanished. The hanging West City map on the wall slowly floated down, covering the entire floor as the surrounding walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, causing the original scene to vanish completely. In its place appeared a long tunnel along a riverbank, standing beside a cobblestone embankment, stretching inward all the way beneath an earthen hill. Gaui and Chris now found themselves by the riverside, sitting atop 2 smooth boulders under the warm spring breeze amid newly sprouted green leaves. This abrupt scene transition felt like some kind of VR device, merging the archival photographs Gaui had seen with the images described by Chris, everything materializing vividly before their eyes. After a few seconds,
Gowie realized that this must be the effect of armchair detective, not the influence of Billy the Clown. Has the ability actually improved? This is an effect that hasn't been shown before. The so-called armchair detective refers to those who don't need to visit witnesses or go to the scene in person. They only need to sit comfortably at home in a cozy armchair, listening to others introduce the case information, to successfully solve the crime and identify the culprit. I see. These traits indeed evolve gradually, developing more abilities and effects. This current scene reconstruction, similar to those in detective films, must be another manifestation of the armchair detective ability. Without saying much, Gowie simply continued to listen to Chris's account within this reconstructed scene. Matt told me this adventure was a dare, to see who dared to crawl farther along that pipe. Looking down that pipeline was truly unsettling. The light couldn't penetrate the steel and concrete at all, reducing visibility in the entire long tunnel to about 1 meter. Only dark green sludge and filth remained visible. Beyond that lay only prolonged, silent darkness. Gowie turned his head to see the childlike Chris and his brother Matt stepping across the cobblestones until they stood before the tunnel entrance. The rule is to see who can go the farthest. I'll go first. Matt flashed Chris a grin before stepping forward slowly. Within moments, his figure vanished into the darkness of the tunnel. Only the sound of sneakers treading on dry pipes echoed through the space, accompanied by Matt's rhythmic counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the count of 6, the footsteps suddenly changed direction and sped up. Before long, Matt came running out laughing. 6 seconds, a full 6 seconds. That's the mark of a brave man. As for you. With that, he turned to look at Chris beside him, raising his eyebrows with a challenging expression. What's so impressive about that? I can go even longer. Chris shouted loudly, desperately trying to bolster his own courage. In front of his more talented and popular older brother, he always strives to prove himself. With that, Chris took a deep breath and, amid Matt's laughter, steeled himself to enter the tunnel. The moment he stepped in, he regretted it. The stench of rusted steel was unbearable, surrounded by twisted metal pipes he couldn't even recognize, forcing Chris to walk along a single, unchanging path. This is a scene that would make a claustrophobic person collapse. Narrow, pitch black, unknown. Chris suppressed his fear, counting aloud as he stepped forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seconds. I won, Creed thought triumphantly as he dashed out, seeing Matt's beaming smile. Not bad at all, truly worthy of being my little brother. Now it's my turn again. Matt chuckled, leaving his coat on the riverbank as he once again counted his steps and walked into the pipe. Thus began the long walking competition between the brothers, Chris and Matt. Each time they entered, Matt's figure grew more distant, his voice more prolonged, and the echoes increasingly indistinct. Eventually, the two had to rely on walkie-talkies to communicate, counting steps to keep the contest progressing. Days passed, and whenever they had time, Chris and Matt would return here to resume their competition anew. What happened next? Noticing Chris's recollections were slowing down, Gowie leaned in and pressed for more details. Chris lowered his head again, pursed his lips, and struggled to croak out the words. It seemed the memories had finally reached the most terrifying part. That time, I was determined to go further than Matt, to venture the deepest into the pipes, to win that contest for good. Chapter 72, West City Bizarre Incident, The End. By the riverbank, green leaves gradually withered and yellowed before slowly falling. After a long period of baldness, the trees sprouted new buds once more. Within the simulated space of the armchair detective, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. This long tunnel seemed to possess some kind of magic, absorbing almost all the curiosity and passion of the two brothers. The duration and distance of each exploration grew longer, from mere seconds at first, to over 10 seconds, then stretching into tens of seconds. The current longest record is held by Matt, lasting a full 101 seconds. Of course, at this distance, it was no longer possible for the two of them to communicate by shouting. The walkie-talkie became the only means of communication between them. Chris tried several times to break this record, but failed each attempt. Until one time, he decided to conquer this game once and for all, freeing himself from the torment of this terrifying pipeline. It was foreseeable that, relying solely on himself, he truly couldn't surpass this achievement again. This wasn't just a test of courage and determination, it was also limited by physical strength and stamina. After all, Chris was just an elementary school student at the time. In the end, he decided to resort to some cunning, simply put, to cheat a little. After walking a few meters into that pipe, anyone outside could no longer see what was happening inside. That's why the two could only communicate through walkie-talkies. This also means that once Chris had ventured a certain distance into the pipeline, he could employ methods ordinarily prohibited by the rules. The scene around Gowie shifted once more, revealing the brother duo, now noticeably taller, reappearing by the riverside. The freshly thickened shrubs along the riverbank obstructed the view, burying the pipeline beneath the Earth's surface. It was evident that time had elapsed in tandem with the story Chris was recounting. I will definitely make it to the very end this time. You'll have to admit that I'm the ultimate winner of this game. Chris was dressed in a sporty yellow windbreaker with rain boots on his feet, clearly well prepared. It was clear that he was truly determined to win this game outright. Just you? Matt flashed a provocative grin, shaking his head as he looked at Chris. This was the brothers' unique way of interacting, only those truly close could banter like this. Chris avoided his brother's playful gaze, focusing all his attention on the pipeline instead. Take a deep breath and step in slowly once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The metal pipes on both sides remained as crowded and narrow as ever, enveloping Chris's scrawny body in darkness. The steely cold penetrated all his clothing, wrapping directly around his frail body. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. As the light behind him completely vanished, Chris was plunged once more into utter darkness. Even after entering this place dozens of times, that heart-racing feeling never fades. Fear seems to have taken physical form, pulsating between the throat and chest with every breath. Inhale, drawing in that unknown terror from the darkness. Exhale, expelling what little courage and curiosity remain. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Almost there. This was already nearing Chris's previous entry limit. Hearing Matt's laughter through the walkie-talkie, he decided to activate his little trick. His steps and counting continued uninterrupted as Chris pulled out a small flashlight from his pocket. This was his secret weapon. Opening it with one hand, the scene inside the pipe instantly became clear. As the darkness faded, so too did the fear pounding in his heart with each breath. Matt clearly didn't realize what his brother had done, merely asking over there, "Can you still hold on? Losing to me isn't anything to be ashamed of." Naturally, Chris paid no heed. His objective was crystal clear. 99, 100, 101, 102, 103. Great, I've already surpassed Matt's previous record. Chris was elated inside but didn't show it, dispersing the darkness with his flashlight while continuing to count. Alright, you win, Chris. Tonight I'll give you my portion of fried meatballs. Matt sighed, his tone unusually regretful, clearly not expecting his younger brother to surpass him. But Chris didn't respond at all. Just as he had said earlier, he intended to reach the end of this pipeline and completely win the competition. I don't know why, but at that time I was inexplicably certain, convinced that the pipe must have an end, that it could be traversed to its conclusion. Across from Gaui, Chris hung his head low, fingers intertwined, his voice tinged with confusion and anguish. Then, did you make it to the end in the end? Gaui deliberately softened his tone, making his voice gentle to coax the boy into speaking. Chris raised his head, meeting Gauyi's gaze directly, his trembling voice delivering an unexpected answer. I've arrived. I've reached the end. The surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness, with the river and pebbles below completely vanishing, replaced by an impenetrable blackness. Armchair detective, as Chris narrated, the constructed scene transformed once again. In the darkness, a flashlight beam shot forth, shining directly upon the two figures. Treading nervously forward in a windbreaker and rubber boots, the past version of Chris slowly walked behind the current version of Chris. Walking along, he continued counting in a childish voice. 167, 168, 169, 170, 171. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered several times before going completely dark. At the same time, Matt's voice from the walkie-talkie also began cutting in and out, fragmented beyond recognition. Chris, reply received. Strange. If it were just the walkie-talkie losing signal, that would still be understandable. But what happened to the flashlight? The batteries had just been replaced before the mission. Chris remembered this clearly. He halted his footsteps, letting the dark pipeline plunge back into complete silence. No, that's not quite right, it's not complete silence. Beyond the darkness, in the distant unknown shrouded in mystery, something stirs. Listening closely, it sounds like crying. The crying of a little boy. Chapter 73, West City Bizarre Incident Competition. What were you thinking at that moment? Didn't you find it extremely strange to hear crying sounds under such circumstances? Cowie took a deep breath and finally chose to voice the doubts in his heart. In Chris's account, after hearing the boy's cries, he actually chose to press forward to search for the source of the sound. To be honest, this is a textbook example of asking for trouble behavior straight out of a horror movie. If someone were to compile statistics, at least 80% of deaths in various thriller films are caused by this kind of willful disregard of known danger. For ordinary people, encountering increasingly bizarre anomalies in an eerie environment, running away would undoubtedly be the most rational course of action. I can't remember. I just felt like there was a voice whispering in my mind, telling me to go deeper into that pipeline. Chris's expression twisted in pain, as if straining to recall that past incident. Seeing this, Gowie quickly offered some comforting words to help restart his memory. Considering the abilities of the clown's psychic domain within the instance, how it could fabricate hyper-realistic illusions and terror, it was understandable that Chris had been affected. Following the sound of crying, Chris continued walking deeper inside. Whether it was behavioral habit or an attempt to relieve stress, he maintained his previous counting. 199, 200, 201, 202, 203. But at a certain moment,
Chris, now deprived of his flashlight's protective glow, suddenly realized something. The surroundings had grown eerily vast. The sensation of being tightly wrapped vanished. The feeling of being pressed into a narrow passageway disappeared. What's going on? His hand trembled as he reached toward the left side. Where there should have been metal piping, there was nothing. The right side was the same. Above, no ceiling could be touched. Even the puddled water beneath his feet had disappeared without a trace. Breathing grew increasingly frantic. The sense of fear no longer confined to the chest, it now crawled through every vein, consuming the entire body. This primal fear of darkness and the unknown, hardwired into his genes, completely overwhelmed Chris. He turned his head, desperate to flee. Yet the way back had vanished too. The voice on the walkie-talkie became unintelligible, and Chris futilely flicked the flashlight switch again and again, begging for even a sliver of light. But the darkness remained. At that moment, the boy's crying became so clear. It was nearby. No, to be precise, it was right behind Chris. He turned his head, and for some reason, the flashlight that had stubbornly refused to work moments ago suddenly flickered to life. Chris trembled as he raised it, aiming toward the source of the weeping. It was a boy, a little boy who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. Around Gowie, as the boy appeared, the scene constructed by the armchair detective began to blur and crumble. The child illuminated by the flashlight had a face obscured as if pixelated, impossible to recognize. Glancing to the side, the current version of Chris sitting there was clutching his head, seemingly struggling to recall something. Take your time, think it through bit by bit, starting with facial features. Gowie patted Chris on the shoulder, trying to help him return to those memories. Red hair, blue eyes, lots of freckles. As Chris spoke, the boy's features gradually came into focus. Gowie faintly felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite recall where he had seen him before. His lips were very pale, and he was so thin, and Chris looked up, answering Gowie's unanswered question. I remember now, he said his name was Bill. Bill. In an instant, the image in his mind overlapped with the scene before him. The face of this boy was exactly the one Gowie had seen in the basement of that haunted house. The child's face in that watercolor painting signed Bill was highly abstract, yet the hair color, eye color, and freckles matched perfectly. No, that painting was dated 1967, while Chris's memory was from 1987, a gap of 20 years. Which means this Bill couldn't possibly be alive, or even human. What else did he say? What happened next? Gowie urgently pressed for answers, but when he looked at Chris, he found the boy curled up on the chair in agony. I can't remember anything. I only recall running out, Matt carrying me home. I can't remember. Damn it, was I too hasty? Gowie quickly pulled the boy into his arms, gently patting his back. I must admit, the childcare skills I practiced at the orphanage actually came in handy here. Don't rush. Forget about the pipes for now, tell me what happened next. After waiting several minutes, Chris finally calmed down enough to continue haltingly. After I got back, nothing much happened really, nothing strange, it's just that. What's wrong? Chris raised his head to look at Gowie, the fear in his eyes growing even more pronounced. Matt has become different. The normally cheerful and optimistic Matt, who used to smile every day, suddenly became withdrawn and silent. Whether it was teachers, classmates, teammates from the football team, or even his own parents speaking to him, he no longer responded to anyone. The surrounding scene shifted once again. The armchair detective changed the view once more, and the original room finally returned. But the change didn't end there. The wall on the right collapsed with a thunderous roar, exposing Matt's room next door. There, Chris from 2 years ago was conversing with Matt. Are you going out, Matt? Chris poked his head in through the door and looked at his brother. Yes. Matt's trademark smile was gone, replaced by a cold response as his hands kept packing without pause. But, with such heavy rain outside, why don't we fold paper boats instead, just like we used to? No, Chris, you play by yourself. Matt slung his backpack over his shoulder, shoved aside his younger brother who was clutching the white paper, and stubbornly strode out of the room. Mom and Dad are out. Where are you going, Matt? Chris appeared somewhat flustered, unable to comprehend his brother's sudden change. But to my surprise, Matt stopped in his tracks upon hearing those words. He stood in place, turning his head at an unnatural angle to look at his younger brother, revealing a smile that could only be described as eerie. I'm going to continue our game. That unfamiliar tone and expression from his older brother completely terrified 12-year-old Chris at that moment. Of course he knew what Matt meant by game, naturally, it was their daredevil race through that pipeline. But, how could it be? With rain this heavy, that pipeline would definitely be flooded, completely impassable. Not to mention, why go at all? I was so scared back then, I didn't dare say another word. If only I'd stopped him, if only I'd gone with him then. Chris wiped his eyes violently with his sleeves, scraping the tears from their sockets. Gowie knew this must be Chris's older brother, the very Matt who had gone missing that day. I told the police, told Mom and Dad that Matt went into the pipes, but they never found him. Chris's voice was hoarse with heartbreaking anguish, clearly revealing how he'd buried all his guilt about his brother's disappearance deep in his heart these past 2 years. This burden, far too heavy for a boy his age, must have caused him unimaginable suffering.
The police did indeed go to investigate, as evidenced by the documents in the archives.
Cowie flipped through the notebook. More importantly, there was this particular entry among them. Entering the pipeline search, found blocked by mesh reinforcement at 200 meters, no corresponding traces discovered. A pipeline naturally cannot be endless, nor can it have no bends or turns, much less allow two children to wander through freely.
Where have these two brothers gone?
It's not your fault, Chris. I think your brother probably wouldn't blame you either.
Gowie let out a faint sigh, attempting to console the other person.
But Chris raised his head, looking at Gowie with a strange expression in his eyes. He hesitated, opening and closing his mouth for several seconds without managing to say anything, as if struggling to find the right words. It took Gowie several seconds to realize what the other person was thinking.
He thinks his brother isn't dead?
After more than 10 seconds of silence, Chris slowly picked up the walkie-talkie on the desk.
As if having made some resolution, he twisted the knob on the walkie-talkie to tune the channel.
From the receiver, intermittently, Gowie heard a sound that made his hair stand on end.
It was the same sound Gowie had heard just minutes before. Though somewhat hoarse and pained, he was absolutely certain this was Matt's voice. Matt's hoarse voice, like that of a dead man. 972-3231, 972-3232, 972-3233.
This Matt, who has been missing for 2 years, is still counting down, still participating in this test of courage.